In the world of the Tower of Trials, the gatekeepers are practically invincible, and the Arctic temperature of -60 degrees Celsius kills players within an hour. The labyrinth map spans 10,000 square kilometers. It's clearly designed to torture the players. After getting battered repeatedly and studying every possible method, Kang Jin-hyuk finally conquered the 50th floor, becoming the first person to beat this virtual world. But just as he was about to enjoy his victory, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. The Tower of Trials. First update successful. Everyone, please clear the next floor of the tower within 90 days. If you fail, humanity will vanish. While the whole world was in a panic, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately jumped up. He grabbed a random jacket and bolted out of the house like a madman. He couldn't waste time here. He had to quickly reach a place where he could farm items. In the chaotic city center, many people still couldn't accept reality. Some wanted to flee Seoul for Busan. Others wanted to leave South Korea entirely. Only an idiot would stay here and die, they thought. But unfortunately, according to the news, no country escaped the appearance of the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk sprinted right past them. This wasn't the time to retreat, it was the time to advance. On the South Korean server, the place he wanted to go was an outlier zone. There were about 30 of them in the country, and this was the closest one to where he lived. As soon as Jin-hyuk entered the underground shopping mall, the system announced, "You are entering the event zone." A few people were already inside. These were all players who had cleared the tutorial for the Tower of Trials. They glared at each other, which was understandable. Items would soon appear in limited quantities. If you were lucky, you could collect a maximum of 5. A well-dressed man in a suit saw Kang Jin-hyuk approach and asked, "You're Kang Jin-hyuk, right?" When he turned around, the guy grinned. "Oh, you came too, huh? You've been locking yourself in your room, ignoring everything else just to grind this game all day." This man was Lee Jong-soo, also a streamer like Jin-hyuk, with 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. He was a famous streamer and the CEO of the company Jin-hyuk used to work for. Jin-hyuk looked at him and asked, "Don't you have a stream scheduled right now?" Lee Jong-soo shrugged, pointing toward the center. "With something like this happening, what's the point of streaming?" He smirked at Kang Jin-hyuk. He tried to bait him, asking, "What floor have you conquered in this game? Come on, share some secrets with an old colleague." Forget it. Just hearing that made him want to puke. Colleague? What a joke. His company had scammed so many streamers into signing those slave contracts. Their voices were drowned out by the power and the loud lawyers of the company. One by one, the brothers who had stuck by Jin-hyuk since he first started had been forced to leave the industry. The guy, thick-skinned and ignoring the dark look on Jin-hyuk's face, patted his shoulder, saying he knew Jin-hyuk was a skilled player and that his pro-gaming videos were quite good. He promised to rewrite the contract so it would be a win-win for both. Kang Jin-hyuk turned and slammed a fist into his face, sending his nose bleeding. "Lee Jong-soo, the world has changed. Don't talk to me like we're friends, you piece of trash." The punch successfully knocked 2 of his teeth out of his mouth. It felt so satisfying. After punching Lee Jong-soo, Jin-hyuk predicted that it was finally time for the items to appear. Sure enough, a giant tree erupted from the center of the fountain. This was the Tree of Greed. Everything was exactly like it was in the game. Kang Jin-hyuk was both happy and felt like he was dreaming. On the tree, delicious-looking fruits were budding and ripening rapidly. These fruits boosted strength, speed, and magic stats. They were obviously great items, but there were only 4 of them in total, and there were many times more people here than fruits. It looked like a brutal competition. Everyone rushed to climb the trunk to reach the fruit. They climbed, shoved, and pulled each other's hair, trying to drag their rivals down. Lee Jong-soo climbed up too, only to be kicked back down. He furiously threw his blood-stained handkerchief on the ground, cursing, "Damn it! If you had just cooperated with me and split the fruit, we both would have benefited. Now there isn't a damn thing left." Kang Jin-hyuk glared at him. "If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut. It wasn't the time to start yet." Very quickly, someone managed to climb up, grab a fruit from the Tree of Greed, and devour it. Most people didn't even know what the fruit did. Those who had played a few times only cared about winning the fruit, but players who had spent their whole lives on it, like him, would enjoy the perverse, brutal process that followed. Someone immediately remembered that it would be very dangerous if you ate all those fruits. The tree roots were like a vengeful mother striking back at them. Back when this was just a normal game, people had died here at least 50 times. The crowd that was climbing just moments ago scrambled to run away. Lee Jong-soo stood up, wanting to flee as well. Kang Jin-hyuk put his hands in his pockets and called out to him, "Are you planning to give up?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course not. I don't want to die here like this." Kang Jin-hyuk said indifferently, "What a pity. Because the real reward for this event can only be obtained once you've eaten all those fruits. The guy didn't believe him and asked, "Are you serious?" Kang Jin-hyuk replied, "If I were lying, why would I still be standing here?" Lee Jong-soo was swayed. He'd noticed Jin-hyuk standing still earlier, not fighting for the fruit. He had been wondering about that. It seemed like this was the reason. Although he didn't know the details, this felt like an opportunity. A great chance to take advantage of this fool. Seeing that he had agreed, Kang Jin-hyuk laid out the plan. "Now, the two of us have to charge in together. If we go in one by one, we'll easily become targets. So we need to rush from opposite sides at the same time to distract the Tree of Greed," he warned him. "Remember, if one of us hesitates, we're both dead." Lee Jong-soo replied, "Don't worry, I've played this game many times too," he shouted and dashed toward the tree, while Lee Jong-soo stood still, laughing smugly. "What an idiot. Who would ever believe your words? Go first and be the bait." Contrary to his expectations, Kang Jin-hyuk was actually happy that the guy hadn't changed one bit, because the one who would end up as the bait was the guy furthest away from the tree. The branches stretched out as if they had a soul, attacking and wrapping him into a cocoon. Only then did Lee Jong-soo panic and cry for help. But why should he save him? If he hadn't thought he was so clever, trying to stand back and let someone else be the bait, he wouldn't be dying right now. The tree squeezed tighter and tighter, revealing only Lee Jong-soo's eyes. He screamed, "I don't want to die." Kang Jin-hyuk kindly offered him a suggestion. "If you have any problems, take it to court with your team of lawyers. Farewell, you scumbag." Next up is dodging the tree's attacks. He had memorized the direction and sequence of the tree's attacks, so dodging was a piece of cake. When two branches collided, the final knot would reveal the tree core. This was exactly like what he experienced in the game. In this stage, finding the precise angle of the attacks and manipulating the hits to his advantage was the hard part. Kang Jin-hyuk picked up a broken tree branch. This is the event mode, so you don't get any experience points. At best, you just get a spot on the Hall of Fame. The greedy treant used the vine drain skill, sending countless vines attacking toward Kang Jin-hyuk. Although he was a veteran player, he couldn't dodge all of them with this many. However, with the broken branch in his hand, he swiped them away, redirecting the vine's attacks. There was nothing to fear. This was something he had done over and over, dozens of times before. While swiping away the vines and moving forward, he finally prepared to reach the tree trunk. From inside the trunk, a swarm of sleeping moths flew out. They spread sleeping powder at their opponent as a form of self-defense. Kang Jin-hyuk covered his nose with one hand. To complete this mission, he needed to get past them without inhaling the powder. That's easy enough. Just hold your breath. Taking a few more strides, he lunged, climbed onto the tree, and Kang Jin-hyuk stabbed the branch hard into the trunk. He ripped it in two and grabbed the treant's core. The system popped up a notification. "Congratulations, you are the first to defeat the greedy treant." He jumped down to the base of the tree, panting heavily. It was truly worth the hours he spent researching it. Only now did he feel grateful for what he had done back then. The system announced the achievement would be recorded in the Hall of Fame tomorrow. Please enter your name here. Kang Jin-hyuk knew right away that this garbage game was asking for his personal information. He asked if he could keep all information anonymous. He didn't want to disclose his personal info at all. If he were identified as a top-tier player, it would be troublesome. But it seemed the system didn't fully accept that. It said the name would be hidden, faces blurred, and the voice changed. Since he couldn't change anything anyway, so be it. What was more important than this was gutting the treant to get the wooden crystal item. If each fruit eaten only increased strength, agility, and magic by 3, then this crystal gave a whopping 12 points. Each level up gives 3 points, so this crystal was equivalent to 4 level ups. Considering the 50 floors total, this was really useful. There was no item more powerful than this. After consuming it, Kang Jin-hyuk turned on the system to check its effects. The stats popped up. Level 1, Strength 5, Agility 6, Vitality 7, Magic 5. Skill points, 12. Occupation, none. Ultimate technique, none. Skills, none. Just level 1, but he had 12 skill points. He was truly the strongest level 1. Just 1 hour later, the news that the first greedy treant had been defeated was posted online. The notification stated the video would be uploaded in 10 minutes. Immediately, netizens exploded. "This is insane! How pro do you have to be to take that thing down?" Some even cursed the system for lying. One netizen even mocked, "That guy just got lucky. He used to be a top player. They say that tree can't be beaten with a few fancy dances." Aside from the initial comments, the rest didn't believe it. They said Kang Jin-hyuk got lucky, or cheated. But as soon as the video was uploaded, the skeptical comments vanished. The crowd that was trashing him before went completely silent. There were tons of comments, but they all expressed extreme admiration. Damn it. After Kang Jin-hyuk went home, took a shower, and read the comments on the forums. On his main account, many people knew he was a streamer. Because he had been obsessed with this game all day, they sent attractive offers like 10 billion won. They offered to pay whatever he wanted. After all, billions of won was a lot. He had lived very bitterly just to afford food and pay rent late. He had starved for days just to buy one meal to stream. If these offers had come yesterday, he would have been very happy and accepted immediately. But now, he had no intention of sharing his knowledge with anyone, not even for 10 billion won. The most important thing now wasn't money. It was exclusive information about this game. After all, when it was a game, there were countless lives to retry with. But when it became reality, you only had one life. The moment the game opened, the mana from the trial tower flooded across Seoul. It didn't cause any obvious immediate effects, but there was a major change. Items outside the tower became holy relics, but all of them were fakes. To put it bluntly, they were knockoffs, because the legendary holy relics were inside the tower. According to information online, the area near the National Museum of Korea had the most replicas. The National Museum of Korea was considered a treasure chest with countless holy relics inside. The problem was that he wasn't the only one targeting the replicas. Unlike the greedy treant that appeared regularly in 7 locations across Seoul, there was only one national museum. There would be others coming here from many places for the holy relics. Among them, there were bound to be some who were top-tier players. Pushing the door open, the atmosphere inside was much quieter than he thought. Just as he was wondering why no one had arrived yet, there was a burning smell. A person charred to a crisp was already there. Sure enough, someone had beaten him to it. Because the times had changed, he thought others would adapt. But the gap between expectations and reality was much larger. After just one day, people had become too reckless. The thing they were targeting must be the holy relic. It was kept inside the medieval area. That was the holy relic everyone coming here wanted to claim. It contained the grand map of the Eastern lands. Of course, he wasn't focused on a map of Korea. The grand map was now infused with magical energy, containing information about the trial tower. This was why everyone wanted to get it. It would tell him the locations of labyrinths and ruins, while also explaining the items found there. Although it only provided information up to the 10th floor, that was more than enough to ignite the light in people's hearts. When these people were all fixated on it, they would miss the extremely important holy relics hidden under the mud. Sure enough, inside was an extremely chaotic scene. A crowd of people were using force and shouting to fight over the map. A muscular man walked in and roared at everyone to shut up. "Anyone who moves dies by my hand." The people arguing found it ridiculous. Someone mocked back, "Nonsense. No one here is scared of a few hollow threats like that. Try moving a toe, and I'll crush your skull immediately." The muscular man flexed his muscles, ripping his shirt apart. Using his unique skill, he transformed his arms into steel and slammed them together to intimidate the group. They were stunned. They hadn't expected him to have a skill already. He didn't give them a hard time, just declared, "The map is mine." Before the others could leave, an old man with his hands behind his back approached them. "Is that map yours?" "I'm afraid I can't agree with that." The muscular guy turned and glared at him. "Hey, old man, are you crazy?" The old man replied calmly. "My name isn't Old Man. It's Min Jung-gu. The name means to live in harmony with grass, trees, and flowers." The muscular guy grew even more furious. He had no desire to know the old man's name. "Do I look like I care about living in harmony? Look at my mood and get lost. I'll twist that wrinkled neck of yours like a chicken's." The old man shook his head. "To be so young and speak like that, though. Let's see which is faster. You breaking my neck, or me turning you into ash?" A flame ignited from the tip of his finger. With a gentle whisper, the fire consumed the guy. Only his agonizing screams echoed in the air. A short-haired girl in a school uniform emerged from behind him, exclaiming, "Fire magic! That's incredible. I'm glad I decided to join your group." Seeing her, Min Jung-gu grunted and asked, "Did you get the item?" He left the task there to her and turned to leave. Lee Juji gently placed something on the ground. It was a statue of a beast with 2 human-like legs and the face and ears of a jackal. "This guy is enough. If anyone gets in our way, he'll take care of it." The jackal statue stretched and transformed into a giant. Lee Juji stood with her arms crossed beside it, glaring at the remaining people. "From now on, anyone who moves is an enemy. Is that clear? I'll let him chew your heads off." After saying that, she flashed a cute, innocent smile at the group. "Let's cooperate, shall we?" The others could only curse under their breath. unable to do anything. Realizing there were high-level players here, they threw down their weapons and surrendered. I'll give up the map and everything else. Just take it all. Lee Juji clasped her hands together, eyes crinkling into a sweet smile. Thanks, guys. Before she could go over to pick them up, footsteps echoed. Kang Jin-hyuk walked calmly to a piece of paper and started complaining. You've made such a mess of this place. He bent down to pick up the paper, dusting it off. Don't you guys know how to respect history? At least this part isn't torn. Lee Juji's expression changed instantly. She was moodier than a stormy sky. She glared at him. Hey, you carefree guy, do you think I'm joking? She immediately ordered the jackal statue to grab him. It lunged forward with a long spear, but Kang Jin-hyuk stood still, flicking his hand to deflect it. The spear carved a long trench into the floor. The people watching were stunned. What the hell just happened? How was that even possible? He didn't even bother dodging, and his hand was still perfectly fine. They didn't know Kang Jin-hyuk's current stats. They stared in awe at his display. He looked at Lee Juji and asked, "What will you do now? Your little puppy has lost its only weapon." Lee Juji picked up her bag. She pulled out several more bull-headed and horse-faced statues. Who said that? I have plenty more. Summoning. Anubis statue replica. Dark, ominous, giant jackal statues surrounded Lee Juji. Let's see if this guy can still laugh. Kang Jin-hyuk nodded. Not bad. This girl can summon 5 statues at once, with such a small amount of mana. She's no amateur. It seemed she and the old man were already using magic. It looks like more people have surpassed the newbie stage than I thought. Hearing Kang Jin-hyuk rate her as not bad, Lee Juji snapped back. How not bad exactly? Kang Jin-hyuk held his hand at chest level. To be precise, somewhere between decent and okay. About this much. Lee Juji felt annoyed and scoffed twice, trying to look cool. Whatever. Kang Jin-hyuk let out an "oh" sound. Then, let me show you the current gap between you and me. He held up the drawing he just picked up. The system notified him. Mana transferred to Forest Tiger Replica. The ruler of the mountains has appeared. A giant, massive tiger stepped out of the painting and stood beside Kang Jin-hyuk. He reached out to pat its head, looking nonchalant. A stray dog dares to bare its teeth before the lord of the forest? Go ahead, tear them apart. Instantly, the tiger lunged, biting and tearing through all the Anubis statues Lee Juji had summoned. Although she had heard of many ways to control artifacts, she had never heard of this method. The power of his magic made her feel like her own skin was being ripped apart. Realizing she couldn't win, Lee Juji collapsed to the ground in frustration. She thought she had an ace up her sleeve, but who knew someone even more formidable existed? Kang Jin-hyuk put his hands in his pockets. He walked over to her, handed over. Lee Juji hugged her clothes tight. What do you mean? Seeing her pretending to be dumb, he crouched down and looked her straight in the eyes. Tutankhamun's mask. I know you can't hide it. She still wasn't willing to give it to him. It's useless in Korea. Why do you even need it? When she refused to cooperate, Kang Jin-hyuk gestured to the tiger. Lee Juji immediately screamed, "Fine, I'll give it to you, okay?" Brilliant. To others, it was useless. But with this, he would obtain the second artifact soon. Lee Juji wondered, was he aiming for the great map of the eastern lands? It was then he remembered the map he had almost forgotten about it. He patted the forest tiger, telling it to guard the area and let no one pass. Preparations were complete. Now, it was time to go get the strongest skill in the tower. Time to challenge it. When Kang Jin-hyuk arrived, the old man, Min Jung-gu, was already there. As soon as he saw him, he couldn't understand why Lee Juji would let this happen. Who was this guy? And how did he get up here? Could he have defeated Lee Juji to reach this point? Kang Jin-hyuk stood beside the old man, stroking his chin. I think this is a level 1 barrier. Min Jung-gu replied. So, you know about this? He placed his hand on the barrier and got zapped. He quickly pulled his hand back. He had never seen anything like this before. Neither physical nor magical attacks had any effect on it. If he had known, he wouldn't have been waiting here. Kang Jin-hyuk placed his hand on the barrier and said he had a way to destroy it. But there was one condition. The old man had to continuously use fire magic to weaken the protective barrier. He had to use magic. Until he went inside and brought out the necessary relics. Kang Jin-hyuk said he couldn't maintain the magic to weaken the barrier for long. Fine, you don't have to believe me. But this is the only way I'll let you keep that map. After all, I need something else instead. Min Jung-gu knew the worst-case scenario was that all his hard work would go to waste. But he couldn't just stand there until morning and walk away empty-handed. He finally asked, "You promise you'll give me that map?" Receiving a firm answer, he decided to trust him just this once. The moment he cast his spell on the barrier, he rushed inside, shouting at him to hurry up. Kang Jin-hyuk was definitely going to try his best, but naturally, in his own way. Unlike the lower floors, very few people seemed to have reached this area, so everything was still neat and fully intact, except, of course, for the sword. There's an engraving from King Qianlong. Someone has already been here and left. He was certain that the barrier had been set up by that person. That guy had planned it all. He meant to leave after taking what he wanted, but he didn't even realize that what he took was just a second-rate relic. After searching for a while, he found exactly what he needed, the 100-path coin. It was his unique skill, the final piece required to craft his most powerful ability. The remaining materials were the Persian sacrificial formwork and the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask. He placed the eye onto the formwork, causing the two relics to react to each other. A notification appeared, which only happens when two compatible relics meet. Kang Jin-hyuk tore off the 100-path coin. He had been waiting for the notification that required him to pay a suitable price to proceed. When Kang Jin-hyuk paid the full amount of money on the 100-path coin that the system demanded, all three relics successfully reacted, helping him obtain the Eye of Truth relic. He could now see other people's status windows and tell if they were telling the truth or lying 3 times a day. Beyond this eye, he came here for one more reason: completing the system's hidden quest. By successfully combining the 3 relics to create an item higher than S rank, he had met all the requirements to finish the quest. The system popped up, a notification congratulating him on obtaining the unique fusion skill. This skill allowed him to copy and store the exclusive skills of other players. He could copy and store countless skills in this world and use them to create even stronger skill sets. That was the weapon he needed to become the strongest in this challenge tower. However, the conditions for copying a skill would change based on the difficulty of the skill itself. Just then, Min Jung-gu, outside the barrier, shouted at him that if he was done, he should hurry up. He didn't think he could hold on much longer. Hearing him, Kang Jin-hyuk looked out, pondering, "Let's see, what do I need to copy that skill?" He stared intently at the old man. The system immediately issued the order. The condition to copy was that Min Jung-gu had always hidden his true feelings behind a mask. He had to make him reveal his true emotions. After reading it, he smirked. In other words, he just needed to piss the old man off, right? He turned around and told him he could stop using his skill, because from the start, what you were doing was completely useless. Actually, just using Latin would have broken the barrier, so you didn't contribute a thing to breaking it. When he rushed in, he had used Latin, not needing the old man's firepower at all. Next, he walked over to the map. He already knew all the information about the tower, so the map containing info only up to the 10th floor was useless. But that didn't mean he would just hand it over obediently. He could use it to drive the old man crazy. If someone else could get information about the 10th floor through this map, the chances of someone surpassing him would be higher. If so, the only way to ensure his position was to eliminate that possibility. Seeing him hold a lighter in his hand, Min Jung-gu became extremely anxious. When the flames rose and consumed the map, the old man was absolutely furious. His face turned red as he roared, "You son of a bitch! I'm going to kill you. I'm going to mince you into pieces to satisfy my rage. You bastard." These sweet, loving insults of his allowed him to successfully copy the old man's fire element skill. This skill was copied and stored in the world's memory, allowing him to control fire, and his affinity with the element would increase. At that moment, Min Jung-gu didn't understand what was happening. He wanted to control fire, to make him pay for his actions. Kang Jin-hyuk directly activated the level 1 fire element. The old man realized the skill was identical to his own, but compared to his, the old man's felt like child's play. It seems this kid is not ordinary at all. Now that I think about it, how could an ordinary person say they didn't need the map? Enjoying his first successful copy, he felt pretty good. He leaned over and said, "Old man, if you want to climb the tower comfortably, then listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I'll contact you later. In the meantime, I want you and that girl downstairs to go level up." Kang Jin-hyuk stretched, summarizing that, including himself, there were now 4 veterans who had appeared at the National Museum of Korea. He also understood why they wanted to minimize their own risks, especially since this world had turned into a challenge tower. After glancing at his status window once more, Kang Jin-hyuk flexed, thinking, "Man, I'm so cool." Currently, he had a few chess pieces in his hand, but the road ahead was still long. First, he had to collect the necessary skills. Because he only had 1 life, having every single skill was impossible. However, he would snatch up all the delicious and most important ones. On the way back, his stomach growled, protesting and demanding food. At times like these, a bowl of beef noodle soup would be beyond amazing. He ducked into a restaurant and sat at a table. The food hadn't arrived yet, but he saw everyone in the place focused on the TV screen airing the news. At least 23 people had lost their lives, and 50 were injured at the National Museum of Korea. The number was still rising, not only in Korea, but it was the same in other countries as well. Just as he thought, players worldwide had begun to act in preparation to climb the Kummeral Tower. The video of him in the museum was also uploaded, but his face was blurred. Yet, many people still recognized him. The government had also begun investigating this mysterious tower, and established a new organization called the Awakened Association, consisting of individuals possessing special abilities. The supreme commander of the newly established Awakened Association was Han Sang-jin. He announced on TV that the reason he was there was to recruit more members who had awakened their abilities. Individual levels may vary, but the government guarantees a salary of up to $60 million per year for anyone who secures an official Level 7 government position. At the same time, they extended an invitation to the person in the broadcast, promising that if he joined them, they would grant him anything he requested. The people in the tavern started whispering, wondering who he was, but they couldn't help but feel envious. An offer like that is enough to change a person's entire life. Kang Jin-hyuk pondered, but for the person in that video, it was different. It turned out that he was their actual target. But no matter how tempting their offer was, he wouldn't join them. In this world, the value of one exceptional individual is worth more than 100 average people combined. Han Sang-jin understood this well, which is why he made such an offer to persuade him. He guessed that if he had been chosen as a commander, he must possess some sort of skill, or perhaps it was because he had extensive experience with the trial tower. He hoped he possessed a good skill. If so, copying it would be much more interesting. Tonight, at 7 o'clock, the trial tower will open. As the tower opens, crowds of people rush inside. Most of them still can't believe this is real. As for Kang Jin-hyuk, he mused that this place was exactly the same as before. To celebrate entering the tower, each member is gifted 100 coins. Coins are the currency used inside the tower. Players can upload videos recording their achievements. Players receive 100 coins for every 10,000 views. However, depending on each player's status, there are surcharges. The live streaming function can only be used when confronting bosses to climb to the next floor. Any person caught engaging in acts of view manipulation or using other forms of cheating will be penalized. This is the bridge between those who want to climb the tower and those who just want to continue living outside. Viewers will choose players who have a higher potential to perform well on the higher floors, thereby increasing their view counts. The more famous one becomes, the more coins they receive. Everyone is rushing to get to the Goblin Cave. If you find a good spot, it's easy to farm. If you want to have fun, you're on your own. Everyone wants to clear the stage as soon as possible and try to get ahead of others. Kang Jin-hyuk already knows this place inside out, so making coins would be easy. However, he doesn't intend to upload videos yet. He could rely on videos to earn coins, but at the same time, the information he possesses would be widely shared, which would be too big a loss. So, he decided that the first thing he needed to do was something no one had ever done before. Recalling when the trial tower was just a trashy game. While he was fighting his way up to the 30th floor, he suddenly couldn't advance any further. To reach the 31st floor, he had to go back down to the lower floors to search for hidden secrets. This required him to rely on his past experience and retrace every single one of his steps. In the end, he found the answer in an abandoned ruin. The answer was that his character had not been perfect from the start. Although it was frustrating, he accepted it, giving up the time and effort he had spent before, and deleted his character. Then, he started over from scratch. After remembering this, he sought out a maze called the Labyrinth. This maze is unique because of its complexity and the countless different types of traps created to stop people from entering. The key to clearing the 30th floor is building a foundation and finding the key hidden within this maze. To think that after 6 years, he would have to go through this again. Just thinking about it made him pale. Although he hated this place, he had to go in. Once inside, he was reminiscing about old memories when he discovered a group of people already there. When he asked who they were, the girl in the pink shirt smiled brightly and replied that they were looking for a place to farm, but decided to come in here before the maze closed. 10 minutes ago, they had a hunch that following him would lead to something, and they discovered he could open the maze entrance without a key. Furthermore, they thought that a place a level 1 person could enter wouldn't be dangerous, so they followed him. One of the people in their group asked the girl in the pink shirt, "Do you think he'll be kind enough to share the loot with us?" She replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. Just let him rest in peace in there forever, and that'll be that." Right now, she was standing in front of Kang Jin-hyuk, acting cute and harmless, suggesting they travel together. People say there's safety in numbers, right? It seemed they were targeting him because they thought they had more people. This girl in the pink shirt must be the leader. To be sure, While Park Hana was introducing herself, he activated the Eye of Truth. Her stats were revealed. She already had 3 skills: Persuasion, Fast Walking, and Low-Level Recovery. With the Persuasion skill, she has the ability to make friends and become close with someone she just met very naturally. This skill is special in that it can erase the barrier between 2 parties. The condition for copying it is to spend at least 240 hours with Park Hana. However, after those 240 hours, no one is allowed to stand near him while he is with Park Hana. One by one, the rest of the group introduced themselves by name and level. Most were new players on the first floor, or hadn't played at all. Because he wanted to copy Park Hana's skill to be useful for the other floors, he mimicked her sweet smile and introduced himself. "My name is Kang Jin-hyuk." That sounds nice, but it was crystal clear that this group intended to betray him. Why bother remembering their names anyway? Park Hana affectionately grabbed his arm, called him darling, and asked how far he had climbed in the trial tower. Park Hana used her persuasion skill, placing her hand on his shoulder and gently stroking his arm. Kang Jin-hyuk put his hand on her shoulder and pushed her away, saying, "Don't cling to me. I only play as far as I can." So that's how this skill works. If he hadn't known beforehand, he would have fallen for it completely. Park Hana couldn't understand why her skill wasn't working, but she still smiled sweetly and asked in a sugary voice for him to tell her about the features of the maze and the types of monsters that appeared there. Kang Jin-hyuk replied, "That's not difficult. This maze changes its layout after a certain amount of time." As soon as he said that, the ground shook, and the group had to keep dodging, or else they would be crushed by the moving parts of the maze. As soon as the shifting stopped, the group realized they had lost one person. They still couldn't believe that there would be a maze on the first floor. They thought that apart from ruins, every place would be the same. Kang Jin-hyuk brushed the dust off his clothes and asked, "Haven't you all been through a maze before? The terrain changes at least once, huh? Why are you so surprised? Who in their right mind would be crazy enough to go through something like this?" Park Hana also felt that this place was way too dangerous for level 1 and wanted to leave immediately. She turned to a girl, Jimin, in their group. She told her to use her scouting skill to find an exit. The brown-haired girl, named Jimin, terrified and on the verge of tears, replied that because the maze was shifting, the skill had been cancelled. In other words, they were stuck there. Kang Jin-hyuk understood the situation perfectly by then. He had been wondering why these people were so confident about rushing straight in. After listening to them bicker, it was clear that they were only relying on basic navigation skills. These newbies obviously didn't know anything. Thinking that entering a maze was as easy as a walk in the park, these people were truly insane. But it was almost time for that thing to start appearing. After arguing with her companions, Park Hana dropped her sweet, lovely facade and snapped at him. "What do you mean the maze is changing? Why didn't you tell us something this important sooner? Walls were flying in from every direction. We had to focus on dodging them the whole time, and now we're covered in bruises. It's your fault we almost died." One of the guys in the group chimed in. "That's right, he knew about it from the very beginning." Kang Jin-hyuk let out a long sigh. He looked at them as if he were looking at a bunch of lunatics who had lost their minds. He said grimly, "Did I ever ask you guys to follow me? You all said you wanted to come with me voluntarily, right? That's right, isn't it? I didn't force anyone or drag anyone in here." Unable to win the argument, the guys in the group started cursing. "You son of a... We're stuck here because of you. I hated you the moment I laid eyes on you." Since they were already at this point, they decided to stop pretending and show their true colors. Before they could continue mouthing off, an axe came flying out and directly took one of them down. A minotaur growled. It appeared right in front of them. Just as they thought they were done for, Kang Jin-hyuk lunged forward from behind, narrowly dodging the axe's swing. He successfully triggered the hidden stat, Distance. This stat allowed him to bridge the power gap when facing strong opponents and widen it when facing weak ones. For every 3 points of this stat, it reduced the power gap equivalent to 1 level when facing a stronger opponent. Kang Jin-hyuk jumped up, touched the Minotaur's horn to use it as a pivot, pushed himself away, and landed gracefully. After countless runs and errors, this was the best method he had found. It would make him stronger while still being at level 1. The beast opened its mouth, roared, and charged, but he effortlessly dodged to the side. His distance stat increased by 0.05. His body had already memorized the monster's attack patterns, so dodging repeatedly was as easy as pie. Each time he jumped to dodge, he gained more distance stat. Seeing him toying with that giant beast like a matador, Park Hana and her group stood there frozen. They had actually planned to pick a fight with someone this terrifying? Even Park Hana realized that her previous plan, to kill monsters and steal loot, was truly insane. The Minotaur swung its axe multiple times, but couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. It snorted furiously, glaring at him. He looked at the monster, intentionally provoking it. Too slow. Swinging it back and forth like that, how are you ever going to hit me? Naturally, the beast flew into a rage. It unleashed all its strength, swinging its axe at him. Kang Jin-hyuk dodged, but he deliberately let the edge of the axe graze his skin. If you want to get strong fast, you have to risk your life. No risk, no reward. Every time he was barely grazed, the system would notify him, "You have narrowly avoided a fatal attack. Your distance stat has increased by 1. Losing a few drops of blood for a stat point wasn't too bad, but one wrong step and he'd be in serious trouble. He had gathered enough of this stat for now. It was time to wrap things up. He glanced over and saw the group of bystanders trying to sneak away along the wall. He jumped back next to them and said with a dark expression, "Where do you think you're going? If you want to raise your stats, you should try doing the same thing. You just need to dodge its attacks to receive the hidden stat. It's not as hard as it sounds. Give it a try. You have to share the blessings, right?" Of course, he'd save a portion for them. The Minotaur chased him right to where the group was standing and swung its axe. They were paralyzed with fear, just standing there stunned. Kang Jin-hyuk could only reach out and pull Park Hana away. After all, he still wanted to copy her skill. Besides them, only Jang Chol-soo managed to survive by backing into a corner. The rest were turned into mincemeat under the beast's axe. Kang Jin-hyuk shoved his hands into his pockets and clicked his tongue twice. "Oh my, why are you just standing there? You should have dodged or backed away, shouldn't you, silly calf?" Just as the Minotaur was about to attack again, Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hand. "Goodbye, see you later." The walls of the maze shifted into a different path. It blocked them off from the Minotaur, leaving the furious beast behind. Park Hana and Jang Chol-soo were gasping for air, trembling with fear. The two of them had just barely escaped death, but their companions were all gone. Park Hana asked, "Did we lose it? It won't follow us anymore, right?" Before Jang Chol-soo could answer, Kang Jin-hyuk explained that the Minotaur was attracted to the luminescent powder from the moth that he had touched earlier, so it would definitely keep chasing them. Naturally, he had done that on purpose to farm stats. He bent down to pick up a knife someone had dropped. He pointed it at the two of them. "Every time the maze shifts, it's a short break. Once that calf comes back, we'll go play with it again. It's super efficient." Park Hana couldn't even imagine it. "Then how long do we have to keep doing this?" Kang Jin-hyuk held up one finger. "Until we leave the maze. To be exact, 1 month." Upon hearing they had to stay in this living hell for another 30 days, the two of them tried to stand up. They would find another way. If they weren't with him, they wouldn't be attacked by that monster. Kang Jin-hyuk nodded in agreement. "Fair enough. Which way are you going? Walking around blindly will only make things much more dangerous." Hearing his question, the two froze. Besides that monster, the maze shifted constantly. Even without the monster, they couldn't find an exit, let alone with it changing so quickly. Park Hana swallowed hard and asked softly, "Then do you know where the exit is, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk?" Kang Jin-hyuk rubbed the edge of the knife and replied, "I told you, didn't I? I know this maze better than anyone else." Park Hana swallowed hard and asked quietly, "So, do you know where the exit is, Kang Jin-hyuk?" Kang Jin-hyuk lightly traced the edge of his blade and replied, "I told you. I know this labyrinth better than any AI. Obviously, I know where the exit is. In other words, you two have no other choice. Park Hana, even if you're not thrilled about it, we're leaving." Before she could finish, he shouted, "Hey, hey! Since when is anything in this world free? You want a free ride without doing any work? Keep dreaming. Hand over all the coins you two have earned." They had no choice but to follow him, looking completely reluctant. Meanwhile, back outside, the Hall of Fame was buzzing with activity. A video titled "Trial Tower, First Floor, Goblin Dungeon, Fastest Clear Time" was trending among the netizens outside the tower. People were raving. "This player is insane. Did he really solo this for 15 hours straight? If it were me, I would have peed my pants." The video shot straight to number 1. The forums were flooded with discussions about this player. It was Myung-kwan. Well, actually, it wasn't just him. It was a group of friends who had taken down the goblins together. They had cleverly edited the footage to make it look like his solo achievement, and just from the views alone, they'd probably earned 1,000 coins. Myung-kwan was puffed up with pride. "This was a group effort, guys. Thanks a lot." Suddenly, a comment appeared on the video from someone called The Mediator. They wrote, "15 hours is fast? I know someone who did it in 5. The group just laughed it off, saying, "They're just talking trash. Anyone can say anything online. Besides, there are tons of haters out there. Why even pay them any mind?" Shortly after, a new video was uploaded titled, I am the first person in the world to successfully upgrade an item to +10. Without a doubt, this video rocketed to the #1 spot. It pushed Myungkwan's video down to second place. The views were skyrocketing, and the comments were filled with disbelief. The success rate for upgrading an item like that is roughly 18.14 million to the power of 10. 10 minutes earlier, in the labyrinth, Kang Jin-hyuk had a villainous look on his face, like a slave driver. Come on, pay attention. Stop standing there like idiots and get to work. We need to collect 10 moss for beds and wood to start a fire. We've got plenty to do. Jung Chol-soo replied. Yeah, we're going. Geez, this guy is seriously the worst. He'd already taken all their coins and was ordering them around. After seeing the two of them off to find moss and wood, Kang Jin-hyuk started item exchanging. Kang Jin-hyuk's total coin count was now up to 5,000. So, he had to handle these coins first. A magical tarot card, an old bronze key fragment, and a piece of a wooden cart. 10 lucky upgrade scrolls. All of this cost only 550 coins because they were basically junk that no one wanted. But if used correctly, they would become incredibly valuable. By combining the card, the key fragment, and the cart piece, he would get the Wheel of Fortuna, an incomplete version of the Goddess of Luck's item. His luck would be maxed out for 10 minutes. However, because it's incomplete, the range was limited, and it was a one-time use. He pulled the wheel hard. In an instant, his luck reached its maximum. Next, he used a lucky upgrade scroll on his knife. The success rate for the upgrade was 0.0000012%. That's probably the worst odds in history. But if your luck is boosted to the absolute limit, the success rate becomes 100%. He decided to use all his upgrades on this knife. The system notification popped up. You have received Old Knife plus 10 max. At the same time, because he was the first person in the entire Korean server to create a +10 item, he received an additional 5,000 coins. This achievement would be recorded in the Hall of Fame. That's why Myungkwan's video dropped to second place. After finally getting a weapon worth using, he was thrilled and practiced a few skillful slashes in the air to test it. Time flew by, and 10 days passed. However, for Park Hana and Jung Chol-soo, it felt like an eternity in hell. The two of them huddled by the fire in a state of constant anxiety. Everything here was miserable. The beds were made of straw, there was nothing to eat but moss and mushrooms, and that crazy bull monster, the Minotaur, kept appearing. If the labyrinth didn't shift constantly, they would have been dead long ago. On top of that, there was that guy who treated everything like it was a walk in the park. The two of them were depressed and terrified, while he was still snoring away as if nothing mattered. If this continued, they were really going to die. After being used by that guy, they would just be discarded. Park Hana turned to the anonymous boards for help, but the people outside the tower had no real advice. One person told them, "Why don't you just sit tight? You clearly can't do anything." Someone else told them to stop causing trouble, saying, "Just looking at those pale faces, you can tell they're just newbies." Park Hana asked if anyone knew anything about him, but unfortunately, all the videos related to people who had played in the trial tower before had been blocked. From YouTube to personal blogs, even the videos on their phones had vanished. It was like they had all been hacked. Park Hana helplessly held her head, unable to believe she had actually sought help from those idiots outside the tower. "Quiet! Did you guys tell the boss about the situation here yet?" Wilson said. "What are you guys outside saying?" They replied, "Wilson is looking into it. There's no information on this labyrinth, so it will take the Will Raven team at least 3 weeks to reach you two." This meant she had to endure this for at least another 3 weeks. It had already been 10 days. 3 more weeks would make it exactly 1 month. That guy said, would they even be alive by then? There was no information at all. She sat with her legs crossed, staring at the back of Kang Jin-hyuk. "I'm thinking if we kill that jerk who is lying there, and barricade ourselves in the room we found earlier, and wait for the boss to arrive, we might be able to escape." The problem was, how to kill him. No sooner said than done. Jung Chol-soo immediately picked up a stone. While he was sleeping, this was their chance, wasn't it? Do it now while the iron is hot. No matter how strong he is, if he gets hit in the head, who could survive that? He held the stone up high, ready to strike. But Park Hana grabbed his hand and whispered, "His reflexes are godlike. Even if we confront him directly or try a sneak attack, we don't have a chance of winning. He's going to wake up just as you're about to attack, and he'll counterattack. You'll see." Jung Chol-soo was scared when she said that. But they couldn't keep suffering like this forever. Park Hana reached into her pocket. Her brother, a member of Will Raven, had given her something to prevent dangerous situations. That thing was the stinger of a giant zucchini wasp. A single drop of this poison was enough to Since I've already melted those 100 goblins, I have to finish the job properly, in a way that won't put the two of you in danger. When Kang Jin-hyuk woke up, Jang Chol-soo and Park Hana had already prepared food. They called it a meal, but it was just mushrooms and moss served on chopsticks made of rat bones. The plates were made of bark. Hearing him ask if that was really all there was, Park Hana replied sharply, "What else do you want? There's nothing else edible around here. If you want more, go hunt some rats and butterflies yourself. We're at this point already, and you're still being picky?" Kang Jin-hyuk didn't complain anymore. He just told Park Hana, "Give me the water bottle and give Jang Chol-soo some more mushrooms." Jang Chol-soo slid a few mushrooms onto his plate. "I didn't expect you to like this disgusting stuff. Here you go." Park Hana handed him the water. She thought to herself, "I can't believe I have to serve him like this." The people watching on the Hall of Fame channel could see everything through Park Hana's perspective. They were also very excited, constantly telling him to eat more, saying, "This is what they call dying from gluttony." Park Hana was secretly happy inside, seeing him happily eat the mushrooms. Suddenly, the plate of mushrooms fell and scattered all over the ground. It wasn't Kang Jin-hyuk, but Jang Chol-soo who sprayed a mouthful of black blood. Streams of foul energy surged up from her throat, causing her to struggle, clutching her neck as she collapsed to the ground. How stupid. Did these people really think he would eat the food they gave him? They were the foolish ones, not him. While he was asking for more food, he had swapped the two servings while they weren't looking. He turned on his system interface and glanced at her. "You all should know that broadcasting secrets is considered cheating. The broadcast function is only permitted when fighting monsters. Bosses blocking the path to the next floor, any AI detected manipulating viewership or using other forms of cheating will receive a corresponding penalty." He activated the system and selected Report Cheating. The system posed a question. If no wrongdoing is detected, the reporter will be penalized. "Do you want to proceed with the report?" Ignoring her screams for proof, he calmly clicked. "Yes. You should see the look on your own face while you're broadcasting. It's clearly an advantage, isn't it? I didn't expect you to resort to this so soon. I'm a bit disappointed in you." Park Hana. Just as he finished the report, a red warning circle immediately appeared around her. The apprehension was complete. Her anonymity layer was removed. And even those who had just been watching her stream were forcibly barred from watching videos for 1 month. As for the penalty for the violating player, it was a grim fate indeed. Before she could even process the penalty being issued to her, that giant bull found her again. Park Hana immediately suffered temporary amnesia, forgetting that she had just wanted to kill Kang Jin-hyuk and hid behind his back. "You're going to fight again, right? Tell me which way to run. Hurry up, it's almost here." Kang Jin-hyuk didn't turn around. "Park Hana, you really are shameless, aren't you? You guys were just planning to poison me, so why would you think I'd tell you where to go?" Park Hana's face turned pale. She stammered, thinking it was just a given, since he had always done so since they met. Sadly, the reason for him doing that no longer existed. The system displayed the conditions for copying Park Hana's skill and notified him. He had met the requirements to successfully copy the socialized skill, so now he didn't need her alive anymore. Park Hana screamed, "Wait, you'll regret this. Boss, I'm with Will Raven." As she spoke, the Minotaur punched the floor, shattering the spot where they were standing and knocking her flying. Kang Jin-hyuk said to the person sitting on the ground, "Watch carefully from there, so you know who you should be more afraid of, me or that stupid bull." With that, he charged forward with his blade, slashing across the bull's head. Still quite clumsy, but it still dealt damage. Not bad. He closed the distance with the monster. Since he couldn't kill it anyway, he just needed to dodge to keep it from killing him. Kang Jin-hyuk unleashed his fire element, scorching it. While the bull was distracted, he jumped behind it and kicked, forcing it to stagger and kneel on one knee. He stood behind it, watching it kneel in place. "Don't go crazy now. You'll get all stiff, and the meat will be hard to chew." He said that on purpose to wait for the moment it would use its trump card. Just as he predicted, the system popped up a notification. Minotaur, Guardian of the Labyrinth, has activated the skill Berserk, level 10. Within 5 minutes of activation, its attack power, attack speed, and axe swinging speed, its temporary intelligence boost allowed it to speak the opponent's language. The bull tensed up and roared, echoing through the labyrinth. "Human, I will crush you and scatter the rest of your flesh throughout this dungeon so you can never trespass here again." Kang Jin-hyuk held his blade in front of the giant monster. It seemed his mana proficiency had increased compared to before. He held his blade up, took a stance, and said, "Bring it on." Every time the monster attacked, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't dodge anymore. He faced it head-on with his blade. Kang Jin-hyuk enjoyed the process of confronting this monster. In the past, he hated having to start over from the beginning, even after he had already come so far. He was helpless against the fact that nothing would change. Whether in real life or in the game, everything is hard as hell. However, after countless deaths in that garbage game, he finally felt a response from this world, as if it were created for him. After many exchanges, his gap stat kept increasing. "You're just acting tough, human. In the end, you can't even scratch me." As soon as it finished speaking, it was silenced. Its enhancement time had run out. Berserk is a skill that allows for the release of ultimate power for 5 minutes. However, after the duration ends, the user cannot move for 24 hours. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't attack it or do anything, but turned around to check his gap stat. It had reached 57 points, closing the gap by 19 levels. There were 20 days remaining. At this rate, he would reach the 100-point goal soon. Park Hana saw the bull go motionless and asked, "Is it over?" Kang Jin-hyuk smiled brightly and replied, "It only stopped because Berserk ran out. If we waited another day, it would start chasing us again. There are still 20 days left. Why are you in such a hurry?" After dodging the continuous kicks from Minoto, he gained another 0.01 points of distance. Once he hit the 100 distance goal, he lunged forward and delivered an uppercut. He knocked the bull back and stomped on its horn. "Goodbye, Black Bull." After dealing with the monster, he turned to Park Hana. "From now on, I am officially hiring you as an intern for Go & Company." Seeing her keen, Kang Jin-hyuk asked, "Not interested?" Sensing his shift in tone, Park Hana immediately became eager. "I'm interested. Please, let me join. I've wanted to get hired by this company for a long time." Seeing that the candidate was quite enthusiastic, Kang Jin-hyuk interviewed her, asking what she could contribute to the company in the future. Park Hana replied that her unique skill was networking, and she believed that skill would be useful for Kang Jin-hyuk's future projects. Kang Jin-hyuk stepped closer, looking her right in the face. "I will inform you that the first candidate for Go & Company is unqualified." Seeing his deathly gaze, Park Hana panicked, trying to think of anything else she had to offer. She knelt down and hugged his legs. "I'll give you Abraham's ring. My brother traded Korean ginseng with the Chinese to get it. Please, at least let me keep my life." Abraham's ring was one of the best items obtainable on the first floor. The user gains increased movement speed, magic resistance, and the ability to block monster mana. Even though she was terrified, Kang Jin-hyuk still activated the Eye of Truth to check her reliability. He waited for the system to confirm her words were true before he believed her. The ring was in Will Raven's possession. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Congratulations, Park Hana, on becoming an intern for Go & Company." At the same time, he informed her of the company's benefits and duties. The benefit was that the company doesn't pay interns, and the main duty was that whenever he calls, she must appear whether it's 3 a.m. or in the middle of Jeju Island. She must comply. Of course, there had to be a contract. If he let her leave this maze and she ran away, where would he find the ring? Park Hana thought she would have to write a contract and sign it on paper, but Kang Jin-hyuk invoked the memory of the world. He combined his networking skill and fire element skill to create a soul seal. A bright blue flame flared on his hand. Kang Jin-hyuk used his other hand to grip Park Hana's shoulder tightly. "It's going to get a bit hot. Welcome to Go & Company, intern." The soul seal was branded onto Park Hana's face. With this mark, she had to obey every command from the caster. Any action that caused harm to the caster was forbidden. Failure to comply would cause the branded person to suffer full-body pain. After being forced into a slave contract with the rising capitalist, the maze finally opened to reveal the light. Park Hana, after being trapped for a month, knelt on the grass, gasping for air. The system announced, "You have successfully cleared the first-floor maze for the first time. The clear record will be displayed on the Hall of Fame. Each player will receive 5,000 coins." Park Hana teared up, joyfully accepting the coins. So this was the result of all her struggles. Kang Jin-hyuk walked over and called out, "Intern." Since she was happy and impatient to receive her rewards, she excitedly replied, "Yes, boss." To her surprise, Kang Jin-hyuk held out his hand and ordered, "Hand it all over to me." That single sentence from the boss sent Park Hana from heaven to hell. Ignoring the company intern crying, Kang Jin-hyuk tallied his current total, 10,000 coins. At this point, he was surely the richest person around. After the robbery, he ordered Park Hana to retrieve Abraham's ring and bring it to him in 3 days. Hearing her complain that 3 days was too short, Kang Jin-hyuk directly activated the Soul Seal skill to shorten the deadline to 2 days. Park Hana, with a handprint still glowing on her face, weakly replied, "Yes, I will try to get it." As the two passed by a shopping center, They heard news that Go-Dagun would represent South Korea and head out to attack the boss in 1 week. Everyone in Go-Dagun knew. They were currently members of South Korea's #1 guild. Since the US, Europe, and Japan were still struggling, expectations for them were quite high. It had only been a month, and they were already preparing to attack the third-floor boss. Even he wasn't in that much of a rush. Kang Jin-hyuk wondered how much that guy would regret it when he finally met that boss. He understood that everyone was impatient to seize resources in the tower as quickly as possible, but the fixed time for each floor was a full 90 days. In other words, there was no need to go up to the second floor yet. Don't even mention the third floor. If your strength isn't sufficient and the difficulty increases, the moment you step into that world, the pressure will be immense. If humanity collapses, it isn't like a game where you can just respawn. The first thing to do is go home, take a bath, and collect information. See what has happened over the past month. To get quality information in a society full of useless and false news, he needed people he could trust. A reliable source he had known for a long time, none other than the friends he used to grind with in the game Tower of Trials. A few years ago, a boy in a bee butterfly suit named Lee Taemin, and a girl wearing gloves and a pink puffer jacket named Yoo Jeon-hwa, meeting in real life at a cafe. One was a seemingly well-behaved boy, and the other, a girl with a bit of a rebellious streak. Even he, as their leader in that game, never expected the first meeting of the three would be like this. Kang Jin-hyuk activated the Eye of Truth to check their stats. As he suspected, Lee Taemin had received a unique skill, Monarch's Machine. This was a unique skill specialized for large-scale battles. Other than consuming a massive amount of mana when used, the skill was flawless. Yoo Jeon-hwa also had a unique skill, Extreme Taekwondo, a skill specialized for close-quarters combat. Given their similar levels, he guessed that the two had been farming monsters together. The condition for copying was that all three had to reach the 20th floor. Seeing him silent for a moment, Lee Taemin spoke up. "Hey, it's your turn." Kang Jin-hyuk, startled, introduced himself, and declared his nickname, Kang Jin-hyuk. He was 27 years old and had worked as a streamer on BGTV. Hearing that, Lee Taemin said he had been following him the whole time, though he had given up on it by now. Seeing him go silent for a moment, Lee Taemin spoke up. "Hey, it's your turn." Kang Jin-hyuk blinked in surprise and introduced himself, stating his nickname as Kang Jin-hyuk. He's 27 this year and used to be a streamer on BGTV. As soon as he heard that, Lee Taemin said he'd been following him for a while, though he'd given up on it by now. Seeing him hesitate, he waved his hand. "Come on, keep going. It's been a long time since we ran into each other in the game, right?" Yoo Jeon-hwa agreed. "That's right, just relax." It seemed both of them were quite easygoing. After dealing with people who only looked for chances to betray or exploit him, he was honestly exhausted. But even though he had just met these people, he felt truly at ease. He could talk to them comfortably and ask them about everything that happened outside the labyrinth over the past month. After they told him about the shifts in guilds all over the world, a trend on BG surfaced. A group called Mai that specialized in kidnapping players and running production factories. Lee Taemin asked him, "Wait, where have you been for a month? You haven't taken the qualification test yet, right?" Kang Jin-hyuk took a scoop of ice cream and looked at him, confused. "What test?" The three of them sat in a taxi, and as they moved, Lee Taemin began to explain. As soon as the new trial tower appeared, people flooded in like crazy. But it's from the second floor onwards that the death toll started to skyrocket. So, South Korea began banning anyone who wasn't capable enough from taking the test to move up. And once you pass the test, they stamp an authentication code on your arm. Yoo Jeon-hwa held out her arm to show him the stamp. Hearing that, he understood the situation immediately. It seemed Han Sung-jin, the chairman of the Awakened Association, had successfully found a way to recruit talented individuals. With the excuse that it would reduce the number of casualties climbing to the second floor, he had convinced everyone. If that association was like that, he would exploit it for his own purposes. Since that test was introduced, people who received an F rank weren't allowed to step foot on the second floor. However, if a player had high scores, the government and guilds would swarm them with recruitment offers. That's why there were 3 types of people at the testing area. The first group just wanted to get into the rankings, whether it was D, E, or whatever. The second group came to support those who could climb the tower, reporters and media. The third group were the powerful ones who had proven themselves to the world. As soon as they arrived, the media would go wild. For example, there was Park Hana, who survived the labyrinth with her brother, Park Ha-jin, the rising star of Will Raven. Behind those two was Kim Kite from Will A.B. Gladiators. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, cameras flashed continuously, not wanting to miss a single shot. Their bodyguards pushed the crowd to the side so they could move most efficiently. There are so many people here. What is this? A concert or something? The bodyguard, looking down on everyone, shoved people aside. Don't you see people walking? Move to the side. Keep moving. Don't block the path. One of them pointed straight at Kang Jin-hyuk, who didn't understand what was going on. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me say get out of the way? Kang Jin-hyuk, seeing the guy acting so aggressive, pointed at himself in confusion. Move out of the way? Why should I do that? I'm still waiting for my turn. After all, why on earth would you tell me to move? Park Ha-jin, seeing his bodyguard couldn't handle this guy, stepped forward. He shoved his hand into Kang Jin-hyuk's chest. I don't know what you want, but you're making a huge mistake. It's not too late to back off before I lose my temper. Kang Jin-hyuk hadn't even said anything, but the people around were whispering constantly, asking if he was crazy. If he really lost his temper, he'd be dead for sure. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, he realized that the jerk in front of him was the brother Park Hana kept mentioning. Park Ha-jin, that is. He stared at him, activating his Eye of Truth to see his stats. His unique skill was Black Strike. His other skills were Sprint, Invisibility, and Thunder Breath. The conditions to copy were, if the friendship level with the target was at the maximum, he would copy the unique skill. If the hostility level with the target was at the maximum, he could copy any skill he wanted. Seeing the words, maximum hostility, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this his specialty? Park Ha-jin, seeing him stare, kept poking his chest. In this situation, I'm doing this and you don't even react? I have eyes and ears everywhere, you know. Do you think you can escape? Park Hana walked over, wanting to ask her brother what was wrong, but before she could finish, she saw the person standing in front of him. Her face went pale, as if she'd seen a ghost. Why did her brother have to provoke this terrifying monster? Kang Jin-hyuk grabbed the finger pointing at him and bent it back. After breaking his finger, Kang Jin-hyuk calmly took a sip of water. Park Ha-jin was furious. You bastard! I'm going to mince you. Just as he lunged forward, he splashed his half-finished water bottle in the guy's face and kicked him in the back of the knee, making Park Ha-jin collapse. The crowd didn't understand what had happened. Did he trip, or did he dislocate his joint? Kim Kite stepped forward and said, just leave it at that. Kang Jin-hyuk activated his Eye of Truth to check his stats, but to his surprise, the system reported failure. Because the target's level exceeded the allowed limit, the skill was invalidated. This guy must be over level 20, while he was only level 1. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at him. I didn't know this guy had a babysitter. Kim Kite replied. He is a bit annoying, but since he's useful, I have to put up with him. Is that usefulness? The fact that he's supplying Korean ginseng to China? Don't ask me how I know that. That how isn't that important. Why don't you ask something more practical, like, for example, how to handle the side effects of Korean ginseng? Seeing that this guy seemed to know a lot, Kim Kite immediately activated Black Veil Level 3, creating a barrier where only he and the guy stood facing each other inside. In short, he wanted to trade that information for 10 exclusive dungeons from his side, but the guy didn't trust that he actually knew. Korean ginseng was a famous consumable item, known for its excellent ability to restore stamina and mana. However, if eaten raw, the user would receive an accompanying poison effect, like a side effect. Because of this side effect, his guild had struggled quite a bit. He told him that, to handle that, he just needed to use 3 items, Carasian Essence, Moonlight Stone, and most importantly, the root of a Mandragora. The first 2 are easy, but he doesn't know where to find the roots, so he'll make sure to ask where to get them during the transaction. Kim Kite asked him if he seemed more trustworthy now. Kim Kite didn't want to believe it, but he had no choice since what he said completely matched. The information from the guild's research and exploration team. Who exactly is this guy? How does he know all this? He pointed his golden blade straight at him. Even though he accepted the deal, he warned him to watch his back if he tried anything funny. Even with this information, demanding the 10 most valuable dungeons that the guild had monopolized was still too high a price. He wanted to assert dominance to show him his place, but unexpectedly, Kang Jin-hyuk directly drew his blade and knocked his sword aside. I think you've got the wrong idea, pal. I'm the one making the demands here. Outside, Lee Taemin and Yoo Jun-hwa stood back to back. As soon as the barrier was disabled, Kang Jin-hyuk walked out safe and sound and told the 2 of them to calm down. Lee Taemin lunged forward shouting, just give the order. Just say the word, and I'll paint this floor red with these guys' blood. He raised both hands and said, it's fine. On the other side, Kim Kite turned and walked away the moment he stepped out of the barrier. Park Ha-jin wasn't satisfied and shouted at him, wait, are you just going to let them walk away? He thought if he had just one more chance, he could take them out. Kim Kite was already annoyed. And now he had to deal with this idiot. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. He isn't someone a brat like you can mess with. If you try to act on your own again, I'll make you regret it. Got it? Park Ha-jin, struggling for air, quickly replied, Understood. The group turned and left, leaving him gasping for air and kneeling on the floor, coughing repeatedly. He had no idea what the hell had happened inside that barrier to make them humiliate him like that. I have to kill that bastard at all costs. While Park Ha-jin was kneeling there, face beet red, cursing continuously, Kang Jin-hyuk's copy condition was met. He chose to copy his thunder breath skill. With this, he could regulate his own breathing and heart rate. Now, time to take the test. He looked at the ranking board and saw Park Ha-na at the top, whistling in surprise. Oh, my own trainee? Did she eat ginseng before the test or something? That score is 1,775. Impressive. Almost double the person in second place. Next, it was his turn to enter the testing room. The proctor briefly introduced the content of the exam. Examinees had to strike the magic stone. They could use any item or unique skill they wanted. The test measured magic power upon impact. The proctor saw him holding a blade and asked, Are you planning to just use your weapon? Kang Jin-hyuk replied, That's all I need. He walked over to the largest magic stone in the room. The proctor called out, Mr. Jin-hyuk, that's a mid-tier magic stone. Please use this low-tier one. Normal people couldn't even scratch the mid-tier stones, let alone anything higher. Ignoring him, Kang Jin-hyuk started activating his full stats. It was time to see if all that time struggling in the labyrinth had paid off. With a single swing of his blade, the entire mid-tier magic stone was instantly split in two. The proctor's jaw dropped in disbelief. Most people who failed didn't have enough magic power to even reach the minimum threshold of the magic stone, but to be strong enough to slice a large one in half like that was something he'd never seen before. The proctor showed him the results. Magic power measured at 20,895. S rank achieved. He told him to wait a moment so he could report it to his superiors. Kang Jin-hyuk said, Hold on. Please delay that report for a week. I have my own personal reasons. After a week, report whatever you want. I don't care. Seeing him still hesitant to send the report, he raised his blade in a threat. I've learned many things in life. One of them is that distant water can't quench a nearby fire. You understand, right? Leaving the testing room, he leaned against the wall to wait for his trainee. As soon as Park Ha-na saw him, she held out the ring. I came to bring what you asked for. Kang Jin-hyuk happily accepted it. I told you we'd make it in time. Seeing him take it and turn away, Park Ha-na started crying, chasing after him. I kept my promise. Now take this thing off. He kept walking, waving his hand, and said, Let me think about it. I'd be an idiot to take it off. Let me see what else it can do first. Leaving the testing site, hearing he got an F rank, Lee Taemin and Yoo Jeon-hwa didn't seem to believe it. They were convinced his rank would be higher than theirs. Kang Jin-hyuk replied, This is just a temporary rank. I'll go retest next week, so we'll see then. He told them not to worry, and to just keep climbing the tower, promising to get in touch later before getting into his car. The first test categorized players by measuring their magic power. Those who passed the test had to take a second one. The content was simple. You just had to clear a dungeon in the trial tower. Since the test had no difficulty limit, most players chose dungeons with goblins or orcs. However, the dungeon he intended to clear was the only ruin on the first floor. Even since the trial tower was first launched, 11 years ago, and even up until it appeared in the real world, it had remained a territory that no one had ever been able to conquer. It had been a long time since he last visited this castle of indulgence. Since he was only F rank now, he couldn't go into those ruins alone. And even if he wasn't F rank, the guild managing the ruins wouldn't just sit by and let him raid it whenever he wanted. So he thought of a way. Sign up as a porter and just walk in. One of the guys in the group asked him in a friendly tone, What brings you all the way out here? Kang Jin-hyuk replied, To stay alive, you need a lot of money. The other guy laughed. True enough. Isn't that how everyone is? I'm here to make money, to support my life with my beautiful wife and lovely kids. Kang Jin-hyuk listened in silence. Guys like this usually end up dying first in stories. After bragging, the guy turned and sighed. Those F-rank guys always have to be extra careful. Just one tiny mistake could cost you your life, and even paramedics wouldn't be able to reach you, because machines don't work inside these ruins. After walking for a while, they finally reached the ruins. The conquest mission began. Specifically, they had to defeat the boss and claim the throne deep within the ruins. The reward was the right to choose one relic. While the group was resting, Kang Jin-hyuk received a notification that the reward for being the first to conquer the tower had arrived. The reward opened up, granting him a +10 increase in both luck and adaptability stats. Frozen Heart was activated. This skill helps one stay calm in difficult situations. The exclusive passive skill had also been triggered. If you save up rewards granted from before, you can choose the best among all the options provided. Just like how back then, picking a decent one out of thousands of rewards was already a great deal. But now, the concept of probability had become meaningless to him. A magical light beam illuminated the center of the yard, and 50 people appeared. The man in the lead was wearing armor. This was the main strike force of Wabahi. Kang Jin-hyuk activated Eye of Truth to check the team leader's stats. His name is Song Jung-ah, level 14, and his unique skill is item weight reduction. The condition for copying his skill is to earn his loyalty through this conquest. That condition is a real pain in the neck. However, he found it quite strange. How could the leader of a main strike force from a top 10 national guild be only at that level? A bit disappointing, but as long as they didn't stand in his way, that was fine. As they walked, they arranged their rankings and squads by level. The group trailing behind was led by a guy wearing a hood that covered his face. It's going to be pitch black from here on out, so make sure you stick close behind me. If you get lost, I can't save you. With that, he activated Illuminate level 1. As the light hit, they could see monsters inside the ruins that had been dealt with by the high-level team ahead, lying scattered all over. After walking a bit further, the Porter squad caught up with the high-level team. Kang Jin-hyuk took a quick look. It was strange. Fighting that many monsters without a single casualty, given the combat power he'd just seen from Song Jung-ah, that should have been impossible. Seeing him just standing there staring at the high-level team, a guy from his squad walked over and tapped him on the shoulder. "What are you doing? Hurry up and bring the water and ice over here. We'll handle this side. You go over there and look after the foreigners." "Oh, right. My bad. He was just a porter, after all." The foreigners the guy mentioned were the ones wearing gold armor with a familiar symbol on their sleeves. Looking closer, it resembled the symbol of the European upper class. There were also people bearing the Guizian symbol. Seeing someone quite short over there, he carried the cup of ice water over, intending to strike up a friendship. "You've worked hard. Drink this cup of ice water." The person politely replied, "Thank you." Kang Jin-hyuk also activated his socialized skill, so the other person would feel a sense of warmth from him. The short person took off their helmet to his surprise. It was a girl. This was the youngest daughter of a European noble family, Teresa Zhu Lawrence. She was an all-around player, and to Kang Jin-hyuk, she possessed holy power that could be used for both attack and defense. She also had the ability to use healing skills to support teammates. She had saved all of Amsterdam when it was nearly destroyed by riots. She was one of the most famous players in Europe. The Saintess of Europe, Teresa Zhu Lawrence. Now he understood why there were no casualties. With her, they could certainly take down the undead most effectively. But why is everyone trying to climb the tower now? Why did they choose to conquer these ruins instead of challenging the third-floor boss? Eye of Truth was activated. Thanks to his luck and adaptability stats, he could bridge the gap in levels. Teresa Zhu Lawrence's level had reached level 29. Her unique skill is Blessing of the Star. Besides that, she also had skills for Holy Power Reinforcement, Stealth, Hand of Blessing, and Illusion Barriers. The condition to copy her skill was to save this girl from a dangerous situation. With stats like those, it's truly impressive. No wonder so many people fawned over her. Regardless, the status window showed she was on a professional quest. It seems this was the reason she gave up on fighting the boss. At that point, Teresa returned the glass to him and smiled. "Thank you." Kang Jin-hyuk replied, "Thank you." He was the one who should be thanking her, after all, because she had created the opportunity for him to obtain the unique skill of the knight who was rumored to be the most formidable. The problem was how to orchestrate a situation that would put her in danger. Suddenly, the ruins shook. Someone ran over and shouted, "Jung-ah, over here, hurry!" By the time Song Jung-ah ran over, casualties had already occurred. Their group had triggered the Guardian Crystal. The Guardians of the ruins had spotted the intruders. The security system of the ruins would awaken when stimulated from the outside. Upon awakening, it would summon Guardians to protect these ruins. Song Jung-ah clutched his head. Just leave it alone. How could this happen? Which idiot touched the crystal? Complaining now won't help. It's already awakened. We only have 10 minutes left. Facing the Guardians with our current combat strength is no different than walking into our own deaths. At the very least, more than half of the people here will die. If we evacuate everyone who can't fight within 10 minutes, maybe we could save them, but it would take so much effort. You were just promoted to team leader. How can you let things end like this? He thought quickly, then firmly ordered, "We will continue to advance inside." The people next to him immediately protested. They all said he was crazy. Reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and in no time, the Guardians would swarm out from all sides. Song Jung-ah shouted, "Shut your mouths and follow me. Hurry! I'll take responsibility. There's no need to wait for reinforcements, because we have the Saintess, Teresa, right?" The solo players following behind didn't see a problem. They felt there was nothing to worry about. There was no way a large guild like Weebahi would act without a plan. All they had to do was follow the captain's orders. For all they knew, the vanguard had already wiped out all the Guardians, leaving nothing for them to do but walk right in. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ruins Guardians swarmed in from all sides. One of them used its massive 2 fingers to pinch a man, taking him out instantly. The vanguard, led by Song Jung-ah, had just finished their preparation when he anxiously announced that the Guardians had appeared and told everyone to get ready to fight. The formation was quickly adjusted, tanks in the front, porters in the back. Everyone moved fast, getting ready to provide buffs to the tanks and the main damage dealers. The damage dealers activated all their skills one after another, including Song Jung-ah's Iron Shield and group enhancement buffs. As Lee Chun-mi activated her Warcry skill, the Guardians surged forward, completely surrounding the group. The solo players in the back couldn't hold on any longer and started screaming for backup. Song Jung-ah kept moving, staying focused on the battle ahead. Before they started, he knew there would be casualties. There was nothing else to do. Now was not the time to worry about those guys. Compared to his guild's tactical members, those solo players were nothing but dead weight. Just as the solo players thought they were doomed, a pale yellow light flashed forward. Teresa activated her 10 crosses, slicing through the Guardians. She scanned the area and noticed 2 Guardians had bypassed the vanguard. The non-combatants were in danger, and she needed to reach the supply room quickly. Teresa's assumption was spot on. The supply room was already in ruins. The man who had spoken to Kang Jin-hyuk earlier was injured, leaning against the ground for safety. "Damn it. My life is over," the man groaned. A Guardian saw him defenseless and raised its axe to strike. But Kang Jin-hyuk stepped in with his blade to block it. He slashed at the monster repeatedly, standing between the porter and the Guardian. "What are you talking about? Didn't I say we were going to survive this together?" The Ruin Guardian saw him blocking its path and shifted its target, reaching out with its hand. Just as it tried to grab him, Kang Jin-hyuk dodged it, simultaneously activating a fire element skill to counterattack, burning it to pieces. He figured someone else would come to deliver the final blow. He still needed to get used to this fire element skill, so he couldn't kill it just yet. Still, he couldn't believe the guys in front actually dared to wake the Guardians in such a brutal ruin. This didn't bring any benefit at all. If not them, then who did it? When Teresa came sprinting over to help, the sight she saw was Kang Jin-hyuk holding a knife with a sinister expression, while another porter sat on the ground, shaking in fear. In a blur of motion, she lifted the man up and shielded him from Kang Jin-hyuk. "I thought you were a good person, but I never expected you to be the type to use a blade to threaten someone who can't even fight back. So, you're the one who woke the Guardians? I'm going to arrest you." After playing the hero, he didn't get a reward, but was falsely accused instead. Kang Jin-hyuk pointed to his own dumbfounded face and asked, "What?" Teresa didn't waste any time and attacked immediately to detain him. "Don't resist. I don't want you to get hurt. You can give your statement at the association." Kang Jin-hyuk dodged her attacks repeatedly, insisting there was a misunderstanding, but Teresa wouldn't listen. This girl claimed she didn't want him hurt, yet every strike she landed was heavy. It seemed she was too fired up to hear a word he said. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back either. When she raised her shield to strike again, he leaned in, swept her feet, and knocked Teresa straight into a hole. Kang Jin-hyuk sat cross-legged to the side, holding his blade to her throat. Only in this position would she listen. "I didn't wake the Guardians. If I had, I would have killed you right here already." Everything happened so fast. The person who had been rescued finally snapped out of it and shouted, "Miss Teresa, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, why are you two fighting? Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk is the one who saved me." Now that the tables had turned, it was the Saintess's turn to be flustered. As soon as the man she had rescued walked away, she hurriedly bowed 90 degrees, apologizing repeatedly. "I'm truly sorry. I'm really sorry. I just did something completely unnecessary." Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hand to dismiss it, saying he didn't take it to heart. Anyone would have misunderstood. The two continued forward to reunite with the group. Teresa asked, "Your name is Kang Jin-hyuk, right? Why are you hiding your identity?" Kang Jin-hyuk replied that he was just like her. She joined the Zion Guild as a cover, but in reality, she was on a quest for a specific job to obtain the Oath of St. Peter item, and he was also secretly searching for his own item. Teresa was stunned, speechless. How could he possibly know all of this? Kang Jin-hyuk continued. "Besides, I'm well versed in everything about these ruins. With your current skills, I believe I can count on you. Furthermore, the items we both want are in the same area. So, what do you think? Can I join you? When they regrouped with the others and heard Teresa say she would be going solo, Song Jung-ah disagreed. No way. Are you crazy? We need to pool our strength and move forward together. You just said you wanted to go alone. What the hell is that about? Teresa countered that he already had the map leading to the storage point, and they already knew the strategies, so whether she stayed or left didn't really matter. Besides, their initial agreement allowed them to move independently before the boss fight. Song Jung-ah didn't want to agree because the situation had changed, but since the deal was already made, he had to accept it, warning her that she still had to meet up with them at the edge of the ruins. Teresa thanked him profusely and said she wanted to choose a porter to help her. Song Jung-ah was so overwhelmed by everything that he had a headache and told her to do whatever she wanted as long as she promised to come back. When Teresa went over to the porters to pick someone, everyone thought she was going to lead them into some dangerous spot, so they kept looking away. No one dared to look her in the eye for fear of being chosen. Kang Jin-hyuk raised his hand and volunteered. His colleagues immediately pressed him down, urging him, "If you go, you're definitely going to die. Nothing is more precious than your life. Even if she's beautiful, you only live once. Listen to us, kid. With the atmosphere like this, how could he possibly go? Well, guess. I'll have to take a gamble." With everyone looking at him like he was insane, Kang Jin-hyuk started to deliver some cheesy lines. "My lady, do you truly feel such a burning desire just by looking at a young, strapping man like me? But for me, this very moment is the time for me to burn with the love of my life. Even if I have to pay for it with my own life, I'm willing." As he finished speaking, the people around him were just speechless. With a look on their faces as if they'd stepped in something foul, they watched him walk off with Teresa, successfully splitting from the party to find the item they were looking for. Teresa said, "Look over there." The vow of St. Peter lay inside a red coffin, surrounded by a horde of undead guarding it. To get it, they needed to break the barrier. Before the two could do anything on the coffin, the system went into red alert, warning, "The Lord of the Fallen Corridor is tracking you." There was no doubt. This was a warning from the boss. It certainly had no interest in other players, but now it was locked onto him. Teresa asked if this meant it was focusing on both of them. He confidently replied, "No, that boss is focusing on me." This guy was truly overconfident, but she still wondered. If he claimed to know everything about this place, what was she supposed to do now? Following his instructions, Teresa leaped from above into the middle of the undead circle and activated her level 5 battle aura skill. All her stats would get a boost for 10 minutes. What she needed to do was quite simple. Just attract the attention of the undead. She just had to use her holy power. Then, the undead would be terrified of her. Teresa's holy power was enhanced to level 5, emitting a light like a mini sun that caused the undead to constantly retreat and dodge. They were terrified, as if they were being burned. Wherever she moved, they backed away. Now was the time to strike. Kang Jin-hyuk jumped down, stomping on the heads of the undead. Most of the undead were lured by Teresa. By delegating this to her, he wouldn't gain unexpected levels. Right after that, a wave of dark energy, dark red, and much more powerful, swept through. The Reaper of the Hidden Relic, a high lich, had appeared, a monster covered in black rags over a dried skeleton, wielding a black and red scepter. Besides the high lich, there was also a headless knight trying to punch him. Kang Jin-hyuk leaned back to dodge, not expecting to run into a headless knight here. It seemed things had changed when he brought Teresa here. The dark light from the high lich could easily wipe out the headless knight, and the undead, whether they flew or crawled, were also likely to take friendly fire. Even a level 3 barrier would be crushed by that dark light. Because of this, he deliberately danced back and forth near the coffin's barrier to exploit the high lich's attacks. As long as they didn't hit him, hitting anything else was useful. After dodging a few moves, the coffin's barrier was shattered by the dark light, causing the level 5 energy to break. Kang Jin-hyuk also shredded the headless knight, while Teresa quickly took care of nearly all the remaining undead enemies, leaving only the moving skeleton. Without him having to lift a finger, she split the skeleton in half with one vertical sword strike. The person who had just arrived stepped on the high lich's head and walked toward him. "Found you. There's only one guy capable of recognizing the behavior of monsters, so I was pretty sure you'd come here. Long time no see. You must have missed me." Kang Jin-hyuk looked at him. "Who the hell are you?" He activated the Eye of Truth again, using his luck and adaptation stats to compensate for the level gap. The stats showed the newcomer was Chun Du-sung, a level 29 swordsman whose unique skill was Sword Aura. The condition to copy it was to defeat him in a sword fight, to shatter Chun Du-sung's belief that he was the world's most peerless swordsman. The sharp sword engraved with the name Heavenly Dragon that this guy was holding was the relic stolen before he even arrived at the South Korean National Museum. Recalling the time when the Tower of Trials was still a game, there was a guy he had defeated, after which the guy kept challenging him no matter where he was or what he was doing. Kang Jin-hyuk asked him, "Are you that sick stalker?" Chun Du-sung was furious just thinking about the fact that he didn't recognize him just because the Tower of Trials had become reality. "Is that all you are in his eyes?" Kang Jin-hyuk grabbed his face. "I remember now. He just couldn't believe this guy had been trailing him since back in the game days." Chun Du-sung pointed his sword at his face. He wanted to continue their challenge. "This time, it will be different. We are both starting from zero now. I won't be left behind by you anymore." He wouldn't stop him if he wanted to fight, and he actually wanted to defeat him to copy his skill. But this place was no good. His teammates wouldn't sit idly by if they fought. Seeing his teammate Teresa, it was quite annoying, but he wouldn't let anyone interfere. Chun Du-sung activated his level 5 battle zone. Instantly, the two disappeared from Teresa's sight. Now that he had said goodbye to her, he raised his sword and took a stance. "No one will bother us now. Once again, I call for a duel." He simultaneously activated the confrontation skill. All of his stats would increase by 10%, while Kang Jin-hyuk's stats would drop by 10%. He was being caught in this guy's battle zone and confrontation skills. This situation had become disadvantageous. Coincidentally, when falling into a disadvantageous situation, the special condition of the fusion skill is activated. When the situation becomes unfavorable, for fulfilling the initial copy condition, the copy condition is modified, activating skill copying without needing to fulfill the condition. Of course, he chose to copy the guy's unique skill. The Sword Aura skill would increase sword mastery stats by 200%. The body would automatically unleash the most effective sword strikes, and the senses would also be enhanced. To Chun Du-sung, the thing he hated most was being ignored like air. Seeing him just standing there, not paying attention, he lunged forward and swung his sword. Kang Jin-hyuk used his dagger to block the blow. Clang. Clang. "You bastard. What are you trying to do, huh? What's up with your mid-range combat skill set? Are you fighting me with just that dagger?" He casually blocked the hits and replied with a smile. "This is enough. Swordsmanship is actually pretty fun, isn't it?" Every time he opened his mouth, he made the other person lose their mind. Chun Du-sung immediately activated his skill, the soul-chasing spirit blade, to trade a few moves with him. Neither of them had been hit yet, but the floor had already been carved with 2 long gashes by him. Kang Jin-hyuk dodged and asked if he wasn't going a bit too far, using the spiritual power from his relic sword to fight a novice swordsman like him. Chun Du-sung lunged forward, shouting, and raised his middle finger with his other hand. "Like hell, you're a novice swordsman." Even though he wasn't a novice, trying to block spiritual power with a blade right now, it's going to shatter. If that happens, he'll have to use the soul demon pill he just acquired from the high-rank lich, then fuse it with his CA sword and the soul demon pill, forged from the hell sword, something capable of countering the spiritual energy from his own blade. A blinding purple light burst forth. The system notified him that he'd obtained the hell sword. This weapon boosts sword mastery stats by 500%. A necessary skill to earn the title of Sword Demon. He activated both the Hell Sword and the Dark Moon. However, this wasn't the full power of the skill. His magical energy wasn't enough to control it as he wished. Consequently, the dagger in his hand acted like a living thing, controlling his movements. The sheer, overwhelming power from the dagger made Chun Du-sung break out in a cold sweat. He was in the most ideal spot. Using 2 mid-tier skills, he should have been completely outclassing this brat inside that game. He had received death notifications one after another. Even now, in the real world, he'd tried everything to beat him once, yet he still couldn't. Realizing this made Chun Du-sung even more frustrated. He lunged forward, slashing repeatedly, while Kang Jin-hyuk, forced by the dagger's control, executed several swings that blew away his spiritual energy. "You just blew away my spiritual energy?" he retorted. "I've fought guys way faster than you. They used things way stronger than your sword, so you're really nothing." Another clash of blades followed. But this time, he was the one on the offensive, and Chun Du-sung struggled to defend. After a few seconds, his sword was knocked away and embedded in the ground. "Looks like I win. Though I honestly lost count of how many times this has happened." He didn't remember, but Chun Du-sung remembered everything. 138 times. Chun Du-sung sat down in despair, telling him to just kill him. Kang Jin-hyuk brushed off his shoulder. "Looks like it'll hit 139 next time. You have to understand, the tower isn't a place for games. This is a place where even high rankers can die if they let their guard down. That's why we need as many players as possible, the more, the better. Especially when they're as strong as you. In reality, it took 60 days to copy a skill from the same person, so he couldn't kill him just yet. Besides, he didn't need to go looking for this guy to copy him anyway. He'd come looking for a challenge sooner or later, handing over his skills as a tribute. He shook Chun Du-sung's hand, activating his persuasion skill to build favor. Chun turned to leave, declaring, "I lost this time, but mark my words, the result won't be the same next time." Then, he deactivated the battlefield. Chun Du-sung turned around and asked him, "Oh, by the way, I still don't know your real name." Kang Jin-hyuk didn't answer but shot back, "Our relationship isn't at that level yet, so why the hell are you asking?" He wasn't too persistent. If he didn't know the name, he'd just call him by his in-game nickname. His nickname, thinking of that nickname that made people unable to look him in the eye, he immediately shouted, "Wait," but it was too late. Chun Du-sung blurted out, "Kang Jin-hyuk." Teresa, standing nearby, looked dumbfounded and repeated, "Kang Jin-hyuk?" Meanwhile, outside, Song Jung-ah and her group were still struggling to deal with the tricky monsters. They thought they had cleared out a few, but suddenly, a group of iron guards crawled out from who knows where, and right above them, there was a high-ranking vampire. He bowed politely and introduced himself as Velos, a loyal servant to Alice von Ataraxia, the master of these ruins. One moment he was polite, the next, he bared his sharp fangs and grinned maliciously. Song Jung-ah broke into a cold sweat and irritably asked him what his purpose was. He must have had a reason to show his face here. Velos acted superior. Even though a sword was pressed against his neck, he didn't show any fear. He offered Song Jung-ah a choice, but it sounded more like a demand. 1. Quietly follow him. 2. Become a prisoner and his lunch. As he spoke, Velos unleashed blood frenzy, controlling everyone present and dragging them back to his territory. Meanwhile, Teresa and Kang Jin-hyuk had obtained the Ice Tear and the Soul Demon Stone. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the Ice Tear in his hand, rubbing it incessantly. He thought to himself, "I can't believe it. Something this hard to find, and I actually got it." Luck really is better than skill. Along with Teresa's holy power, his own stats had piggybacked and increased by 12. Just then, the Holy Knight received a message that made her look extremely panicked. It read, "The owner of the Saint A Monastery has sent an invitation. Specifically, if you want to rescue the raid team, come to the room deep within the ruins. If you accept, the monsters and traps leading to that room will be deactivated." As soon as she read the part about the raid team being captured, Teresa's face drained of color. She said sorrowfully that she had to go. Even if she could only save one single person, she wouldn't hesitate. She said she wouldn't hesitate, but immediately after, she felt something was wrong. She wondered if she could even defeat Alice von Ataraxia. What would happen if she became her toy, just like she wanted? Teresa sighed with regret, thinking that if she had gone with them back then, this might not have happened. Her lamentations reached Chun Du-sung's ears, but he didn't like getting involved in other people's business, so he just ignored it and said his goodbyes before leaving. He couldn't keep his mouth shut, so he had to point it out. Chun Du-sung glared at Kang Jin-hyuk with irritation and said, "If you're having a hard time making a decision, then listen to my advice. That guy over there has zero integrity and is selfish as hell. That's one of the many reasons I keep challenging him." Damn, this guy was giving advice while throwing shade at the same time. Chun Du-sung was visibly annoyed, but continued, "But I'm pretty sure of one thing. The only person in this world who can defeat Alice von Ataraxia right now is that bastard." Teresa heard this and smiled to herself. She didn't doubt it for a second, and immediately walked over, grabbing Kang Jin-hyuk's hand, and proposed they team up. Kang Jin-hyuk acted hesitant but played it cool. "My fees aren't cheap. Are you sure?" Teresa didn't lack money. She replied immediately, promising to give him as much as he wanted, as long as he helped her defeat Alice von Ataraxia. That sounded like a great deal. Naturally, he agreed immediately. And so, shortly after, the two of them headed to the deepest room in the monastery. They had only just reached the door, but the spiritual energy radiating from within was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Kang Jin-hyuk reassured Teresa, "Don't be afraid. In battle, it isn't always the strongest who win, none." As soon as the door opened, he reminded her that no matter what happened inside, she just needed to place her absolute trust in him. Talk about sweet talking. That was a smooth move to win a girl over. It was enough to make anyone swoon. When the gate finally opened, the boss greeted them with a weary look. "You're finally here. I was tired of waiting." Kang Jin-hyuk didn't bother to reply. He only cared about whether his companion was safe, so he used his owl-like vision to investigate. He wondered which damn fool had woken the guardians. Oh, there were the footprints. So it was that bastard Park Ha-jin. Once I get out of here, I'll deal with you. Before they could even ask, Alice von Ataraxia eagerly explained why she invited them. It was because of the scent radiating from Kang Jin-hyuk. She didn't mean body odor, though. No. She sensed the sweetest scent she had ever smelled, something completely different from anyone else. Alice von Ataraxia spoke while showing an uncontrollable excitement, almost like a total pervert. Kang Jin-hyuk was stunned. Why is this crazy woman talking about the smell of my blood? She didn't say that before. Does she find my scent bothersome? Alice von Ataraxia painstakingly explained that she was the type who liked to savor things, so he could live for at least 65 years, no need to fear. 65 years? Just thinking about it was terrifying. It was no different than being stuck with this woman for his whole life, with a straw stuck straight into his neck. Kang Jin-hyuk refused immediately, but before he could finish his sentence, he took a laser shot right past his cheek. I didn't ask for your opinion. You have no right to speak here, Alice von Ataraxia shouted, sitting up in anger. Seeing her ally almost die, Teresa asked if he was okay. Kang Jin-hyuk looked grim and replied, I'm fine, then turned to scold Alice von Ataraxia fiercely. Once that was settled, he offered her something even sweeter than his blood. Hearing there was something better than a meal, she asked out of curiosity, but she was still half doubtful. Even if you offer me anything, I won't change my mind. Ignoring the refusal, Kang Jin-hyuk kept pushing his point. Are you sure about that? Even if I offer you your freedom? 1 second she was firm, the next she flipped faster than a pancake. She was stunned. She asked back, freedom? The vampires nearby, hearing the word freedom, flew into a rage, ready to tear their prey apart. Baring their fangs, they shouted, How dare you say that here, you insolent human! I will tear you to pieces. The master hadn't spoken yet, but the servants were already mouthing off. Alice von Ataraxia signaled them to be quiet, then pressed Kang Jin-hyuk for answers. He hit the nail on the head. He immediately executed his plan. He pulled out a mask, put it on, and began to mutter, My name is Kang Jin-hyuk. As an incarnation of the demonic human in the tower, I will set you free from this place. It actually sounded plausible. Demonic humans were those who abandoned their humanity for money, hatred, or even their own beliefs. They went all out to stop other players from climbing the tower, sometimes even siding with the monsters in dungeons or ruins. Kang Jin-hyuk continued, I have already contacted the temple on the 27th floor. Your presence and the way to bypass the ruins' defensive barrier, that is what they told me. Teresa stood behind him, confused. What the hell was going on? Why was he suddenly acting like a demonic human? And what was this temple that made them tremble like that? On the other side, even though Kang Jin-hyuk knew about the temple, Alice von Ataraxia still didn't trust him, because anyone could say they could solve a problem that no one else could handle. Besides, you're going a bit too far for a smooth talker. I don't believe you. You do have sweet blood, though. What a pity. Die. After hearing Kang Jin-hyuk's nonsense, Alice von Ataraxia lost her patience. She stood up and activated her blood spear to attack her prey. Kang Jin-hyuk stood perfectly still, without flinching. Teresa, behind him, immediately rushed forward to block the attack with all her might. Kang Jin-hyuk, hide behind me. I'll use my holy power to stop them. She dodged the blows while protecting her ally. Alice von Ataraxia watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh loudly. But then she looked ruthless again. Ha ha ha. Seeing you use all your strength just to block a few hits, how funny. But I hate holy power. It's sickening to look at. I'll blow you both away. Despite the threats, Teresa remained overconfident, placing absolute trust in Kang Jin-hyuk, standing behind her. But unexpectedly, a friend you trust completely can betray you in a heartbeat. A knife from behind pierced through Teresa. The culprit was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl was so shocked she couldn't even speak, but she still tried to grab her ally to ask, whimpering and gasping with her last bit of strength. You said you had a plan. Was this your plan? Plan? What kind of plan? Kang Jin-hyuk replied by directly slashing her a few more times. This made Alice von Ataraxia very satisfied. She laughed with delight. Kang Jin-hyuk knew his chance had arrived. He took out Abraham's ring and said, To trick the barrier imprisoning you, Alice, I have prepared a 7-star magic spell. If I seal your soul into this ring, the barrier will be temporarily tricked. The magic circle will disappear forever after 1 minute. The magic will activate once you agree. The decision is yours. What will you do now? Alice von Ataraxia seemed swayed. But to be safe, before stepping into the magic circle, she didn't forget to remind her confidant, Velos. If he acts suspiciously, kill him and destroy the magic circle immediately. Although she had her guard up, she didn't like agreeing to a spell she had never seen before. However, Because she had been imprisoned here for so long, she decided to go all in. Alice von Ataraxia slowly stepped into the magic circle that Kang Jin-hyuk had prepared. She asked him one last time if she could trust him. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly knelt and responded by gently lifting her finger. At the same time, he activated his level 1 affinity skill. It seemed Alice von Ataraxia had opened her heart. I, Alice von Ataraxia, accept the soul seal. She said it, and then the ring immediately fulfilled its purpose, absorbing Alice's soul inside. Once she was completely absorbed, Alice thought it would feel suffocating, but to her surprise, it was incredibly comfortable. Once everything was fully settled, Kang Jin-hyuk finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the Blessing of the Stars skill was activated. Suddenly, Teresa rose up from the ground. Kang Jin-hyuk turned to her and offered a gentle, affectionate smile. "Welcome back," he said. "It turns out Teresa can be resurrected once, provided the death doesn't happen. Suddenly, and it takes 24 hours to reset the skill." No wonder he acted so ruthlessly back there. He had calculated everything in advance but just didn't tell her. Alice, trapped inside the ring, finally realized she was the one who had been played. Furious, she ordered Velos to skewer this lying scumbag immediately. Her subordinate gritted his teeth. "I'm swamped with work, and everything ends up on my plate. I told you not to trust him from the start, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're calling for help? What a pain," Velos muttered. He immediately cast his blood explosion skill to attack. Crimson windstorms surged forth like a tempest, but Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't about to back down. He instantly used a fire elemental skill to counter. The two were evenly matched, 50-50, with neither side willing to give an inch. While the heavy hitters were busy fighting, Teresa quickly rescued the hostages. They clashed for a while with no clear victor. Velos couldn't believe a human could withstand his magic. He had to pause for a few seconds to regain his composure. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk kindly explained that his own magic and fire were polar opposites to Velos's power. Furthermore, he told him he was mistaken. The very moment his master was sealed inside the ring, he had already lost. Everything happened exactly as he had predicted. Immediately after, Kang Jin-hyuk activated a unique skill from his Earth Sword. He completely defeated Velos's Black Sword Soul, along with all the lackeys trailing behind him. Witnessing this scene, Song Jung-ah couldn't help but gape in awe. She was so stunned that she blurted out, "Miss Teresa, who on earth is that guy?" Teresa paused, thinking that since he was wearing a mask, he probably didn't want his identity revealed. So, she replied to Song Jung-ah that she didn't know him and had only met him on the way there. Once that was settled, she turned toward Kang Jin-hyuk, who was approaching. She suddenly shed tears and thanked him for his help in saving everyone. Kang Jin-hyuk was stunned for a few seconds, but he immediately composed himself because that expression of gratitude had successfully fulfilled the condition. He had saved Teresa's life and successfully copied the Blessing of the Stars skill. Having obtained what he needed, Kang Jin-hyuk quickly urged the still sobbing girl to grab the holy relic so they could make a quick escape. However, before they could even get a good look at the loot, Song Jung-ah popped out of nowhere and blocked their path. "Wait, I'm the raid team leader. All the items from this expedition belong to the association." Before she could finish, Kang Jin-hyuk, radiating a murderous aura, asked back in a disgusted tone, "I saved your life, and now you're demanding a cut of the relic reward?" Song Jung-ah tried to explain that they would offer him a different reward, money or countless other things that could satisfy him. Oh, so Song Jung-ah wanted to regain some face for the raid team. Even though they had been taken hostage, if they could still secure the holy relics, they could salvage some of their reputation. Seeing she seemed sincere, Kang Jin-hyuk agreed to the trade, but he didn't forget to warn her, "If anything happens, don't come crying to me later." Song Jung-ah didn't have much time to consider the consequences. She hurriedly grabbed the holy relic in front of her with a devious look on her face. But immediately, karma struck back. A bolt of electricity surged through her body, causing her to stagger backward. That was a curse hidden inside Merlin's staff. It was a relic that could only be safely obtained if Alice was impaled. Since she was currently stuck in the ring, touching it would naturally bring catastrophic consequences. Song Jung-ah had no clue what the hell was happening. She kept screaming, "What the hell is this?" Teresa stood there, dumbfounded, covering her mouth, frozen in place. Kang Jin-hyuk had to walk over and nudge her along. "Stop looking at this mess. Just ignore her." A few hours later, at the entrance of the trial tower, countless reporters and journalists were swarming the outside, waiting for the tower clearers to emerge. They were quite skeptical, because the experts had said it would take at least 3 weeks for the expedition to finish, but they kept waiting, clinging to that tiny shred of information. However, they say waiting is always a form of happiness, regardless of whether it's early or late. And at that very moment, the announcement that the fallen corridor ruin had been conquered was quickly broadcast. Department head Kim Tae-chun of the Awakened Association hadn't even finished the cigarette he just lit before he was so startled he dropped it. The survivors of the expedition began to step out one by one. Countless camera flashes and shutters went off, directed right at Kang Jin-hyuk. Everyone kept chanting the name of the association, congratulating them on the conquest. But the real surprise was yet to come. The thing that left them absolutely stunned was Song Jung-ah's completely bald head. Not even a single eyebrow was left. Everyone assumed she must have fought so hard that she lost all her hair. Some were even moved to tears, wondering what kind of hell she had gone through inside. However, before they could overthink it, Teresa suddenly stepped out with a radiant smile, happily announcing that Song Jung-ah was not the one who conquered the ruin. Instead, she pointed toward Kang Jin-hyuk, introducing him as the one who actually did the work. She explained they were just spectators witnessing his performance. The crowd, upon hearing the news, instantly erupted, and the very next day, a series of reports about the masked man started appearing in the papers, all filled with flowery language. Although he knew this would cause a stir, the level of fame was beyond anything Kang Jin-hyuk had expected. He slurped his hot ramen while silently thinking to himself, "Smart move. Good thing I wore the mask. If I hadn't, this hole in the wall would have been packed with people long ago." After finishing his ramen, Kang Jin-hyuk remembered Alice inside the ring. He pulled her out to mess with her. Alice, still thinking she was the queen of that monastery, started shouting loudly, "How dare you shove me into that bag that was both dark and smelly all day, you rascal? Do you know who I am?" After hearing this hag threaten him, Kang Jin-hyuk's face suddenly changed. He became incredibly sinister, shaking the pendant with all his might, yet Alice still wouldn't submit, constantly reminding him of her grudge. Then, he ordered her to stop. It was clear who held all the cards in this situation. Kang Jin-hyuk, of course, was going to see this through to the end. He couldn't let this slide. He took great pleasure in becoming the one who toyed with the vampire's agony, completely ignoring Alice as she screamed and begged for mercy. This jerk kept shaking the pendant for 3 whole hours. After getting his fill, Kang Jin-hyuk switched to a condescending tone, ordering, "Stop crying and come out now, Alice." After being stuffed in a bag for so many days, she was finally free. The first thing she spat out was a vow to wash away this humiliation. "I will make you taste humiliation 1,000 times over. But wait, before she could even finish her sentence, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Instinctively pointing at herself, she screamed, "What the hell is this?" Kang Jin-hyuk put on a feigned innocent expression, saying he had transformed a part of her during the sealing process. So, she could be called a miniature version of Alice, and she wouldn't be able to use even 1% of her true power. Well, turning someone into this little thing is truly cruel beyond measure, but, even at 1% of her power, she was still much stronger than your average vampire. Alice's heart broke, and tears streamed down her face as she buried her head in her hands and sobbed, "Boo-hoo. I can't accept this reality. The freedom I wanted, it wasn't supposed to be like this." To make her stop crying, Kang Jin-hyuk interrupted, promising that he would help her gain the freedom she desired. "Alice von Ataraxia, if you help me, I will destroy those who betrayed you and help you restore your position as the head of the Ataraxia family that you lost." A few hours after Kang Jin-hyuk's boss-killing video was uploaded to the Hall of Fame, public opinion exploded once again. The raid that everyone thought would end in failure had turned around, thanks to the appearance of the masked man who brought a fresh wind, thankfully, not a hot, dry one. Countless comments were praising him, and even the Park clan had to like and subscribe, which shows just how hot it really was. Right at this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk was standing right in front of a famous guild. The monopolistic practices and corruption of these big guilds weren't his problem, but whether they dared to eliminate him was another question. Naturally, Kang Jin-hyuk wouldn't let that happen, and for people like them, he would wipe them all out. Putting on his mask, Kang Jin-hyuk charged into the top floor of the Will Raven building alone, where the chairman, Shin Ji-an-soo, was posturing and punishing Park Ha-jin for failing to eliminate his opponent in the ruins. He shouted aggressively and kicked the jerk in the stomach. "Our guild's reputation is being dragged through the mud and nearly lost. All because you couldn't teach that brat who dared to humiliate us a lesson, you useless piece of trash." But it was bad luck for the old man. He had just finished abusing his employee when he got abused himself by Kang Jin-hyuk. Seeing his opponent arrive, Park Ha-jin hurriedly seized the moment, thinking it was a great chance to restore his own honor before the chairman. However, how heartbreaking it was, Park Ha-jin was just a mosquito. Receiving one hit from Kang Jin-hyuk, he flew right out of the room. Kang Jin-hyuk sat majestically on the chair, completely relaxed, not even bothering to pay attention to the fact that the chairman was going insane, preparing to skewer him. Shin Jian-soo, bleeding, activated flash sword, and flew straight at him to stab him. Kang Jin-hyuk just sat there, but with just a single go piece, he snapped the opponent's sword in two. Shin Jian-soo, with a blank expression, wondered, "A go piece? Why?" Then he opened his trap to challenge him. "Did you come here for revenge just because I tried to kill you? You destroyed this entire place just for that? What the hell, man? You tried to kill someone, and then you ask that? You truly deserve to be punched." Even though he was the chairman, Shin Jian-soo was served a beating like it was his daily meal, repeatedly. When the hard approach didn't work, he used a soft one, resorting to threats. "We have 50 high-ranking members absent because they're tower climbing. If you dare to kill me, they will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Blood will never stop flowing, hatred piled upon hatred as long as one side refuses to forgive. The cycle of karma will continue forever. Hearing his logic, Kang Jin-hyuk felt embarrassed for him. "Well then, let's just end this. I'll be the one to seek revenge, and you guys can forgive me." He said that and instantly sent him off to meet his ancestors. Park Ha-jin, who had been blown away meters earlier, was still lying still as a statue, knocked out cold, not daring to make a sound. Kang Jin-hyuk temporarily spared him because the intern, Park Hana, had helped him quite a bit. Before leaving, Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly noticed the gatekeeper who was playing dead and told him to get up and introduce his profile right away. The guy heard that and hurriedly stood at attention, putting on a serious expression. "I'm Kim Hyung, 26 years old. I'm responsible for managing the general affairs of the Raven Guild. My major at Stanford University was computer science and accounting. You can trust me with everything." That seemed quite impressive, more so than an 11-year gaming veteran like himself, and besides, he looked quite handsome. To not waste a guild that was already on the rise, Kang Jin-hyuk decided to hand over the leadership of the guild to this guy. Kim Hyung was startled, so surprised he almost fell over. He said he'd be the leader, but in reality, he was only letting him be responsible for maintaining the guild's appearance. Kim Hyung still couldn't fully accept this. "But if I become the leader, no one will follow me." He pointed at his own blank face and shouted. But Kang Jin-hyuk had already calculated this. As if anyone would agree to have a secretary who couldn't even fight suddenly jump into the highest position, he told him to rest easy. Those who opposed him would be dealt with by others. And immediately, every single member of the guild, regardless of who they were, where they were eating, sleeping, or hunting monsters, all received an emergency summons to appear at the headquarters top floor. What the hell? Why an emergency meeting when we're busy as hell like this? 1. Guy who was busy farming monsters cursed after reading the news. However, a few hours later, they all had to scramble to gather. Just arriving at the base of the building, the chairman's motionless body and the ruins of the headquarters were laid out before them. What's more, the person sitting in the chairman's chair right then was Kim Hyung, which left the guild's A-rank players absolutely shocked to their core. Seeing this, he immediately took action, forcing him to recount exactly what happened. Kim Hyung only dared to mutter timidly that someone had just been entrusted with the leader position. He tried to make him understand, but the guy was still clueless. After seeing Alice's small stature beside him, he blurted out, "This little brat?" Alice immediately flew into a rage. "Who did you just call a little brat?" she retorted, then taught the guy a lesson in manners. Down below, Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but get a headache watching this scene. "I told you to manage her, but what the hell are you doing?" Continued. Just then, he received a message from the Awakened Association, informing him that his test results were ready. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly dashed off to collect his certificate. It had been about 2 months since the tower appeared. The world order had changed, and people were gradually getting used to it. Meanwhile, the news was also reporting extensively on the masked man. It drew massive interest because a ruin that an entire guild couldn't handle had been conquered by a single person. At that time, only 2 people knew the true identity of the masked man. One was Uncle Kim, the leader of the Porter team, who had happily agreed to keep the secret. And finally, Teresa, who also promised to take the secret to her grave. Kang Jin-hyuk felt somewhat relieved to proceed. All conditions were met. Nothing could hold him back now. It was finally time for him to seize everything at the Awakened Association. Kang Jin-hyuk received his Awakened certificate, free to go farm monsters. It was just that he was trying to hide his true strength, so he was only ranked F. Here, he also met his 2 friends from before. Upon learning he was the leader of Raven, they greeted him with great joy. After the pleasantries, Kang Jin-hyuk angrily cleared his throat and turned to scold Alice for blowing up the building just because she was called a little brat. "You've lived for nearly 1,000 years, and you can't handle a few provocations?" The girl wasn't one to back down. She bared her fangs and snapped back, looking indignant. Well, no one else has ever provoked me like that. Kang Jin-hyuk was fucking helpless. He didn't know what kind of creature she was. He gave up on arguing and told the damn girl to follow him to hunt. After getting snapped at and then having to go hunting with Alice, he grumpily told her to go by herself. Do you not have legs or hands? Kang Jin-hyuk didn't say much and just dragged her along. Because they were about to hunt a horde of monsters, he needed someone to support him. Whoa, there's still a hunting ground left? This got Alice quite excited. As other guilds were fighting over and managing all the lucrative dungeons, leaving no hunting grounds behind. Wait, that's what other people thought. Of course, that's not how Kang Jin-hyuk thought. He knew the tower very well. On the first floor, the trial tower, there was the Moon Lake, famous for having the most beautiful scenery in the tower. Ironically, no one visited it anymore. There were 12 statues here, and among them, there was something special. It wasn't just to make the lake look solemn. It was the key to entering a dungeon. Countless people had noticed the slot on the statue. Some thought it was a place to insert coins. Others said it was for a key. However, no one had ever found a way to open the statue because the key to this mechanism wasn't a normal key, it was moonlight. Kang Jin-hyuk skillfully used his hand to adjust the amount of moonlight entering the slot and the angle so that it matched the sequence engraved on the statue. Finally, after a few attempts, the door to the underground opened. Following Kang Jin-hyuk, Alice couldn't help but be surprised and blurt out, I never expected there to be a place like this inside the tower. It had been a long time since she felt the sense of freedom that she had long forgotten. Alice reached out to feel the rushing water, feeling strangely at peace. Kang Jin-hyuk stood behind her with a sly look. If she wanted to talk, he couldn't help but tease. Aren't you happy you accepted my contract? The girl suddenly blushed and shyly admitted, well, you're a leader worth trusting. Kang Jin-hyuk then stepped down into the basement while activating the Blessing of the Stars skill to use holy power. He used glacial tears to boost his magic power to 18, making it easier to keep Alice in check. Seeing the blank look on the girl's face, he suddenly had a bold idea. He wondered what the creatures inside the tower thought about the players. Did Alice realize she was just a piece of data in the game? Not thinking about the consequences, Kang Jin-hyuk asked Alice about what he was pondering, but somehow, what he said sounded like a scratched-up movie tape, scaring the girl half to death. It turned out that all information related to the tower was blocked. It couldn't be revealed to the creatures born inside the tower. They went deeper and deeper. At this moment, Alice suddenly felt something appearing. Giant, super-sized beetles crawled out from the cracks. That was also the reason people called this place a monster spawning ground. Seeing these disgusting creatures, Alice was trembling so hard she forgot she was a vampire. Kang Jin-hyuk yelled for her to back off, while he immediately attacked with Fire Fist and the Blessing of the Stars. He thought it would be easy, but no. The monster's physical resistance suddenly increased by 30%. Even though Alice was scared out of her wits, because she had been threatened with a roller coaster ride earlier, she still had to willingly, in spirit, be forced to destroy these bugs. Alone, she and her blood seal turned the whole sky into a sea of blood. Kang Jin-hyuk took the opportunity to close the distance, unleashing himself from his previous restraints. Now he officially joined the fray, activating the poison sword to teach them a lesson. All of you, come at me, Kang Jin-hyuk yelled with a devious look on his face. At the same time, at the Olympus Guild's meeting room, representatives of prominent guilds were gathered to discuss the war. The Titan Guild representative, Patrick, was the first to speak. As everyone already knows, the 8th raid to reach the 4th floor has failed. Out of 19 raid teams with a total of 100 people, only 9 returned. And the boss on the 3rd floor is nothing special. However, we must find a way to destroy the 100,000 statues it commands. Damn it, it sounds like Qin Shi Huang's tomb, doesn't it? The Zhonghua Guild representative, Tenwei, also interrupted, saying that even though they had holy items with reflection skills, they still failed and couldn't overcome their massive defensive line. After that, the representatives of the other guilds also began to join the discussion, along with the Olympus Guild representative, Maria. With Teresa by their side, the group started bickering, pointing fingers at one another, until they were on the verge of a full-blown brawl. Just as things were about to get physical, Patrick, the representative of Gititan, stepped in to break up the chaos from yesterday's gathering. He announced, "We've received an offer from the demons. They said they'd support us if we agree to their terms." Hearing the word demons, everyone's hatred was boiling over. Nobody wanted to fight alongside those globally wanted criminals. As they were bickering, a voice suddenly echoed from afar, sounding like it came straight from the underworld. "What do you mean by calling us trash? You're hurting our feelings." Oh, it turned out to be a demon. He had somehow teleported right there. Seeing him, Baek Jinho immediately flipped a table in a rage, intent on sending the guy to the afterlife. Tenwei joined the fray too, raising his sword and pointing it forward, ready to strike. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, Baek Jinho. The two, who were shouting at each other just a moment ago, were now on the same front, ready to send this demon back to his ancestors. Facing death, the demon didn't tremble at all. He remained calm, and brought out the ability to destroy the third-floor boss as bait to lure them into joining him. At first, everyone was still acting tough, but after seeing his unique skill, Black Moon Necromancer, activated, they changed their minds faster than flipping a pancake. A series of mobile skeletons were summoned. Numbering in the tens of thousands, they could form a powerful army. Once they realized he was a million-level summoner, along with the Staff of Greed specially crafted from 99 different materials, their attitude shifted completely, provided that he kept it all under wraps. In front of the public, the representatives felt it was worth the risk. Maria still disagreed. She kept voicing her opposition. Teresa stood on the side, thinking they had all lost their minds. She suddenly remembered that if Kang Jin-hyuk were here, they wouldn't be in this situation. Just as she was at a loss, Teresa suddenly received a video call request from the outside. And it was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Teresa was like a drowning person grabbing a lifebuoy. She immediately answered the call. What the hell is going on, Kang Jin-hyuk? He exclaimed in surprise while looking at the chaotic scene before him. The demon wasn't having it, swearing fiercely. Who the hell is that guy? Why don't you show your face instead of hiding behind that boring screen? Show my face? Fine. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't fear anyone. As soon as he appeared, the representatives were startled and stopped all their actions. The Kang Jin-hyuk, one, the man who single-handedly cleared the first-floor ruins. They looked at each other and whispered, "That's the super rookie that every guild in the world wants to recruit, the person they've been working so hard to find." Yet, he was standing right in front of them. They gritted their teeth, thrilled by his sudden appearance. The demon spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere with a snide question. "Do you even know that this boss hunt is completely different from the last time?" This guy was really bragging. "What could you possibly do that I can't with this many soldiers? Even the people here have to admit it, right?" Kang Jin-hyuk acted surprised. "Oh, really?" Then he dropped a line that made the guy want to crawl into a hole immediately. "There's no way you can do that with just a fake staff." "Hit where it hurt." The guy jumped in shock. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately made the representative see clearly the fake face of that bastard. He said, "Holy heart, holy oil, you clearly used these two items to create it." While explaining, Kang Jin-hyuk pointed out the evidence. The Staff of Greed had a ruby embedded under the skull, and it was impossible to have created a real staff after only 3 floors. Furthermore, the little minions outside couldn't even last half a day on a hunt, let alone fight. He stated firmly that the bastard clearly intended to abandon them after swindling some coins or items. While they were confused and clueless, being hit where it counted, the demon immediately flipped out, cursing him as an arrogant prick, and saying he would regret not accepting his offer, and that next time he would teach him a lesson. He didn't forget to look dangerous by saying bye-bye with a 360-degree spin. "I'll be watching you." When that bastard and his skeleton army vanished, everyone was left bewildered, asking each other what to do now. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't waste the opportunity, cutting in and telling them to leave it to him, no need to ally with the demon. He would handle it all by himself. Oh, this one sentence immediately left the big shots stunned. After all, they were opportunists. Regardless of whether he would succeed or not, the first thing they did was start trying to recruit the person every guild wanted. But Kang Jin-hyuk's answer was a hard no. "You don't need to pay me anything. Just block off the entire boss hunting area so no one else can enter. Just me alone is enough." That sounded absurd. The TV staff couldn't help but ask for the reason. The more he talked, the more suspicious they became. Kang Jin-hyuk, at this point, scratched his head and ears, shyly saying some words that were incredibly cringy. "I just do what needs to be done, all for the sake of the people I consider my most precious teammates." He struggled to keep from laughing like a dog. Teresa was incredibly embarrassed, but Baek Jinho felt like his nerves had been struck and immediately laughed loudly. "Absolutely fantastic. This is true camaraderie. As a guild representative, I can't say anything more. You make me see myself in you." How cheesy. Thankfully, the atmosphere seemed a bit better. Kang Jin-hyuk said his goodbyes, preparing for his one-of-a-kind hunt. However, who knew that behind a masked super rookie was a girl being exploited like a slave, single-handedly dealing with monsters far away? Just as expected, Alice couldn't help but scream for fairness because he dared to make her do all the work like a housemaid. Luckily, Kang Jin-hyuk still had a shred of humanity and intended to buy her some extra mana to recover. He just didn't expect that his own blood was the best mana of all. Once Alice finished drinking, she didn't complain anymore. She obediently jumped down into the bottomless pit with Kang Jin-hyuk, even though Alice tried to stop him since they didn't know the depth. But Kang Jin-hyuk was extremely confident because he had been here 100 times. He knew exactly how deep it was. He landed safely at the bottom, then used fire magic to light up the area. Alice looked at the monsters around them and asked softly, "Did we come to the wrong place?" "Wrong place? How could it be wrong?" Kang Jin-hyuk replied coolly, "We're in the right spot." He then looked forward, facing the giant thing sitting right in front of them. "Bugs of this size aren't enough to kill me. Why don't you show yourself, you stray dog wandering the desert?" The giant statue in front of me was perfectly fine until you insulted it. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately retorted, having prepared beforehand to keep taunting him until the mutt went berserk. Alice stepped in front of him. "This guy is dangerous. I'll hold him off. You leave now." Unexpectedly, she was actually worried about him. Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly smirked, then pushed her behind him. Alice warned him not to be reckless, or he'd die young. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't care, ignoring her and rambling on, preparing to put on a top-tier show to let her see who he really was. Inubit, watching this, flew into a rage and immediately activated his skill. Judgment of Inubit. "Answer me. Did that vampire woman reveal information about me to you?" The first question appeared. Kang Jin-hyuk stared blankly at the jerk. He knew exactly when this skill would activate. The judgment technique triggers once 3 questions have been answered, and the condition to copy it was to make this mutt lose his patience and destroy the jar containing his consciousness. Kang Jin-hyuk thought that if he successfully provoked him, he would gain the power to answer the most powerful question in the world. So he answered freely. Whether the answers were right or wrong didn't matter. Kang Jin-hyuk played along, answering all 3 questions. Once the condition to activate the technique was met, he was immediately immobilized for 1 minute, and all his stats dropped by 50%. "Now, I need a deputy to pass judgment for me." Inubit spoke up. After picking and choosing from the insects, he selected a giant black praying mantis, dark as coal, and introduced it as the warrior to pass judgment in his stead. Then he asked an annoying question. "What do you think of my mighty warrior?" Alice looked at the mantis and couldn't help but remark, "Gross. That thing looks hideous." Kang Jin-hyuk pulled out a mini music player, which could play a signature track that couldn't be destroyed until the song ended, as his comeback. Inubit thought this guy had been scared stupid by his terrifying warrior, wondering why he was playing music at a time like this. Kang Jin-hyuk closed his eyes, dodging the mantis's attacks while answering the mutt's confusion. "It's no big deal. I'm just enjoying the music. You idiot." It was a fatal verbal strike, directly infuriating the boss, because Kang Jin-hyuk brought the music because he had researched and tested hundreds of times to find a rhythm that perfectly replicated the giant mantis's attacks. He just needed to flow with the rhythm to counterattack like a conductor. Inubit also realized his opponent was dodging the attacks in rhythm and doing it perfectly. It definitely wasn't luck. 1 minute had passed, and Kang Jin-hyuk was drenched in sweat. Now that he was finally free from the seal and could use his skills and finishing moves, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately activated Phantom Sword, slashing at the mantis like he was mincing meat. Even though it was being shredded, the insect was tough, possessing the ability to regenerate its wounds pretty badass, right? But its opponent was no slouch either. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't stop, slashing away continuously, giving the beast no time to rest. Reviving, dying, then reviving again, it was exhausting. Seeing this, Alice's expression changed. You'd think she felt sorry for the mantis, but no. She wore a wicked smile. She thought to herself, "I never expected this guy to be this strong. If that's the case, he might be able to help me take my revenge." After beating his opponent until he was bored, Kang Jin-hyuk paused. Inubit saw this and quickly urged his warrior to attack. But he didn't know that a warrior chosen by a god usually has high pride. A move that could completely defeat a warrior's will who always believes they will win was an insult and a provocation. Kang Jin-hyuk, with a cocky look, walked over and sat on the mantis's head nonchalantly. The insect, insulted to the core, stood up, said something, made a throat-slashing gesture, and ended up committing suicide right in front of Inubit. It was such a ridiculous end. Inubit's face wrinkled like a sour lemon. He had no clue what the hell was happening. The mantis was gone, leaving Kang Jin-hyuk, the grimoire of ice magic. Thanks to it, he received the freezing skill. The benefits of being the only one with access, no wonder the big guilds fight over these lucrative towers. What an unexpected reward. Inubit was furious, grimacing as he admitted, "You're no ordinary human. but bringing that toy out to attack is just speechless. Fight me? You don't even dare to fight me directly. What are you rambling about? It's not even impressive that you're sitting on the 42nd floor. Hearing Kang Jin-hyuk's retort, even Anubit was doubtful. He was curious and asked, "You know, only my consciousness exists here, right? So what reason do you have to come here and challenge me?" Kang Jin-hyuk laughed heartily. "Reason? Do I need a reason? I just find it fun." This answer directly drove Anubit crazy. "Fun? You say it's fun? How dare a human like you use me for entertainment? Insolent." As the shout faded, the royal wasp swarm was activated. It was an ancient species of bee capable of summoning countless giant insects. Anubit had lost control, his mind clouded by anger. He shrieked, ordering his soldiers, "Kill that insolent human for me right now." Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't worried in the slightest. He combined the fire element and the freezing skill, a cool SOP version fusion, creating solar flare to counterattack. It was an AA rank skill. Mana compressed and exploded like a tornado. One sweep was enough to turn everything in its path into dust. Anubit was incredibly bitter. He changed his plan, activating the targeted object skill on the wasps in front of him, turning them into immortal creatures that constantly multiplied. Here it was, just as he had planned. He had already prepared. Kang Jin-hyuk pulled out a giant-size pill that increases an object's size by 10 times and fed it to the bees. Fortunately, he was feeding the bees, because if he'd fed it to a person, that would have been a disaster. It wasn't over yet. He jumped onto one of their heads and lured them all into one spot. Next, Kang Jin-hyuk created an unidentified cube from the items he'd bought earlier and trapped them inside it. Then he pumped a fire element inside, and boom, it turned into a miniature prison cell where they started slaughtering each other. Kang Jin-hyuk just sat back to enjoy the rewards. Easy game. The more monsters that spawned, the more experience points he gained. They were like the most efficient photocopiers ever. Anubis was absolutely losing his mind right now. He never expected the guy in front of him to be so terrifyingly prepared for everything. Furious, he wiped out the entire swarm of bees. Not wanting that freeloader to keep soaking up experience, Anubis hopped around like he'd been bitten by ants. He kept screaming and cursing, threatening him to save his pathetic life and climb to the top rank, and when he finally did, he'd punish the arrogant brat. Once the trash-talking ended, the desert jackal vanished completely, and the Anubis vessel was destroyed. Kang Jin-hyuk successfully hacked the skill. Judgment of the opponent. It was a top-tier skill, though there was a catch. If he violated the rules by using it twice on the same target, he would suffer the wrath of the ancient Egyptian gods. Coincidentally, he just received a notification that the ancient gods had started taking notice of him. Some of them even showed outright hostility. Kang Jin-hyuk sighed, muttering to himself and cursing the gods of this place for their narrow-mindedness. Alice, who had been standing in the corner this whole time, was still dizzy because she didn't have a clue what the hell just happened. She had barely sat down for a moment before Kang Jin-hyuk chased her away because he had a video call. How incredibly rude. On the other end of the line was Chun Do-sung. With a murderous expression, he greeted him by demanding to know which hole Kang Jin-hyuk was hiding in. "Do you not know where I am?" From his mouth, he learned that within 24 hours, the Awakened Association would host a tournament, and all players ranked AA and above were expected to participate. After saying that, Chun Do-sung requested that he join the tournament so they could have a proper rematch. What a total fanboy, chasing him all the way here just to ask for a fight. With his schedule packed tighter than he could handle, Kang Jin-hyuk naturally refused immediately. "Time is money, you know." "No, you won't be able to refuse this," Chun Do-sung asserted confidently, then pulled out a black market ticket that he had just swiped as a bargaining chip. Hearing about a black market ticket, Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes lit up like high beams. According to Chun Do-sung, unlike the item shop where players use coins to trade, the black market is a secret auction held for members, who have received invitations to bid on items using cash, just in time, as he needed plenty of items to take down the third-floor boss. Who knows, he might find some good stuff there. Even with the ticket, Kang Jin-hyuk still wasn't interested, but Chun Do-sung kept pushing, bringing up the winner's reward. The winner would be granted two choices. First, to choose a replica of an item from the National Museum of South Korea, or second, to face a player who hadn't participated in the tournament, with the right to pick the opponent. Once he heard that, Kang Jin-hyuk went ballistic. Something just felt off. He snapped at Chun Do-sung, this time, in front of everyone. "I'm going to mince you into pieces." Cursing as he might, the young man still ended up having to drag his butt to the tournament to participate, looking completely bored. While sitting and watching those guys below, putting on a show, Kang Jin-hyuk uploaded his video to a newly created channel. It went viral instantly and raked in money because the video featured the unknown guy. Teresa and the rankers from the main guilds were there, but since the part showing the demons appearing had been edited out, no one criticized the guilds or picked fights with the main parties. What would they even gain from that? Countless comments started appearing, praising him. His personality is so cool, that's badass, and so on. Taking on the boss alone, he's a beast. The reaction from the netizens was exactly as predicted. The masked player in the story made everyone curious, standing openly in front of the main, guild leaders, and declaring that he would solo the boss naturally. The atmosphere became hotter than ever. Roughly calculating based on view counts, 50 million was a massive number. With every 10,000 views earning 100 coins, 50 million meant 500,000 coins. After subtracting the 90% fee, a ripoff that's even worse than loan sharking Kang Jin-hyuk could still pocket around 50,000 coins. That was more than enough for him to spend lavishly. He was already thinking about buying a castle and becoming a tycoon. But the guys down below were still fighting pointlessly. Kang Jin-hyuk yawned, bored to death, waiting for the end of this damn tournament. They were all players ranked AA or higher. The Awakened Association opened it up with an unedited livestream so the entire public could see just how strong and reliable these players really were. In other words, this was a way to calm the tension, which was stretched thin as a wire, and to boost the association's credibility after several consecutive failed attempts to conquer the third-floor boss. Finally, after a long, drawn-out battle, a winner emerged. Naturally, it was none other than Chun Do-sung. With confidence to spare, before the MC could even finish listing the winner's rights, Chun Do-sung interrupted to choose his next opponent. Everyone assumed it would be one of those heavy hitters like some guildmaster, but surprisingly, he stood right in the middle of the arena and pointed straight at the spectator stands. To the confusion of the audience, the sword tip happened to point toward the representative of the Black Cloud Guild, Hongdok Pyo, and AAA-ranked Dong Jo-hyun. It made him think he was being called up, and he prepared to move. But Dong Jo-hyun almost embarrassed himself, luckily. Hongdok Pyo stopped him in time. Chun Do-sung just stood there, motionless. Kang Jin-hyuk had no choice but to show himself. But as soon as he appeared, the silent stands erupted into chaos. Everyone rushed to check his info, but oh boy, they were stunned to see it was just an ordinary F-rank player. Just after jumping into the arena, Kang Jin-hyuk looked exhausted. He begged me earnestly, so if you lose this time, stop acting like such a hothead, okay? People really need to learn how to give up. We've barely crossed paths, and this guy is already provoking me in every way. Just the word hard work made Chunju-sun completely lose it. Hard work? I haven't stopped for a single second to try and catch up to you. If you want that ticket, give it everything you've got. After saying that, he impatiently got into a fighting stance, ignoring the other guy who sighed in boredom. Here we go again, but, well, I'm already here. Kang Jin-hyuk decided to teach this annoying stalker a lesson, and then, after a chaotic flurry of crashes and bangs, both the arena and the roof were blown away, leaving behind a scene of absolute ruin. Chun Do-sung, battered and broken, managed to gasp out, "Just how many skills do you have, Kang Jin-hyuk?" As he collapsed flat on the ground, Kang Jin-hyuk hurried over, not to help him, but to snatch the black market card before wearing a sinister grin. He promised to put it to good use. The crowd in the stands looked at him with awe and fear, whispering incessantly. Spotting some acquaintances, Kang Jin-hyuk acted friendly, greeting the old man and the girl from the museum. They were terrified to see him, but had to pretend to greet him politely. He even threatened the student girl to hand over her phone number. It was a forced request, scaring the girl half to death, but she had to give it up voluntarily. Just when he thought he was done and could head back, the real trouble arrived. That arrogant Dong Jo-hyun from the Black Cloud Guild jumped down with a thud and acted friendly, wanting to shake hands and hoping to stay close to Kang Jin-hyuk in the future. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately activated his truth eye to check. The guy had a unique skill called Violent Giant. To copy it, he needed to grasp the guy's hidden intent. He had to rack his brain to figure out his motive, but more importantly, how the heck does the system know what the opponent is thinking every single time? It's more than just a normal program. Standing there facing Dong Jo-hyun's handshake and his flimsy excuses to befriend him, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately saw the truth behind it. That fake, sugary smile was hiding deep insecurity and resentment. Reporters swarmed in, as if they had been waiting there the whole time. He had his hand out, his face full of forced anticipation, performing for the Black Cloud Guild, representative in front of the reporters. They wanted to show everyone how their super rookie could dominate the winner and redirect all the attention back to them. That obvious scheme was seen right through by Kang Jin-hyuk, and he successfully hacked Giant's hand into his own collection. It was a skill that allowed a player to amplify their hand strength significantly, and the user could easily wield items 10 times larger than normal. Back when it was just a regular game, there weren't many players, so opportunities to copy skills were very limited. But times have changed now that the game has become reality. The abilities that others struggled so hard to obtain were now waiting obediently for him to come and take them. In a move no one could imagine, after stealing their trump card, Kang Jin-hyuk started his counterattack. He insulted the guy ruthlessly, showing him no respect at all, and then knocked him out with a move just like his own. Dong Jo-hyun thought he was on a higher level, but nope. He was suddenly restrained by Anubis's judgment, followed by a bone-crushing snap of his hand that echoed loudly, ending with Jin-hyuk's devilish smile. Kang Jin-hyuk delivered a fatal punch to his gut, glanced down with a condescending look, and said, "Enjoying the colleague act so much? What makes you think we're that close?" In the end, Dong Jo-hyun lay there foaming at the mouth, unable to move a muscle. Seeing the prize fighter he had worked so hard to train get kicked to the curb, Hong Deok-pyo flew into a rage, ready to start a brawl. But before throwing hands, he had to say a few words to make it feel like a martial arts movie. "Do you know how much effort I put into getting him to where he is today? And you dared to treat Dong Jo-hyun like a piece of trash?" Ignoring the other guy's ranting, Kang Jin-hyuk only cared about the conditions to copy the exclusive skill. He needed to break Hong Deok-pyo's pride, to obtain Blood Demon Chi. He needed a clear plan because this guy wasn't just some pushover. Jin-hyuk spoke up, advising Hong Deok-pyo to calm down and not start a fight just yet so they could talk it out. But would the guy listen? He went berserk instead, forget about staying calm. Replying to the question, "Are you scared?" he boasted that he just hadn't planned on sending the guild leader to the dumpster along with his subordinates yet. "How humiliating. You pathetic piece of trash. What are you blabbering about?" Hong Deok-pyo yelled, rushing forward with his Blood Demon Chi at max level. Facing him, Jin-hyuk didn't hold back either. He activated Solar Flare Level 2, buffing his stats by 99 points and closing the 3-3 level gap. He easily blocked the attack. Hong Deok-pyo was furious, bitter as hell. Here he was, the leader of the vanguard, who took down the giant god boss on the second floor of the trial tower, yet he was being countered by an F-rank player. Just as he was about to unleash his next move, the opponent suddenly stopped. Kang Jin-hyuk activated mediation, whispering some sweet talk to soothe him. In a tournament that everyone is watching like this, you should show them a more reliable side of yourself, right? It was unclear if Hong Deok-pyo actually heard him, but luckily, the General Commander Han Sang-jin of the Awakened Guild appeared just then. Seeing someone in charge, Hong Deok-pyo immediately started tattling. But Hong Deok-pyo wasn't a child who just listens to anyone. He interrupted, telling the guy to calm down, saying that this wasn't a performance and that getting injured during a match was inevitable. Without another word, he ignored Hong Deok-pyo and turned to greet Kang Jin-hyuk warmly. More surprisingly, he bowed to him with deep respect, which made everyone watching lose their minds. The truth was, before coming here, he had rechecked the results of his test and realized he had pressured the investigation agency, which caused the discrepancy in his level. Jin-hyuk, congratulations on being recognized as the 16th S-rank player from South Korea, Han Sang-jin, bowed at a 90-degree angle, expressing sincere apologies for the association's error in assigning him an undeserved rank. This news instantly caused the stands to erupt, as the sudden appearance of a new S-ranker sent the media into a frenzy, everyone scrambling to get the scoop. Hong Deok-pyo stood nearby, sweating bullets and cursing under his breath, wondering what the hell was happening, as this tournament was supposed to be the Black Cloud Guild's big stage, not a disaster. He was determined to salvage the situation at all costs, even if it meant doing something desperate. So, Hong Deok-pyo grabbed a passing reporter, trying to lure them in with the promise of revealing the Black Cloud Guild's plan for the third-floor boss. But he was left completely embarrassed when the reporter didn't even care and dashed off towards Kang Jin-hyuk instead, telling him to get back in touch if he had time later. Hong Deok-pyo collapsed on the spot and had no choice but to turn around and leave, his pride completely trampled into the dirt. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't even have to lift a finger to obtain the unique skill, Blood Demon Chi. From him, and news of the 16th S-rank player made headlines everywhere. The public's reaction was exactly as Kang Jin-hyuk had predicted, and on top of that, he was even booked on a first-class flight to Las Vegas. So that's why everyone wants to reach the highest rank. The treatment is on a completely different level, and Kang Jin-hyuk sat in his plush seat, enjoying the comfort and luxury. He was even served snacks to his heart's content, a level of service he hadn't experienced in 11 years, feeling truly relaxed. Just as he was enjoying himself, Alice suddenly complained, grumbling about the person standing in front of her, saying he had a weird smell. She claimed his blood gave off a very unpleasant, suffocating scent, and that she would never touch that foul-smelling blood. Kang Jin-hyuk interrupted, telling her not to judge others like that. Alice snapped back, insisting she wasn't joking, and that the man was no good. Sensing she was serious, he paid closer attention. He used his eye of truth to check, and oh boy, it really did smell that guy was a necromancer from the Demon-Human Association. If he wanted to copy that guy's skills, he would have to gain his trust, and the condition for that was joining the Demon-Human Association. Looking at that guy's face and his natural acting, it was hard to believe he was such a snake. Speak of the devil, the blonde man suddenly exclaimed and turned around as if surprised, asking, "Are you Kang Jin-hyuk, the S-rank player who was just officially recognized in South Korea?" Kang Jin-hyuk knew full well this wasn't a coincidence. This bastard was on the same flight just to target him, because now that he was a recognized S-ranker, it wasn't just the main guilds keeping an eye on him. Knowing this, he decided to play along to see what kind of game this guy was trying to pull. The blonde man took out a business card. He introduced himself as Alex Judro and invited him for a drink to kill time, pulling out a bottle of high-end liquor. The guy spilled everything about himself, from how his business was going to what hardships he overcame when the Tower of Trials appeared. Then, he swerved the conversation, revealing he came to South Korea to expand his awakened management division. Because the masked player known as Kang Jin-hyuk was planning to challenge the third-floor boss, things were getting chaotic. Kang Jin-hyuk sipped his drink while listening to the guy make up stories, finding it ridiculous that he was trying to act close to Kang Jin-hyuk without knowing the man was sitting right in front of him. After a while, his goal was revealed. Alex Judro tried to recruit him to join them in clearing the third-floor boss. Since S-rank players have the right to operate independently, no one could touch him, but Kang Jin-hyuk remained silent. In this situation, since Kang Jin-hyuk had already declared he would clear it solo, the major guilds would be looking to strictly control entry to the boss room. After a moment of thought, he decided to reject the offer, but Alex Judro wouldn't give up. He pulled out a bottle of medicine, looking devious, and introduced it as an elixir, a drug that could cure even terminal illnesses or mend a broken heart. Kang Jin-hyuk held it in his hand, looking confused, and started to get greedy. Alex Judro continued to push, offering him the bottle as a deposit. All he had to do was sign the contract, but with his eyes, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately recognized it as a demon-human contract. It looked like a normal agreement on the surface, but once violated, a hidden curse of death would be triggered. Though, of course, the solution was simple. Just don't sign it, and there's nothing to worry about. Kang Jin-hyuk refused to sign, citing he didn't want to provoke the major guilds, so Alex Judro stopped pushing. He reached out to take the bottle back, but Kang Jin-hyuk didn't give it up. What's in his hand stays in his hand, so don't even think about taking it back. He chuckled, replying that while he was a cautious person, he was also quite ambitious, and whatever he wanted, he would definitely take. Alex Judro was robbed in broad daylight and couldn't do anything but threaten that Kang Jin-hyuk would pay for this, but the mention of that name made him laugh. Kang Jin-hyuk directly exposed his lies, calling out the shameful people at the Olympus meeting who thought Kang Jin-hyuk was on their side. Why did he keep teasing him? He promised that if Alex behaved, he might reveal a few things about Kang Jin-hyuk. Alex Judro was seething with rage. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and take the loss. Kang Jin-hyuk landed in Las Vegas safely, without losing a single hair, and seeing the luxurious city before them, Alice sighed. Not bad, I guess. Walking beside her, Kang Jin-hyuk reminded her to stay quiet and not cause trouble, or he'd stuff her back into that dark ring. This was her reward. Because she spotted the demon human on the plane, he quickly summoned the memories of the fused world, the Eye of Truth skill, and the Blood Demon Chi. He created the Gluttonous Eye skill, capable of seeing the status windows of others and reading their thoughts, while Alice thought she was getting to go into a massive casino. Before them wasn't where they were headed, but a tiny, hidden casino out in the middle of nowhere only. This one was magically sanctioned. Before stepping inside, they witnessed customers getting swindled out of every penny through blatant deception. By using skills meant for players, the victims would report it to the manager, only to be met with a brutal beating and a cold, dismissive remark. You're just using skills and still talking like that? Anyone who gets scammed here is just a fool. Even Kang Jin-hyuk, listening from the side, had to admit the guy wasn't wrong. Alice, who was just moping around saying this place was boring a minute ago, now had eyes sparkling like stars, finding everything interesting. Kang Jin-hyuk carried her over to the drink counter. He told the server to make everything she wanted, and then walked off alone. To earn some quick cash, Kang Jin-hyuk started off with a game of cards. He immediately used the hack skill he got from Anubit to seal his opponent's abilities, and went all in. betting $5 million and raking in a huge payout. But that crowd, new customers, they started acting up after losing just that much, crying that someone was cheating and calling for guards to drag him off for questioning. "Oh, give me a break." Kang Jin-hyuk stood up abruptly and threw the exact words he'd heard earlier back at them. "Any idiot who gets scammed here is a fool." As he said that, he gave them a basic beating. Alice didn't care at all, calmly enjoying her drink while the bar managers were freaking out. Because the guild leader hadn't arrived yet, the guy felt like he was standing on hot coals, restless and on edge, looking at the battlefield before him and thinking something wasn't right. Even if this area was illegal, there was no way a lunatic like this could possibly exist, right? The tension was thick enough to snap. The guy next to him kept calling for the manager, which only made him angrier. But as soon as he read the report that the person in front of him was Kang Jin-hyuk, the player who was just ranked S, his attitude did a complete 180. Even in the States, there weren't even 30 people ranked S. If the guy in front of him started causing trouble, his little hideout would be toast. Thinking that, he ordered his men to stop and knelt down in terror to apologize. Just when things were getting heated, the action stopped. Kang Jin-hyuk, feeling like he hadn't even scratched the surface yet, scowled. "Why are you suddenly apologizing? Did you finally realize you messed with someone of a higher rank?" He started calculating the amount he was owed. Aside from the money he'd won fair and square, there was also compensation for emotional distress, for being subjected to violence, and so on. Long story short, $10 million. The guy went pale at the mention of $10 million, but to keep his casino safe, he had to grit his teeth and pay up. Kang Jin-hyuk grinned triumphantly. This was just enough to participate in the auction. He wanted it, and the timing was perfect. A moment later, a car from the auction house came to pick him up. You couldn't see outside from within the vehicle. It seemed the auction location was top secret, but just that alone was enough to get him excited. As soon as they reached the entrance, Alice whined to be let out. Once released, she was thrilled. There were so many prying eyes here, so Kang Jin-hyuk didn't forget to warn her not to cause any trouble. Inside, it looked incredibly formal, and the talk about the items on display was overwhelming. Rumor had it, this auction would feature the heart of a dragonfish. It was all because of the Tower of Trials. Due to the frequency or whatever magic it was, treasures that had vanished since ancient times were appearing once again. Just as he was getting excited, Alice suddenly covered her mouth and retched. She looked disgusted. Oh, turns out right in front of them were that damn warlock Alex Judro and his master, Julius Cedric. They seemed to have come because Kang Jin-hyuk had played them earlier. Looking at that blonde guy, you could tell he'd been beaten to a pulp. Since he'd failed his mission and even had his elixir stolen, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately activated his greed eye to inspect Julius Cedric. 58 years old, level 30, necromancer. Unique skill, guardian of the Labala Pyramid. Just as he suspected, this old man had exceptional talent and a unique ability that could create synergies with other necromancers. With just a little bit of mana, he could summon a whole host of spirit beasts. It was truly the kind of ability anyone would want. But wait, surprise, surprise. The condition to copy his skill was to finish studying black magic under Julius Cedric with an A+ grade. What an absolutely absurd requirement. He'd deal with that later. This system must be crazy. First, Kang Jin-hyuk had to poke at the old man's pain point a little. He smiled gently and walked over, affectionately opening his big mouth to start teasing him. "Thanks to your disciple, I acquired something very precious, and I had a very pleasant flight too." Julius Cedric didn't pay much mind to him. He went straight to the point. He wanted to know something about the Kang Jin-hyuk one, but Kang Jin-hyuk loved making things difficult for others, so he just walked away. He ignored the old man's threats. He wasn't afraid at all. He brushed off that fake skull and said they'd talk another time. Alice, seeing this, was eager to personally wipe those stinky guys out for him. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't want to invite trouble in a place that had been so hard to reach, so he quickly stopped her. A while later, under everyone's anticipation, the 175th black market auction began. The first item was a piece of meteorite that had fallen in Arizona, USA, with a starting price of $100,000. At the moment, there wasn't a single skilled craftsman who could process this meteorite. In other words, nobody currently knew how to use the thing. Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself that this was the chance to buy it at the lowest price. Thinking it over, he immediately bid $300,000 with a smug look on his face. He thought he'd snag the meteorite for cheap, but nope. Hitting him right in the face was a $1 million bid from the old man, Julius Cedric. And it wasn't just the meteorite. Looking down from on high, any item he wanted to buy was snatched up clean by that old guy. Kang Jin-hyuk had intended to trick him into buying a bunch of stuff to drain his treasury, but he hadn't accounted for the fact that the guy was several times wealthier than him. Next was an item for the real high rollers, the primordial chessboard. Alex Judro saw his master still wanted to play until the end and tried to stop him, but he got scolded for his trouble. "You fool! If that guy easily gets what he wants, what do you think you're going to do?" Even though he was a bit damaged, he still had plenty of money to burn. So, he absolutely had to buy it to trade for information on the Kang Jin-hyuk one. Kang Jin-hyuk seemed very interested in this item. He kept bidding. Acting desperate, he jacked the price of the item up to $8 million. Seeing such an astronomical figure, he had to swallow his pride and suffer in silence. He scowled and countered with $10 million. But the old man had no intention of stopping. He excitedly shouted 30 million, sending the entire arena into a frenzy. 10 million is the absolute limit of your funds, right? I know what you're really after. If you want the item, get down here and crawl at my feet. He shouted in Kang Jin-hyuk's face with glee. Seeing the item he needed being snatched away, Kang Jin-hyuk was devastated, hanging his head as he desperately thought of a way out. But at the final second, right before the announcement, unexpectedly, Alice stood up and bid 100 million. The old man was so shocked his jaw could have hit the floor. He kept pushing, but he was sure to lose this bet. Alice dropped a massive bid of 200 million, stunning the host. The host demanded proof of funds. Proof? She didn't have a bank statement, but she had a vault full of gold. Alice dumped a pile of gold and jewelry right on them. Just looking at it was blinding. The crown alone that tumbled out was worth 500 million. Truly, the sign of a noble lineage. Julius Cedric finally realized this girl was a formidable opponent. And furthermore, she was operating under Kang Jin-hyuk's command, like a subordinate. He realized an enemy even more troublesome than No Name had arrived. The tides had turned. He couldn't win. They played dirty, activating Plan B, a suicide bombing. No, an ambush on the whole building, throwing everything into chaos. Turning the people here into expendable pawns to refine their mana. Cries of despair and pleas for help. My head feels like it's going to split open. Help me, echoing everywhere. Facing these two insane teacher and student, Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't stand it and had to step in. "You've crossed the line, you disgusting bastard," he said with fury. The necromancer, who had been holding back, finally had the chance to vent. He summoned some hideous-looking zombies. Seeing his opponent still holding his own, he brought up the day he was humiliated like a dog on the plane. "Your execution has been ordered, so there's no reason for me to hold back anymore." With that, he unleashed his ultimate technique to attack. This guy was really annoying if you're gonna fight. Just fight already. He kept talking, even asking about Alice's whereabouts. When asked, Kang Jin-hyuk replied sarcastically that she hated disgusting things, so she had already run off. That was just an excuse. In reality, she had to release her material form because he couldn't maintain her mana in this situation. The Hellfire kept attacking. If it dragged on a battle like this, wouldn't end well. He needed to finish this as quickly as possible, but easier said than done. Even after using the Tomb Mirror, the opponent was still stubborn as a leech, and even stronger than before. After observing for half a day, Kang Jin-hyuk finally realized he was using this method to stall for time. As long as he absorbed more life force, he would keep summoning more monsters, leading his opponent around until their mana was completely drained. This was a standard necromancer combat tactic. However, Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't about to let him have his way. He used the Anubis's scale skill to suppress the attacks, combined with solar flare, burning every single corpse to ashes. Even though Alex Judro had thoroughly studied his enemy's skills after the martial arts tournament, he never expected there were still things he didn't know. He intended to have his zombies scatter and attack before the rays converged, but unfortunately, those zombies couldn't even take a step before being wiped out by Kang Jin-hyuk's technique. Alex Judro lay sprawled on the ground after a huge explosion. He screamed in horror, "No way, my darlings." Seeing the scene in front of him, Kang Jin-hyuk calmly mocked him. "Look what happened to your precious little darlings." Alex Judro realized he had lost and tried to use a smoke bomb to escape, but ended up taking a strike to the back, causing a mess and then planning to ghost us? "I'll show you how I'm going to take you out in the next half hour. Your lungs will slowly fill with blood. And while your lungs are drowning in blood, you'll suffocate and kick the bucket. I hear the most painful death, second only to being burned alive, is suffocation." Kang Jin-hyuk approached with a murderous aura. As he pulled out his knife, he added that he might spare him if he spilled the secrets about the demon humans. Seeing the miracle drug in his enemy's hand, Alex Judro thought he was actually going to be saved. He crawled up to speak, but he couldn't even get the words out. He tried to write it down, but Kang Jin-hyuk stopped him. Now he realized this guy didn't want him to live. Kang Jin-hyuk pretended he was paralyzed. If you don't want to talk, then I guess I can't help you. I don't need this anymore. You can keep it, and I have one favor to ask. Try to go out in a painful and slow way, okay? You piece of trash. Ignoring the disgusting necromancer, his attention was drawn to the pile of items scattered all over the floor. Thinking he could craft a fairly large storage bag from these materials, Kang Jin-hyuk looked around to see if anyone was watching, then surreptitiously combined them to create a massive pocket dimension. While he was doing this shady business, someone behind him barked at him. It startled him, making him blurt out that he had no intention of taking those items for free. The host saw him say that and just waved his hands. He wasn't needing payment. He was thanking Kang Jin-hyuk for saving him and his son from death. To him, that was worth more than anything. Seeing this admirable scene for the first time, he felt quite moved. But since the man said he didn't need money, he wasn't going to waste time just left without saying another word, as if waiting a second longer would cost him a gold mine. At the third floor of the trial tower, the Church of Hatred. It was an old stone church built in Western architecture, hidden deep in the forest, surrounded by gloom and mist swirling everywhere. Debris is scattered everywhere inside, and a figure is hiding behind a wooden door riddled with arrows. Their eyes turn red, looking furious, and suddenly, they toss the door aside. Frustrated, they shout, "Damn it! Why are the traps here set up so complexly?" Melina takes the lead, hunching over slightly, rubbing her forehead, and sighs, "Do we really have to go this deep every single time?" Li Chao follows behind and replies, "Stop complaining, Melina. My mood is already ruined because of that idiot Alex." She looks back at him, annoyed. She looks at him with utter resentment, her mood clearly soured. Suddenly, she presses a blade against his throat, her eyes changing color as she grits out, "Does that mean I have to watch your mood too?" Li Chao, slightly annoyed, retorts, "Go ahead and speak if you don't want to die. That would be for the best." A voice from behind the two interrupts, "That's enough, both of you." Both stop their bickering and turn to see who it is. The person is wearing a cloak adorned with an inverted cross emblem and text symbols, with a white mask featuring a long, beak-like nose. His red eyes make him look even more menacing. He wonders aloud, "Weren't you two partners who went through hell and high water together for over 15 years? He stares intensely at them and continues, "Can you two not go a single meeting without bickering? Do you not have an appetite unless you're fighting?" His remark makes them both grimace in annoyance as they turn in opposite directions. In the cathedral hall, Melina and Li Chao sit in different rows, focusing as Lancelot speaks. "The reason I've summoned you here is because of a special individual named Kang Jin-hyuk." Melina rests her arm on the chair, smugly saying, "Looks like this Kang Jin-hyuk guy has played this game before too. Even so, his skills probably aren't any better than those amateur rankers, right?" Lancelot, with his hands behind his back, coldly warns, "Don't be so arrogant. He might have already conquered floors higher than we have." Melina dismissively scoffs, curling her lip in contempt. She says, "The leadership group conquering the 20th floor was already crazy enough. How could he possibly do that?" Yu Jonghua seems to agree with Melina's take. She says, "I think that theory is a bit of a stretch too." Crossing her arms, she shifts her gaze toward him. He calmly lays out his reasoning. "To avoid surveillance from international police, we chose Tower of Trials, a less popular virtual reality game. Even so, we know quite a bit about this tower." She quickly replies, "Exactly. What other reason would those guys have?" She relaxes, tilting her head back toward the sky. Sighing, she says, "Even if you have time to burn, unless you're a total psycho." Melina stares at the ceiling, bored, and adds, "No one would bother sticking with such a brutal game without a reason." Lancelot stands still, annoyed, thinking, the two of them aren't even taking this seriously. But they really do understand each other well. I cannot underestimate this Kang Jin-hyuk. He clasps his hands, beginning to channel magic as black smoke surrounds him. He resolves, "I must eliminate every possible threat." He coldly orders, "The two of you, go follow Cedric." As he speaks, he vanishes into the black mist, adding, "Help him. Don't let him fail this time." Melina and Li Chao stand up and head for the door, confidently replying, "That old man really worries too much." In a luxurious house, a girl with long, flowing black hair takes a stance. She prepares to attack Lee Taemin, who is wearing a red helmet. He is tense, his pupils trembling as he looks on nervously. Suddenly, Yu Jonghua throws a powerful kick that he cannot block. He grits his teeth, raising his arms to shield himself, but unable to withstand the force, he falls to the right, his protective gear scattering everywhere. She asks with concern, "Are you okay?" He trembles, giving a thumbs up to signal that he is fine. Hearing footsteps, he motions for her to come closer, saying, "Sister, look at this." Yu Zhonghua, who was drying her hair, walks over, confused. Lee Taemin points at the tablet screen, disbelieving, and says, "I've been watching for a while now. This guy is not normal at all." On the tablet screen, the title reads, "Conquering the Third Floor Boss of the Tower of Trials." Today's video will reveal for the first time how to conquer the boss. As she sits on the sofa, she picks up the remote to turn on the TV, sarcastically remarking, "Just another guy trying to clout chase like the others, isn't he?" As he puts his keyboard in his bag, he looks at her and agrees, "Maybe that's true, but I have a feeling there is something very special about this." Yu Zhonghua looks at the TV and says, "That's the Wooden Man's temple inside the third floor boss room, right?" Taemin replies, "Right. That spot was pretty famous back in the day. If you answer the 3 questions from the Wooden Man correctly, the reward is an item that boosts your stats." His face changes slightly, sweat pouring down as he hesitantly says, "But the real problem is that the Wooden Man's questions have an extremely high level of difficulty." The wind blows hard, making the Wooden Man's branches sway and kicking up a cloud of dust. The masked young man wearing a white coat silently watches the Wooden Man, who is currently closing his eyes. On the TV, comments appear, "Future, Hope, hey, I heard the third floor boss room will be controlled, so Anon can't conquer it." Then a comment from Twitch, "King, stream, guide on how to sneak in, ha 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 ha." Right then, a comment from Eat. The world pops up. "Cosplay as Anon, ha 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 ha." The Wooden Man opens his eyes, cheerfully saying, "It's been a long time since anyone has made it this far." He playfully asks, "You little brat, did you come here to solve my riddles too?" He puts both hands in his pockets and coldly replies, "Yes. Give me a question that's actually interesting." The Wooden Man looks at him and confidently says, "All right. If you answer all 3 of my questions correctly, I will let you choose one of my maple leaves. But if you get even one wrong." At that moment, the statues come to life, stepping out from their positions and surrounding Kang Jin-hyuk. The statues are 100 times larger than him, all with grim expressions, holding weapons as if they could strike at any moment. But he isn't afraid, standing still with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the Wooden Man's question. The Wooden Man threatens, "You will be punished." Before he can react, the Wooden Man says, "Let's begin." The first question. An image appears of a dragon diving into the deep sea at incredible speed. He asks, "What are the most suitable depth and temperature for the sea dragon Kagon to live in?" Lee Taemin exclaims nervously. At this rate, he's definitely going to answer wrong. What kind of question is that hard? Yu Zhonghua grinds her teeth in frustration. Who would know that stuff? Kang Jin-hyuk calmly provides the answer. The answer is, a depth of 175 meters and a temperature of 1.5 degrees. The 2 siblings, Taemin and Yu Zhonghua, are stunned because he answered so quickly. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly says, "Next question." The Wooden Man is dumbfounded, stammering, "I haven't even announced the correct answer yet." Kang Jin-hyuk impatiently says, "I already know the answer." Next question. He is furious at the man's arrogant attitude. He says angrily, "Fine. The next question won't be that easy." From the TV comes the second question. How do you use Filiani sponge? Before the Wooden Man can finish reading the question, Kang Jin-hyuk replies immediately, "Use a low flame to cook desert salt, the sun, and the priest's holy water. Then complete the second level task carefully within 5 hours." Yu Zhonghua and Lee Taemin are left completely dumbfounded. "I don't know what you're even answering." The wooden mannequin looks unhappy and says, "Correct, that is the right answer." This time, he can't keep his composure, looking down at him from above, flustered. Now, for the final question. The great eagle of the high sky only mates once every year. When is that? Kang Jin-hyuk slams his hand hard against the bell. That wooden mannequin, and answers confidently, "The answer is when the first snow falls in the trial tower." The wooden mannequin lets out a loud, joyous laugh and says, "Ah ha ha ha, correct. You are the first person to answer all of my questions correctly." He puts his hand to his nose, shyly replying, "That was pretty interesting. It's been a while since I've had a conversation about the trial tower like this." At this moment, the comment window explodes, with messages scrolling by rapidly, one after another, laughing. He returns to a calm state, closes his eyes, and says, "Very well, I will grant you the maple leaf you desire. Red, yellow, or green. Which color do you choose?" Lee Taemin excitedly raises his hand to explain. The maple leaf wrapped in red flames has the fire attribute. The yellow maple leaf is shaped like a shield, which enhances defensive capabilities. And the green maple leaf is like riding on a small breeze. The green one boosts movement speed. Listening to him explain the uses of the 3 colored leaves, Yu Hua asks Kang Jin-hyuk. Conquering the third-floor boss is a large-scale battle. If so, he'll probably choose the speed-boosting leaf. If it were me, I'd choose that one. Kang Jin-hyuk replies irritably, "Put those trivial maple leaves aside. I want something else." Since when had he flown right in front of the wooden mannequin? He snaps, "Hand over the black leaf you're hiding." Hearing him demand the black maple leaf, the mannequin is terrified. His pupils quiver, sweat pours down like rain, and he stammers, "How do you know about the black leaf?" The two, Taemin and Yu Hua, look at each other and say in unison, "The black leaf?" He tries to calm down. "Please, I can't give you that. How about this? If you choose the red leaf, I'll give you the yellow one for free." Maple leaves fall in the wind. The wooden mannequin feigns being pitiful, trying to convince him. "Isn't that a bit too much? Don't you think?" Kang Jin-hyuk shows disappointment, turns away, and sneers. "A prestigious and great entity like you promised that if I answered all the questions correctly, you would give me the leaf I wanted." He sighs and continues, "And now you're welshing on the deal?" Suddenly, he whips around, his face cold, glaring at the wooden mannequin, and commands, "Stop the nonsense. Bring me the black leaf I want, now." One hand in his pocket, he reaches out with the other, asking viciously, "You don't intend to tarnish the honor of a wood spirit, do you?" He slowly drives him into a corner. "What if the administrator of this place finds out? I'm forcing you to hand over the black maple leaf." The wooden mannequin screams in pain. "Ha, damn it!" He slowly vanishes. The system screen pops up, notifying that the reward has been delivered, just as the wood spirit promised. As he vanishes, the black maple leaf appears and flies toward Kang Jin-hyuk. The screen displays a new notification. Black maple leaf acquired. 1,280 leaves. As he obtains the black maple leaf, the screen displays its information and effects. Black maple leaf, A rank rarity. Effect. When using weapons or defensive gear, special performance is provided. Corruption attribute. When attacking, every 3 minutes, it deals additional damage equivalent to 1% of the target's total health. The user takes no damage, and the corruption effect only applies to enemies. He thinks with satisfaction, "Not bad." The final piece is ready. He looks at the maple leaf in his hand and says with satisfaction, "Now, let's get moving, shall we?" Before he leaves, 2 statues lunge at him. He draws his weapon, a short blue sword. He says confidently, "Just need to take care of them, and I'm done." A guy taps the person next to him on the shoulder. "Hey, did you hear?" The other is curious, waiting for him to continue. Anon has started conquering the third-floor boss room on their own. The gossiping guy recounts, and the other is quite surprised. "Oh, earlier than I thought." What the other guy is worried about is, "Now we're just stuck here, waiting for time to run out so we can go home." The other guard replies boredly, "But really, what's the point of guarding this place from the start? Who would be crazy enough to even want to come here? They were forced to, so they just do what they're told." These are 2 guards participating in a patrol mission in front of the quest area gate. The other guy is sure they must have calculated everything before doing this. Isn't that right? Just chill. You can't get anything done by overthinking every little thing, right? The 2 were so busy chatting, they didn't pay attention to their surroundings. Now, looking around, they don't know where their other comrades have gone. Only weapons are left on the ground with a lingering dark aura. The 2 panic and ask each other, "Where did everyone go?" At the same time, 2 black circles formed of smoke appear at their feet. From within those circles, thin threads suddenly reach out. They wrap tightly around their legs. The guy tries to struggle, but the circles have expanded, and more threads come out, wrapping around his entire body. A voice speaks up. "Just keep absorbing and accumulating life force. I still need more, even if it's just one person." There's no more time to be stagnant. A group of people in cloaks stands there, completely covered. They are the ones behind this scene. The guy has been swallowed by the darkness, with only his arm left struggling. The one leading them is none other than the demon person, Julius Cedric. He walks coldly toward the gate. That brat has already started. At the same time, inside the world of the gate, the wind blows fiercely, sweeping away the yellow leaves. The scene is incredibly desolate. The protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk, just slashes off the head of a dirt statue blocking his way, cold and decisive. The sword in his hand is still imbued with mana. On the stream screen, a series of notifications and viewer comments pop up. The Expert Classification Center. I'm getting goosebumps the more I watch. Can he really conquer the boss? Another comment from the Twitch stream. Of course he can. I've been watching since this guy started the live stream. Just trust him, Dat 998. It looks like he won't be able to conquer this boss. Overall, you can tell just by looking. The protagonist ignores the comments and continues into the house. Fine, I'm warning you all because this is getting annoying. Believe it or not, I'm in a terrible mood right now. So please, quit the nonsense. The comments are blowing up. Bye. Wait, is he talking to us? No way. Did he just say that to the viewers? Just because he's in a bad mood? Stay calm, stay confident, don't tilt. Right, he knows that if he disrespects the audience, his follower count will drop. Seeing how pitifully slow-witted they were, Kang Jin-hyuk just flat out told them, if you like the stream, watch it. If not, get lost. Normally, streamers always suck up to their viewers to get more followers, so his attitude left everyone stunned. They stared at their phones in disbelief, but since they had chosen this My Way concept from the start, only those who vibed with it would stick around in the fandom. Looking at his phone, Kang Jin-hyuk laughed helplessly after the initial shock. What a brat. The protagonist's attitude obviously caused a stir in the comments. Life expectancy expired. He's so cold. My Way concept? What a walnut brain. What kind of stiff concept is this guy picking? The Twitch streaming king is usually normal, so I'm usually annoyed by this, but for some reason, I'm not bothered at all. What the hell? Am I crazy? Why do I even find this coffin dance funny? Ignoring the heated comments about him, Kang Jin-hyuk continued toward the next door. Suddenly, a small explosion nearby caught his attention. A piece of paper appeared in his hand, but the content was blurred, so we just have to wait and see what happens next. Kang Jin-hyuk flashed a look of caution and dashed toward the explosion, thinking, is there someone else here? Immediately after, he decided to turn off the stream. That's it for today's live stream. This made the comments explode again. User 998, hey, what are you saying? Why are you stopping the stream all of a sudden? Twitch streaming king, hey. The viewer count is skyrocketing, can't you see that? You've already started, you have to finish it. Pizza and vermicelli with shrimp paste are so good, I'm telling you, there are over 1 million viewers. At least tell us when you'll be streaming next. Ignoring their complaints, the screen just displayed. Live stream ended. Even though the stream was over, Kang Jin-hyuk stayed inside to scout. Two armies were charging at each other with immense intensity. The black-robed mages simultaneously raised their hands, summoning circular spells. The battle was chaotic, with all sorts of large and small monsters joining in. With fierce, bloodshot eyes, the terracotta soldiers were no pushovers. Each held a long axe, their gazes glowing red. The battle erupted between the skull demons and the terracotta soldiers. Both sides clashed and tore into each other. The skull demons lived up to their name as walking skeletons with endless combat power. The terracotta soldiers' momentum was undeniable. They took on the whole lot of demons. Amidst the intense fighting, a figure silently appeared on the high cliff above. Watching Kang Jin-hyuk, he silently judged, these demons are fighting like crazy, aren't they? Unlike me with my calcium-rich skeleton body. It seemed they were gaining the upper hand. With one swing, a head of a terracotta statue was sent flying. The demon mages maintained the spell to control the bone demons. The battle is tilting in our favor. Good, keep attacking. Keep using this momentum to wipe them out. The demon who was gloating hadn't finished his sentence before a rock from nowhere flew in and shut their mouths. Attacked, they hurriedly searched for the direction of the enemy. The enemy is attacking from afar. Quickly, put up the shields. They raised their magic barriers to block the attack. Where are they attacking from? One of them spotted the attacker. He shouted, over there, the one in the mask. Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hand, and another wave of attacks struck. Seeing it was just the protagonist, they ordered, there's only one of them. Take him down! The bone demons immediately drew their bows. Arrows flew, piercing the wind as they sped toward him. Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't afraid at all. He quickly blended into the terracotta soldiers to dodge the rain of arrows. Then, he raised one hand to summon something. A light flashed, activating the guardian star. Immediately, light enveloped all the demons, causing them to freeze up completely. When the mages realized it, it was too late. Damn it, that's holy power. We can't control it. They could only stand there and take it. After locking onto a target, a buffalo-headed monster in iron armor, Kang Jin-hyuk unleashed his spell, focusing on mind control. The buffalo-headed monster was controlled and turned to sweep through the demons in the surrounding area. The mages screamed and ran in all directions. Facing the critical situation, a mage reported, Lord Cedric, Outpost number 3 has collapsed. Julius Cedric stared grimly at the situation in front of him. He gritted his teeth and replied, I can see that without you telling me. Kang Jin-hyuk focused on the strategy. 4 outposts I set up to control the immortal monsters most effectively. In his head, the layout of the demon army appeared. Outpost number 3 has collapsed. Cross it out. That leaves 3. Now, if outpost number 1 is also taken down, the The connection network will be severed. The chains of the formation will fall apart, and the command system will collapse. Kang Jin-hyuk flew back and forth, breathing fire to provoke the demons below. Over here, this way. A stone monster was hit with fire in the face. On top of that, it was mocked for being slow. Can you even catch me? That stone monster was called a battle-form golem. Provoked in its pride, it immediately chased after the protagonist to get revenge. A mage noticed something unusual and pointed at the golem. That brat is running this way. Another screamed. What? You idiots. Stop him. Before they could act, Kang Jin-hyuk appeared behind them, grabbed their shoulders, and kindly said, forget it. In the air, the golem had jumped up high, preparing to land on the heads of the demons and the terracotta soldiers below. The soldiers looked up to admire its bare rear, while the two mages broke into a cold sweat. By their ears, a voice rang out, you can't stop it. The golem landed, and everything beneath it was smashed to pieces. A miserable scream echoed. Ah! A panicked mage reported to Julius Cedric. Lord, outpost number 1 has been breached. If this continues, we'll be surrounded, he replied furiously. I know, you idiot. This time, he had to shout in helplessness. What kind of grudge do you have against us? Why do you keep ruining our rice bowl every single time? The system announced. Activated. Pyramid Protector. Julius Cedric summoned magic on his staff. It seemed he was truly enraged. His subordinates warned him, Lord Cedric, if you use that skill now, you won't have enough mana left to face the boss. But the anger had erupted, uncontrollable. Shut up. Julius Cedric stood there, radiating killing intent. He ordered, use all your strength to kill him. Protectors, awaken. One after another, they emerged from the magic circle Julius Cedric had just summoned. They were incredibly ferocious mummies. Kang Jin-hyuk's minion turned to him anxiously. Are you all right, sir? Summoning the protectors seems to have drained a lot of your mana. Julius Cedric squatted down, clutching his staff, and replied exhaustedly, I think I overdid it. Julius Cedric's eyes turned vicious. He glanced at his minion and said, come here. As the minion approached, Julius Cedric suddenly grabbed his shoulder, leaving the subordinate terrified. Sir, Cedric? Mana began to surge ferociously from the hand Julius Cedric had placed on his shoulder. The minion looked at that spot in confusion. Then, his vitality was drained away. His entire body withered, as his life force was sucked dry. After absorbing the life of that fool, Julius Cedric's mana was partially restored. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Behave. Resisting will only prolong your pain. High above, Kang Jin-hyuk witnessed everything and cursed. The crazy old man. Did he just absorb his own man? The minion who had been consumed by Julius Cedric was now gone, leaving behind nothing but his clothes and a piece of his waistband. Julius Cedric said refreshingly, good, this is enough. His eyes turned a fiery red, and mana radiated from within him. He asked the protagonist in a deep, dark voice, kept you waiting, didn't I? Let's start over, shall we? Surrounding him now were thousands of mummies. They were horrifying. Some were even headless. They stared with their empty red eyes, fixed on their prey, preparing for a brutal battle. The mummy warriors followed Julius Cedric's orders and advanced toward their opponent. Cedric laughed gloatingly. Ha ha ha, how about that? That's my strongest army, he continued, boasting loudly. My mummy warriors can use their linen bandages, which are as hard as steel, with great ease. At the same time, the mummies channeled their strength to release the bandages wrapped around their bodies. They stretched out and tightly coiled around the statues. Julius Cedric smugly flexed that his mummies were equipped with both offensive and defensive skills. They are the strongest immortal army. Kang Jin-hyuk struggled to dodge their rapid-fire attacks. Seeing this, Cedric cried out excitedly. I was supposed to save them to face the third-floor boss. But if I can kill you here, I can still justify it. Right? He shook his staff triumphantly, flicking his tongue like someone who had just lost his mind. Die, you masked bastard. Looking at the chaotic scene below, Melina arched an eyebrow and muttered, oh my. She carefully observed Kang Jin-hyuk's every move and secretly marveled, that masked guy is braver than I thought. It's been a long time since I've seen Cedric this angry. Li Chao silently agreed. Initially, his plan to take down the stronghold was fine, but if he doesn't escape after that, he's just being stupid. It seems he miscalculated the power gap between him and his opponent, Li Chao said with a serious face. He probably only saw the Bone Soldiers and Death Knights and thought he could handle this. He internally judged that it was a huge mistake. Cedric's unique skill was far more complicated than that. With that said, Li Chao pushed up his glasses with his index finger, looking cool, and calmly replied, things have already turned out this way. There's no need for us to add fuel to the fire. Melina, standing next to him, looked at him with a disdainful gaze, and thought to herself, he's really got a specific style, even when talking, doesn't he? Suddenly drawn to the scene below, Melina quickly blurted out, She looked confused. What are they doing? By now, the scene below was chaotic. Kang Jin-hyuk was struggling to dodge enemy attacks when he suddenly paused. In a split second, memories from that time came flooding back. The image of Long Tianquan, the Shadow Emperor, standing there stroking his chin, his eyes scanning Kang Jin-hyuk. Your sword is sharp and powerful, but you are putting too much force into it, which disperses its impact. That is your flaw. Saying that, the old man lifted a rope with his hand and said in a deep voice, Watch this rope closely. Long Tianquan's voice rang steadily in his ears. A true master knows that even with the same strength, one can generate power from within the body. Then, he swung the rope, making it undulate in the air, gentle as a breeze enveloping the space, and then, at the right moment, it strikes with great force. Kang Jin-hyuk stood silently, watching him perform with eyes full of admiration. The sunlight shone on Long Tianquan's weathered face, his deep eyes seeming to contain the entire universe. He tilted his chin toward Kang Jin-hyuk and spoke. Try applying that to your soul-chasing sword. Returning to the present, Kang Jin-hyuk recalled the old man's teachings and performed the ultimate move that Long Tianquan had taught him. And so, a part of the soul-chasing sword dance technique was recreated. A sword strike slashed deep into the ground, cutting the bandages off the mummy soldiers. Kang Jin-hyuk focused all his strength, pointing his sharp blade toward his opponent. At this moment, the system signaled that his proficiency in the soul-chasing sword skill had increased significantly. Julius Cedric cursed as he faced the powerful internal energy of Kang Jin-hyuk. He exclaimed in shock, the vortex of mana is so strong that it's pulling everything around it in? In front of him, under Kang Jin-hyuk's control, that vortex grew larger and more powerful, sweeping away everything in its path. At the same time, Kang Jin-hyuk summoned two more movements of the soul-chasing sword dance, the fifth form, soul-chasing heaven destroyer. The vortex exploded, creating countless cuts. Anything caught in this mana vortex was left in pieces. Returning to Julius Cedric, who struggled to hold on, trying not to be drained by his opponent's ultimate move. At the same time, the system chimed again. Boy Shield activated. A powerful vortex closed in on Cedric. The rage in his head exploded, his eyes burning with hatred. This brat, the trial tower has only become reality for less than half a year. How on earth does he have such horrifying power? It seemed the outcome was clear. Julius Cedric could no longer hold on. The force of the vortex was too strong. The mana, skull on his staff began to crack. Boom! The skull in his hand shattered. He screamed in terror at the destructive power of the vortex. Julius Cedric didn't even have time to react before he was suddenly blown away with a scream that pierced the heavens. The scene after the battle was utterly devastated, filled with thick, suffocating dust. Julius Cedric lay crumpled on the ground amidst a pile of corpses, his body trembling as he struggled to crawl up, desperate to survive at any cost. I have to get out of here. I can't win this fight, he thought, before snarling ferociously. You idiot, stop him. Protect me. As you command, Kang Jin-hyuk said calmly, stepping up behind him and gently patting his round, plump rear. Why so tense? You're acting just like your disciple, he said in a cold, smug tone, bragging so much, only to run away like a coward the moment you start losing. Then again, I guess he learned that from you, didn't he? Julius Cedric trembled as he turned his head, gasping. What? Did you say you're Kang Jin-hyuk? He was stunned, imagining the face behind that mask. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked. Give my regards to your disciple for me, will you? Julius Cedric's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. A shrill, pathetic groan escaped his throat as he stared in shock at his opponent's actions. Kang Jin-hyuk said loudly with a grin, Being alone must be lonely. I'll send this old man to keep you company. Julius Cedric was pathetically engulfed in his magical flames. The fire flared up violently, spreading all over the old man's body. Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly snapped his fingers, and instantly, the life force was drained from the surrounding soldiers. They crumbled into dust. His subordinates looked around in bewilderment, exclaiming, Whoa, what's happening to those summoned beasts? They panicked as they realized, Don't tell me. Has Lord Julius Cedric been? Shrill screams filled the air as they were cornered by Kang Jin-hyuk's troops. After the battle, Kang Jin-hyuk headed home comfortably, muttering to himself happily, until suddenly, I managed to acquire the soul-reaping heavenly destruction skill, but at this level, it's a bit draining. I hope I'm not overdoing it. The system chimed in. Purchased 4 intermediate mana recovery potions. He held them up high with a satisfied smile. If I hadn't come here, The toll would have been much worse. He told himself, "Guess I'll push a little further." Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk spotted something on the ground and exclaimed, "Oh, the shield flew all the way over here? I used to use shields quite often back in the day." He kicked the shield up onto his shoulder, whispering, "So nostalgic." Without skipping a beat, Kang Jin-hyuk raised the shield, his sharp gaze locked ahead. He looked up and called out, "Take a look at these moving stone statues in front of us." "Am I right, boys?" The statues stomped their feet onto the ground threateningly. They were none other than the four heavenly kings, the guardians of the temple. Kang Jin-hyuk raised his guard, bracing for the attack. The four heavenly kings charged fiercely, teeth gnashing as they unleashed powerful blows. However, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't flinch, flexibly using his shield to deflect every single strike. "Attack away," he said calmly. "I like you guys because you're men of few words." After that, Kang Jin-hyuk shifted his stance to maintain his center of gravity. He lunged forward. His attacks released streaks of pink and purple light. They looked slender, but packed massive destructive power. Kang Jin-hyuk glared at his opponents and muttered, "Hand over the key already. I'm exhausted." At this moment, the four heavenly kings were slightly intimidated by his imposing aura. They formed a long line to block Kang Jin-hyuk's path. Faced with this situation, he was briefly confused. What the? How is that even possible? At the same time, one statue headed straight toward the Pagoda of Enlightenment. The lotus-shaped key in its hand began to emit a strange energy. The statue's face contorted as if it had just bitten into a hot chili, struggling to hold the power of the key. The system notification appeared. The main hall key is reacting. Kang Jin-hyuk was slightly surprised by what he was seeing. In the blink of an eye, a new notification appeared. The entity on the other side of the gate has responded to the call. Simultaneously, the lotus in the statue's hand became gigantic. Powerful energy swirled around it. Kang Jin-hyuk remarked, "This guy has more spirit than I thought." Just then, the lotus flashed with an immense, powerful light. Then, golden hands slammed into the ground, creating a massive tremor. Kang Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue. He already called the big boss out, huh? A figure instantly appeared before his eyes. The system announced, "The thousand-handed Guanyin monster has appeared." The monster spoke up. "It's been a long time since the four heavenly kings called me out like this." It smirked contemptuously. "I didn't expect anyone to make it this far," and threatened the key in the pagoda. Kang Jin-hyuk stood below and mocked. "Nothing too impressive. I'm going to take down this floor's boss right now." At this point, the thousand-handed Guanyin seemed amused by his arrogance. "You're actually worth something. I'm not sure about the rest, but I do acknowledge your audacity." Kang Jin-hyuk stepped up, muttering, "You think I'm joking? Let's just finish this. I'm tired as hell here." The monster kept dragging things out like a chatty boy. "I wanted to play a little trivia game with you, but I guess you don't like that. Huh?" At the same time, Kang Jin-hyuk leaped high into the air, asserting firmly, "I have no interest in chatting with a stone statue." The monster also prepared to engage. Still trying to preach, it said, "Time is a wonderful gift from the Creator, you foolish mortal." Its eyes blazed with murderous intent. Aiming its weapon at him, it added, "So you might as well enjoy it yourself." The thousand-handed Guanyin continued, "Because when the time comes to die, you'll surely remember these moments." Kang Jin-hyuk raised his shield high, shielding his face, silent. The monster smirked, amused. Then, it unleashed a powerful blow at Kang Jin-hyuk. Even though he dodged it flexibly, the shockwave from the attack was far from small, shaking the entire area. The shield in Kang Jin-hyuk's hand began to crack. He thought anxiously. As expected, the power is incredible. Just trying to block it is draining my stamina, but I have to endure it. This is my only chance. The monster grinned, ecstatic. "Oh, you managed to block my spiritual sound attack?" Then it roared. "You're getting more interesting by the second." Simultaneously, it lunged straight at Kang Jin-hyuk with blistering speed. Seeing that, he immediately took a defensive stance as the system notified him to use the ice-binding skill. Attacks rained down like a storm, but Kang Jin-hyuk stood his ground defiantly in the middle of the fray. Powerful explosions rocked the area around him, sending debris flying everywhere. At the same time, a blow from the monster tore through the air, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. It hissed with rage. "You little brat!" The monster glared with murderous intent and muttered, "So you're using that filthy Western sorcery." Then, losing its temper, it unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks. The thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin's hand easily grabbed Kang Jin-hyuk's shield. Holding it in its hand, it sneered arrogantly, "You ignorant creature, playing children's games." Suddenly, the thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin realized one of its arms had been wounded. It roared angrily at Kang Jin-hyuk, "You damn brat, playing these petty tricks again. At the same time, another strike pierced straight into its arm. The monster growled in frustration. "What are you doing? Poison doesn't work on me." Kang Jin-hyuk clenched his fist and replied, "That's called blood demon chi. Once you're wounded, the injury will just keep spreading." The thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin was livid, thinking, "I don't care about such shallow tricks. They won't affect me." It cut off its own arm and calmly said, "Losing an arm is nothing. What could it possibly do?" Kang Jin-hyuk kicked the monster's arm and continued, "That's right. Just taking an arm won't kill you. I know this method wouldn't work. After all, I've already tried it once." Afterward, he calmly took the blue gem from its hand and added, "But listen to me. I've already gotten what I wanted." The thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin was stunned. Had he been aiming for the arm with the gem from the very beginning? Kang Jin-hyuk retorted loudly, "That's your own fault, for underestimating a single arm." He placed the gem into his book, and the system immediately notified him that the Fenton Duchy's grimoire and the Guanyin's gem had been successfully combined. The grimoire suddenly glowed with a sea-blue aura, successfully upgrading into the Lemiston Book of the Golden Dawn Guild. Grade S. The system displayed the information. Rarity S. Content: a copy of the grimoire recorded by the great King Solomon, an artifact detailing Solomon's 72 demons, aimed at pushing magical power to its limits. Because the demonic power isn't fully comprehensive, the maximum growth of the ability is limited. Kang Jin-hyuk thought, "This is enough." His eyes blazed with intense resolve, and he proceeded to use the Gluttony Eye skill. Kang Jin-hyuk wondered about the next steps. At the same time, the system displayed information. Name: Thousand-Armed, Thousand-Eyed Guanyin, also known as Thousand-Armed Guanyin. Gender: unknown. Age: unknown. Power level: unknown. Agility, vitality, magic, occupation, unique skill, mandala. Skill: because the level is lower, the skill list cannot be viewed. Thousand Eyes. The thousand-armed Guanyin just tilted its head in confusion, not knowing what tricks he was up to. To its surprise, Kang Jin-hyuk had already activated the condition. Copy condition. The thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin deeply hates Western sorcery. Within a 5-minute limit, use ice-binding magic to humiliate the opponent and create a sculpture that is both huge and perfect for them. Additionally, the system displayed. Furthermore, during the execution of the copy condition, one must wear a disguise and play appropriate music. Kang Jin-hyuk was puzzled. Hearing this absurd condition, Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but exclaim, Wait, did I read that wrong? Playing music while sculpting? And wearing a disguise too?" He cursed inwardly. "This system is getting crazier by the day. Still, I guess I can tolerate this kind of weirdness for now." Kang Jin-hyuk tapped the system interface, muttering to himself like a loner. "Fine, I can still pull this off. It's for the benefits, after all. Benefits come first." The thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin was utterly confused and asked, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Kang Jin-hyuk summoned a speaker and replied, "No matter how strange the conditions are, I won't give up. From the 25th floor downwards, this is the only floor with a mandala." Seeing the opponent ignore it, the monster growled, "What kind of tricks are you playing, you brat?" Suddenly, the speaker blasted soothing music like a spa treatment. Kang Jin-hyuk gestured with his hand and said, "Do me a favor from now on. Don't ask anything." He let down his hair, looking as smooth as silk, and continued, "Because I hate this crap too." The monster was now truly furious at this mocking attitude. It lost its mind and shrieked, "How dare you mock me to my face?" The monster began to exert its power to unleash a technique, while the system displayed a notification. Thousand-armed Guanyin has activated mandala. Watching its arms immediately grab weapons, it took a stance, ready to attack. The thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin lunged forward and shouted, "I will make you taste the suffering of millions of cycles of reincarnation." Kang Jin-hyuk didn't hold back, quickly parrying every blow. The system displayed a notification. Ice, glacier binding, activated. A massive glacier was instantly summoned, piercing straight toward the opponent, and then he stood proudly, deflecting every powerful strike from the thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin. Kang Jin-hyuk inwardly marveled. An upgraded version of ice binding really is different. It's absolutely top tier. Seeing all its attacks blocked so easily, the monster was so angry that veins popped on its face. Watching the intense battle, Melina behind them gasped in disbelief. She was confused and wondered, why all of a sudden? Is he playing music while fighting the thousand-armed Guanyin? Has he gone crazy? And on top of that, casting frost magic so perfectly? This is truly hard to believe. Observing the battle, Melina continued to ponder. What's with that wig? Anyway, it looks like a disposable item sold at the exchange shop, or maybe it's a hidden holy artifact? Li Chao, off to the side, was silent, but suddenly he stood up and thought, that guy is truly unpredictable. That kid, Anun, finished off Cedric and immediately turned to face the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Melina was surprised and turned to look. You're standing up? Li Chao continued to assess the situation. The overwhelming power the 1,000-armed Guanyin is showing, you can usually only see this kind of strength after clearing the 10th floor. As expected of the boss of the 3rd floor, he thought, his expression turning serious. But that kid fighting head-on, he has already surpassed human limits. Melina wonders, if the two of us rush in, do you think we can win? Li Chao thinks for a moment and replies sharply, it'll be tough. Hearing that, Melina turns away. Let's just give up, Li Chao. Just the two of us won't be enough. We need at least some support from leadership. Before she can finish, Li Chao cuts her off. No, if we say that, the status we've worked so hard to build up until today will all come crashing down. Melina asks irritably, then what are you going to do? Are you planning to sacrifice your life just to keep that status, Li? Chao takes out a dark purple gem and replies curtly, perhaps it's time to use this. Only then does Melina manage a confident smile. At that same moment, Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly notices a strange aura behind his back. He whips around and thinks to himself, oh, so those demons didn't just send Cedric after all. Kang Jin-hyuk lets his guard down, and a strike from the 1,000-hand 1,000-eye Guanyin grazes him. Kang Jin-hyuk flinches, his face twisting in pain. The monster yells angrily, where are you looking? At the same time, the system displays a notification. Fire element activated. Kang Jin-hyuk lowers his center of gravity and gathers fire energy in his palm, growling, hey, sorry about this. A book appears with blue energy. Kang Jin-hyuk continues, I need to clear my head, so I can't really focus. In the blink of an eye, another notification pops up. Glacial barrier activated. Kang Jin-hyuk unleashes a flurry of fierce attacks. He says grimly, thanks to you, I'm feeling a bit tense now. At the same time, the 1,000-hand 1,000-eye Guanyin isn't backing down, roaring as it charges. Kang Jin-hyuk steadily blocks each strike. He unleashes his own techniques. The collisions create a massive shockwave. The 1,000-hand 1,000-eye Guanyin hisses. Fool. The system displays a notification. 1,000-hand Guanyin has activated Heaven and Earth Net. A barrier instantly seals the entire area. Inside, the monster goes on a rampage. It sneers. At best, you only know how to defend yourself. Then, the 1,000-hand 1,000-eye Guanyin shouts, where did that confidence of yours go now? It waves its arms, attacking with blistering speed. The blows slam into the barrier and ricochet, creating a deadly trap. This is the Heaven and Earth Void technique. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly gathers energy, activating Glacial Barrier. A solid layer of ice encases his surroundings, easily keeping him safe in the middle of this dangerous battlefield. Seeing this, the 1,000-hand 1,000-eye Guanyin grows frustrated. It hiss? Futile resistance. Its hand starts crushing something. The next second, it lunges toward its opponent. The system notifies. 1,000-hand Guanyin has activated 10,000 strikes. The monster's eyes flare with murderous intent. Weapons aimed straight at Kang Jin-hyuk, its mouth chanting, Avalokiteshvara. A barrage of techniques is unleashed, dirt and stone flying from the intense shockwaves. The 1,000-hand 1,000-eye Guanyin smirks craftily. But suddenly, a voice stops it cold. You think those little parlor tricks are going to work a second time? Below, Kang Jin-hyuk had already broken through the perimeter. He whispers, pretty effective. Actually, Kang Jin-hyuk activates a skill. Before the 1,000-hand 1,000-eye can even react, he starts beating it down. Under the effect of the glacial prison, the monster screams in agony. After regaining control of the situation, Kang Jin-hyuk asks quietly, do you have any idea how heartbreaking it is to hear you say you don't like ice magic? Looking at the monster trapped in the ice cage, he can't help but mock it. You've reached this level of cultivation and you still hold such foolish prejudices? Then, Kang Jin-hyuk raises his hand, summoning a blue energy technique. A massive ice arm instantly appears. Kang Jin-hyuk gloats. With that obsession of yours, I had no choice but to provoke you. The 1,000-hand 1,000-eye Guanyin stammers. You. It screams furiously. Damn human. I'll cast you into the infinite hell. I'll make you suffer. I'll make you reincarnate as a bug thousands and thousands of times. The ice cage begins to crack. The system notifies. Condition met. A golden, flower-shaped seal appears. The notification continues. Skill Mandala S rank successfully copied. Specifically, Mandala S rank. Description. Any player who comprehends Buddhist law can use this unique skill. It can imbue a special power onto weapons. Furthermore, by cultivating the mind, you can use this skill to partially predict your opponent's attack trajectory. The copied skill has been saved to world memory. A voice echoes, "Don't waste your energy." At that moment, Kang Jin-hyuk's hair blows in the wind. It lands right in front of him. Seeing his own halo appear on his opponent, the monster is utterly shocked. It demands, "How? How do you have that skill?" The system notifies, "Mandala activated." Kang Jin-hyuk stands tall with immense power. The thousand-hand, thousand-eye Guanyin shrieks, "How can a mere human like you use mandala, which took me an eternity to create?" Kang Jin-hyuk says softly, "I'll make sure to put this mandala to good use." He delivers a final, fatal blow. "Now, get lost." That ice hand surges forward, flying straight toward the still-stunned monster, and plunges into the thousand-hand, thousand-eye Guanyin's stomach. A powerful strike. The monster's eyes bulge in pain. In an instant, the golden arms begin to shatter, and then the monster's entire body disintegrates. After defeating the thousand-hand Guanyin, the system notifies, "You have leveled up." Standing amidst the rubble, he reaches out to grab the key. The system notification pops up. "You have collected 10 stone statue keys. You can now summon the boss of the corresponding area, without relying on current progress. But it can only be used on the 3rd floor. Kang Jin-hyuk stands up, rubs his shoulder, and sighs. "This guy really wore me out. It's even harder than when I played the game," he thinks to himself. First Cedric, then the thousand-armed Guanyin. It's a bit much. He starts walking down slowly. At this moment, the system displays some information. Name: Kang Jin-hyuk. Gender: male. Age: 27. Level: 21. Strength: 16. Agility: 16. Vitality: 16. Magic: 71. Range: 100. Luck: sane. Adaptation: 10 points. Unused skill points: 6. Current coins are still increasing. Profession: none. Unique skills: Fusion, Death Sword, Blessing of the Star Anubis. Fire element skill level 5. He approaches the screen to operate it. As he makes his choices, he calculates in his head, "I have to use the skill points to increase my magic." Immediately, the system displays that his magic has increased from 71 to 77. After finishing, Kang Jin-hyuk stretches, exhausted. "Finally, I can catch a breath. I probably need to prepare a book that provides magic later. Why do I keep running out of magic all the time, for heaven's sake?" Suddenly, he remembers something that gets him excited. Oh, right. There's another troublesome matter. Everything around them is pitch black now. The environment of the trial tower is a bit unique. At night, the temperature drops suddenly, and the aggression and attack power of the monsters skyrocket. That's why when night falls, most players leave the tower or stop hunting and find a safe zone. Kang Jin-hyuk is no exception. He chooses a spot in the forest and lights a fire to cook. The fire burns evenly on the huge shrimp. The system provides info. This is grilled shrimp, a rare giant species that can only be caught in the river near the temple on the 3rd floor of the trial tower. After it's grilled, Kang Jin-hyuk slowly removes his mask. He takes a bite of the shrimp meat, his face full of satisfaction. "It's been so long since I tasted this. Aside from here, it's almost impossible to find anywhere else. I should definitely invest in more cooking skills later." Suddenly, footsteps approach from afar, and an arrogant voice rings out. "Oh my, that smells delicious." The orange-haired girl looks excited. "We have to stay here tonight too. Let's sit together until sunrise, shall we?" The boy next to her pouts in annoyance. "We were supposed to get out of here before dark, but we didn't make it in time." Kang Jin-hyuk quietly observes them and nods in agreement. "Sure, go ahead and sit. You guys need to get out of the cold too." The two look at each other with hidden meaning, as if they had achieved their goal. They both quickly sit down. The girl happily replies, "Thank you, I'm Melina." The man sitting next to her also introduces himself. "I'm Lee Chow." With a cold tone, he says, "You guys must have had a rough time too, right? To say the least, it's freezing out here." Out of kindness, he quickly offers them a portion of the food he has. "I still have plenty of leftovers. Do you two want some?" A bowl of plump, fragrant shrimp is offered right to their faces. Melina's mouth waters, almost drooling. But with Lee Chow's kindness, he doesn't hesitate to kick the bowl of food away. "Thanks for the offer, but we were told to be careful. We shouldn't touch food offered by strangers, especially those who never show their eyes." Kang Jin-hyuk understands the implication in Lee Chow's words. He puts the food down and asks sternly, "So, you're worried because I'm wearing a mask? These masks are a hot trend lately." Lee Chow replies arrogantly, Isn't that just an excuse? You must be hiding something, that's why you wear a mask, right? Kang Jin-hyuk smirks. Hiding something, huh? If you two feel uncomfortable, then I can take it off. After all, we need to stay warm. Hearing this from him, Melina and Lee Chow are both very surprised. Melina is stunned, her eyes widening. Really? Kang Jin-hyuk confirms gravely. Of course, but just taking it off like that is a bit boring. Let's play a game. Melina and Lee Chow are a bit surprised. They both say, a game? Kang Jin-hyuk adopts a mysterious tone. It seems like both sides are very curious about each other. We will take turns asking and answering 3 questions each. If you two answer all my questions, I will take off the mask immediately. Lee Chow calculates in his mind, I just need to answer the questions. That means even if I lie, it doesn't matter. After all, there's no way he can tell what's true or false. I don't know what his scheme is, but we have nothing to lose. Melina and Lee Chow look at each other with a dangerous glint. Lee Chow nods slightly, signaling agreement. With the consent of both sides, she doesn't hesitate and quickly flips a coin. All right, let's use this coin to decide who goes first. I choose heads. Immediately after, Melina opens her hand. The coin is heads. She smirks, amused. Great. We'll ask first. Seeing the coin emitting a purple aura with his own eyes, Kang Jin-hyuk silently scorns the trick. That mana trick, that's Caligula's coin. If you target someone and channel mana into the coin, you can control the other person's thoughts for 5 minutes. Melina calculates coldly. If I ask about his name or organization, he probably won't answer. So, is there anyone here with you? Kang Jin-hyuk's mouth can't help but curl up, asking about the situation. Huh, want to determine the numbers? I won't hide anything. He replies slowly. I came here alone. My turn. Kang Jin-hyuk asks sternly. You two seem to have your eyes on the boss, but why just sit there and watch? You two saw it clearly when I knocked it down, didn't you? Melina answers vaguely. We were waiting for the right moment to enter the temple. That place is notoriously dangerous, so we need to be cautious. Before he can speak, she quickly cuts him off. Our turn. Brother Mask, what is your reason for climbing the trial tower? Money? Fame? Things like that. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to figure it out. It seems they will compromise if he agrees to their conditions. He remains calm, grilling food while answering. What I want? Not sure. If I said I wanted something, could you two make it happen? Melina says arrogantly, of course. As long as you want it, we can give you more than you think. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to get serious. Then, I'll ask my final question. If you two answer this question, I will take off the mask as promised. Melina says coldly, fine, ask away. What is the final question you want to ask? With a look of absolute determination, he calmly picked up a burning piece of firewood and pointed it at the two of them, looking incredibly dangerous. Do you really think the Noble Association can take me on with just 2 people? Hearing that, Melina's smile turned devious. She scoffed. As expected, you already knew who we were. Even just looking at you, I can tell, sir. This mask is already incredibly powerful, and I handled the 1,000-armed Guanyin all by myself, but that was a bit of a stretch, right? You must have weakened significantly by now. She immediately lashed out at him with a look of disdain. Actually, we don't even need the 2 of us for this. This thing alone is more than enough. Melina flicked a coin at Kang Jin-hyuk, fully expecting her move to be devastating, but she waited for ages, and nothing happened. Melina gasped in shock. What the? Why isn't it working? Is it broken? Lee Chow urged from the side. What are you doing, Melina? Kang Jin-hyuk stood up calmly and said, Caligula's coin is still perfectly fine. You just can't channel your mana into it. His gaze turned ice cold. Kang Jin-hyuk had activated Anubis's judgment, reducing their stats by 50%, and restricting the use of unique skills and other abilities for 1 minute. Lee Chow was terrified and shouted, he saw right through us. Melina, execute Plan B. Use your skill. Her face turned pale as she replied, I can't use any of my skills. Kang Jin-hyuk remained relaxed. He gently placed the food onto the nearby altar and remarked, things are getting pretty chaotic, aren't they? As soon as he set the 8 dishes down, the system indicated that the temple deities were very satisfied with his dedication. Then, 2 massive wooden pillars appeared. The system announced that it had selected those who would face Anubis's judgment. The 2 pillars, shrouded in blue and red energy, both pointed toward Lee Chow. You have been designated to face the Heaven Guardian General. You have been designated to face the Earth Guardian General. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Melina trembled and stammered. How is this possible? I've never even heard of these things. Looking at the 2 guardian deities, the Heaven Guardian General and the Earth Guardian General, Li Chao realized in terror that he had used that food as an offering to awaken the guardians. Was that food not just for eating? Kang Jin-hyuk went back to the fire to warm himself. He lounged casually, legs crossed, looking like he was watching a good show, while casually remarking, "Man, I'm beat. You two had better not move around carelessly. You're not getting away anyway." At that moment, the system displayed that the Earth Guardian General had activated a skill, total seclusion. Instantly, the area was engulfed in fiery energy and a sense of impending death. This was it. He was essentially digging his own grave. Facing this life-or-death situation, Li Chao ran toward him like a madman. He screamed, "If you just die, all this damn stuff will disappear, right? Die!" He reached out to use a skill to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, but he just spoke dismissively. "I told you not to move." Instantly, the hand of the Heaven Guardian General appeared from behind. It snatched him up, leaving him terrified with his jaw hanging open. The system warned. The Heaven Guardian General has activated Absolute Barrier. A crushing blow landed straight down. As expected, he had been taken down by the hand of the Heaven Guardian General. He lay flattened on the ground, wailing in agony. Just when he thought one hit was enough, the deity continued to beat him to a pulp. Melina stood to the side, her face completely drained of color. "Damn it, I told you we should have run from the very beginning." Just as it seemed like it wasn't over yet, Kang Jin-hyuk gave the order to stop. The Heaven Guardian General's hand froze. Following his command, he stepped forward with a lethal gaze. "Since it seems we've gotten to know each other a bit, let's have a little chat, shall we?" At this moment, the system displayed that his Eye of Gluttony was activating but immediately warned. Failed. Skill activation voided due to level gap. His eyes turned blood red like a hawk's, but he still couldn't see through Melina. He sighed. "My luck stat isn't working this time. Oh well." He then asked in a louder voice, "I hope you'll be honest and answer everything I'm about to ask." Melina couldn't help but feel terrified at the sight of Li Chao lying flattened in a crater, covered in blood. She trembled and replied, "What do you want to know?" Jin-hyuk asked in a cold tone. "I already know you're demon humans. I've heard plenty about that, but I still don't know your motives. Humanity will go extinct if they don't climb this tower, so why are you trying to stop the players?" She stammered, unable to find the words. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted. "Don't! Shut your mouth!" It was Li Chao's voice. He was struggling on the ground. He warned her not to let him know. Melina looked at him with a horrified expression. Before he could even catch his breath, the hand of the Heaven Guardian General rushed straight toward Li Chao. Still oblivious, he stubbornly warned, "Don't you ever," and was immediately crushed by the giant stone hand. Witnessing it all, Melina could only cry out in terror and sob hysterically. She collapsed to the ground, her face ghostly pale. Kang Jin-hyuk laughed with contempt. "While loyalty is admirable, there's a time and place for it. Listen closely. My rule is that I never spare anyone who tries to kill me. But if you give me information, I might just spare your life." Hearing Kang Jin-hyuk's lure, Melina turned back, trembling and stammering. You'll spare my life?" He summoned his sword and answered with a firm tone. "Valuable internal intel is worth a lot, isn't it? Though, not as valuable as your life, obviously." Melina's eyes widened when she saw the sword, and she hurriedly replied, "I don't know the exact name of the person who sent us to kill you, but we call him Lancelot." She knelt down while recounting and describing him. A cloaked man, with a mark on his forehead and a cold, piercing gaze. She reported slowly, "Aside from him, there are 11 other operators, but we don't know much about them because I'm in the assassination squad." Kang Jin-hyuk quickly triggered the system, and it continued to display, activating Eye of Gluttony. The system confirmed that Melina was telling the truth. He prompted in a stern voice, "Continue." Melina, not daring to delay, continued. "The operator said that if we collect all 12 cursed artifacts, even if humanity goes extinct, we can survive and will receive a massive reward. Aside from that, I don't know anything else. That is everything I know." The system notified him that Melina was telling the truth. He calculated internally. "It looks like this is all I'm going to get out of her." That was all he knew. The system confirmed what Melina said was true. He calculated in his mind, "Looks like that's all I can pry out of them for now." Lancelot and the 12 cursed artifacts, he pondered. "I see. They're even crazier than I thought," he remarked with an amused grin. "So the demon's goal is to summon the Demon King." With a savage smile and cold, sharp eyes and a pair of massive wings like a dragon, he mused silently. "Besides, what's with this? They can survive even if humanity goes extinct business. I'll need to factor that into my plan from now on." Shaking off his thoughts, Kang Jin-hyuk softened his tone. "Thanks for the information. Really, you've been a huge help. A genuinely grateful tone, or so it seemed, came from him. Melina was truly relieved and happy. She asked gently, "So, I'm free to go now, right?" Without a second thought, he replied, "No." She gasped, gaping at him. "But you said you'd let me live. You promised if I told you everything I knew, you'd let me go." Kang Jin-hyuk stepped closer. "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise, you little pest. But that's only after you sign this contract." Melina looked confused. "A contract?" A blue light manifested in Kang Jin-hyuk's hand. The system notified. Activating Contract of Agony. The light from his hand surged toward her. He explained, "From now on, you will obey everything I say." She was utterly bewildered. "Wait, hold on. This is worse than dying 100 times over. Just to stay alive." She squeezed her eyes shut, accepting it under duress. The next morning, in the forest, Kang Jin-hyuk continued his journey. He went online, and the system notified him. "I won't be live streaming the third-floor boss raid. I'll upload the video later if you want to watch it." Swiping the system screen away, he muttered, "They're probably furious since I said I'd live stream it but didn't." Kang Jin-hyuk slowly moved forward as a village gradually came into view. His spirit soared with excitement. "Let's get started, shall we?" He pulled out the stone key, checking the system notification. Stone key is reacting. A pink light erupted, and a large portal space slowly appeared. The summoning gate caused such a commotion that birds scattered in every direction. As the gate began to widen, the system notified, "Third-floor boss is responding to your summons." Suddenly, many giant stone generals slowly emerged from the gate. An imposing army appeared before his eyes. A booming voice demanded, "Who dares disturb my rest?" Kang Jin-hyuk stared straight at him with glowing red eyes. He was activating Eye of Greed to see through him. The system reminded him. Luck and adaptation stats have nullified the level gap. This guy was the third-floor boss, Mu Honorable. A powerful light emanated from him as his stats appeared. Name, Mu Hon. Gender, unknown. Age, unknown. Level, 105. Strength, 72. Agility, 101. Stamina, 79. Magic, 93. Karma, 128. Unique ability, Heartless Legion. Skills, Level 17 Inactive Life. Level 15 Overwhelming Command. Level 14 Weakness Detection. Level 14 Military Tactics. The system added, "Copy conditions met." However, he couldn't copy the unique ability or the two skills due to the level gap. Muhon boasted arrogantly. Sitting atop a giant general, he said, "Many humans have challenged my legion, but you are the first to use a key to summon me." The giant generals, with their glowing eyes, along with thousands of Muhan's stone warriors, glared at Kang Jin-hyuk. He wondered, "But where is your legion?" Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't afraid. He smirked and replied, "My legion is." At that moment, the system popped up, summoning the first chessboard. Immediately, a blue light flashed, and a chessboard appeared at Kang Jin-hyuk's feet. Activating the first chessboard, a giant chessboard replaced the battlefield. The system notified, summoning 2,851 magic-infused chess pieces. With a flick of his hand, the pieces quickly leapt out. Muhan chuckled with amusement. "What a unique idea. Sure, with these, you might be considered a one-man army. But what can you actually do with these tiny things?" Kang Jin-hyuk firmly reminded him. "Just wait, I'm not done yet," he continued, requesting the system to bring out the potions to upgrade 2,851 magic chess pieces. The notification finished. Instantly, the potions flowed into the pieces. Thanks to the potion's effects, Kang Jin-hyuk's small pieces quickly transformed into real warriors. Seeing the miracle, Muhan smirked. "I have to admit, you're different from the humans who came before." He stood arrogantly among thousands of his warriors, laughing loudly. There were also 2,851 giant warriors standing beside him. Elsewhere, an old man was struggling to adjust the pieces. The one making these pieces was Min Jung-gu. He let out a sigh and complained, "Lee Juji, how many more do we have to make? My joints are killing me." Park Hana, beside him, was equally exhausted and slightly annoyed. "At least give us a number so we know when we're finished." Min Jung-gu, with his gaunt face, grumbled, "Exactly. This is elder abuse." Park Hana was confused. Why on earth are we being forced to make these things? A short-haired girl was channeling her magical powers into the pieces. Lee Juji warily answered her question. "Sis, we don't have time to complain." The system appeared. Activating mana integration, Lee Juji whispered. "We have to make at least over 2,000 more." The old man patted his back in pain. "Why is my life so miserable?" Lee Juji was also helpless. If we offend that demon, Kang Jin-hyuk, he'll kill us. Holding a chess piece in her hand, Lee Juji was serious. Since it's come to this, we'd better show him we're on his side and we need to hurry. She quickly gathered all the pieces she had enchanted into a box. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk was in the midst of the chessboard battle with Mu Honorable. He laughed contemptuously. You admit it? Along with that, he grabbed a spear and quickly mounted a horse, preparing to attack. He mocked the recognition coming from a boss, who's just a third-floor boss, acting like he's on the 9th floor. Worthless. Continuing his dismissive actions, he sat on his cavalry chess piece. Charging straight toward Mu-han, he looked majestic. Mu-han couldn't believe his ears and asked, "What did you just say?" He glanced up, sneering. "You talk big for someone who's only taken out a few nobodies. You think you're hot stuff? This is exactly why you're stuck on the 4th floor. Because you aren't strong enough to go any higher. It is said that the bosses of each floor in the Tower of Trials serve as both the floor's guardian and its primary influence. They can also climb the tower to gain power, just like a player. The floors here are endless, and reaching the top requires immense power. Yet, this guy, Mu-han, was still stuck on the 3rd floor, like a bottom feeder. He grinned, laughing mockingly. What a thick-skinned person you are. And you actually think I can't reach the 4th floor because I'm not strong enough? Kang Jin-hyuk was speechless. Right, you're just a newbie. Always stuck on the 3rd floor, that's all. Don't get cocky, Mu-han retorted arrogantly. Fine, if you want to babble, go ahead. Taunting me like this must be part of your plan, right? Mu-han's eyes were now filled with fiery rage, radiating all around him. He growled. However, let me show you the difference between heaven and earth in our power, and prove that my brilliant strategy is something no one can break. Mu-han's words were firm, like nails driven into wood. He commanded, "First squad, advance." All the stone statue generals obeyed. They marched forward. Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself, 1,000 vanguard troops? He must be trying to probe my counterattack capabilities. He wasn't about to sit back. Quickly, he gripped his jousting lance and thrust it toward the heavens. The system notified him. Activated. First chessboard ability. All units on the board gain 30% attack and defense boost. A surge of powerful magic flowed into Jin-hyuk's pieces. Jin-hyuk calculated his moves carefully. Strategy is solid. Advance 3 spaces. First row, assume defensive formation. All units, by my command, advance. The system chimed in. Good. Troops, activating armor. The pieces immediately set up their defenses. Jin-hyuk shouted, "Hold the line." Following Kang Jin-hyuk's orders, the front row used their heavy shields to form a tight defensive wall, determined not to retreat. Not a single enemy unit could break through. A fierce, heated battle ensued. Kang Jin-hyuk showcased his commanding prowess, holding the line until the very end. Once they held steady, he started issuing attack orders. Rooks, fire. The rook pieces immediately fired arrows toward the enemy generals. The system announced, Rooks activating arrow barrage. The 1,000 enemy troops attacking were suddenly met with arrows raining down. They couldn't dodge in time. The arrows struck deep, shattering the enemies. The system continued. Bishops activating fireball. The bishop pieces, upon receiving the command, activated their fire elemental skill, launching a fiery assault on Mu-han's soldiers, setting them ablaze. They couldn't dodge the fire. The sheer destructive power left the opponent terrified. Mu-han was absolutely furious, his teeth grinding in rage. He wiped out 1,000 vanguards? Not bad. Mu-han immediately ordered the 2nd and 3rd squads to advance with a wave of his hand. The army quickly followed his command. The 2nd and 3rd stone statue squads charged aggressively toward Kang Jin-hyuk. 100 cavalry pieces attacked the enemy's flank. The formations of both sides were quite unusual, as Kang Jin-hyuk was charging right alongside his cavalry pieces to lead them. Meanwhile, Mu-han chose to stay seated on his king piece to observe the battle carefully. The system notified him. Knights activating formation. Damage upon collision increased by 200%. Because of this, Kang Jin-hyuk's knight pieces all leveled up, making them even more powerful in battle. Jin-hyuk was bravely riding his chess piece, charging straight forward to lead the way. He shouted heroically, "We'll shatter their army in a flash." With his confidence and determination, the enemy was completely overwhelmed, unable to dodge the strikes from him and his pieces. The enemy forces were instantly shattered. On the other side, Mu-han frowned, thinking, he's a pretty good commander, alternating attack and defense without leaving a single opening. Issuing orders at the perfect moment, Kang Jin-hyuk below was still commanding loudly. Mu-han looked at the cavalry units, feeling puzzled. However, that gap right on his flank, what's that about? It looks a bit too good to be true, like a poisoned apple. The system reminded him, Muhan is activating weakness detection. The system reminded him of one thing. All chess pieces on the board will stop if the piece wearing the crown is destroyed. 2. Only the king or queen can wear the crown. 3. All stats of the king or queen will increase by 100% in non-crowned matches. Looking at the system's notification, he had discovered the weakness in Kang Jin-hyuk's army and quickly reached a conclusion. So, all I have to do is destroy the king, and they'll be easily wiped out. As if he had solved the problem, he laughed savagely like a madman. How bold. I was wondering why he would make such a stupid mistake that even an idiot wouldn't commit, so that's not it. He's challenging me. If you dare, step in here. The girl stepped out lightly. She stood there, arms crossed, frustrated and helpless within Kang Jin-hyuk's formation. The white-haired girl, chosen as the queen, wore the crown. Muhan just sat there, ordering his troops. He laughed, thinking he was about to win. Scouts, advance. Sneering as he looked toward the back, Kang Jin-hyuk calculated silently. Their force is about 3,000, occupying 15 square meters. I know he'll aim for my base the moment he sees an opening, and it was just as he thought. As he was advancing toward Muhan, his generals had already retreated to advance toward his queen through the gap. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately ordered, "Ignore them. The enemy's defensive line is weak. They have 3,000 troops." Muhan thought dangerously. I knew very well that this was a trap to lure me into attacking the king by intentionally creating a gap in his defensive line. The chess pieces were still fighting fiercely and aggressively. Thanks to the management, Muhan withdrew 3,000 troops. To get closer to his queen, Kang Jin-hyuk also easily advanced, quickly closing in on Muhan. The pieces were raining fire on the enemy. Muhan's general army was suffering heavy losses. They were getting hit by every single attack. One general after another fell, and stone pieces scattered everywhere. But after their efforts, they finally managed to get close to Queen Alice von Ataraxia's forces and were surrounding her. Muhan laughed viciously. Thinking he was about to win, he thought it was all over. But strangely, Queen Alice showed no fear even when surrounded. She looked at the enemy with cold eyes. Her war horses charged forward, filled with fighting spirit. On Muhan's side, a warrior wearing armor as massive as a mountain saw the cavalry charging. Muhan said arrogantly to Kang Jin-hyuk, "So, you actually managed to make it this far. With so few troops, it's truly commendable." Ignoring his opponent's contemptuous words, Kang Jin-hyuk sat on his horse, holding his spear, ready for battle. He smirked. "Why do you keep rambling? I know perfectly well you intentionally opened a path for me." Muhan was startled, thinking, does he know this is a trap? Waving his hand forward, Muhan replied calmly, "Whatever. You entrusted the crown to such a sickly girl, and ran all the way here with just those troops. I have no expectations for you anymore." Suddenly, Muhan's eyes flared with a surrounding light. His power became incredible. In the palm of his hand, overflowing with internal energy, a Bagua circle appeared. He declared firmly, "Let me end this right here." Muhan summoned two statues named Virajaksa and David. The statues were 10 times larger than Kang Jin-hyuk's cavalry. They looked down at the tiny army beneath their feet, unable to help but scoff. "Is this it? Can't you find anyone better than this?" David seemed to be eyeing his prey, stroking his chin and remarking, "I don't even see a single one with perfect proportions." Not knowing what he had seen, the third-floor boss was somewhat surprised. His face hardened as he cursed. "You damn dog. Have you lost your mind?" As it turned out, in this hopeless situation, Kang Jin-hyuk still wore an incredibly confident smile. This confidence made Muhan somewhat bitter. How can you still smile in a situation like this? Recalling a few minutes earlier, the annoying vampire Alice told him, "Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?" Sitting on his horse, Kang Jin-hyuk teased her. "Why? Are you worried about me, Alice von Ataraxia?" Alice replied irritably, "Of course. There's a reason that guy became a third-floor boss, you know." Kang Jin-hyuk was left speechless. "This is the first time I've heard you praise an AI that much. Do you mean he's stronger than you?" Alice puffed up in anger, pointing her finger at him. "How dare you? How dare you compare a noble aristocrat of the night like me to that pile of rocks?" Gritting her teeth in fury, she turned away. "If I wasn't trapped in that cramped place, I would have." She trailed off, wondering why she was bothering to argue. Kang Jin-hyuk asked one last time to be sure, "So, does that mean I can entrust everything here to you?" Without much thought, she replied immediately, "Of course. Even in this condition, those 10,000 rockheads are as easy as a walk in the park." Back to the present, a legion of stone soldiers charged at her, but she still looked calm. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled excitedly, saying with a determined tone, "I'm certain someone is going to be furious because of what you just said. Alice used her left hand to activate the system. A notification appeared. Alice is activating Blood Spear. No sooner had she spoken than a series of blood arrows surrounded her. Alice tugged at her clothes, annoyed, and shouted, "You miserable little bugs, how dare you lay your hands on me?" Immediately, the blood spears followed her command. Everywhere they flew, the stone army was blown to pieces. Layers of Muhan's army fell like gravel, flying everywhere. In an instant, only a few remained. They looked up at the direction Alice was flying. She was forming a massive fireball. The system notified. Alice is activating Blood Treasure. She showed a bored expression toward these bugs and muttered casually, "Die." With that, she threw the blood orb down. A massive explosion turned everything nearby into ash. Having dealt with the pests, Alice landed gently on the ruins. Alice turned away, huffing in resentment. Seeing that terrifying power, Muhan was shocked and gasped. How could such a sickly girl possess such strength compared to Kang Jin-hyuk? Holding his spear, Kang Jin-hyuk said with contempt, "Your biggest mistake was letting me get this close, and you were so certain your vanguard could defeat the queen." The system displayed a notification, activating Black Devil Blood Chi. It is reacting to the Black Devil Blood Chi. He struck his iron spear violently against the black leaf. A notification popped up. New attribute acquired. Mental collapse. Continuously inflicts damage. The target attacked. Will be unable to distinguish friend from foe. He thrust his spear forward. Following the horse's momentum, he landed a hit right in the center. Thousands of purple rays spread across Muhan's legion. Each stone soldier's eyes turned deep purple. Even the statue Virajaksa trembled uncontrollably. As if he had lost his consciousness, he said, "I didn't like them from the start." The statue David looked on with a confused expression. Virajaksa was officially being controlled. He shouted, "That fancy-looking muscular guy is just unbearable." Saying that, he immediately smashed David's face with one hand. Leaving David's face shattered, Muhan stood beneath the massive robot. He was now watching his own soldiers slaughter each other, unable to do anything, a sense of indescribable helplessness. His soldiers, his tactics, he couldn't believe they had all been destroyed by a single human. Muhan's face turned purple, filled with boundless fear. While he was still unable to believe the truth, Kang Jin-hyuk was right behind him, saying, "Hey, you monster, don't go panicking like that. You'll look weak." The system showed a notification. Activating ice chains. A massive statue rose up behind him. With his path blocked, Muhan panicked. How? This is impossible. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately created an ice bow. Preparing to attack from a distance, he provoked him. "Where are you going?" Muhan ran away in a panic, not forgetting to order his robot. "Stop him. Stop that bastard." As soon as he finished, the robot used its steel arm to punch his formation hard. The horse's neighs rang out one after another in pain as they fell under the robot's sharp blade. The system notified. Activating Mandala. Kang Jin-hyuk stood, watching the robot wreak havoc. He pulled out something resembling a double-headed golden spear, his voice dripping with disdain for your habit of dumping everything on your subordinates when you're backed into a corner. It was the same old story. The system notified him that the ice shackles and the mandala were resonating with each other. He excitedly combined his bow. He combined his ice with that golden spear, drew his bow, and confidently took aim at the perfect moment, whispering, "Kang Jin-hyuk," as the ice arrow was pulled taut. He fired the golden spear. All the power gathered into this final blow was so intense that it pierced right through that massive guy and slammed straight into the third-floor boss. A thunderous boom shook the horizon. Now, Muhan was officially sent to meet his maker. A massive blast of light erupted across the sky. The system announced that the third-floor boss, Muhan, had been defeated. Alice offered a proud smile to her master. The system announced that the fourth floor of the Tower of Trials was opening. The group, Juji and Hana, cheered with joy because their efforts had finally paid off. The system reminded them. Time remaining to conquer the next floor is 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Everyone watching the screen breathed a sigh of relief at the third floor of the Tower of Trials. Now, you could only see Kang Jin-hyuk casually scratching his cheek, with the explosion of the boss behind him. The system screen reported the latest news. Third floor of the Tower of Trials, successfully conquered, standing proudly before the battlefield. The glory belonged to Kang Jin-hyuk, who walked away with a cocky stride. Just then, the system kept notifying him. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up." He looked at the screen and muttered, "Just dump all the stat points into magic power. That should do it." Jin-hyuk's hand kept tapping the level up button, his eyes glancing toward the place where the treasure chest lay, waiting for him. His heart was racing. Time to go collect the loot. Kang Jin-hyuk paused, thinking, The treasure you get after killing a boss can be distinguished by color, the 7 colors of the 7 stones, based on rarity, from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and finally, the highest, purple. The items he had received from the floors below the 10th were all red, the lowest grade. Kang Jin-hyuk felt confused. But an orange chest appeared? How? He secretly guessed that this must be the effect of the Monopoly board, helping him maximize his rewards when going solo. His eyes lit up like car headlights, his mouth curling into a satisfied grin he couldn't hide. He quickly unboxed the chest, and a pile of items flew out in front of him. The system announced one by one. You have received Pink Diamond. You have received Kang Jin-hyuk's top priority. You have received soft rice. You have received natural water. You have received seed chest. You have received fire-breathing fingernails. He couldn't hide his surprise. He exclaimed, "Whoa, that's intense." Glancing to the side of the chest, he saw something sculpted in the shape of a sun that automatically flew out. He thought to himself, the Eclipse Stone. The effects of the Monopoly board are just too insane. He was so delighted that his face broke into a wicked grin. With this, once I clear the 4th floor, I'm going to score big time. Just you wait. Vampire girl. Alice, standing by his side, couldn't hide her judgmental gaze. She felt helpless, thinking, I will never get used to that face of his. She let out a sigh and then smirked. You really are a piece of rotten wood that can't be carved. In a formal meeting room, the guild leader and several others were sitting together. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Everyone was crossing their arms and looking away. It was unclear what had happened, but Patrick was holding his head in frustration. He actually succeeded, and he played it solo too? Baek Jinho was also shocked by the news. He burst out laughing. This is the birth of a hero right here. Maria, sitting next to him, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. We've gained 90 days to clear the next floor. We must prepare really, really carefully. The young man, Tenwei, looked like he was about to go crazy. Thank God? You just said thank God? Tenwei slammed his hand on the table and shouted, You fool! Do you think? What good does these kinds of attacks do for us? He's going to steal all the views. Miss Teresa Zhu Lawrence, sitting beside him, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wait a minute, what are you saying? She complained, gesturing outward. Because of those failed attacks, we were almost forced to shake hands with those demon kind. But now, thanks to him, humanity has been given an extra 90 days without having to beg those monsters for anything. Teresa lectured him so he would come to his senses. How can you say that? About the person who helped us when we were at our wits' end? She turned to everyone, uncomfortable. Sister Maria, Mr. Baek Jinho, say something. Under Teresa's expectant gaze, the two people called out couldn't say a single word to her. A gloomy atmosphere engulfed the entire meeting room. Teresa asked in disappointment, Are you all serious? Do you all think like Tenwei? Say something. Tenwei just turned a deaf ear, not wanting to care. Teresa was truly speechless, not knowing what else to say, and disappointed in these people. Her face darkened as she made a decision. Fine then, if that's how it is. From today on, I would like to withdraw from these meetings. Maria's eyes widened in shock. Teresa, what are you saying? Think about it. Do you know how much effort I put in to get you up here? Mr. Patrick said in a cold voice. This meeting group isn't something you can just come and go from as you please. This is an extremely top-tier organization. Only the most talented are allowed in to save humanity. He said firmly. If you leave, you will never be allowed back in again. Do you really believe in that guy that much? Ignoring his warning, Teresa gripped the door handle tightly, using her strength to fling the room's large wooden door wide open. She stepped outside and said confidently, in a tone full of resolve, walking straight ahead, I must believe in him with my life. In another place, Kang Jin-hyuk was comfortably taking a walk by the beach, as if washing away all his troubles. He muttered to himself, So tired I have a mountain of money now. Maybe I should try a luxury hotel? Suddenly, his phone rang a call from Yu Jonhwa. He quickly picked up. Hello? Yu Jonhwa? Did you call? Sorry, I was in the tower, so I couldn't answer. Before he could finish his sentence, his sister's voice came through, trembling and pained. Brother, he won't wake up anymore. Jin-hyuk's expression turned serious again as he asked where she was. As it turned out, Yu Jonhwa, the Atomic Fist, was the granddaughter of Yu Joneon, the legendary martial artist who stood at the pinnacle of the Korean martial arts world. This was the first time he had seen someone as strong, cheerful, and optimistic as Yu Jonhwa like this. After arriving at the address she provided, Kang Jin-hyuk held her, looking at Yu Jonhwa. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed like a child, calling, Brother. He was bewildered as she showed such an expression. Jin-hyuk comforted her. Don't cry. Tell me, what happened? Yu Jonghua calmed herself down and replied, I think this all started not long after. The trial tower appeared. Do you remember the riot in Incheon? He paused for a moment, suddenly recalling, Oh, the time Park Hana and I were in the maze? He answered in a low, slow voice, I saw it on the news. The girl said sadly, My grandfather was there too, even though he had already awakened back then. That very riot succeeded in subduing the monsters, but he was so severely injured that day that he could never fully recover. She turned her eyes toward the old man, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed, her heart aching. And recently, his condition has been getting worse. Kang Jin-hyuk looked closely at the old man and thought to himself, So this is Yu Chul-ion, the man once called the strongest in South Korea? The old man lay motionless now. His arm was hooked to an IV, and purple veins covered his body as if he were suffering from a strange, toxic disease. A system window appeared with his information. Yu Chul-ion, male, age, 75, level, 5. Stats, strength 25, agility 50, stamina 38, mana 7, vitality 5. Points available 103. Class, none. Skills, none. Unique status, extreme fatigue. Kang Jin-hyuk's skills, level 13. Eye of Greed, level 12. Refusal to retreat. The system continued to display. Copy condition. Yu Chul-ion is currently on the verge of death. If you save his life, you will be able to copy one of his skills. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes burned with intensity. He smirked internally. Is he really someone who has never entered the tower? A doctor entered from the door and asked, Yu Jonghua, what's going on? You suddenly left, only to bring some celebrity who only knows how to fight here? Then, those guys shifted their attention to him. I don't know why you're here, but even an S-rank awakener can't do anything here. A top doctor stood by the door. The blue-haired guy leading them was an A-rank healer named Hyo Ji-soo. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't back down. He stepped right up to him. The doctor, frustrated, replied indignantly, I've known Yu Jonghua for a long time. I just came to see if there was anything I could do. Hearing the explanation, he looked down at the old man and mocked, Oh, so that's it? I almost misunderstood. I was very nervous knowing that famous Kang Jin-hyuk might even interfere in the healing field. Yu Jonghua, standing nearby, found it grating and had to interrupt. Do you think I brought him here because I was angry? Everyone taking care of him is a top expert, but why isn't he showing any signs of improvement? Hyo Ji-soo calmly lowered his glasses, wiped his mouth, and slowly explained, We are doing our best. We are taking the time to study every single symptom caused by the trial tower in the most severe way, especially with current medical knowledge. He waved his hand and said, I really hope you understand that we are trying our absolute best. A tense atmosphere crept into the conversation. Everyone was silent, not saying a word. Yu Jonghua showed clear disappointment and said sadly, I'm sorry. I let my emotions get the better of me. At that moment, the system suddenly showed a notification. Activating Eye of Greed. Seeing him step forward, Yu Jonghua called out blankly, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, let's go. Let the doctors focus on the treatment. Seeing that he didn't respond, she repeated his name, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk. Because the Eye of Greed was activated, his eyes turned blood red like a demon's. He gritted his teeth in anger when he looked into the minds of these healers. Their thoughts were truly cruel and irresponsible. Why is a combat class guy suddenly here? Damn it, we were making such good money. Is he here just to block our way? So annoying. How much longer do we have to pretend to treat him? Kang Jin-hyuk was truly furious inside. Look at these leeches, the ignorant doctor still nonchalantly said to the two. It seems the senior's cultivation technique is clashing with the tower's mana, causing this coma. Hyo Ji-soo pretended to think about a cure. I really want to try a healing method involving magic stones. We are conducting a lot of research, but those materials are very expensive. Yu Jonghua raised her voice. You quack. Don't worry about the money. Even if I have to sell the dojo, I will prepare it for you, just as long as he can recover. Kang Jin-hyuk was furious to his core, hearing that guy deceiving the girl. Hearing her resolute words, the doctor wore a satisfied smile. Thank you very much, miss. But he immediately went stiff when Kang Jin-hyuk started speaking. What kind of nonsense are you feeding her to scam her? You bastard, he shouted right in the doctor's face. Two of the doctor's colleagues also ran over and yelled, What did you say? Scamming? Are you insulting us? Hyo Ji-soo was sweating profusely. He adjusted his glasses and said in a trembling voice, This is terrible. Even if you are her guest, you can't just say whatever you want. Kang Jin-hyuk's Eye of Greed picked up the doctor's true thoughts. What is this? Is he trying to bait me? Even if we were really discovered, he couldn't have found out about the 7 borrowed accounts and that Bitcoin wallet, could he? Not even a saint could know. Kang Jin-hyuk hit the dog-like man with all the information he had gathered. Look at that. 7 borrowed accounts and a Bitcoin wallet? What have you done? The doctor was caught red-handed and jolted, as if his heart could stop at any moment. Yu Jonhua, standing beside them, vaguely realized the problem. She clenched her fists and said, "What do you mean? Borrowed accounts?" The doctor hurriedly defended himself. "What a bold-faced lie. Do you have any proof? Don't go around accusing us like that." But his true thoughts had already been fully exposed by the eye of greed. He panicked, thinking, what the hell is wrong with him? How much does he know? Damn it, does he even know about our connection with the Black Cloud Guild and a tower resident? Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk was completely shocked, never expecting the situation to be this serious. He calmed his mind. Wait, what? Connection with the Black Cloud Guild and a resident? He thought, stunned. A resident of the tower has made contact with humans? The atmosphere in the room was hanging by a thread. Everyone was silent now. Standing in the hospital room, Kang Jin-hyuk was speechless, never expecting that Hongdeok-pyo would be working with a tower resident like that. In the eyes of those residents, humanity were nothing but invaders, threatening their tower. Who knows what they're thinking in their twisted heads? Suddenly, the old man's heart rate monitor started beeping rapidly and loudly. His mouth spilled black blood, soaking his collar. It seemed his condition was becoming critical. Yu Zhanhua shrieked in panic. "Grandfather!" The doctor, Heo Ji-soo, didn't anticipate the situation. One would think a doctor's medical oath would compel him to save the patient immediately. But being the treacherous snake he was, he poured all his strength into his legs, trying to run away like a whipped dog. But he wouldn't get his way. Kang Jin-hyuk used his foot to block the door, slamming it shut. She growled, "Where do you think you're going? Running away like that, you've got a guilty conscience, don't you?" Her tears streamed down, as if she had been holding it all in for a long time. Gritting her teeth, she told him, "If anything happens to my grandfather, don't expect to leave here alive." Kang Jin-hyuk raised his voice to intervene. "Calm down, Jonhua." He glanced toward Yu Chol-ayon, who was convulsing on the hospital bed. "Saving the old man has to be our priority." The fake doctor, as if finding an excuse to defend himself, stuttered and shouted, "He's right! I was just about to go get the medicine. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? It's thanks to us that Yu Cholyon's condition even got this bad." Kang Jin-hyuk stood before the old man, feeling helpless. He let out a sigh. "You've been caught, yet you're still spouting nonsense." Yu Jonhua kicked him. As soon as he finished speaking, she didn't hesitate to leap high into the air. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if ready to vent all her frustration, and she kicked the quack straight in the face with such force that his features distorted. This was just the initial punishment for him. Standing before the shivering old man, Kang Jin-hyuk quickly analyzed the situation. It's like epilepsy, and the magic power blockage is extremely severe. A normal person would have died long ago. He steeled his resolve. "I can't let him die." With that thought, he pulled something from his inventory that made the quack jump out of his skin. "That's a legendary elixir." In his hand, he held what is known as the legendary elixir. He sneered with contempt. "Looks like you aren't completely blind. Know what this is?" Inwardly, he calculated that he had intended to use it only when absolutely necessary. But his long-standing friendship with Yu Jonhua, plus the fact that he couldn't miss the chance to copy a skill from a powerhouse like Yu Chol-eon, how could he possibly pass it up? The sound of the elixir bottle opening echoed through the room. He grinned wickedly and took the deep blue liquid inside. He poured it directly onto the dying Mr. Yu Chol-eon. The system announced, "The elixir is being absorbed." The old man's veins turned a pale sea blue before finally fading back into the healthy skin tone of a normal human. He had risen from the dead. The old man let out a sigh of relief. Yu Jonhua happily called out, "Grandfather." She couldn't contain her happiness and sobbed like a child. The system displayed a notification. "Conditions satisfied. You have successfully copied the True Heavenly Flower Technique." The system described the new skill, True Heavenly Flower Technique, S rank. It described it as a technique developed by Yu Chol-eon that can absorb magic power from the air. When used, magic regeneration speed increases by 30%. Furthermore, just learning it can make one's appearance youthful again. The fake doctor, standing outside, curled his lip and thought, "No way he actually cured that old man?" He stood up, trembling, and whispered to his underlings, "We have to leave now." Thinking he had escaped death by a hair's breadth, a foot kicked him flying back into the room. It was Kang Jin-hyuk. He asked coldly, "Running off to where? You little vermin?" His display of power terrified the underlings. Kang Jin-hyuk raised an eyebrow and set a condition. "Let's have a little chat, shall we?" Saying that, he kicked the fake doctor into a utility room. Looking extremely pathetic, the quack cried out, What are you going to do to me? Are you going to kill me? Kang Jin-hyuk replied lazily, no. I don't kill people just because they scammed a bit of money. If you return all the money you swindled, I'll let you go. Hee Jisoo was skeptical of these insane words from Kang Jin-hyuk. You'll let me go if I return all the money to you? Kang Jin-hyuk smiled lightly. Right. Not a bad deal, is it? I'll put in a good word for you, in front of Yoo Jeon-hwa, so you don't have to worry about her. The doctor was still suspicious. He thought, he really thinks he can resolve this so easily? There's something fishy going on. But Kang Jin-hyuk had heard every single one of those thoughts. He cracked his knuckles and spoke to him with a threatening tone, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. What? Are you tired of living? Yoo Jeon-hwa was sitting by her grandfather's bed when a notification chimed on her phone. 3,635,000,000 won has been transferred to your account. On the way to the hospital entrance, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed constantly. It turned out to be the quack, using all his remaining strength to run away. In his head, he rejoiced, thinking, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. On the rooftop, Kang Jin-hyuk stood watching the guy run like a dog in a field. Even though he was letting him go, his mood was very calm. Little Alice, who was sitting on his shoulder, was surprised and exclaimed, You're really letting him go just like that? You're not like yourself at all, he pouted in response. Not at all. Alice, follow him. See who he goes to meet. Alice crossed her legs and asked him, Why are you letting him go? Is there another motive? He nodded and replied excitedly, Of course, you wouldn't be able to scrape anything out of a piece of trash like him, but using him to find out where his organization's base is. That is much better, he gave the order. If you understand, go. Don't lose his trail. She leapt off his shoulder and flashed a friendly smile. Understood. Mission starts now. Kang Jin-hyuk turned to watch her back as the vampire flew away into the sunset, smiling to himself. How excited she is. Back at Mr. Yoo Cheolyeon's special examination room, he gave instructions. Jeonhwa, give us some time, okay? I need to check if the elixir has been absorbed. Jeonhwa nodded in agreement immediately. Okay, sure. Just call me when you're finished. After saying that, she went outside and carefully pulled the door shut. Now, Kang Jin-hyuk sat by the hospital bed, looked at the old man, and whispered softly, Everyone's gone now. The old man looked as if he were sleeping peacefully again. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and spoke. So, you knew? I thought I'd hidden it well enough. He sat up as if nothing had happened, mumbling to himself. Is my breathing that erratic? Or what? Kang Jin-hyuk chuckled softly. No, not at all, sir. You're doing perfectly fine, Mr. Yoo Cheol-yeon. With a stern expression, he said, I apologize. I didn't mean to hide anything from you. Kang Jin-hyuk replied with a bashful smile. It's all right, please, go on. I completely understand. Why be so guarded? A stranger suddenly appears out of nowhere and cures an illness no one else could fix. If I were in your shoes, I'd be suspicious too, sir. Hearing that, Yoo Cheol-yeon burst into laughter. How do you know exactly what someone is thinking? You've read my mind perfectly. He didn't say much more, and Kang Jin-hyuk offered a friendly smile. Seeing you looking so healthy, I'm truly glad, he said gently. Yoo Jeon-hwa was so worried about you. She even called me for help, even though she's usually not the type to ask for favors, Mr. Yoo Cheol-yeon. As if realizing something, the old man replied, Oh, so you're a friend of my granddaughter's then? Cutting to the chase, Kang Jin-hyuk asked, Sir, there's something I really need to ask you. Yoo Cheol-yeon clenched his fists, speaking with resolve. You are my savior, after all. Anything you ask, I will tell you everything. With those words, he felt at ease and asked what happened during that dungeon break. The old man placed a hand over the long scar on his chest. Even just looking at the massive scar was enough to make one shudder. This was the near-fatal wound he received during that breakout. He went silent for a moment before saying, When it happened, I was on my way to a meeting. He recalled the scene from that day. Yoo Cheol-yeon was sitting in his car when he looked up with a terrified face. He gazed at the sky, wondering, how could something like that exist here? A spatial rift filled with purple light and lightning surged everywhere, looking chaotic and unstable. Monsters poured out from the crack in the sky. It wasn't just them. A swarm of disgusting, mutated spiders crawled down onto the streets. At that moment, a police officer was trying to protect the civilians, fumbling as his gun wouldn't draw. The spider lunged at him. The officer cursed, Damn it, my gun! Before he could finish his sentence, the spider opened its massive jaws, ready to send him to his grave. In that hairbreadth moment, Yoo Cheol-yeon leaped from his car and kicked the spider hard. It was a brutal blow that saved the officer's life. His feet landed in a perfect combat stance of a martial arts master. Rubble crumbled all around. Yu Chelion roared. Go evacuate the civilians. I'll handle this thing. The officer, grateful for the help, hurried away while thanking him profusely. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange foot landed softly on the pile of debris from the collapsed buildings on the street. The stranger laughed mockingly. Seems like among these outsiders, there's actually someone capable. Very well, in that case. The mysterious stranger wore a wicked smile, his eyes glowing intensely. He spoke in a teasing tone. Let's have a little fun, shall we? Amidst the opening portal, thousands of spider monsters flew out. Yu Chol-eon used every ounce of his strength to fight them off. One by one, he took them down, his hands stained with their blood. After a long fight, sweat poured down his forehead. He frowned, thinking to himself, I can handle a few of these monsters, no matter what. But just as he thought that, from afar, the footsteps of the stranger, accompanied by the dragging of a sword on the ground, signaled grave danger. He was startled and panicked. Just as he managed to look up, the stranger leaped into the air. In that split second of mortal danger, his body went stiff, leaving Yu Chol-eon utterly helpless. He couldn't even touch his opponent. The stranger didn't hesitate. He drove a sharp, deadly sword strike right into the center of his chest. The sudden attack made him collapse in agony. After the strike, the assassin nonchalantly stepped over his body, leaving him to scream in pain. Damn it! Blood spilled from his mouth, and due to the unchecked trauma, he had been in a coma until now. Back to the present. In the hospital room, he calmly recalled everything. Those are my final memories. I've never seen anyone use a sword that quickly. The whisper-quiet account from a man who had returned from the brink of death made Kang Jin-hyuk feel the tension in the air. He pondered deeply. Long hair and Eastern-style attire. If he's telling the truth, it means the Murim faction ruling the 21st floor has begun. To make moves that we can't predict. He stroked his chin, brooding. Those bastards are the type to do anything to get what they want. Even when I was playing the game, they gave me a hell of a time. What are they plotting, that they're resorting to invading reality like this? Kang Jin-hyuk spoke firmly to him. The person who attacked you is one of the residents of the tower. He looked shocked. A resident of the tower? Jin-hyuk continued softly. I never expected them to dare escape the tower like this. Things are more complicated than I thought. As he listened, he turned his head to look at his granddaughter, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. He suspiciously ventured a guess. You said you've known Yu Jeonhwa for a long time, right? Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. It's been quite a while. Hearing his answer, Yu Chol-eon let out a sigh of relief. What a relief that is. Then, he burst into a delighted laugh. Go ahead and hold the wedding with my granddaughter immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk was speechless and explained, Sir, Yu Jeonhwa and I don't have that kind of relationship. Letting out a breath, Yu Chol-eon opened up. There's one thing I'm sure of as I get older. One thing keeps getting better whether I like it or not. My eye for character. His gaze became more determined than ever. They say if you want to truly understand something, you have to spend at least 10,000 hours on it. I don't think that's wrong. Kang Jin-hyuk's exhausted face said it all. A system notification suddenly popped up, reminding him. Game time. 50,125 hours. The old man continued, his tone somber. Just a few months after the tower appeared, the people who started acting arrogant the most were the awakened. Those fakes, or the people who call themselves experts, Yu Chol-eon, is incredibly steadfast. But you're different. How should I put this? It's as if you've been through hell and back. I can see that you've tasted the bitterness of both victory and defeat. After all those trials, you've matured so much. Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hand sheepishly. You flatter me too much. The truth was, Kang Jin-hyuk had spent over 50,000 hours playing this tower-climbing game, but he didn't want to reveal that. I didn't expect this. Yu Chol-eon crossed his arms, looking pleased. You're so humble, but you can't hide it. That composure just radiates from you naturally. Yu Chol-eon clutched his chest, looking serious. Regardless, I still want to repay my benefactor. Is there anything you want? Suddenly, a thought popped into Kang Jin-hyuk's head. A favor from the most powerful martial arts family in South Korea. His expression was hard to describe. He stammered, Anything I want, really? The old man nodded confidently and laughed loudly. Don't worry, just name it. As soon as he left, Yu Jeonhwa woke up. She stood by the door, asking blankly, Grandfather, are you okay? Seeing her worried expression, Kang Jin-hyuk nodded slightly, bringing good news. The herbs have taken effect. In a few days, he'll be completely recovered. Yu Jeonhwa breathed a sigh of relief. That's such a relief. How can I ever repay you? Kang Jin-hyuk smiled dangerously. Don't worry about it. His gaze toward her was bone-chilling. The old man had already shown more than enough gratitude. Yu Jonghua stared at him, bewildered. In the patient's room, Yu Chol-ayon felt so happy that he was heartbroken. Kang Jin-hyuk's recent request felt like a dagger to the heart. Tears fell uncontrollably. She couldn't believe it. He had actually asked her to give him that. Meanwhile, in the elevator going up to the 101st floor, Kang Jin-hyuk happily circled the room, gazing out the window at the incredible view. It filled his heart with emotion. Money is obviously great when you're in some luxurious, faraway place. Tasting the local cuisine is a given. He quickly grabbed the phone and called the front desk. A moment later, the other end answered, "Room service. How may I help you?" In no time, a feast was laid out before Kang Jin-hyuk. He enjoyed a bite of steak while sipping on some fancy wine. He couldn't contain his immense satisfaction and shouted, "This tastes like heaven. It's literally melting in my mouth." He was so blissfully happy, he closed his eyes and exclaimed, "This is amazing. Just a few months ago, all I could afford to eat was instant ramen." Alice, lying lazily on the sofa, remarked, "You look like you're really enjoying that food." Hearing her, Kang Jin-hyuk pouted. "People used to pay just to watch me eat, you know." On the TV, the news was playing. The host happily reported, "In this segment, exploring the trials, we've invited an expert on tower climbing. And our guest today is," she gestured, "an awakener from Korea's strongest guild, the Gun Guild, Mr. Kang Un-sok. Let's give him a round of applause." After they were both seated, the MC asked seriously, "Sir, in your opinion, what is the key to climbing the tower?" "Mr. Un-seok replied professionally, "The most important thing, to start with, is strength. There are two ways to get stronger in the tower. The first is to level up, and there are generally two ways to get stronger in this tower. The first and the most basic way, everyone knows, is to raise your level and your skills." Curious, the MC quickly responded, "Oh, I see. And what's the second way?" Kang Un-sok smiled as he revealed, "It's coins." Nearby, Alice was still lounging upside down on the sofa watching the show. The MC exclaimed in surprise, "Do you mean the currency that can only be used inside the tower?" Kang Un-sok nodded, confirming, "Yes. Being able to buy better items, and even better ones, is one of the best ways to become a high-level climber," he continued. "If the dollar is the main currency that keeps the earth spinning, from now on, coins will be the main currency." Alice glanced at him. Turning back and forth, he had already cleaned his plate. She thought to herself, "He eats so fast." Seeing him get up to leave without a word, she asked curiously, "Kang Jin-hyuk, where are you going?" He replied wearily, "Going to get some rest." On TV, Kang Un-sok was still excited. "Thanks to Kang Jin-hyuk, the fourth floor is now open, but I heard no one has entered it yet." Alice's smile was eerie as she looked at him, having already snatched the bottle of wine in her hand. On the screen, the host continued the dialogue. "Could you explain why that is?" He explained sheepishly, "It's because of the privilege of clearing the third floor. The person who clears the third floor has the right to be the first to enter the fourth floor." Pointing at the screen, Kang Un-sok said coldly, "The fourth floor is a special dungeon with over 100 large-scale waves. The way to clear it is to capture the base, the courtyard, and defend it until the end." Looking at the screen, he added seriously, "The problem here is, if all the players who enter can't defend that base, the entire fourth floor will be locked for 20 days. The host's eyes went wide with surprise. "Oh my. So no one will be able to enter for a full 20 days? The guest nodded, confirming, "Yes, because if the floors aren't cleared within 90 days, there's a high chance of a catastrophe. So, even Kang Jin-hyuk can't recklessly charge in." The host started to panic. "Is it really true that if it isn't cleared in 90 days, humanity will go extinct?" Kang Un-sok continued, "I believe the tower system holds absolute power in its enforcement, the laws of this world." Just then, Kang Jin-hyuk walked toward the bathroom. He calmly opened the door and stepped inside as the sound from the TV continued to play. The voice of Kang Un-sok, one could say he can even ignore the law of causality. If that's the case, it's highly likely that humanity could be driven to extinction. Standing in the bathroom and hearing this crazy talk, Kang Jin-hyuk's face darkened as he pondered. After the interview ended, the female MC and Kang Un-sok had some time to chat in the parking lot. "Are you really free for a whole month?" a pretty girl flirted, clinging to his arm. Kang Un-sok replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm sure that even if I take a month off from these 90 days, there will still be enough time to prepare for the tower raid." Looking at the beautiful host, he suddenly made an aggressive move. "So, let's go somewhere fun this month." The female MC giggled upon hearing that. "Sounds like fun." Just as he settled into his car, a new notification made him jump. The notification content: All unknown players have declared the start of the fourth floor raid. All players wishing to enter the fourth floor, please prepare. The first wave will begin in 8 hours. Reading those lines, Kang Un-suk's blood boiled like a bull's. He slammed on the gas, speeding off as fast as he could, not forgetting to shout orders to his lackeys. Gather all the awakened, immediately. Emergency! Because he was driving so recklessly, the female MC screamed in terror. His team members, confused, commented one after another, "What the hell is going on, senior? Do we have a plan? Is everyone supposed to gather for an emergency mission or something? Damn it, gather all the awakened, hurry up! Even if you have to hold your crap, drag them here right now. We are fed." Kang Un-suk gritted his teeth so hard they clicked, the veins in his face bulging violently because in his heart, he knew clearly that there were only 8 hours left, and yet, they had prepared nothing. He cursed loudly. What the hell were you thinking by doing this? Unknown. After sending the provocation, Kang Jin-hyuk had a good sleep. Kang Jin-hyuk woke up, sat up, and stretched for a moment. He muttered, "Slept like a log. Time to go." The system showed a notification. Time remaining until the first wave begins. 0, 1, 37 to 51. At the fourth floor of the trial tower, these 100 waves include both normal monsters and special monsters. There are only 2 ways to stop them. Either build thousands of defensive formations in the most optimal way possible, or choose a place that can be defended effectively as a base. For normal players, that is how it goes. Kang Jin-hyuk's footsteps powerfully exited the time portal. The system notified him, "You are the first to enter the fourth floor of the trial tower. Other players will be allowed to enter the fourth floor in 20 minutes. Glancing around the place he had just arrived, he shook his head in disappointment. Still as gloomy as always. Passing by piles of rubble, he reminded himself. 20 minutes isn't much. I have to hurry. At this moment, right in front of him, was the Sangam World Cup Stadium. After taking a few steps to scout the area, the system popped up a notification, using Kang Jin-hyuk's priority base. Immediately after, it notified again. Seoul Sangam World Cup Stadium has been selected as your base. Kang Jin-hyuk walked around, performing a few actions. The system displayed spreading seeds, planting sunlight seeds. Using natural water, planting speed increased by 20%. After planting all the seeds into the ground inside the stadium, he muttered, "All prepped and ready, time to head back, I guess." Outside, at the starting point of the fourth floor, everyone was gathered in full force. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk sat high up, observing each person carefully and making his judgment. Most of the major guilds were participating. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. "Hey, over here, Kang Jin-hyuk." He was startled and looked down. It was the arrival of Yu Jeonhwa and Lee Tae-min. Following that was a sweet, honeyed voice. Teresa gently waved her hand to greet him. Kang Jin-hyuk noticed her presence. Both Tae-min and Yu Jeonhwa's jaws dropped. "Teresa?" They chorused in disbelief. She stood there, frozen like a statue. Kang Jin-hyuk jumped down and spoke softly to explain, "Don't be so surprised. I called her here. Sorry for calling everyone so suddenly. Everything happened so fast, I didn't have time to explain." Lee Tae-min waved his hand and replied, "It's fine. Obviously, when you call, we'll come." Teresa also laughed, relieved. "I don't mind either, because I didn't have anything else to do anyway. And besides, being with you is much better." Upon saying this, her ears and face turned red like a tomato. Hearing her say that, all 3 of them laughed at Teresa's innocent response. The gathering of these 4 was enough to keep the crowd whispering, "Oh my god, look, that's Yu Jeonhwa and Lee Tae-min." The blonde guy also widened his eyes in awe. "Next to them is Teresa. I'm subscribed to her YouTube channel. I can't believe I'm seeing her in person." The black-haired guy pointed and continued. "The person next to them is Kang Jin-hyuk, the top rising star in Korea. Even if the group is small, this team is insane." Kang Jin-hyuk excitedly asked everyone, "Is that everyone?" Yu Jeonhwa arched a brow, confused by the question. "Yeah, but with only this many people, will we be okay? The number of monsters in the waves on this floor is terrifying." Lee Tae-min rubbed his face, embarrassed, and said, "My summoning control ability isn't that high, so it's going to be tough." Kang Jin-hyuk, though helpless, was also incredibly enthusiastic. "It's only fun if it's hard. I chose that stadium as our base for a reason." Everyone was suddenly panicked by his decision. "Wait, a stadium?" She clutched her head, crying out, "You don't mean the Sangam Stadium, right? Please tell me it's not that." The 2 of them were miserable to the point of tears. Lee Tae-min broke out in a cold sweat, explaining until he was blue in the face. "We need at least 100 people to defend that huge place. Yu Jianhua nodded repeatedly, agreeing with what Lee Taemin said. She gave the guy a hard time, questioning him. What do you mean it's fun? This isn't just a game anymore. If we die here, it's really the end. Just looking at his face, I know he's up to his old tricks again. Ignoring Yu Jianhua's shouting, Kang Jin-hyuk still grinned broadly, unfazed by the suffering of his teammates. Teresa stood in the middle, watching the argument without understanding a thing, her head bobbing left and right like she was watching a tennis match. This is what they call team spirit, right? Do you get it? Teresa shyly reminded him. Jin-hyuk, you look like a total pervert right now. A short while later, they gradually made their way into the stadium. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly reassured her, don't be so tense. A place like this is the perfect spot for a gang fight. A deafening, fearful scream echoed. That's just for you. It's different for us. Inside, Teresa looked at him, full of questions. Jin-hyuk, can I ask you something? He nodded at her, asking, what is it? She shyly raised her hand with 5 fingers spread. Listen, I heard we need at least 5 people to defend a base, she said, glancing around at everyone with a raised voice. But as you know, there are only 4 of us here, right? Lee Taemin nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, she's got a point, huh? Kang Jin-hyuk shrugged, acting indifferent. Don't worry about that. The last person will be here soon. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone flew in with terrifying force. He landed, panting heavily like a beast, and roared in pure rage. Kang Jin-hyuk. The newcomer was Chun Do-sung. He drew his sword. I'm going to hack you into 100 pieces. I'll kill you, you bastard. He remembered the scene from earlier. Chun Do-sung had been pushing himself to the limit, training in the remote mountains, when suddenly a system notification popped up with a message from Kang Jin-hyuk. He commanded, get to the starting point of the 4th floor within 1 hour. Reading those messages, he curled his lip in contempt, his face twisted in utter annoyance. How ridiculous. Just because he says so, I have to go? I'm not even done training yet. Still, he didn't see any further response from him. Jin-hyuk continued to provoke him. If you get here now, I'll fight you without using my left hand or my right leg. Infuriated by his messages, Chun Do-sung ignored them and swung his sword even harder. Echoing in his head was a mocking, arrogant tone, a taunt that felt so shallow and childish. If I take the bait this time, I'm literally dancing in the palm of his hand. Still determined to reel Chun Do-sung in, Kang Jin-hyuk kept at it. All right, fine. I'll even keep my eyes closed, too. Reading this, Chun Do-sung's teeth gritted uncontrollably. Chun Do-sung tried to calm himself, enduring the rage to fuel his revenge in the future. Another message came through. Scared? Just 2 words. But it was enough to show Jin-hyuk was really pushing his buttons. This provocation triggered the beast within Chun Do-sung. His eyes blazed with fire. I'll kill him. Returning to the present, Chun Do-sung gripped his sword and lunged forward, snarling, you bastard! I'm going to kill you! Smoke and sparks flew everywhere. The scene was so terrifying that everyone else backed away several meters. But Kang Jin-hyuk remained calm, greeting him nonchalantly. Oh, you're here? Come on over. Seeing the sword in Chun Do-sung's hand, he smirked with interest. An elemental sword, an item that helps overcome the weaknesses of warriors in long battles by channeling elemental power into the weapon. I knew he'd use that. Why is he so easy to read? The anger in Chun Do-sung hadn't faded. His eyes were dark and deadly. He growled, you're asking if I'm scared? I'll show you right now. Immediately, he swung his sword high with a fierce shout. Am I scared? It seemed like the sheer destructive power would collapse the entire place. But Kang Jin-hyuk provocatively taunted him with ease. Showing off is fine and all, but are you planning to fight me with that incomplete sword? Seriously? Hearing those words, Chun Do-sung gritted his teeth in frustration. What's that supposed to mean? Kang Jin-hyuk shrugged and explained lazily. Exactly what it sounds like. An elemental sword isn't bad at all, but it has to be complete to unleash its full power. Looking at his sword, Chun Do-sung froze in silence. The arrogant man stood from afar, baiting him. By chance, in one of the random boxes on this floor, there's an item that can complete that elemental sword. You need the primordial flame, right? Chun Do-sung snapped. He yelled, quit your rambling. A random box is just that random. Who knows what you'll actually pull? Kang Jin-hyuk explained excitedly. Don't you know I love taking weird shortcuts? If you join this defense, I'll give it to you. So, let's make a deal. Once it's complete, we'll have our match, all right? Chun Do-sung was left deep in thought by Jin-hyuk's words. He stood in silence. Kang Jin-hyuk asked softly, what do you think? After a moment, Chun Do-sung simply sheathed his sword, an action that signified his agreement. Chun Do-sung turned to leave, not forgetting to warn him. That thing coming out of the random box better be that item. Hearing that, Kang Jin-hyuk broke into a satisfied grin. At that moment, a system notification appeared. A 5-man squad has been formed. The minimum number of members required to defend a base has been met. Leading the way, Teresa turned to look at Chun Do-sung with a worried expression. She frowned and asked, Jin-hyuk, is it really okay to be on the same side as Chun Do-sung? Kang Jin-hyuk nodded in confirmation. He won't backstab us until he gets what he wants. Despite the image of Chun Do-sung walking behind them with bloodshot eyes and rage radiating from him, he remained steadfast in his explanation. He might look like that, but in reality, he's surprisingly pure. Pure, my foot. Suddenly remembering something, Yu Jonhwa piped up. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Mr. Jin-hyuk, take this. With that, she quickly handed the bundle of treasures to him. It was the twin dragon swords. Taking them from her, he felt extremely satisfied. He already knew about this item from the past. He had gained enough mana to challenge even god-tier artifacts, thanks to the Tower of Trials. But actually getting his hands on it was truly amazing. Yu Jonhwa explained happily. He told me to give this to you. He really treasures this. How did you get it? Kang Jin-hyuk confidently replied. He really likes my personality. Opening the item, he toyed with the sword, which even had a note attached saying dowry. Seeing that, he could only hold his head in helplessness. This old man is so stubborn with his jokes. Walking to the middle of the stadium, he announced to everyone, We're here. This place is our base. Yu Jonhwa complained indignantly. We have to defend this massive place with only 5 people? Chun Do-sung, standing nearby, was also speechless. You really are Kang Jin-hyuk, he thought, having no one to compare him to, while a wave of complaints rained down on him. Jin-hyuk curled his lip. I've got a plan already, so don't you worry, he said, his voice dripping with arrogance. I was just left wondering. Who on earth could have chosen this stadium as a base? Was it you guys? A group of strangers stood blocking the way. I took a closer look at the swords they were holding. He stood there in silent thought. That crest, the leader of the group asked arrogantly. So, you must be Kang Jin-hyuk, right? The tension in the air was palpable. The strangers closed in on Kang Jin-hyuk's team, sizing them up. Finally, Kang Jin-hyuk recognized the symbol. There was no doubt about it. He was a member of the Murim faction from the 21st floor. He gazed at them, thinking to himself, the Black Cloud Guild, and now, the Third Imperial Guild? So it's true, he thought. Those residing in the tower are actually extending their influence outside of it. A thug from the group drew his blade and threatened them. My master is asking if you're Kang Jin-hyuk, he barked. Jin-hyuk raised his voice to reply, That's right, that's me. The leader, looking as disheveled as a beggar, started to introduce himself with a smirk. My name is Nam Gong-hyun. Before he could even finish, Jin-hyuk showed nothing but contempt. Save it. If you're going to introduce yourself, don't bother. I've already heard how pathetic and stupid the Nam Gong family is. Disgust was written all over Jin-hyuk's face. Being insulted like that was enough to make the guy's expression darken. What did you just say? Worried that things were about to spiral out of control, Teresa, still confused, quickly asked, Jin-hyuk, what's wrong? What is the Nam Gong family? Do you two know each other? Jin-hyuk smirked slightly. Know each other? You could say that. Drawing on his experience from climbing the tower, a wealth of information surfaced in Kang Jin-hyuk's mind. The Nam Gong family was one of the noble clans of the tower. They underwent trials in the Murim world on the 21st floor. While they were all highly trained elites, they were notorious for being hot-headed, dramatic fools. Nam Gong-hyun screamed at the top of his lungs. You son of a... Kang Jin-hyuk, unfazed, mockingly mimicked his tone. You son of a... Do you even know who I am? I'll wipe out your entire clan and every last one of your relatives. For daring to insult the Nam Gong family, he finished. Jin-hyuk brushed his hand away in mockery. Enough with the barking. I'm tired of talking to third-rate villains. The leader was shaking with rage. Jin-hyuk continued nonchalantly. Does the Nam Gong family even have anything like pride left to protect? Without your name, you're absolutely nothing. Nam Gong-hyun grew more furious with every word, gritting his teeth. I don't know how you heard about us. He suddenly exploded, shrieking like a stuck pig. You damn bastard. How dare you insult the Nam Gong family? Just then, the system logged information about him. Name, Nam Gong-hyun. Gender, male. Age, 22. Level, 68. Strength, 36. Magic resistance, 48. Gravity, 37. Magic, 35. Internal energy, 85 points. Kang Jin-hyuk scanned his stats. Not a swordsman class. His unique skill is Sword Soul Union. Other skills include Infinite Steps, Level 11. Sword King Form, Level 14. and Spirit-Crushing Blade. Level 12. The system immediately added, copy function triggered. You have encountered a resident from Murim. Other residents are accompanying him, hiding within the 3rd Imperial Guild. You can copy one of his skills if you find them all. This info set Kang Jin-hyuk's mind racing. There are other residents here besides Nam Gong-hyun? If they just came to pick a fight, this seems like overkill, Teresa said timidly. Kang Jin-hyuk, what should we do? Jin-hyuk didn't answer. He was busy calculating his next move with interest. Whatever their goal is, I just need to copy his skills. With that decided, he signaled the team. Get ready to fight. Nam Gong-hyun wasn't about to be outdone. He barked aggressively. Cut off these bastards' hands and feet for me. The situation turned tense. Kang Jin-hyuk's team immediately shifted into combat formation. Lee Min tried to focus on his specialty while chatting with Yu Zhonghua. I'll handle the left, okay? Yu Zhonghua, pumped with adrenaline, yelled, finally, time to get moving. As soon as they started, Lee Min activated Mechanic King. The system flooded them with notifications as he summoned heavy-duty machinery and armed tanks. Yu Zhonhua's eyes glowed red, and she quickly activated, refuse to retreat. The system reminded her, as long as you do not retreat, the damage you receive will be reduced by 15%. From the side, Teresa also quickly chose her battle position. She said coldly, then I'll handle the rear. But Du Sung had some questions for Jin-hyuk before the fight began. Every time I meet you, I think of this. But you really just live your life without caring about the risks, don't you? Kang Jin-hyuk glanced back, looking helpless. I need 3 minutes. Can you stall them for that long? Chun Du-sung frowned. 3 minutes? He glanced around. A guy was charging right at him. Chun Du-sung said firmly, no need for that. I'll take them all out myself. His confident response was exactly what everyone expected, as he was always that arrogant. Teresa activated 2 skills, Sanctuary and War Anthem. A system window popped up. All stats increased by 5 points for 10 minutes. Chun Du-sung muttered with interest. Nice. A loud shout accompanied a volley of missiles launched at Jin-hyuk's group. Take this, you bastards. Thousands of missiles rained down. An explosion set the area ablaze. Zhonhua knocked the enemies down like wheat. Teresa was just as energized. I didn't expect that kind of overwhelming power. They stared in shock, stammering, this is insane. Those bastards are too strong. After using his barrage attack, Chun Du-sung had wiped out almost all of them. Jin-hyuk murmured to himself, looks like this place isn't just full of pests. Just then, Nam Gong-hyun lunged at him, and a fierce battle broke out. A sword strike landed directly on Chun Du-sung's shoulder. Seeing him collapse, Nam Gong-hyun was thrilled. Good reflexes, looks like you've used a sword before. But that was just flailing about without any fundamentals. I'll show you what a real swordsman from a noble family looks like. Saying that, he violently drew his sword. He unleashed the Sword King form and charged at Chun Du-sung like a madman. He swung his sword recklessly, forcing Chun Du-sung into a difficult defense. Chun Du-sung gritted his teeth, blocking the strikes. He's too heavy. Compared to the 3rd Imperial Guild, he's on a completely different level. Just as he was about to burn out, Teresa intervened to cover him. Jin-hyuk saw this and immediately cheered. Perfect timing, Teresa. Jin-hyuk gestured with his hand. That's 3 minutes time to swap. He waved his hand outward. He gently activates the fire element, and a ring of fire quickly surrounds Nam Gong-hyun. Gritting his teeth, he yells, you think these petty tricks are enough to stop me? Jin-hyuk leaps high into the air, shocking Gong-hyun. Seeing his attack position, Nam Gong-hyun sneers with contempt. You fool. You've trapped yourself in a spot where you can't escape. I'll pierce right through you. But before he could savor his victory, he's caught off guard when Jin-hyuk uses ice to freeze his feet in place. Kang Jin-hyuk attacks while provoking him. Usually, people don't look back at where they've just been, but you should probably check again. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the Sun Flare skill, putting all his strength into a direct strike at Nam Gong-hyun, making the latter turn pale with fear. Just as he's hanging by a thread, his men arrive to save his pathetic life. The stranger uses a tenfold slash technique to neutralize the attack and save Nam Gong-hyun. Seeing someone interfere, Jin-hyuk's expression hardens as he stands defensively in front of Gong-hyun. The stranger stands beside him, exclaiming aloud, I didn't expect to find someone like this here. Perhaps. Gong-hyun can't handle him on his own. A voice calls out, Big brother. Nam Gong-hyun is relieved to see his life is spared as his support team has arrived. The atmosphere becomes incredibly tense. Everyone stares at each other in silence. Wamba Gunaka strokes his chin with interest. I didn't think anyone outside the tower would have this much internal energy. Tang Soha nods in agreement. Indeed. He's the first one, isn't he? Kang Jin-hyuk feels satisfied. He smirks in amusement. Finally, you've all come out. The system quickly notifies him. You have discovered all residents of the 3 imperial guilds. You have completed the requirements. You have successfully copied the Infinite Fusion Set and the Sword Tomb. You have acquired the Ghost Sword Tomb skill. The Ghost Sword Tomb is an S-rank skill. When used, movement speed increases by 70%, and it can be used as an attack move, if you focus mana in your legs. Looking at the rewards he's earned, Jin-hyuk feels incredibly content. Alright. Wombo Gunaka turns to ask with concern. Junior Hyun, are you alright? Struggling to stand up in pain, he replies with difficulty, I'm fine. Tang Soha, standing behind, whispers to her companions. This is the first time I've seen Hyun so surprised. But it's kind of cute. The bodyguard standing next to her nods in agreement. Seems like he's lost his touch. That comment hits Namgong Hyun's pride hard. He blushes with rage and shouts, I could have handled him by myself. Who asked you to jump in? Tang Soha ignores him, standing behind with a look of disdain. Wombo Gunaka walks over, pats his shoulder, and explains, We don't doubt your skills, but don't forget the king's order. It's not to kill, but to reconcile. Tang Soha nods in agreement. She adds loudly, Wombo Gunaka is right. If you intend to go with us, there's no need to fight. Namgong Hyun still feels bitter and unconvinced. I know that, but that bastard already knew we were coming from that tower. The whole group looks toward Kang Jin-hyuk in alarm. He is lazily picking his ear, acting innocent. They look at each other, faces turning dark with shock. Huh? He already knew? Really? Namgong Hyun insists again. Why would I lie about something like this? He gets bloodthirsty, refusing to back down, and immediately draws his sword to attack. Reconciliation is fine, but at the very least, I have to kill that bastard. I don't like him. Wombo Gunaka blocks his sword, his face hardening as he intervenes. Hyun, I understand your anger, but we have to go now. Hyun is surprised by the action. Huh? Suddenly, one of his team members reports. A wave of zombies is approaching from the right. They'll be here in 3 minutes. Seeing his opponent still fussing, Kang Jin-hyuk feels quite annoyed. Hey, the stadium is ours. Go find somewhere else. Wombo Gunaka replies coldly, Even if you told us to, we wouldn't want a place as trashy as this one. We already have our own base. It's much more magnificent than this, like an architectural masterpiece. Go ahead and hold your ground. Once the first wave of monsters is over, we'll be back. With that, he quickly directs his team to move to their base and build a strong point. All of you, let's go. Namgong Hyun obeys the order to leave but doesn't forget to glare at Kang Jin-hyuk. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, I won't let my guard down. Yu Jonhwa exhales in relief as she sees them leave. It hasn't even started yet and I've already drained my internal energy. We have to conserve our stamina as much as possible. Lee Taemin also chimes in. We need to go and prepare, too. The supermarket might be a suitable location. It's an ideal place for a long-term siege because the walls are high and there is plenty of food inside. But it has a fatal flaw. Jin-hyuk smirks. Yeah, let's go. The first wave of zombies appears, causing panic among everyone. The drones flying in the sky are also operating at full capacity. Seeing the images on screen, Lee Taemin looks quite concerned. Can we really stop these zombies on our own? Song Jung-ah is equally uneasy. She asks Jin-hyuk urgently, You didn't choose this place just for the thrill like you did before, did you? Kang Jin-hyuk replies confidently, Don't worry. This place is more capable than it looks. Looking up at the massive sunseed tree behind him, Teresa looks at it with confusion. I've never seen a giant tree protecting the tower like this before. He points up and explains, Now I'll explain the plan. Everyone come over here. Pointing to the flag in the middle of the stadium, he says, The purpose of defending this base is to prevent the zombies from stealing the flag. I've placed the flag in the middle of the stadium so we can keep a clear eye on it. Then he points to the ground. This stadium has large gates in 4 directions, and I've placed one of those trees at each entrance. He says with a look of certainty, As long as those trees are safe, we won't just protect the base. We can also aim for the reward for the most kills by using this massive battlefield. Everyone, including Lee Taemin, is wide-eyed with amazement. Are those trees really that strong? So, what should we do? Kang Jin-hyuk explains wearily. The trees will kill most of the zombies from the waves, but they need about a minute to recharge their energy. Chun Du-sung stands in a corner with his arms crossed. So, what you mean is, so we have to stop the zombies during that time? Chun Du-sung glanced into the distance and said solemnly, Fine, I'll take care of the west side for now. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't forget to tease him. Don't try too hard and get bitten by a zombie. Chun Du-sung looked annoyed. Do you really think these zombies are going to be the ones to take me down? Kang Jin-hyuk shook his head with a sigh. You said the exact same thing earlier and then got beat to a pulp by the Murim guys. All you're good at is talking. Disregarding him, Chun Du-sung waved his hand and turned away confidently. That was different. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly reminded Lee Taemin. Lee Taemin, you're in charge of the center. Monitor the situation and provide support when needed. Remember to use the drone to expand our field of view. He replied excitedly. Got it. Leave it to me. Yu Jun-hwa and Teresa also accepted their assignments. I'll handle the north side, said Teresa. I'll take the south gate, Kang Jin-hyuk added. Kang Jin-hyuk felt completely reassured by this arrangement. He marched forward. All right, everyone, get to your positions. As they stepped forward, Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes lingered on the treasure sword hidden in his inner pocket, feeling a surge of anticipation. Finally, he could finish testing this sword. Lee Taemin had finished setting up the observation point, and Kang Jin-hyuk received a notification from the system. The first wave of monsters had begun. Lee Taemin shouted, "They're here!" All members immediately moved into combat positions, their faces tense. Just then, the zombies began pouring in through the gates. They attacked in unison, rushing in like hungry tigers. The system announced that the sun plants were activating solar flare. The petals planted by Kang Jin-hyuk began to bloom, unleashing a massive, incredibly powerful flame from within. Fire spread across the entire area. Each flower was unleashing flames at the enemies with extreme intensity. All the zombies shrieked in pain as they were engulfed by the fire. They were incinerated in seconds. Chun Du-sung winced and dodged the blast. This firepower, even a normal defense tower would pale in comparison. After burning through a large number of zombies, the sun plants retracted their petals to recharge. The surviving zombies quickly counterattacked. Chun Du-sung was startled by their persistence. Kang Jin-hyuk excitedly drew his two divine swords and shouted, "This is where it really begins. Try to hold on for 1 minute." Teresa and Kang Jin-hyuk locked eyes and gave a small nod. In that moment, seeing his confident smile, Teresa felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and safety. She happily closed her eyes, remembering how Kang Jin-hyuk was always standing there in every moment of danger, and every time, they always overcame difficulties by trusting each other. I'm just doing what needs to be done. For the people I consider my precious teammates. Opening her eyes, her mana surged like an explosion. Her fighting spirit soared to infinity. She determined, with all her will, that this time, she would fully trust Kang Jin-hyuk. The man sprawled on the ground after being stabbed. The first wave of monsters had ended. The second wave will start in 3 hours. People on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. Just the first wave was exhausting as hell. Another replied, "Don't push yourself too hard." The screen displayed the remaining time. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. The Dan Gun Guild. Song Jung-ah smiled confidently. As long as we think about the items and experience points, we'll be fine. If things go south, we can just run. The person opposite replied, "Sounds like a plan." They were broadcasting the highlights from each base to boost their coverage. Song Jung-ah rubbed her chin and thought, "The Third Imperial Guild took the supermarket? They're using the defense towers to protect the narrow entrance." A young man next to him chimed in, "They're actually pretty good." He pointed to the screen. "Look at this. One team took the stadium, but there are only 5 of them." Song Jung-ah rushed over in a panic. "Only 5 people at that. Huge stadium? Let me see," he muttered. "No way." Just then, the flower tower unleashed a massive, terrifyingly destructive force. How can a plant be that strong? Stop looking at the plants. Look at this. These guys are strong as monsters. Even though there are few of them, they aren't being pushed back at all. The girl next to them commented, "Lee Taemin, Yu Jun-hwa, and even Kang Jin-hyuk, the S rank. That team is full of famous rookie prodigies." Song Jung-ah suddenly frowned in tension. "Wait," he gasped, amazed. "Is Miss Teresa there too?" He recalled a time before when she had gently asked, "Are you okay?" Song Jung-ah's face heated up. In another development, the screaming below intensified. "Everyone, hurry up and vote for this video. Damn it, this guy is fanboying over Teresa again. Someone hold him back." The young man was still shouting, "Teresa is the best. Let's go." The glowing orb floating in the hand of Kang Jin-hyuk was measuring the solar energy. "What is that?" someone asked. At this moment, 1,800 solar energy had been collected. Kang Jin-hyuk replied smugly, "That's what we get from killing zombies, and we need it to upgrade the plant towers." Teresa Zhu Lawrence sighed. "So we'll get stronger, right?" Kang Jin-hyuk replied, "Of course. Pea shooter, Energy needed. 600. Ice shroom. Energy needed. 350. Stone pult. Energy needed. 250. Crazy flower. Energy needed. 600. Teresa Zhu Lawrence said, plant a pea shooter at the east and south gates. Lee Taman clapped his hands. And an ice shroom in the center, the young man behind him added coldly. And a stone pult on the west side. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the seeds in his hand, thinking, and the crazy flower? Yu Jong-hwa called out from afar. We just need to plant the seeds, right? He let out a weary sigh. No, if we use the normal method, we won't be able to grow them in time. Wait, I'll explain it to you. We need a special kind of fertilizer to make them grow rapidly. Kang Jin-hyuk stood in the middle, continuously casting spells. He added a bit of everything. Barren Highland cow manure, the last fallen leaf, Pantella's gray worm manure. The plant seedlings were trembling, licking their lips, craving the sweetness they had never tasted in their lives. After tossing the fertilizer down, he grabbed a shovel, took some, and chuckled. There, eat up and grow big. Lee Taman watched, terrified. Sister, I think he's lost it. Yu Jong-hwa also looked at him, feeling exhausted. Who on earth kisses and blows hearts at a plant? She said. I wonder what he went through to end up like this. Kang Jin-hyuk was extremely annoyed, gritting his teeth. To face a guy like that. Teresa Zhu Lawrence looked at him in terror. Kang Jin-hyuk, you're acting like a total freak, Kang Jin-hyuk calmly explained. If everyone uses this fertilizer, they'll grow instantly. Take good care of the plants until the next wave of monsters, okay? Lee Taman pinched his nose. Ugh, it reeks. Teresa asked, where are you going? Kang Jin-hyuk chuckled. Just cleaning up a little mess. She looked confused. Cleaning up what? He walked off alone, catching a glimpse of a group of people nearby making a huge racket. He thought to himself, they're all frantically hoarding supplies from the battlefield. They must be preparing for a long, drawn-out war. He turned on his heel and walked away, scoffing, idiots, you're just wasting your time. Only the weak need to prepare for a long war. He stopped in front of a massive building. Kang Jin-hyuk frowned in annoyance and brushed away the dust. It's been a long time since I've been here. 8 years, I think. These cobwebs haven't changed a bit. He looked out the window and smiled in satisfaction. The view hasn't changed either. He reached out his hand and pulled down the curtain. An old, golden mirror appeared. This is exactly the same, too. He reached out a finger to check it. As his finger touched the surface of the mirror, a circle of light flashed. In another location, a group of people were arguing about something. It was an old shop. A hand reached out, and then Kang Jin-hyuk appeared like a deity. The glass door shattered under a powerful force. Nam Gong-hyun shouted angrily, You won't get away with this, you bastard. Tang So-ha munched on a snack and said, Usually, I never agree with you, but for once, you might actually be right. She said absent-mindedly, Even though we really need to bolster our forces, there's no point in recruiting someone so uncontrollable, right? Nam Gong-hyun turned to her in surprise. What's wrong with you? You never agree with me. The young man on the side stayed silent, deep in thought. So far, we've secretly reached out to so many people outside, but none of them realized our identities like he did. How could he possibly know? Perhaps it would be best to get rid of him, just as he said. Just then, a shrill scream echoed, startling the whole group. Someone turned around and asked, What the hell is going on? The young man who had just run in panted. From the storage room. At that moment, a massive flower bloomed amidst the thick smoke. A cool voice rang out, I brought a housewarming gift, but as you can see, my cute little plant has a bit of an appetite. Kang Jin-hyuk stepped out with a wicked smile on his face. And, unfortunately, it's already eaten all the food you had stored in the pantry. Everyone screamed in terror. Kang Jin-hyuk, how did you get in here? One shouted in a rage. Whatever you're planning, stop it right now. Kang Jin-hyuk asked, Why should I stop? The man yelled, You lunatic, do you even know what you're doing? He cupped his ear, pretending not to hear, and asked back, What? Did you say the queen? All three were completely shocked, eyes wide and mouths agape. You know about the queen? The surrounding crowd was confused. What is the queen? Kang Jin-hyuk explained. She's the one who appears when a base with over 200 people is protected before the third wave of monsters is destroyed. The ruler of the fourth floor, the Hive Mother, also known as the Queen, right? He added calmly. I was actually wondering how to get enough people together for this. He glanced down and smiled. But luckily, you guys already built a base here. Tang So-ha drew her gear, ready to fight. But even if everyone here joined forces, the Queen was unbeatable. So why would anyone who knew that still try to summon her? Kang Jin-hyuk laughed deviously. Because 100 waves of zombies are a pain in the ass, the group asked. A pain in the ass? He gently touched the plant and said loudly, "So, let's just let this place get destroyed, shall we?" Nam Gong-hyun watched in agony. "You bastard. You talk big. But do you dare stay and fight?" He screamed, "Come back and fight me." But there was no one left, only a crazed plant. He abandoned the base and the supermarket was destroyed. The people on this side were shocked. What was that tremor? Lee Taemin looked at the monitoring screen. What? The supermarket has been destroyed? Teresa Zhu Lawrence was stunned. The supermarket? You mean the base that the Three Sovereigns Guild built when they fought us? Yu Jonhua said, "No way. Does this have something to do with Jin Hyuk Oppa?" The person next to her replied, "I have a bad feeling about this. A unique event has occurred. We, the weak humans, a mysterious creature opened its crimson eyes, staring coldly. Punishment. The owner of the fourth floor, Pendariel, is beginning to stir." Everyone's system chimed with an urgent red notification stating that the owner of the fourth floor, Pendariel, is on her way to punish the weaklings. After reading the notification, Yu Jonhua was still confused. She asked aloud, "The owner of the fourth floor? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Lee Taemin, the player next to her, couldn't believe what he was seeing. He opened his eyes wide, sweat dripping down his face, and lamented, "No way! Didn't it say we just needed to block all the zombie waves? If it was that easy, how can you call it climbing the tower?" Tears welled up. They didn't want to accept reality. They were completely desperate. While Yu Jonhua was tearing her hair out, Lee Taemin had completely collapsed. Unlike the two of them, Chun Du-sung was still trying to stay calm. He knew all too well that this was all Kang Jin-hyuk's doing, so he cursed inwardly. "Kang Jin-hyuk, what are you planning now?" Scene shift to Kang Jin-hyuk's location. He was making his way toward the top of the building, unhesitatingly moving toward the railing where one slip meant meeting their ancestors. Standing high atop the building, looking down below, was a scene of devastation. Houses and skyscrapers had all collapsed, smoke and dust billowed, looking like a hellish battlefield. Yet, this was the perfect spot in the eyes of Kang Jin-hyuk. He said with satisfaction, "This seems like a good spot." After choosing the perfect location, he took out the items he had gathered. He seemed to be preparing for something important. The item he had, collected when defeating the third-floor boss. It really was different from a boss item. It looked so refined and high class. Looking at the shape in his hand, one could tell it was the eclipse stone. The description: a divine object used in rituals that can eclipse the sun, bringing darkness and weakening all light-based elements. That is the solar eclipse stone. It describes a divine object used in rituals that can obscure the sun, bringing darkness and weakening all types of light attribute elements. Skills used in the zone gain a 50% power boost, and dark element skills are empowered by 100% the decisive strike. Kang Jin-hyuk crushed the eclipse stone. It was time. As the fragment crumbled in his hand, its power began to surge, releasing a flow of golden magic. The eclipse stone was activating. It was only a small piece, but once triggered, it generated immense power. The moon began to cover the sun, light fading bit by bit. The sky grew darker and darker until the moon completely eclipsed the sun. The scene turned pitch black. A new wave of zombies rose from below. It looked just like the apocalypse. These tanky zombies surged forward to attack. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk had activated his skill, boosting dark element skills by 100%. As the skill fully kicked in, the zombies began to writhe in agony. They convulsed, confused as to why their bodies were reacting this way. In a single slash, a bald zombie's head exploded. Their bodies swelled up. Gritting their teeth in pain, they were torn apart under the crimson glow of the eclipse. Hordes of zombies shrieked in agony. They clawed at each other in discomfort, a self-destructive mess. Kang Jin-hyuk's skill was in full effect, which caused Teresa Zhu Lawrence to startle. She felt her own power fading because it was weakening her light element skills by 50%. Everyone there, only Lee Taemin, noticed her unusual behavior. He asked with concern, "What's wrong, Teresa Zhu Lawrence?" His words caused Chun Du-sung to turn his head to check on the situation. Looking at her hands, which were losing their power, she realized she was growing weaker, so she skeptically replied to Taemin's question. "This is impossible. My divine power has suddenly been weakened by half." The scene shifts to Queen Pendariel. As she was buffed with the 100% dark element boost, she was confused, not knowing why she was powered up, and she didn't care why that power had suddenly increased. However, the queen felt insulted. She flew into a rage, raised her claws, and charged forward with fierce momentum. Insolent human. The Floor 4 Master was staring directly at your position. Kang Jin-hyuk's system notified him. The Floor 4 Master declared that she would launch an all-out attack on the stadium base. Sangam was not worried at all. He stood on the rooftop, casually tapping the screen in front of him, satisfied with what he had just created. It turned out he was setting up a video camera. It looked like an eye floating in midair. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked and said, "I guess it's time to upload that too." Contrary to Kang Jin-hyuk's expectations, the hunters thought they had hit the jackpot, but once they realized who was leading the place, they ran for their lives. "This is insane. I've never heard of a boss on floor 4. Get out of here before that damn monster kills us." And now this wave is over too. While running away, Wambo Gunaka spoke to his senior. "But Hyung, if we don't clear this floor, it'll be locked for 20 days. We shouldn't run away. We should help. You're about to die and you're talking about logic? You're brain dead." Seeing his younger brother's naive thinking, Song Jung-ah snapped, "Shut up, let's just survive first." A new video was updated. Kang Jin-hyuk officially went live with the title, "Destruction of the Supermarket Base, the Appearance of a Mysterious Boss. Run from the boss." People swarmed the comments. "Don't do this. Wait, what is that tree?" The crowd started questioning. Wow, did everything end up like this because of that big guild? They couldn't even handle one zombie wave? I heard over 200 people joined those jerks, and they ended up waking the boss? Disgusting. Need good Wi-Fi. Others chimed in. Yeah, absolutely disgusting. A new video update hit the top 10 views immediately with a hot headline. A special event had been triggered. The view count climbed, and with it, more comments poured in. Keyboard Warrior 780 said, praising him, "At least those people survived, because Kang Jin-hyuk drew the boss's attention to himself." The Royal Knight cheered, shouting loud and clear, "To Lord Jin-hyuk." David Akyu was a bit worried. 5 people defeating a boss, can they really do it? Borrowing a good sword, he said, "I'm not sure about the others, but Kang Jin-hyuk is one of Korea's S-rankers. Surely there's a chance?" The words of the Saintess Hee-young, expecting moments like this, she wondered where Kang Jin-hyuk was hiding. I really want to see him fight alongside Kang Jin-hyuk. Not just the bystanders. Even the 4 people in the middle of the battle were watching his stream. Yu Junhua was so surprised he exclaimed, "What the hell? How on earth did he find time to upload a video?" Lee Taemin was also incredibly shocked by the view count. "This is no joke, Hyung." He thought they were far apart, but it turned out Jin-hyuk had headed toward them. Yu Junhua couldn't hide his frustration and scolded him. "But, Hyung, I think you went a bit too far, didn't you?" Taemin looked annoyed, reproaching him. "Why did you lure them to this base?" Despite the nagging, he still had that blank expression on his face. It was so punchable. If it were me, I'd have given him a few hits already, instead of just live streaming. While Kang Jin-hyuk was here, Teresa Zhu Lawrence wanted to resolve her own thoughts. She asked him, "The second wave hasn't even started yet. But you're not the one who destroyed the supermarket base, are you?" Not knowing the answer, Jin-hyuk answered dismissively, "I'm wondering that, too. I'm not even sure who it was." Unimpressed by his strength, Chun Du-sung said, "Whether you destroyed that supermarket or not, I don't care about useless things like that." Not beating around the bush, in front of everyone, Chun Du-sung got straight to the point and asked Kang Jin-hyuk, "But do you have a way to beat the queen?" "Don't worry about that, because I'm the protagonist here." After putting Chun Du-sung on the spot, Jin-hyuk gently replied, "There is a way to win." Hearing his response, Chun Du-sung crossed his arms and said strictly, "I'm glad you didn't just rush in without a plan." "So, what is the plan?" After Chun Du-sung finished his sentence, Kang Jin-hyuk pointed his finger straight ahead. That's right, he was pointing right at Chun Du-sung, leaving him completely stunned. Without hesitation, he stated flatly that Chun Du-sung would be the most important part of this plan. Poor guy, getting led around by the nose like a cow, falling right into another trap. Upon hearing that, Chun Du-sung started to panic. He broke out in a cold sweat, his face twisting in disbelief at the reality unfolding after the devastation caused by the eclipse. The zombie horde didn't seem to be thinning out at all. Thousands upon thousands of them were rushing toward the humans, and behind those mindless creatures stood a towering figure. Dark and oozing with killing intent, the leader appeared. It was Queen Pendariel. She controlled the zombies, and as her feet touched the ground, her power surged through her body. Pendariel sneered at the weak humans as she approached where they were gathered. She extended her long claws, charging forward with fierce, violent momentum. Pendariel could clearly sense an immense power, threatening them from within. Seeking to crush the strong, she reached out with her hideous hand, thinking, "That human is mine." Talk about a woman in love. She wanted Kang Jin-hyuk all to herself. Pendariel marched toward the 5 of them, as the boss of the 4th floor. How could she lose to mere mortals? She commanded the zombies and screamed, "Die!" Queen Pendariel's eyes with their black sclera and red irises widened as she unleashed her skill. Each word she spat out sounded as if she wanted to devour the prey right in front of her. Punishment. Once the queen spoke, the mindless zombies swarmed forward in unison. Moving forward, so Kang Jin-hyuk thought, they really are brainless. You can tell just by looking. No need to show off so stupidly. They weren't just running, they were crawling like spiders, looking like cripples scrambling away. Teresa looked ahead and saw the brainless horde, thick as black ants. Worried, she panicked and shouted a warning. "They're coming. Everyone, retreat." Upon receiving the alert, a barrage of shots rained down on the zombies. While firing, those inside were worried about Teresa. "Watch out, sister. Damn it. These zombies are different." They tried to defend themselves, but it barely made a dent. They immediately used their most advanced weapons, a flamethrower, sunflower, aimed at the brainless horde. Everyone braced themselves. Just use whatever you can to hold them off. After that sunflower fired, a massive explosion erupted, creating intense pressure. It sent the zombies climbing the walls, flying. Some were blown to smithereens, turning the place into a graveyard. While her forces were being wiped out, Pendariel remained calm. She stepped forward gracefully, radiating waves of dark power. She spoke to the humans without a hint of fear. Even as her forces dwindled, she remained confident, calling them fools. That statement was actually quite accurate, because these brainless creatures didn't fear death, throwing themselves into the fray like moths to a flame. Walking a few steps behind the powerhouse was the one hiding in the shadows. She was prepared for the hunt ahead. Beyond thinking they were fools, she also deemed them weak. After saying that, she marched straight ahead. She threw a powerful punch at the flame-spewing sunflower. The moment she struck, the flower withered. "That's the power of a boss for you." Wanting to assert her dominance over the territory, Pendariel growled with killing intent. "This is my home. If that's the case, then I think you hunters are a bit in the wrong for taking over a territory that belonged to someone else." Just as she asserted that this place was hers, and stepped inside, she was stunned by the scene before her. It left her frozen for 5 seconds. Inside, the 4 of them were encased in a massive block of ice. This made Pendariel suspicious. What is this? Kang Jin-hyuk was flabbergasted, staring blankly at the scene. Inside that giant ice block, one could see the silhouettes of Yoo Jun-hwa, and Lee Taemin, lying motionless like hibernating bears, completely oblivious to the world. Beside them were 2 other people with very familiar faces. Yes, it was Chun Do-sung and Teresa. They were also silent, without a single movement, even as the defensive wall was broken. Queen Pendariel thought she had won, but what stood before her was a giant ice block protecting them. It was huge and sturdy, standing tall in the center of the fortress. Just as Queen Pendariel was frozen by what she saw, a purple gem suddenly rolled onto the ground. Rolling toward her, it completely captured her attention, making her stare intently at it. Slowly, she picked up the purple gem from the ground. Pendariel stared at it without blinking, though. To be fair, as an undead, did she ever blink? The object was small, smooth as a pearl, and shaped like a shuttle, resting in her hand. After observing it for a while, Pendariel still didn't understand what it was, or why it appeared here. Back to moments earlier, when Kang Jin-hyuk and Chun Do-sung were discussing the plan to attack the queen. Immediately after hearing Jin-hyuk's plan, Do-sung gritted his teeth in anger. "Kang Jin-hyuk, I swear you won't have a good death." Thinking it was something else, it turned out our guy Jin-hyuk was scamming Daddy Do-sung's money. Whether it was for the plan or his own agenda, Jin-hyuk had already taken it. "You have received 100,000 coins from Chun Do-sung." After milking Daddy for cash, he wore a winning smile, saying, "Who else has money like you?" He couldn't help it. Jin-hyuk hated spending his own money, so using Do-sung's coins felt a bit wasteful. Chun Do-sung was furious at being exploited, while Teresa had to stay by his side to console him. Who knows what rare item he bought? He chose options, and just like that, over 100,000 of Do-sung's coins vanished into thin air. Poor guy, being led around like a cow. After completing part of the plan using Daddy's money, a smug Kang Jin-hyuk spoke up. "From now on, we're all going to be bait." Chun Do-sung, seething, rolled up his sleeves to fight. "Bait? Are you kidding me?" While they were squabbling, the shop system chirped in. "Thank you for your purchase." Having just said those words and realizing it sounded a bit wrong, Kang Jin-hyuk corrected himself. "Oh, allow me to clarify. Calling it bait sounds a bit strange." He held an item, a purple crystal shaped like the one the Demon Queen was currently holding. He said, "Everyone is going to be a landmine. As the scene shifts back to reality, the purple crystal in Pendariel's hand begins to glow. Is it finally taking effect? Did the zombies fall into the explosive trap? Pendariel doesn't seem to grasp the situation yet, still clutching the crystal as it emits an increasingly intense light. Or is it just because Kang Jin-hyuk is enjoying the spectacle? How strange. If something happens now, you're dead meat, lady. The light flares up, blinding everything in sight. Pendariel's eyes widen in disbelief. Kang Jin-hyuk's system voice rings out. Activating. Ice prison. A massive explosion erupts, destroying everything in the vicinity. That's his move. Brilliant eyes, prison realm. After the blast, everything is blanketed in frost. Even the castle walls have sprouted sharp spikes, looking like they've donned new armor. The brainless zombies have been frozen solid, but honestly, it's all the leader's fault anyway. She's been encased in ice, too, turned into a frozen mummy. Queen Pendariel stands still, desperately trying to use her own power. Thawing her entire body, the ice begins to melt from her feet up, forcing her to gasp, cold. Immediately after, Pendariel activates Black Death. Her dark magic shatters the ice around her, showing just how immense her power truly is. Queen Pendariel is furious. How dare someone invade her territory and run wild like this? She targets Teresa first, barking, "Get out of here." That was her warning, delivered without a moment's hesitation. Fueled by rage, Pendariel lunges toward the hibernating Teresa. About to strike, this zombie Kai doesn't even know his place. Daring to attack a massive glacier all by himself? He's clearly overconfident, relying too much on his status as a boss. Pendariel strikes the glacier, but it doesn't leave a single scratch. Teresa is still lying dormant inside. Her attack fails, and she's even countered, sent flying backward. She screams in pain. In the distance, Kang Jin-hyuk activates Light Breath, sending the attacker reeling back from the glacier. Boss Pendariel is no exception. Right now, having readied himself from afar, he dashes forward, preparing for the next assault. Kang Jin-hyuk activates Ghost Sword King. Pacing. He looks down, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. It seems she's fallen completely into the trap he set. His smile grows even more sinister. No one knows what he's plotting, but this time, I've got you surrounded all by myself. You can't escape now. To be continued. Zombie Queen. Pendariel. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk heading toward the setting sun, she panics. He's coming for my base. Frustrated, realizing she's fallen into his trap. Desperate, Pendariel screams. As her cry echoes, she turns to chase him, trying to stop Kang Jin-hyuk from reaching her base. A woman appears inside a wooden mirror, wearing tattered white rags. Her fingernails are long, curved, and incredibly sharp. That's Pendariel, the mother of death, a queen. Her entire body emits a toxic aura. Her poisonous attacks are, especially deadly. This Floor 4 boss is overwhelming in every stat except IQ. However, the key to Floor 4 is defending the base. This is true for the players. The images of zombies appear, looking truly grotesque. They've killed so many people, the skulls are piled high. And just like the zombies, someone leaps down from a building. If the queen is at the stadium, it means her base is completely undefended. The person who jumped down is Kang Jin-hyuk. He turns his head, eyes fixed on the queen, chasing him. The queen leaps down, seething with anger. Looking so fierce and repulsive that it's hard to watch, he thinks. She noticed sooner than I expected. Looking closely at the queen's face, her eyes are blood red, veins popping, looking absolutely hideous. He smirks, turning back to say, "Still, you're too late. With this much distance between us, I still have plenty of time." Before his eyes is a ruined city where humans are butchering each other just to survive. Almost everyone has turned into a zombie. He is horrified by the sight before him. Everyone looks like they're about to starve to death. Their faces are fierce, running wild everywhere, and they all look equally grotesque. On the rooftop, a light appears. A loud noise rings out. He turns around, gripping two swords. His gaze is firm, burning with hope. Activating. Sword Graveyard. Activating. Blessing of the Stars. Both swords pulse with different energies. His eyes sharpen. He draws his swords back, glaring intensely. He glides past several zombies. Slashes appear in a flash, and a swarm of zombies falls. After finishing them off, he stands still. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, "This place is as disgusting as ever. I'll finish this quickly." He glares with determination, lost in thought. No matter what, that thing should be appearing soon. He looks straight ahead at the piles of skulls. Amidst them is a flag planted right in the center. He stares in shock. That's the flag. Astonished, he leaps up and slashes down. He hears something. Closing his eyes to feel, a sound echoes in his ears. He notices something. eyes darting in another direction. He holds his two sharp swords and deflects the light. Just as he thought, it appeared. A loud noise rings out. He has to dodge an attack from something. Two burning iron bars, they look hot and terrifying. Someone threw that at him. A voice booms, "Fresh meat." The one who attacked him is the Guardian, protecting the Queen's flag. Its name is Butcher. Butcher is incredibly huge and terrifying, with two different heads, and one arm is Butcher's special weapon. A laugh erupts. Bwahahaha, meat, meat. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't afraid. He lifts his two swords and charges straight ahead, wearing a confident smile. "So, how should I deal with you?" The Butcher, holding huge scissors, looks at Kang Jin-hyuk with contempt. Kang Jin-hyuk takes a stance, ready to fight. Glaring fiercely, Butcher opens his massive, giant scissors, pointing the blades at Kang Jin-hyuk, laughing. Bwahahaha. He stands his ground, not counterattacking yet. One might think Kang Jin-hyuk would be cut in half by Butcher's scissors, but he uses his swords, blocking Butcher's scissors with ease. His two swords are holding back the blades, and Kang Jin-hyuk leaps away. Neither sword is cut by the scissors. Butcher is shocked, muttering, "It didn't cut?" He is leapt high into the air. Surrounded by red flames, Kang Jin-hyuk replies, "It's not some ordinary sword like yours," he grinned, looking toward Butcher, who was activating his fire element. Kang Jin-hyuk lunged straight down from midair, aiming his fist toward Butcher. Kang Jin-hyuk struck him directly on the head. Butcher screamed in agony. "Arg! Butcher!" Butcher's head caught fire upon impact. The flames spread across Butcher's entire head. Butcher dropped his shears in pain and raised his hands to put out the fire on his face. He landed on the ground effortlessly. Kang Jin-hyuk walked over, retrieved his two swords, and thought, just his regeneration speed alone is truly legendary. Kang Jin-hyuk readied his swords for an attack. Butcher, still in pain, raised his hands, struggling to extinguish the fire. He looked miserable, Jin-hyuk thought. However, this is more than enough to ruin his vision. Kang Jin-hyuk leaped up and launched his attack. Every strike landed on Butcher. Butcher groaned in pain. "Arg!" Butcher gritted his teeth, glared at Kang Jin-hyuk, and shouted, "I won't die just from that." Right at that moment, he had moved behind Butcher and silently struck. Butcher suddenly felt something, turned around, and looked on in terror. But it was too late. Kang Jin-hyuk had plunged his sword deep into Butcher's body. He smirked, activating Mandala. Kang Jin-hyuk held his sword firmly and said, "You will." Butcher gritted his teeth in pain. Looking down, a burst of light erupted in the abandoned city. A sphere of light appeared. The system notified, "You have leveled up. You have obtained the pair of shears filled with vengeful spirits." Kang Jin-hyuk smiled faintly. "That's my 31st victory. Butcher's shears now belong to him." Kang Jin-hyuk cast his eyes toward the flag amidst the pile of skulls. "I should finish this, shouldn't I?" He took steps toward the flag. Walking over the terrifying pile of skulls, he was about to pull the flag out when Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly looked back. Look at that. Anubis is manifesting his presence. They want to make a deal with you. As the representative of the Egyptian mythological world, he looked at the system window and smirked, thinking, "This, Anubis's name this is?" An image of a figure appeared. Kang Jin-hyuk thought, "Anubis? I thought he would have gone into hiding for a while after that little lesson I gave him on the first floor. Interesting." Kang Jin-hyuk looked up and shouted, "I'm listening." Anubis was up above. He looked up, and Anubis was growling gloomily. He looked listless and asked, "Huh? What's wrong? Are you angry?" He reached out to grab the flagpole. Kang Jin-hyuk continued, "Do you want me to pull this out?" Anubis looked down, becoming agitated. "He wants you to calm down," the system continued. "He says the Egyptian gods want to see this battle end properly." He stood tall right next to the flag, his hand still gripping the pole. From the perspective of the rulers on the higher floors of the tower, it was hard to accept that the fourth floor was cleared without a proper fight against the boss. Wasn't that right? It was simply because they didn't like this shameless human. Kang Jin-hyuk spoke up. "Why should I accept this proposal?" Kang Jin-hyuk grabbed the flag and said, "I'll win as soon as I pull this flag out." Anubis growled, looking at him. The system announced, "Anubis is proposing a covenant." Kang Jin-hyuk glanced at the system window and muttered, "A compromise?" He put a hand to his chin, smiling as he said, "You guys are pretty generous, huh?" Meanwhile, the queen returned. She was plunging down from the sky. She landed on the ground with a heavy thud. The ground shattered. The queen stood in a very steady stance. Her red hair fluttered in the wind. Her claws dug deep into the ground. The queen looked in another direction, deep in thought. Shocked and speechless, she stood right in front of the pile of skulls. And also, right where the flag was planted, the queen exclaimed in shock, Why hasn't the flag been touched yet? He stood at a distance and replied, You're wondering why I didn't just pull the flag out, right? The queen slowly stood up and headed toward the pile of skulls. On this side, Kang Jin-hyuk held the shears and the steel shield in his hands. He continued, It's because someone kept insisting that I fight you. I already took the deposit, so before defeating you, I can't pull the flag out. The queen turned around in shock and asked, Deposit? Kang Jin-hyuk raised his hand to pull up his steel shield. Yeah, the deposit. He raised the newly acquired shears and opened them up. He slung the shears over his shoulder and laughed, saying, And that's not all. I even got paid in advance. The queen summoned her sword and grasped it. She held the sword with both hands. You will regret this. The queen's eyes blazed with resentment. He looked at the queen without a hint of fear, activating Blessing of the Stars. He rested the shears on his shoulder. Light attribute skills were weakened by 50% due to the effect of the solar eclipse stone. The queen held her sword, dragging it along the ground as she approached him. He stood watching the queen, thinking, Even though my stats have been maxed out, there's still not enough to kill her. The scene was chaotic. The queen began to move faster. The stones around them continuously flew toward him. The queen appeared right behind him, strangely and swiftly. The queen held her sword aloft, ready to strike him down. He was shocked to see the queen's speed was that high. He wasn't afraid at all. Glancing behind him, the queen struck straight down. Her slash caused the entire building in front of them to shake. The wall crumbled. He had dodged the queen's attack easily. The queen remained shocked, speechless that he had managed to evade her blow. He activates the web, blocking her attack with the shears he just received. The queen is stunned. You blocked it? He chuckles, locking eyes with the queen. She raises a hand to her face, muttering, Why won't you just disappear? You have to disappear. Enraged, the queen's hair flares out, sharpening into deadly blades as she screams, Vanish! The strands of hair whip through the air like a gale, launching straight at him. He dodges her attacks repeatedly. The system notification chimes. Activating Ghost Blade. King's footwork increases his movement speed by 70%. He easily evades all her strikes, then exhales. The frost breath is activated. He launches a freezing strike at her. The queen grinds her teeth in shock and fury as she's frozen by his skill. He leaps high into the air, gripping the glowing shears. He points the blades toward her. The queen refuses to yield, straining to shatter the ice around her. His attack lands, forcing a pained scream from her. He swings the blades without hesitation. A thunderous sound erupts, and suddenly, the queen transforms into a giant. Her size, completely dwarfing her original form. Her eyes burn with malice. I won't die just from that. He strikes a defensive stance, saying, I know. That wasn't even close to enough. The queen grips her sword tightly, roars, and charges straight at him. She slashes her poisonous blade down with savage force. He stands his ground, watching her attack. He triggers frost shackles, and his technique creates a sheet of ice, obscuring her vision. The queen grinds her teeth in annoyance, wincing as the ice invades her eyes. She reaches up, desperate to tear the frost away. He smirks, dodging her strike with ease. With both hands, he swings the giant shears crafted from Butcher's blade. He slashes horizontally across the queen's body, his strike causing the ice on her eyes to shatter into pieces. The queen gasps in agony, screaming, You hateful human! He leaps up, using the shears to block her attack, and retorts, A mistake. His gaze grows fierce, staring directly into her eyes. He vaults into the air, still wielding the blades. Below him, the queen stands, looking up, raising her poisoned sword and spinning it. He activates Death Requiem. The queen drives her poisoned sword into the ground, preparing her ultimate move. He descends, blades ready. Black Dog watches from afar, silently reflecting on their earlier deal. He observes the entire scene unfolding, looking quite delighted. After defeating the queen, he lands and reaches out his hand. Black Dog had offered the Jackal item as a stake, a piece of equipment that grants a 10% increase in movement speed and 30% attack power. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles to himself as he reads the system notification. Anubis, you're quite generous, aren't you? He adds, However, this is still a bit light. I'll agree to this fight if you meet one condition. Black Dog is curious about what that condition could be. He looks at Black Dog, reaching out his hand, and says, It's nothing special. There's a B-rank item called White Shackle. Give it to me. White Shackle is primarily used for healing. It's a common item, easily obtained from the 10th floor and above. But in the eyes of Anubis, on this 42nd floor, that thing is nothing more than worthless trash. The system notifies, Black Dog has accepted your condition. You have received the Jackal's teeth and White Shackle. You cannot withdraw your offer before the duel between you and the Queen concludes. He reaches out to receive the items. The white shackle and jackal's teeth appear in his hands. They rise together. Kang Jin-hyuk grips both items and beams with joy. Anubis stands there, head tilted, completely baffled by what is happening. The system chimes, combining white shackle, jackal's teeth, and the shears with the soul of resentment. Both the shackle and the teeth merge into the shears, becoming one. He smiles at the item before him. This was the result of the bargain he struck with Black Dog. Back in reality, Kang Jin-hyuk is still battling the queen. He brandishes the upgraded shears, swooping down. Successfully merged. Scythe of causality. Difficulty. Incalculable. Description. A sacred artifact of a great god. Scythe of causality grants Kang Jin-hyuk the power of an absolute verdict. It can kill anything that cannot be killed, and cut through anything that cannot be sliced. The shears, upgraded by the two items, are even more formidable than before. Kang Jin-hyuk arrogantly brandishes the purple glowing shears toward the queen with a faint smile. Seeing this, the queen is shocked, her expression shifting to one of panic. She looks up, her eyes wide, mouth agape, staring at him. The system is intervening. Due to the appearance of a sacred artifact that cannot exist on the fourth floor, due to the item debuff effect, this can only be used once. Kang Jin-hyuk chuckles to himself. I guess artifacts that defy the laws of heaven and earth can only be used once, huh? He holds the sword, which now resembles a scythe glowing with purple light. He smiles and thinks, but once is, he says aloud. More than enough. The queen stands frozen on the ground in shock. Watching her, the queen grips her poison sword tightly. She suddenly senses something strange. Trembling and breaking into a cold sweat, she realizes the danger. She frantically yanks her poison sword out of the ground. Unable to dodge, she grips the sword, grinding her teeth as she stares at him. The queen stands there, breathlessly gasping. This Kang Jin-hyuk lifts the massive scythe with its purple glow high, aiming the tip straight at the queen. He doesn't hesitate any longer. He swings the scythe downward with devastating force. Both of them are clashing fiercely, neither willing to yield. A massive shockwave is created, and yet, the queen's poisoned sword cannot hold up any longer. The blade shatters into pieces under the intense pressure and the sheer power of his blow with that scythe. His attack slashes across the queen's shoulder, a critical hit. The queen grits her teeth in agony. He beams, thrilled by the power of the scythe. It makes Kang Jin-hyuk feel exhilarated, and at the same time, he is on the verge of defeating the queen. Black Dog watches the match, stunned in disbelief. His mouth is hanging open, eyes wide, sweating profusely in shock. The slash cuts deeper and deeper, a long wound running across the queen's body. The queen is defeated before she dissolves. The queen appears in a room. The image of the queen as a young girl, tears falling, clutching a skull. She looks truly pitiful. The queen stands before a door. The door slowly begins to open. Back in reality, the queen's eyes go wide with shock. Impossible, he whispered to himself, his voice thick with emotion. The queen, she was so attached to this life. That damn bastard doesn't do anything but hide. But you're much stronger than him. The queen's body began to fade away. Tears still welled in her eyes. Kang Jin-hyuk spoke up. Goodbye. And just like that, the fourth floor boss, Binarial, was defeated. The system notifications flashed incessantly. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Kang Jin-hyuk strode out proudly into the sunlight. He radiated an aura of power, leaving behind the ruins and the last few strands of the girl's red hair. Gradually faded away with the wind. The system notification rang out. You have successfully defended the base. Sunlight filtered through, revealing the extent of the ruins. Deep blue ice fragments remained scattered across the scene, shimmering brilliantly as they reflected the sunlight. The system notifications continued. Each team member will receive one A-grade random box. Everyone was completely exhausted after finishing the battle. They were drained, struggling to stand. Cough. Around them, the ice had melted into pools of water. Cough, cough. Those coughing sounds came from choking on water. Teresa Zhu Lawrence was soaked, smiling wearily with sparkling eyes. Kang Jin-hyuk, we did it. Like she had just cheated death, she struggled to step out of the melted ice water. Cough, cough, cough. Her slender frame looked up at the blue sky, muttering, we actually pulled it off again. Elsewhere, a screen inside a local shop was playing the news. On the TV, two anchors were intensely discussing a topic. The sound from the TV echoed. The fourth floor has only been open for 24 hours, the reporter spoke excitedly. I still can't believe it, because everyone thought it would take at least 20 days to defend the base from 100 waves of zombies. The bell at the door jingled. It seems we've just witnessed the true power of an S-rank player. Absolutely impressive. Inside the shop, Lee Juji and Yu Junhua were waiting. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk walk in, they waved him over. Over here! Over here! You're finally here! Jin-hyuk gave a bashful, polite smile. Sorry I'm late. I had to go pick someone up. Yoo Jun-hwa asked curiously. Oh? Who? Following Jin-hyuk was a petite figure in doll shoes, Alice von Ataraxia. She walked in with a haughty air, her eyes scanning the restaurant. What is this place? It's so shabby. The other two immediately recognized the person with Jin-hyuk. Oh, isn't that Alice? The one we met before? Alice walked toward the group. Her physique was strikingly different from the other three. Standing next to Alice, Jin-hyuk looked like a father with his daughter, while Yoo Jun-hwa and Alice von Ataraxia were greeting each other. Jin-hyuk quickly explained his reason for bringing her along. I brought her because she's a member of the guild. The Veterans Guild? Yoo Jun-hwa looked confused. What kind of name is that? Jin-hyuk then looked at Yoo Jun-hwa and asked, what about Teresa? Yoo Jun-hwa replied, Teresa said she'd be here in about an hour, so let's just eat first. She said she was busy with something. Jin-hyuk glanced over and noticed something. Seeing his cold, stoic friend had also arrived, Jin-hyuk flashed a smile that couldn't be more sly. I didn't think you'd actually show up, but here you are. That handsome guy replied coldly. I only came because of the secret method for random rewards that you promised me. Jin-hyuk walked over to his handsome friend and patted his shoulder. Fine, I'll tell you. Don't be so stiff. Let's have a drink. The shop bell chimed again as a group of 4 Lee Juji, Park Hana, Oh Min-jung, and Kim Hyung walked in. Lee Juji held her phone in her hand and announced loudly, We're here too. All 4 of them simultaneously bowed deeply. They shouted, drawing the attention of other guests. Congratulations on clearing the 4th floor, Director Kang Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk crossed his arms and smiled proudly. Thanks everyone. Then, Jin-hyuk turned back to Alice, signaling with a crafty look. Eat to your heart's content tonight. She's treating us to celebrate clearing the 4th floor. Alice von Ataraxia calmly took out her wallet and pulled out 2 gold coins. Everyone cheered. Jay said in a cutesy voice, Thank you. The table was laid out with plates of crispy, fragrant fried chicken and tall, delicious mugs of barley smoothies. Jin-hyuk raised his mug to drink. Gulp, gulp. He finished the whole glass. A satisfied sound escaped his lips. Ah, after a glass of this, I feel refreshed. This is the life. Alice, sitting next to him, exclaimed, I can't believe it. One might think she was judging Jin-hyuk. But no, she was judging the food. She gripped her fork and knife, her face lighting up. Looking at the delicious food, with crumbs still on her lips, Alice's eyes widened. I can't believe it that I can eat so much delicious food for just 2 coins. She raised a chicken drumstick to her mouth, drooling. I've eaten a lot of meat in my time, but the food in this area is on a completely different level. Looking at the chicken in Alice's hand, Jin-hyuk licked his lips and lifted his own fork. The sound of a fork hitting the plate rang out. Alice's hair stood on end, her face darkening in anger. She pinned her chicken piece down hard, baring her teeth, as if she feared Kang Jin-hyuk would steal her meal. It actually made him a little nervous. All right, you can have it. Hearing that, Alice brightened up and bit into the large chunk of meat. Thank you, I won't forget this kindness. Kang Jin-hyuk had to sigh at her gluttony. Helplessly watching her, who would believe she was the final boss of the tower? Lee Taemin, sitting next to the handsome cold guy, asked timidly, before all this happened, what did you do for a living? Park Ha-jin sipped his barley smoothie and replied coldly, Park Ha-jin sipped his smoothie while pondering his answer. I used to be a medical student. That answer left Lee Taemin stunned. For real? No way. Ding-a-ling. The doorbell rang as a familiar figure walked in. Teresa hurried in, dressed in a gentle outfit. She greeted everyone shyly. Sorry, I'm late. Lee Juji saw her and jumped up excitedly, accidentally wiping her face. Oh, Min-jung shouted, Oh my god, it's Teresa in the flesh. Lee Juji's eyes were filled with love and admiration. She had her phone ready, acting like a fan meeting an idol. Can I take a picture with you? Let's take a selfie, please. Jin-hyuk was happy seeing this. He recalled memories of clearing floors in the past, just him alone with 4 computer monitors. Back then, whenever he cleared a floor in the challenges, he was always by himself. He proudly looked at the bustling scene before him. There was innocence, passion, and lively friends. Alice, while eating, looked over and asked with her mouth full, What are you smiling at? In the chilly night, the shops were lively. Jin-hyuk replied, Alice, it's just so lively. The party finally came to an end. Everyone returned to their own homes. Jin-hyuk sat in his living room, checking the system. Name, Kang Jin-hyuk, a 27-year-old male. The system stats popped up, and as he looked them over, he muttered, Whoa, I leveled up 3 times? Kang Jin-hyuk was surprised by the results. Back then, I thought my leveling speed was already as fast as it could possibly get. But now, I'm getting stronger at an unimaginably faster rate than before. Kang Jin-hyuk hummed a tune, feeling good. I wonder if this joyful feeling is because of the variables that just appeared, now that the game has become reality? Well, I guess it's a good thing, since I'm gaining more than I'm losing. A transparent box appeared on the table, containing a piece of paper with a seal on it. Alright, let's check the floor for rewards. According to the system's note, it's a high-rank skill enhancement. Kang Jin-hyuk picked up the scroll. I'll upgrade the Ice Slash that I use the most. The system announced that the Ice Slash skill had reached level 8. The room filled with a cold, snowy mist that drifted out through the ventilation fan. The receptionist outside hugged herself, shivering. Looking at the manager, she asked, why is it suddenly so cold? Did you turn on the AC? Hearing that, he angrily barked back. What the hell are you talking about? If you're cold, put on a sweater. Don't you dare try to use feeling sick as an excuse to take a half day off like last time. That scared the employee away. Kang Jin-hyuk rubbed his ear, annoyed by the noise. Next, he pulled up options on the system screen in the room. A Wheel of Fortune appeared. A random A-rank box, a luck-based item that allows a player to receive any A-rank item by spinning the lucky wheel. Kang Jin-hyuk reached out to operate the wheel's lever. The lucky wheel began to spin wildly, and a sound erupted from the device. Please press the red button in the middle. You don't have much time left. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the countdown with contempt. What a boring scare tactic. If you just leave the wheel spinning, the countdown begins, stressing the player out with the ticking noise, implying that great danger is approaching. The wheel system announced, "Time is up. Please spin the wheel again." Most people would press the button right then. But for me, an expert at finding bugs in the game and manipulating the system, I've found a way. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled slyly and pulled the lever again. He kept doing it over and over. Time is up. Please spin the wheel again. Time is up. Please spin the wheel again. He sat there in front of the wheel, repeating the process. Sparks flew around the machine. Kang Jin-hyuk kept calculating. If he kept spinning without doing anything else, then on the 37th spin, he reached out to press the red button. The wheel's time would be reduced by 99%. Park Ha-jin, a questioning voice called out from somewhere. You bastard, no. Kang Jin-hyuk. How could you choose an A-rank item? Are you serious? Park Ha-jin stood by the wheel, questioning him. Just how many times have you done this? Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled. I used this very method to help Chun Do-sung pick the items he wanted. Park Ha-jin held a red sword in his hands, overjoyed. I finally beat it. But there's a penalty. The reward will be destroyed after 1 week. If you use this method and wait for the other guy to leave. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked after finally obtaining the sword, the attribute he wanted. He looked really happy, didn't he? I'm really looking forward to seeing the look on his face next week. That was something he kept to himself. La la la. Kang Jin-hyuk pressed the red button on the machine one more time. The needle stopped, pointing to a pill. The system announced, "You have obtained an A-rank stamina pill." He took the gift, calculating, "Since I have to use them within a week, this is the best thing I can use to clear the next floor." And now, the final item, the most important one for advancing to the next floor, the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk pulled out a ticket, using the Great Magic Library entry ticket. The Great Magic Library opened up. Inside, it was vast and wide, stretching out with tens of thousands of books neatly arranged on shelves. He walked in calmly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Should I go visit the old man? He headed deep into a path between the bookshelves. It led to a large room where someone was sitting, a professor sitting there, studying books by the light of 2 strange lamps. He heard footsteps. Kang Jin-hyuk stepped into the room softly. The professor asked, without even turning his head, "What the hell is going on? I did hear that the 4th floor was cleared, but then he dipped a feather quill into ink and said calmly, I didn't expect to have a customer so soon." Now he turned around, greeting him solemnly. "My name is Rick Hennessy, Librarian Rick Hennessy, a big shot, a mid-level administrator, the manager of the Tower of Trials Great Magic Library." In his heart, Kang Jin-hyuk was extremely excited. He thought, "Finally, I've waited until the first time meeting a tower administrator." Kang Jin-hyuk smiled pleasantly and introduced himself. "My name is Kang Jin-hyuk." Hennessy walked slowly down the stairs as he spoke. "What a rare and strange thing. I really couldn't have expected someone to make it all the way here so soon. Even so, it's extremely interesting that you were able to pass through the library, which is like a giant maze." Kang Jin-hyuk smiled faintly and replied, "I'm just a guy who's usually pretty lucky." Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk reach for a book, Hennessy didn't stop him, saying calmly, I don't mind you reading these books, but there are no books here at your level that you could actually read. Kang Jin-hyuk. At the very least, you need a fundamental knowledge of ancient languages, the way to set up the 6 magic circles written by the Empire's great archmage Telemos, right? Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, turning to look at Hennessy. Hennessy was slightly surprised by Kang Jin-hyuk's words and asked suspiciously, You know ancient languages? Kang Jin-hyuk turned his back and said, I know a lot of people, so I learned a little bit of everything. Hennessy watched Kang Jin-hyuk's back, falling into deep thought. He must just be a player who just reached the 5th floor, right? Yet he's already learned runes? After thinking for a long while, Hennessy hesitated and asked, Can I ask you a question, Kang Jin-hyuk? Kang Jin-hyuk replied nonchalantly, Sure, go ahead, Hennessy said. From the fact that you made it all the way here, I could already tell you were very different from other ordinary players. But your background seems like a… Saying it's special doesn't even begin to cover it, Jin-hyuk said, with a smug smile. Right after he finished speaking, Jin-hyuk activated the judgment of Anubis. Jin-hyuk said, To be honest, the Egyptian gods are currently backing me. That's how I managed to get here, and why I know so much about the tower. The expression on Hennessy's face was one of complete disbelief at what was happening before his eyes. He thought, No way could this truly be the power of Anubis? Who would have thought they'd already started taking an interest in a human? Seeing Hennessy's expression, Jin-hyuk chuckled and said, They seem to be quite fond of me. That's why they granted me this power. The system screen displayed, no target selected. The judgment of Anubis has been nullified. Hennessy adjusted his robes and said, Someone of your value deserves a reward to match. As soon as he finished speaking, Hennessy removed his hat, bowed deeply, and said respectfully, It seems I've been rather rude to a high-value guest. I truly apologize. Jin-hyuk thought smugly. If Anubis saw this, he'd probably pass out from shock. What a drag. As if to make amends, Hennessy summoned precious books, treasures from the library. Hennessy said, To make up for my mistake, I will grant you 1 book from here. Jin-hyuk, getting exactly what he wanted, said smugly, I can choose anything? Hennessy replied, Of course. I want my precious guest to receive a reward that is truly deserved. After thinking for a moment, Jin-hyuk said, If that's the case, I'll take this one. Hennessy was quite surprised that Jin-hyuk chose that book and asked suspiciously, Are you sure you want that? It is indeed an excellent grimoire, but since it is written in ancient script, you won't be able to read it, unless you are an expert in paleography. I, the Black Dragon Macadrian, left these notes to record my transcendence as an ancient dragon. For tens of thousands of years, I have studied how to break the principles of this world. Jin-hyuk continued smugly, Blah blah, it's just a book, written by a delusional lizard. I'll take it. Hennessy chuckled, and said, My apologies. Truly, it's no wonder you are blessed by the gods. Hennessy clapped his hands twice. As he slowly faded away, he said, From this moment on, I will always be watching you, Kang Jin-hyuk. I look forward to the day we meet again, player Kang Jin-hyuk. Once he finished speaking, Hennessy completely disappeared in front of Jin-hyuk. From the perspective of other players, entering the 5th floor was absolutely terrifying. The 5th floor of the Tower of Trials looked like a world, belonging to a fallen civilization. And in that ruined world, a group of soldiers brandishing weapons screamed, Catch them! We must find a sacrifice. A player running away from the soldiers said, All that's left are just lunatics, fanatics and bloodthirsty monsters. It feels like a giant asylum. After escaping the tower, the player recounted everything to the public. He insisted that escaping from that place was no different than breaking out of an insane asylum. When the reporter heard what happened inside the tower, he asked, Fanatical cultists don't sound too scary. Why did you decide to run instead of fighting? The player replied, At first, I tried to take them down with my skills, but besides them, there was another obstacle. At that moment, the screen showed malicious comments. You got scared just because of a fanatical cultist? Laugh my ass off. Cowardly. Haha. A real honest review. The player continued. It was the fact that I couldn't use my skills. The reporter was quite surprised and said, What do you mean? Unable to use skills? The player covered his face, held up a return stone, and said, Since I couldn't even open my inventory, the only way out was to run away, using the return stone in my pocket. After rambling on for a bit, the player suddenly changed his expression, turned 360 degrees, and said, This is why we are currently offering a 20% discount on return stones for guilds, for only 5,000 gold. Stopping the video, Teresa Zhu Lawrence cleared her throat and said, Take me with you to the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk replied calmly, No. Teresa Zhu Lawrence slammed the table in anger and said, "Why not? I know for a fact that you're going to charge into the 5th floor right away, so I can't let you go alone." Jin Hyuk turned his back on Teresa Zhu Lawrence and thought with annoyance, so stubborn. Why is she suddenly like this? Jin Hyuk stood up, looked at Teresa Zhu Lawrence coldly, and said, "You cannot come. No matter how much you want to join, I will find a way to go alone. So, give up." Suddenly, Teresa Zhu Lawrence grabbed Jin Hyuk's arm. Jin Hyuk was slightly surprised by her action. Teresa Zhu Lawrence then said, very seriously, "Promise me you won't push yourself too hard." The scene shifted. Jin Hyuk was now sitting in a car, looking at his arm where Teresa Zhu Lawrence had grabbed him, and smiled to himself, thinking, "Don't push myself too hard, huh?" The system screen displayed, "A sponsorship gift has been sent from the Kingdom of Caladium." Looking at the screen, Jin Hyuk was a bit thoughtful. He wondered, isn't the Kingdom of Caladium the rival kingdom to those hostile factions? The system screen displayed, "You have received Scentless. A brief description of Scentless. Difficulty, F. Description. This skill will erase your scent, breath, and even your presence. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours for every 3 uses. Thanks to the support of a higher power, you have escaped the restrictions of the 5th floor." Jin Hyuk looked at the system board and suddenly smiled with interest, thinking, "Whoa, to think they would go against the tower's rules to sponsor me. It seems they have started approaching players with potential, just like those other factions. I'll make good use of this skill." The system screen then displayed, "You have entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. You will start from a random location. Skill usage is locked. You will receive 1 random F-rank skill. There is only one rule: survive and escape. Thanks to owning Grimoire of Macadrian, one of your skills will be released from this restriction. You can use Evil Eyes." Jin Hyuk smiled smugly, tucked the book into his jacket, and thought, "This is why I chose this from the Great Magic Library. I'll use this later." At this moment, many players had also entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Contrary to Jin Hyuk's smugness and excitement, the players felt frustrated and uncomfortable, saying, "Damn it, it's so dark here. Why is it so damp?" Jin Hyuk looked at the other players and thought, "So, the people who started at the same level as me are finally appearing. I'll just leave these newbies here and move on." The system screen displayed, "You have triggered the summoning scroll." Surprised, he thought, "A summoning scroll?" The system screen changed again, moving to the summoner's coordinates. Sensing something, Jin Hyuk turned around and frowned. "You stubborn brat," he muttered. Standing before him was Teresa Zhu Lawrence. She smiled at Jin Hyuk and said, "I knew you wouldn't keep your promise, so I followed you." Kang Jin Hyuk irritably told Teresa Zhu Lawrence, "I told you clearly not to follow me. What on earth were you thinking, coming all the way here?" Lawrence brushed off her sleeves and replied, "Don't pick on someone who followed you all this way because she was worried about you." Jin Hyuk clutched his face, helplessly thinking, now I have to change my plans. Oh, my ideal plan. Suddenly, the people behind them shouted, making Lawrence turn around. Hey, look what I have in my pocket." "Oh, me too. No change needed." Part of previous dialogue context. She instinctively reached into her pocket, pulled out a flashlight, and said to Jin Hyuk, "I got a flashlight. What about you?" Jin Hyuk nonchalantly held up a pen and said, "A pen." Seeing this, Lawrence gave a bitter smile and said, "A pen? That's not very good, is it?" Jin Hyuk pressed the pen, revealing a sharp tip. "No, this has its uses." A flame erupted from a lighter. Someone shouted, "I got a lighter!" and exclaimed, "Finally, I can see what's around us." The people nearby were blinded by the small flame from the lighter. Lawrence was startled and quickly pulled out the flashlight, saying, "Oh, let me turn this on." But before she could turn it on, Jin Hyuk stopped her. The man with the lighter held it high to get a better look at their surroundings. "This place looks like a dump," he said. He and 3 others walked along, holding the lighter high as they scouted the area. They were so busy talking, "How are we supposed to get out of here in this darkness?" that they didn't notice the masked men watching them from afar. The masked group shouted, pointing at the man, "There, the sacrifice." Those people turned back in a panic. The masked men came rushing forward with torches in their hands. "What the?" One person screamed, "You idiots, put out the light." The group swarmed in, shouting, "Get them! Over there, hurry!" Deep within the ruins, a hand popped out. Lawrence and Jin Hyuk crawled out from the debris. Lawrence patted his shoulder. Jin Hyuk pointed at the group from earlier and asked, "Shouldn't we go save them?" Jin Hyuk replied, "Teresa, since you're already here, you have to follow my lead, no matter what." Teresa looked confused. He continued. For now, we absolutely cannot reveal our presence unnecessarily. We are currently two Kang Jin-hyuk prepared to engage in close combat with them. Combined with previous line, Teresa disagreed. You look down on me too much, don't you, Kang Jin-hyuk? I've already prepared myself. As she spoke, she rummaged through her pockets and pulled out two glowing blue orbs, saying, Look, I even brought some for you. These are regression stones. I heard they're essential for the 5th floor. He slapped his hand to his face, feeling utterly helpless. That made her freeze. On the other side, the people being chased tried to hold the door shut against the masked men. They pushed against the door and screamed, At this rate, they're going to get in. The people in the back should pull out too. What are you guys doing? A girl held up a regression stone and smirked. With a dangerous look, she laughed and said, What else are we doing? Running, obviously. See you later, you losers. Suddenly, the stone in her hand cracked and shattered, leaving her frozen. The people pushing the door were shocked. It's not working. What the hell? I have one too. Someone reached in to check and said, Mine is the same. Then boom, the door was blown away. The nearby people were caught in the blast and thrown back. A large man flexed his muscles, gripping his weapon tightly. The weak people inside turned pale with fear. The large man stood amidst the smoke, looking even more intimidating. Back where Teresa and Jin-hyuk were, the stone in Teresa's hand also cracked and broke. She said, disappointed, I can't believe it was a knockoff. Kang Jin-hyuk hung his head in frustration. You believed it, just because it was on TV? This world is full of scammers. Teresa looked dejected, knowing she'd been scammed. Ugh, this is so tiring. Suddenly, a loud cry startled her. Ki-ak. Behind her, a masked man appeared, holding a rope and grinning sinisterly. She was stunned and had no idea what to do. I really should have just followed him, she thought. The man flicked his tongue and looped the prepared rope around Teresa's neck. She twisted, grabbed his collar, and flipped him over, slamming him hard onto the ground. Jin-hyuk turned and kicked him, sending the guy flying until he crashed into the ceiling. The masked men with torches began to appear. They surrounded Jin-hyuk and Teresa. The two stood back to back. Teresa said, Looks like we've been spotted, huh? Jin-hyuk replied, Looks that way. One of the masked men put his hands together and said, Our God desires sacrifices with holy blood. Together, we shall help the king descend and achieve eternal peace. Jin-hyuk pulled out his pen and clicked it. With one swift motion, the pen pierced the throat of the masked man who had just spoken, making him spit blood. Then, one by one, each of them was taken down by him, using only a pen quickly and cleanly. Jin-hyuk stood there, his eyes glowing red, a sinister smile on his face. In his hand was a blood-stained pen dripping onto the floor. He said in a dangerous tone, Is there anyone else who wants to continue the sermon? The remaining masked men began to tremble with fear. One of them suddenly stiffened, sensing something behind him. He trembled as he turned his head. It was the large man carrying a giant hammer, staring right at him. The masked man's voice shook. Master Proxy? The large man, Proxy, raised his massive hand. The masked man fearfully clasped his hands together and stammered, No, it's not that I'm afraid, my lord. But Kang Jin-hyuk stood back beside Teresa, who was covering her mouth in shock. With his hands in his pockets, he laughed and said, Teresa, you've played charades before, right? The massive Proxy shoved the masked man in front of him aside and approached Jin-hyuk and Teresa. He remained as calm as ever, pointing at Proxy and saying, If I get caught by that giant, I'm done for. Don't let him catch you. Teresa was so shocked by his words that she froze in place. That giant, Proxy, began to swing his massive hammer. As soon as he swung it down to crush the ground, Teresa sprinted away. Jin-hyuk followed right behind, showing no fear at all as he cheerfully said, Let's change scenes. In this room, shelves were packed with various containers. Two figures in yellow cloaks were inside. They looked just like the ones out there hunting for sacrifices, kneeling on the floor. Another figure wearing a long purple cloak stood with their back to them. The one standing asked, How are the sacrifices coming along? The yellow-cloaked minion bowed low, pressing their body against the floor, and replied, My lord, have you had any trouble catching them? The purple-cloaked man laughed sinisterly. Our god craves more sacrifices, especially now that the tower has opened. With so many fools wandering inside, he flexed his muscles and roared, This is the destined moment for our great master to finally descend. Suddenly, the yellow-cloaked minion spoke up. High Priest, I think you should take a look at this. On the screen, Proxy was seen swinging his hammer while chasing Jin-hyuk and Teresa. The purple-cloaked High Priest asked, What is this? The minion replied, These are the sacrifices my humble servants just discovered, sir. A man appeared behind the High Priest. The High Priest continued, This is the first time I've seen Proxy struggle like this. He usually catches these pathetic sacrifices so quickly. The man seemed to recognize him. The image on the screen zoomed in on his face. Seeing him, the man spoke up. Kang Jin-hyuk. Hearing that, the high priest turned around and asked, "You know him?" The man replied, "Yes, sir." The screen was cycling through every corner where people were being chased by these masked figures, to be captured as sacrifices. The man continued, "He is the biggest obstacle in our plan." He crossed his arms behind his back, but in his hand, he held a mask with a long, sharp nose, featuring a purple symbol on the forehead. Procy's hammer came crashing down once again. Fortunately, Teresa managed to leap up just in time to avoid the hammer's terrifying power. The rocks beneath shattered into pieces. As she dodged, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "A brute this big and he's still this fast? He can't be compared to the other fanatic cultists." Meanwhile, the protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk, was struggling just as much, having to constantly dodge the giant's relentless barrage of attacks. He quickly told Teresa, "For now, there's no way we can face that giant head-on." He proposed his counter-strategy. "Focus on losing him first. By the way, can you lend me that thing for a second?" They both landed gracefully, performed a perfectly coordinated maneuver, and then vanished right in front of the giant, Procy. This left him utterly confused. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted in front of him, forcing Procy to shield his eyes. His vision obscured, he struggled for a long moment. He quickly lost his patience and slammed his hammer toward the source of the light. The ground, unable to withstand the tremendous force, shattered completely. After that strike, the light vanished. Curious, he lifted his hammer, but underneath there were only the crushed remains of a flashlight. On a balcony not far away, Teresa peeked down. She was anxious and terrified, but she kept observing. That thing should buy us enough time to plan a strategy. Below, Procy was frantically searching everywhere. At this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk sat down on the floor, exhausted. He said, "Seriously, listen carefully, Teresa." Her gaze fixed firmly on him as she replied, "All right." He pointed toward himself. "I'll go distract that giant myself." Teresa gasped in shock. "What? You want to go back there after we barely escaped him?" He tried to explain it to her. "What's the big deal? If we want to clear this floor, we'll have to face him sooner or later anyway." Down below, Procy was impatiently searching every nook and cranny. Kang Jin-hyuk continued, "While I distract him, you go evacuate the others." Surely, they really had no other way to leave, now that their precious regression stone turned out to be a scam. Kang Jin-hyuk said confidently, "I'll try to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible, even though things have gotten a bit complicated." Teresa hung her head, silent. She fell into deep thought, blaming herself. "It's all because I followed him unnecessarily." After a moment, she agreed. "All right." Seeing her cooperate so well, he felt relieved and smiled. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk remembered something and asked for a favor. "Oh, and just in case, could you keep this in mind for me?" At that moment, the giant, Procy, with his massive scarred legs, was still tirelessly weaving through the shadows, hunting for sacrifices. Suddenly, a small stone hit his head from afar. Kang Jin-hyuk called out to the giant. Kang Jin-hyuk was tossing a stone in his hand, his tone mocking. "You're really bad at this game of tag, aren't you?" With that, he sprinted up the stairs, while the giant Procy kept chasing him with his hammer. The two of them continued the chase for quite a distance. Teresa was still standing, huddled and hiding to the side. She stood perfectly still, breaking into a cold sweat. Teresa recalled Kang Jin-hyuk's instructions. "You just need to use this at the right moment." Back then, Teresa didn't quite understand. At the right moment? When is that? Kang Jin-hyuk didn't answer her question directly, only saying, "When the time comes, you'll definitely know when the right moment is." Teresa looked around and saw many different items. She quickly rushed to pick one for herself. After carefully selecting a defensive weapon, she picked up a staff, silently reassuring herself. "Yes, I will definitely know when the right time is." Clutching the staff, she ran off to find the others, lost in her own thoughts. "For now, I have to save the others first." Over here, the protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk, had led the giant Procy quite a distance away. He glanced back, silently speculating. Teresa must be far away by now. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, activating greedy eyes. At that moment, Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes changed, becoming extremely malicious. As he stared at that foolish giant, the system displayed a warning box. Name, the Destroyer. Gender, unknown level. Unknown strength, 100. Agility, 15. Stamina, 30 magic power. Unknown. Kang Jin-hyuk glanced at the notification board, his eyes widening as it went haywire. It seemed he had been spotted breaking the rules of the 5th floor. Lantam felt intrigued by him. As Kang Jin-hyuk scrambled to escape, the entity generated a new sub-rule and proposed that Kang Jin-hyuk become its blade. You will ascend to become a dark apostle the moment you accept this offer, the system prompted. Lantam was one of the most powerful entities in the tower, much like Alice, residing in the highest levels. In this place, the entity was often called the Demon King. By borrowing power from the Demon King to seal away all these skills, if someone were to intentionally find a way to break that seal, they would draw the Demon King's attention. The Dark Apostle role offered immense power, but for the rest of their life, they would have to live as the Demon King's pawn. The members of the demon cult would probably jump at the chance, mouth-watering with greed. But Kang Jin-hyuk just scoffed, thinking, how could a tiger ever become a servant to a dog? He flatly rejected the offer. The system immediately delivered bad news. Lantam had flown into a rage. Suddenly, the giant Procy froze, his body trembling as he clutched his head in agonizing pain. The system flashed another warning. You shall receive the Demon King's curse. For daring to reject the Demon King's offer. A surge of black magical energy pierced straight into Kang Jin-hyuk's body, leaving him gasping and choking out a cry. The curse had been branded onto him. Gritting his teeth in fury, he read the notification. You will become the target of every demon. This curse will follow you to your grave. Kang Jin-hyuk clutched his chest in pain, collapsing to the ground before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The droplets splattered everywhere. Enduring the agony, he muttered, damn, that hurts. Kang Jin-hyuk wiped the blood from his mouth, sweat beading on his forehead, but the zealots had already surrounded him. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at them defiantly. Are you guys just going to stand there and stare? He taunted. Come and get me. As soon as he finished, the group of zealots swarmed him like starving wolves. Nearby, innocent people were being rounded up, trembling in sheer terror. I'm sorry. Please, just let us go. One of them pleaded as they were dragged along the ground, their legs kicking wildly in panic. The cultists had lost all shred of humanity. They grabbed a woman by her hair, shouting, a sacrifice for our God. In the distance, Teresa's rapid footsteps approached. She leaped into the air, swinging her staff toward a cultist. Her aim was true. One strike was enough to send the leader to meet his ancestors. Teresa turned back to the woman she had just saved. Go. Help the others. But there was no response. The woman was so paralyzed by terror that she just sat huddled in a corner, shivering as she stammered, it's no use, we're all going to die here. We'll never get out of this place. Teresa looked at her with sympathetic eyes. She had been completely consumed by fear. As Teresa let her guard down, a cultist lunged at her with a sickle. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Teresa reacted, overpowering his weapon, turning the tables, and beating him senseless. She sent him flying, leaving everyone in shock. Then, she turned back to the weeping woman and said, don't give up. We will all get out of here safely. Teresa's face shone like an angel's as she gripped her staff and continued to encourage her. Pick up a weapon and stand up. My teammates are already clearing the 5th floor. But Teresa didn't know that on the other side, Kang Jin-hyuk had been beaten unconscious. The dim-witted giant Procy was carrying him on his shoulder back to the dungeons. Inside the dark dungeon, behind the sturdy iron bars, the captives were spiraling into despair. We're all dead, a young man sobbed, regretting his choices. I shouldn't have come to this hellhole. I was just planning to grab some loot and run. Finding the noise annoying, a nearby guard smashed his sickle against the bars and barked, shut your traps, he threateningly growled. If you make any more noise, we'll torture you all. After dealing with the captives, he turned and bowed respectfully to someone. I've silenced them, my lord. Please, continue your discussion. Thank you. A mysterious figure in a purple hood asked, is that him? The guard replied, yes, it is. Hosenberg, standing beside him, frowned. Our first face-to-face meeting, isn't it? He called out to the man locked in the dungeon, Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk's gaze remained steady, his face unchanging as he looked straight at them, glaring back with intensity. Kang Jin-hyuk sensed the mana, it was human. He was on the same side as the floor boss. So, a demon cultist then? A system notification popped up, activating Eye of Greed. His eyes turned blood red, but the system immediately warned him, status window probe failed. Target is using a high-level mental barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk was visibly stunned. A mental barrier? A powerful aura was radiating from the man. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly pulled out a white capsule. I was saving this for the cult leader, but it looks like I don't have a choice. The system notified him. You have consumed a white capsule. All your stats will double for 10 minutes. Adaptability increased from 10 to 20. He secretly crushed the capsule in his hand. The system chimed, Eye of Greed can now penetrate the target's defense. Kang Jin-hyuk stared intensely at the man, continuing his assessment. This time, all the info appeared. Hosenberg, 41 years old, level 38. Strength, 19. Agility, 25. Stamina, 18. Mana, 28. Fallen status, 80 points. Available stats, 0. Available funds, 30,855. Job, Roundtable Knight. Skills, Mental Barrier, level 14. Blade of Condemnation, level 10. Kang Jin-hyuk focused on the numbers, his expression tightening as he remembered, if he's a Roundtable Knight, he must be one of the demon cult's powerhouses. Melina mentioned a powerhouse much stronger than I expected. His eyes glinted with excitement. Looking at the opponent's skill, I really want that mental barrier. It might just become my main weapon against divine power. A crucial piece of information pops up, leaving him stunned. The first condition to copy it is to make him say his own knight's title. The second is to act like a total Chunabu delusional teen until I find out his title. Once the conditions are met, I can choose to copy any skill. After thinking it over, he rubs his forehead and mutters, "Which damn lunatic is running this tower system? I'm gonna need at least 6 bottles of booze to get over this shock." Outside, Hosenvert asks impatiently, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Kang Jin-hyuk holds his forehead and replies, "Ah, sorry about that." He smirks and continues, "I'm just busy suppressing the deep darkness within me." After that, the atmosphere between the two becomes awkward and silent. The mysterious masked man asks skeptically, "Hosenvert, are you sure this is the guy you mentioned?" His brain seems a bit broken. He darkens his face, but he insists, "I'm certain." The masked man waves his hand dismissively and leaves. "Even I'm not that bad. Enjoy your chat, you two." Alice von Ataraxia, hiding in his chest pendant, laughs her head off as he's labeled a lunatic. Kang Jin-hyuk is also incredibly embarrassed. Breaking into a cold sweat, he covers his face with his hand and whispers, "I feel disgusted too, so please just pretend you didn't hear anything." Hosenvert glares at him uncomfortably. "It seems you don't grasp the current situation. Do you even realize you've been captured and are about to be sacrificed?" Kang Jin-hyuk keeps up the act. He laughs like a madman, looking up at the ceiling. You think you can contain my madness that yearns for destruction? How foolish." Hosenvert watches him flailing around in the dungeon, at a loss for words. Hosenvert frowns, thinking, what is wrong with him? Or is he hiding some kind of trump card? Given the skills he's used so far, that seems more likely. He scowls and mocks, "I know damn well how strong you are, Kang Jin-hyuk. But now that all your skills are sealed, you won't survive long in this place." Realizing he can't fool him, he turns his face away and sighs. Why is making a living so hard? Suddenly, someone covered in blood screams miserably. Hosenvert glares at him. Do you hear that? He wants to use those things to intimidate him. That's the sound of the live sacrifice that you two will soon have to participate in. A slow, horrific death that your sanity won't be able to withstand. Hearing this, the others trapped in the cell with him tremble in fear. Hosenvert quickly takes out a key and holds it in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. However, he starts setting conditions. If you tell me everything you know about the Kang Jin-hyuk, I'll give you this key. Kang Jin-hyuk sneers, thinking, a key, huh? He rests his head on his hand, acting cooperative, and asks, you want to know the Kang Jin-hyuk's real name? He sets a condition of his own. Tell me your real name first, then I'll tell you. Hosenvert is surprised. My real name? But then he thinks, he's going to die anyway. He holds the mask in his hand. Without any guard, he says, my name is Hosenvert. I'm also known as Lancelot. Happy now? At this moment, the system notification appears. Success. Copy conditions met. You have successfully copied the skill. Mental barrier. Mental barrier. Rank S. Strengthens your mental state. Not only does it safeguard your status window, but it also helps resist quite a few other mental attacks. Hosenvert asks seriously. Now it's your turn to tell me the identity of the Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk raises a finger, smiles brightly, and says, I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. He keeps his promise and tells him, the Kang Jin-hyuk is hearing that name. Hosenvert just coldly utters, I see. He quickly tosses the key inside to him. Acting noble, he says, I will keep my promise. After achieving his goal, Hosenvert quickly puts his mask back on and turns around. He leaves the dungeon, not forgetting to tell Kang Jin-hyuk, I hope you die quickly, watching his opponent leave. Kang Jin-hyuk returns to his normal state, simultaneously wearing a satisfied smile. While he wasn't paying attention, the blonde guy in the cell noticed the key. He lunges to grab it and frantically opens the door, but a painful truth is quickly discovered. The blonde guy screams, What the hell? There's no keyhole. What is this? Kang Jin-hyuk seems to have guessed that already, so he just lies down on the ground casually. Of course they'd do something like that. Kang Jin-hyuk closes his eyes to rest, thinking to himself, regardless, by now Teresa should have. At this moment, another cell door opens. It turns out to be Teresa. She is thrown roughly into the dungeon by a cultist. They keep whispering to each other. This is the first time I've seen a sacrifice. Who fights back this fiercely? The other person agrees. I think she must have defeated at least 20 of our guys already. That's proof of her strength, so the god will surely be pleased. Teresa glares at them, struggles to stand up, and asks the others in the cell, "Where are the others?" But only silence is returned. Suddenly, a voice of accusation rings out in the room, attracting Teresa's attention. "It's all your fault." It turns out to be the black woman she saved earlier, angrily stomping on a little girl. "If you bastards weren't here, it would be fine. It's all because of you." Teresa quickly rushes out to stand in front of the little girl. "What are you doing? Stop it." The black woman is a bit stunned, then says, "You're protecting her just because you don't know anything yet." Teresa asks, "What do you mean?" The woman points at the little girl. "The person you're protecting is a tower resident." Instinctively, Teresa turns back to look. The little girl is crying with tears streaming down, her whole body trembling. Afterwards, she lowers her head, not explaining anything. The others in the cell also growl. "If it weren't for you bastards, the tower wouldn't even exist." The person next to her agrees. "That's right. How could I have been trapped in a place like this?" The black woman seems to go crazy, pointing at the little girl again, blaming her. "So it's all your fault, isn't it?" Their faces also become twisted and scary. Seeing everyone targeting her, the little girl is terrified. Her eyes are wide and vacant, her body thin and pitiful. But the kid doesn't fight back, just shuts her eyes tight. Then, cowering in a corner while bracing for a beating, Teresa saw the scene unfolding before her. She couldn't just stand by and watch a child get bullied. She immediately grabbed the arm of the dark-skinned woman and earnestly said, "Whether she's a resident of the tower or not, doesn't matter. Wasn't she also abandoned by the cultists just like us?" The little girl looked up, surprised, at the person who had stood up to protect her. The whole room went silent. The dark-skinned woman's arm was held tightly, and it started to tremble. Teresa glared, warning all the others. After getting everyone in check, Teresa gently asked, "What's your name?" The little girl still sat curled up in the corner, not daring to answer. Teresa kept her attitude soft, comforting her. "It's okay. As long as I'm here, no one will be able to hurt you." The dark-skinned woman standing nearby heard this and broke into a cold sweat. The little girl didn't lift her face, her small hands still clenching together. Andrea saw the hesitation. Teresa immediately sat down beside her and even smiled, complimenting her. "That's a beautiful name." Then, she introduced herself. "I'm Teresa." Because of Teresa's warmth, Andrea opened up. The girl told a heartbreaking memory to Teresa. Like every other day, the girl carried a basket on her back, going to work with everyone. Suddenly, those cultists came to her village. They wore masks along with yellow cloaks, looking very mysterious. They used manipulative words to deceive the villagers. They said they would save the whole village if the village agreed to hand over one person as a sacrifice. As she reached this point, Andrea's voice choked up. As soon as they heard that, the villagers immediately said, "Someone without a father or mother like you should stand up for the sake of the whole village." Although the girl protested fiercely, they still insisted that it was a sacred duty. Then what had to happen, happened. Teresa felt pity and hugged the girl, stroking her hair to comfort her. "Oh, you must have been very lonely, right, Andrea?" Teresa's eyes suddenly glimmered with empathy, thinking to herself, even if she is indeed a tower resident, she's no different from a normal human being at all. At this moment, outside the cell, the guards were whispering, "We have to prepare the next group of sacrifices. Every room must pick one kid out." One guy was extremely excited, poking his head inside, threatening, "If no one is chosen, all of you will join the sacrificial ceremony together, and die as long as you like." Everyone in the room heard this and was terrified. Not again. Someone cried and hurried to say, "No, I refuse." Suddenly, a girl had a malicious idea and glared behind her. "Wait, that's right." Eyes were directed toward Andrea. "Pick that brat first. She isn't even human, right?" Saying that, they frantically rushed to grab Andrea. Teresa saw this and stood in front of the girl to block them. "Wait, stop, don't be so reckless." They were in a state of twisted morality. Even though Teresa screamed until her voice was hoarse, "Everyone, calm down." Those people didn't stop. The guard outside saw this scene and seemed very delighted. He happily cheered, That's it. Scramble more. The Lord will be even happier. In another cell, the guard there was extremely confused when asking for a volunteer for the sacrifice. Suddenly, an arm was raised. It turned out to be the hand of the male protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk. He said, "I volunteer. Does anyone have any objections?" Seeing this enthusiasm, his roommates were moved to tears. "No, you go first. I'm saved. Please, oh God." Both of Kang Jin-hyuk's hands were quickly tied tightly. After that, he was led to the sacrificial altar with the others. On the way, Kang Jin-hyuk discovered a drainage ditch. He immediately bit a pill in his mouth and waited for a chance, when no one was paying attention, to secretly spit it into the drain. Finally, the pill successfully fell into the water. The guard in front felt a strange noise, so he looked back, but didn't find anything unusual. Seeing his plan hadn't been discovered, he smiled, satisfied, thinking, all the necessary preparations have been completed. By now, Teresa must have been caught and thrown into the dungeon too, right? And with that personality of hers, she will definitely volunteer for sure. Kang Jin-hyuk was extremely confident. This is the first time I've carried out a plan like this, but everything is going pretty smoothly, right? He looked at the information on the system. Just as he predicted, the hidden quest had also been triggered. Hidden quest. Content. The fanatical cultists who senselessly take the lives of others are considered villains. Adaptability stat will increase by 0.1 points for every cultist eliminated. The system offered extremely lucrative rewards. Adaptability stat will increase by 30 points if the cult leader is eliminated. Kang Jin-hyuk frowned and licked his lips, thinking to himself, usually, the rewards I get are always increasing some kind of stat, but why are they giving me an adaptability stat? Returning to reality, the noisy sound echoed, drawing his attention to the followers. They were screaming, "Oh Lord, glorious Lord." They chanted in unison, "The glory that created the world." Kang Jin-hyuk looked at so many people and exclaimed, "There are so many of them." Suddenly, a young man even vomited on the spot. He looked over and was speechless. Is this place bad enough to vomit? There was an order, bring the next group of sacrifices up. The chains of the large door were pulled up. The door quickly opened, and it landed on the ground, creating a path. Next to the sacrifices, there were guards with brawny bodies holding weapons. They were ready to point their weapons at those about to be sacrificed, untying them, and constantly urging them to move forward. The cheering continued. Glorious Lord, divine joy. At this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk was scanning the area looking for Teresa. They still constantly worshipped their cult leader. The Lord craved sacrifices. They were trembling with fear. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes widened in shock, but it wasn't known what he had seen. A representative stepped out to lead the program. He happily asked, "What does our Lord like most as a sacrifice?" "Brothers," the cultists answered in unison. "A noble sacrifice. A noble sacrifice." He opened his mouth and continued. "Then look here." He pointed his finger at Teresa and said, "This woman volunteered to die in place of a complete stranger. Truly a noble act." Teresa at this moment was being hung, suspended. Her head was bleeding, and she had passed out. The host continued to talk excitedly. The blood of this woman. This marked the end of the human sacrifice ritual, a noble sacrifice indeed. Unable to hold back any longer, Kang Jin-hyuk surged forward. I was planning to max out my stats before clearing this floor, but he quickly pulled out a book as the system chimed. Activating Ancient Grimoire, Marketing. Bypassing the restrictions set by the 5th floor lord, releasing everything sealed away. Kang Jin-hyuk was absolutely furious. He gritted his teeth, cursing. Damn it. The system alerted him. 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Activating Fire Origin. A flame shot out from Kang Jin-hyuk's palm. The fire pierced through the wall, heading straight for the pill he had flicked into the water. Just then, the system notified him. Activating Red Pill. Flame. Beneath their feet, the ground began to tremble as massive pillars of fire erupted. The flames spread rapidly, with Kang Jin-hyuk standing right in the center. The cultists panicked. What is that? Is that a skill? One screamed. Impossible! By the Lord's command, all skills have been neutralized here. Kang Jin-hyuk pulled out a dagger that glowed with a purple light. With a cool, effortless motion, he threw the blade. It struck true, severing the chains, binding Teresa. As she fell, Kang Jin-hyuk timed it perfectly and caught her. Holding her in his arms, he quickly placed a hand on her neck to check her pulse. Teresa was incredibly weak. He hung his head, then stood up. He glared at them with eyes that burned with pure rage, a pill still in his hand. He snapped. To hell with stat optimization. I don't need it anymore. I'm going to kill every single one of you. He shoved the pill into his mouth and crushed it. The system notification flashed. Using black pill. Dark abyss. A powerful aura of black energy radiated from Kang Jin-hyuk. The system announced, activating dark barrier. As the cultists tried to flee, they were enveloped and trapped by the swirling black mist. They shrieked, "This black stuff, we can't see anything!" Kang Jin-hyuk watched their panic with icy detachment. He drew his sword and began to cut them down, one by one. His eyes were filled only with death. The system chimed, activating sword grave. In the thick, dark smoke, terrifying roars echoed endlessly. The cultists were terrified, shouting, "Damn it! Where did he go?" A sickle clattered to the ground. One of the cultists was so scared he dropped to his knees, begging, "Oh, God of darkness, please, answer our prayers." He was so foolish that he kept muttering, "Oh, noble demon king, please guide us." The other two stared at him, stunned, before dropping to their knees to pray as well. Suddenly, their eyes widened, all of them staring in the same direction. Someone was approaching, radiating an immense amount of energy. The cultists could feel it. It was the energy of the demon king. They stood up, ecstatic, shouting, "You've answered our prayers!" Before the man could finish his sentence, Kang Jin-hyuk had already slashed across him like a gust of wind, cutting him down instantly. The system quickly notified, villain eliminated. Adaptability increased by 0.1. The cultist lay dying on the ground, still deliriously calling out to the Demon King. Kang Jin-hyuk coldly slaughtered them one by one. Villain eliminated. Adaptability increased by 0.1. His gaze was filled with nothing but slaughter as he swung his sword, cutting down each one. The notification rang out again. Villain eliminated. Adaptability increased by 0.1. Everywhere was cloaked in a thick, eerie mist. The scene was one of total devastation and sorrow. Teresa lay motionless in a corner, her hands still tightly bound by heavy chains. She hadn't fully regained consciousness, and blood still stained her forehead. Half awake, Teresa dreamily recalled what had happened earlier. She remembered the voices in the prison cell. Push that brat, the one who isn't human, to the front. Teresa had stood in front of Andrea to protect her. Where is the fairness in that? Andrea sat huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Andrea was panicking, shivering, tucked tightly behind her. Teresa didn't stop fighting back. She's just a child. But they refused to listen to Teresa's pleas. They all became agitated and crazed, rushing forward. The kid? What the hell? She's just an NPC anyway. Another one shouted, "Hand her over." Teresa stood her ground, feet firmly planted, and used all her strength to push them back. The other two were no match for her and were quickly beaten to a pulp. Teresa gritted her teeth in anger. "You guys probably think it's easy to take me down because you think skills don't work here, right? Don't get it twisted." Her expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she glared at them. "I'm confident I can take all of you down at once." The woman with dark skin realized she couldn't beat her. She struggled to stand, asking, "So, does that mean you're volunteering to be the chosen one?" Teresa had to protect the little girl. She answered decisively, "Yes, you're right, it's me." The dark-skinned woman stood up and wiped the blood from her mouth, mocking, "Go ahead, play the hero, but in the end, you'll just end up like all the rest." Hearing this, Andrea looked at Teresa with concern. Teresa glanced back, offering a friendly smile. Andrea's eyes met hers. They stood there for a long moment. Teresa smiled brightly and ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "I'll be back for you." With that, Teresa turned her gaze toward the cultist who had been sneering from outside the cell the whole time. He still hadn't sensed the danger, standing there drooling as he laughed. What a noble sacrifice indeed. But he didn't get to enjoy his gloating for long before Teresa gave him a proper beating, leaving him spitting blood. The cultist lay on the ground, his body covered in blood. Back in reality, the bodies of the cultists were strewn all over the place. The village was filled with a grim, deathly atmosphere under the gray fog. Teresa slowly sat up in the ruins as a familiar voice rang in her ears. "You're trying so hard that you're practically inviting death again," she said with delight. Jin-hyuk, the protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk, had just appeared before her. Teresa smiled brightly at him and said, "I knew you'd come." Seeing that she was safe and sound, Kang Jin-hyuk flashed a rare smile, then quickly broke the chains. The chains binding Teresa's hands were shattered. Once done, Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the system interface. The adaptation parameter required for the hidden quest had reached 23. He thought to himself, "Now I just need to take down the cult leader and escape." Behind him, Teresa rubbed her wrists, overjoyed that the shackles were gone. Suddenly, Teresa remembered something and panicked. "Ah, that's right, Jin-hyuk. There's a place we need to go first." Hearing this, he was curious, and they quickly headed to another cell. They rescued everyone inside, and everyone cheered. "We're saved." Teresa quickly ran to find Andrea, who was sitting in a corner. Seeing Teresa, she teared up and called out, "Sister Teresa!" Teresa joyfully ran over and pulled Andrea into her arms. "Thank heavens, you're all right." Andrea hugged her back, happy. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the two of them in surprise and asked, "What's going on here?" Teresa looked at the girl and introduced her. "This is Andrea, a resident of the tower. She was captured by the cultists and forced to choose between becoming a zealot or joining them. The system suddenly sent a notification. Remaining time for the demonic grimoire effect. 0 hours, 2 minutes, 35 seconds. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the two of them with some frustration. I can't believe she cost me 10 precious minutes just for that. But suddenly, his eyes lit up. He realized something. Wait a minute. Jin-hyuk stared intently at Andrea. If she's a resident of the tower, Kang Jin-hyuk then wore a cryptic smile. He started talking to Andrea. Is that so? The girl was a bit scared and looked confused. He asked seriously, why didn't you become a cultist? Every tower resident here is obsessed with worshipping that god. Seeing his harsh words, Teresa quickly stopped him. Jin-hyuk. Andrea hung her head, deep in thought after the question. A moment later, Andrea replied firmly, I don't want to believe that something like a god exists in this world. The girl's eyes welled up with tears. Andrea recounted painfully. Even my own villagers pushed me away. Just because I had no parents. Her small hands clenched in anger. If a god truly existed, they must be the ones who created this living hell. As she spoke, Andrea burst into loud, uncontrollable sobs, her crying getting louder by the second. If this is what a god created, then he isn't a good thing either. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the girl, feeling helpless. He lowered his voice and continued. I don't know if saying this will make you feel any better, but you and I are very much alike. As he reached this point, his voice became sorrowful. I was abandoned in front of an orphanage the moment I was born. I grew up all alone. Hearing this, Andrea wiped her eyes and looked up at him. Kang Jin-hyuk put his hands in his pockets and said gloomily, living without parents by your side is truly difficult. Teresa was astonished. Jin-hyuk was talking about his own past. He recalled a painful memory, but continued, but I still had to keep living. No matter how sad or painful it is, nothing will change. Andrea heard him, and it made sense, but she was still very young and worried. The girl said softly, but as long as the cult leader is still here. Before Andrea could finish, Kang Jin-hyuk interrupted. Right, the cult leader is still here. So, how about this? He smiled and made an offer. I will eliminate the cult leader for you, so you can keep trying to survive in a world without that scumbag's presence. Andrea was deeply moved. Her eyes sparkled, but she didn't answer him. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly activated the flame of exorcism. A blue flame flared up on his finger. He smirked and said, in return, become my comrade. Do you accept? Andrea's eyes widened as she looked at him. But then, she nodded in agreement. Afterward, he cast the flame of exorcism onto her, and the ritual was quickly successful. All right, Kang Jin-hyuk said, patting Andrea's head. I look forward to working with you, Andrea. Teresa, standing to the side, smiled, but quickly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. She felt a bit jealous. What about me? He's never done anything like that for me before. After settling everything, Kang Jin-hyuk turned around and said with a smile, let's go defeat the cult leader. Behind him, Teresa was still stunned. The system displayed a notification. Duration of the demonic grimoire has ended. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. All skills are sealed. Elsewhere, a mysterious person wearing a mask and a purple cloak was in a dark room. He kept muttering about, looking forward to the day joy was spread everywhere. He wore a savage grin, holding a jar in his hand. It was carved with terrifying skulls. This man foolishly said, my God. Kang Jin-hyuk led the other two, explaining as they walked. The cult leader is very different from the other cultists. Although he can't use skills like we do, he's incredibly strong. Hearing this, Teresa asked excitedly, then if you used that skill from earlier, couldn't you defeat him easily? He replied calmly, I intended to do that. Kang Jin-hyuk explained, but the time limit has passed, so I can't use any more skills. Teresa looked at Andrea, worried. Oh, I see. Kang Jin-hyuk continued, if it comes down to a fist fight, I might manage, but he possesses a divine artifact. Kang Jin-hyuk saw this as a huge risk factor. Teresa asked, stunned, a divine artifact? Kang Jin-hyuk said, the fragment of earth. It's an artifact containing a spell with the ability to kill a predetermined target with guaranteed accuracy. Teresa was still confused. Guaranteed accuracy? Does that mean we can't beat him? He put his hands in his pockets and replied casually, I'll try to block it. I should be able to at least once. Kang Jin-hyuk looked up and said with a very serious expression, it takes time before it can be used a second time. So your role is the most important one now. Teresa became even more worried upon hearing this. She listened intently to his instructions. You must take him down before he can reactivate that spell. Very quickly, they arrived at their destination. Kang Jin-hyuk stood in front of the control console. Are you ready? We've arrived. Teresa and Andrea both looked incredibly tense, but they nodded, prepared to face whatever was about to happen. Kang Jin-hyuk pulled the control lever, not forgetting to remind them, remember this well. The lever finally activated. The door slowly creaked open. Kang Jin-hyuk's voice echoed, as long as you remember everything I've told you, you'll definitely be able to see which path is the right one to choose. The door swung open, and the masked figure was still standing there, back turned toward them. Having noticed the intruders, the figure quickly spun around to inspect them. He stared straight at Kang Jin-hyuk and spoke. So, the culprit who ruined the ritual actually came to find me himself. How interesting. Kang Jin-hyuk asked, where is the guy who was with you? The masked man replied, he left just a moment ago. He said he'd already taken everything he needed. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk felt incredibly furious. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, that guy is quick on his feet. I wanted to kill him right here. The masked man continued patiently. I don't know how you managed to break the god's restrictions to use that skill, but I will definitely hunt you down and make you pay for causing this catastrophe. With that said, he tore off his purple cloak and charged straight at Kang Jin-hyuk with his weapon drawn. Teresa carefully watched the weapon in his hand and analyzed it seriously. That must be the divine artifact Jin-hyuk mentioned. Kang Jin-hyuk moved to dodge his strikes. He was struggling with this guy but didn't forget to signal Teresa to begin. Teresa, now! She received the signal and quickly got ready to charge in. The two of them coordinated seamlessly. Kang Jin-hyuk attacked the masked man from the front. Sparks flew in his eyes. Behind him, Teresa relentlessly punished the guy. Their team combo left the masked man unable to react. He collapsed to the ground in pain. Seeing the opportunity, Kang Jin-hyuk ordered Teresa, muzzle him right now. Teresa. She quickly pulled out a cloth she had prepared beforehand, covered his mouth, and circled behind him to prevent him from continuing the incantation. Kang Jin-hyuk took the opening to strike him. Andrea was incredibly nervous, hiding in a corner and watching the two of them. But the masked man wasn't easy to deal with. He gritted his teeth, bit down hard on the cloth in his mouth with all his might, and then used that momentum to throw Teresa away. Thanks to that, the masked man escaped her suppression. Teresa was sent flying back a distance. She winced in pain. The masked man clenched his fist, intending to attack Teresa. Luckily, Kang Jin-hyuk was already on him. The man grinned smugly and started a one-on-one fight with him. Kang Jin-hyuk glared at him. He quickly beat the masked man to a pulp. A powerful punch landed straight on his chin, causing the masked man to grab his face in agony. Maintaining the upper hand, Kang Jin-hyuk said confidently, I've fought someone 10 times stronger than you empty-handed before. You think you can win a duel against me? Teresa, having fallen to the side, sat on the ground. She looked at him with admiration, thinking, as expected of Jin-hyuk. The masked man wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed like a maniac. Not bad at all. Very good. You are the perfect sacrifice. He hurriedly picked up the vase and said, then let me sacrifice you first. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man frantically chanted, Victoria Telpa. The skulls on the vase began to glow. A source of black power emanated from those glowing skulls. The masked man continued to laugh maniacally, screaming, oh, divine spirits! Following his scream, countless energy. Magic attacks were unleashed toward Kang Jin-hyuk. Teresa looked at it with concern. Is that the spell Jin-hyuk told us about? Kang Jin-hyuk didn't dodge. Instead, he reminded Teresa again. Remember this well, Teresa. This spell has a very long cooldown time. His voice was crystal clear. You have to watch its eyes closely. You'll be able to predict when it can be reactivated. He looked at her and gave a bright, hopeful smile. Continuing, and I'm leaving the rest to you. Teresa hadn't regained her composure yet. She was stunned for a moment after hearing those words, but at that moment, the black magical energy barraged Kang Jin-hyuk, causing him to vomit blood. Teresa froze upon seeing him like that. Even Andrea, standing outside, gasped in fear. Teresa came to her senses and frantically ran toward Kang Jin-hyuk, screaming, no! Kang Jin-hyuk stopped breathing and lay on the ground. The system also issued a notification. You have died. The Demon King's curse is fading because you have died. The masked man was incredibly excited. He gloated, what a wonderful sacrifice. The Demon King must be very pleased. Teresa slumped beside Kang Jin-hyuk's body, crying loudly, wake up, please, Jin-hyuk. Open your eyes. The masked man saw this and laughed triumphantly. His conscience was incredibly twisted. Seeing your teammate die makes you heartbroken, doesn't it? His voice kept ringing out. If it doesn't cause pain, how can it be called a sacrifice? Teresa stood up, tears streaming down her face. She was extremely furious. She stared at that arrogant guy. Seeing her kicked away by the masked man so easily, Andrea panicked and cried out, "Teresa!" This drew the masked man's attention. He turned back to look at Andrea with a twisted grin. His savage voice echoed again. "You're over there, huh?" This made the little girl hiding in the corner tremble with fear. The masked man quickly approached Andrea. He reached out his hand. "Come here." At that moment, Andrea was terrified. Suddenly, Teresa sat up and lunged toward him. She climbed onto his neck and attacked him from above. Then, she used all her strength to slam him to the ground. Because he was caught off guard, Teresa succeeded. The masked man was smashed down, creating a loud explosion. Teresa said coldly to him, "I will never let you take Andrea away. At least not like this." She burst into tears as she spoke, but this guy wasn't easy to take down. Very quickly, he managed to stand up, acting arrogantly. "Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson, huh?" The masked man seemed to have lost his temper. He laughed savagely. "Good." Kang Jin-hyuk's body lay cold on the floor, surrounded by fresh blood. Teresa had also been beaten to a pulp by the masked man. She panted, exhausted, trying to sit up, while the masked man stood beside her, his muscles bulging. He smiled brightly at his handiwork. Teresa glared at him, thinking to herself, without skills, wanting to fight him is truly impossible. While she was lost in thought, the masked man frantically charged at her again. He yelled, "Oh, great gods!" Facing his intense attacks, Teresa quickly leaped backward to dodge. She kept backing away, then grabbed a piece of debris from the ground. She then used it as a weapon, hurling it high into the air. Her shards shattered the lights on the ceiling. Seeing this, the masked man was extremely terrified, not understanding her intention. He confidently mocked her. "You think the shadows will protect you? How foolish." While he was distracted, she quickly slipped away into the darkness. Shards of the broken light fixture rained down. Teresa sat in the corner, catching her breath, thinking, okay, that should at least limit his vision now. She gathered her wits and planned her next move. First, I have to get that jar out of his hands. If he activates that spell again, I don't stand a chance. The masked man's footsteps drew closer. Teresa felt them, and her pupils widened in pure terror. The masked man lunged forward, smashing the obstacle she was hiding behind. Luckily, Teresa managed to dart away just in time. Her heart raced. How did he find me so fast? Everything around her was being ruthlessly crushed to pieces. Teresa broke into a cold sweat, glancing back. The masked man chuckled. "You're quite fleet-footed, but it's only a matter of time before I find you. That golden hair of yours is just too easy to spot, even in the dark." Teresa instinctively grabbed a lock of her hair upon hearing this. In an instant, the masked man spotted her golden hair. He sneered, clutched the jar tightly, and continued. "After I knock you out, I'll go find that brat hiding somewhere. And when you wake up, I'll make you watch exactly how that child is sacrificed to the vessel." He screamed and charged at her hiding spot. The masked man slammed Teresa, knocking her back against the wall. She rolled repeatedly to dodge his brutal attacks. This only seemed to excite the masked man even more. "You're quite resilient, aren't you? Even better for our great god." His voice echoed endlessly. He threatened, "Keep hiding if you want, but finding you is only a matter of time." Teresa's arm had been injured by this point. She huddled in a corner, barely daring to breathe, clutching her arm to endure the pain. "I cannot waste the precious time that Jin Hyuk bought for me. If I get taken out now, then Andrea will also be." She glanced down, spotted a small, sharp shard on the floor, picked it up, and stared at it intensely. Outside, the masked man was hunting down every corner. He kept muttering, "The great god, eternal joy." Suddenly, he spotted her glowing golden hair ahead. His eyes lit up like car headlights. He sneered, "I've changed my mind. If you agree to become a follower, I will spare your life." His voice continued to echo. "That's right. I will make you the saintess of the Demon King. Why don't you hurry and come out?" Huddled in a corner, Andrea trembled, terrified to move or fight back. Suddenly, he lost his patience and lunged. "If you don't come out, then I'll butt." After rushing forward, he realized he had been tricked. Ahead of him was just a clump of Teresa's hair. While he stood there, stunned, Teresa lunged from behind. She reached out to grab the jar, remembering everything. Compared to Jin Hyuk's sacrifice, a little hair meant nothing. She had used that sharp shard she found to cut off her own golden hair, all to bait him into dropping his guard. But just then, he realized the trick and slowly turned around. His face was twisted in horror. Teresa was equally panicked. He had discovered her in an instant. His reaction speed was too fast. Just as he raised his fist to strike her, a jar fell from above and blocked his vision. It was Andrea, who had dropped it from above. He clutched his head in pain, grinding his teeth, cursing, "You little brat." Thanks to that, Teresa snatched the jar from his hands. The girl's perfectly timed intervention made Teresa praise her. "Great timing, Andrea." The masked man panicked, but then regained his composure. He sneered, "Now that you have it, what are you going to do? Are you going to sacrifice yourself or something?" Holding the jar, she quickly recalled the words Kang Jin-hyuk had given her. "Keep this in case you need it." She remembered Jin-hyuk emphasizing this to her back then. "Memorize this, Victoria." What was it? Kang Jin-hyuk had explained. "It's a spell in the rune language. When the time is right, use it." Every word echoed in her mind. "The time," Kang Jin-hyuk smiled. "When the time comes, you'll know." Holding the jar, she finally realized. Now was that time. She quickly recited the spell. Victoria de Marius. Jin-hyuk had foreseen this happening. As soon as she finished the chant, the skull glowed. The masked man was panicked. "How do you know the rune language?" Teresa angrily held the jar toward him. She coldly replied, "To do your job for you, of course. Someone paved the way for me." Teopop Vericio. From the mouth of the skull, bursts of black light emerged, striking the masked man one after another. He screamed in agony as tears streamed down his face. "Game over!" He shrieked in desperation. "Stop it! How can this be? Oh, Demon King, my God!" Even as he cried out to his deity, the black energy continued to pierce through him. The system notification popped up. "Floor 5, boss has been defeated." Teresa dropped the jar and ran toward the girl, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Andrea luckily replied, "No, I'm okay." Andrea pointed toward Kang Jin-hyuk's body. But he, Teresa, collapsed beside Kang Jin-hyuk, sobbing, "I did it. Jin-hyuk, wake up. I'm so sorry for being so stubborn and following you." She cried out, "I won't do it again. Please, just wake up." The system displayed a new message. The Demon King's power has been nullified. Since the boss is gone, skill restrictions are being lifted. His fingers twitched slightly. Teresa seemed to notice. The system continued. Activating Blessing of the Road. If death was not by sudden death, you have one revival. Cooldown, 240 hours. At that moment, Kang Jin-hyuk sat bolt upright. Teresa and Andrea were overjoyed. They cheered, "Kang Jin-hyuk, you're alive," he simply muttered. "Dying is truly painful, but..." Kang Jin-hyuk looked at Teresa and asked, "Why are you crying again? You were crying back in the labyrinth too." She pouted and punched him hard in the chest, making him cough up blood as if he had just been brought back from the dead. "I just couldn't hold back the tears," Kang Jin-hyuk exclaimed. "That still hurts." Teresa was startled. "Oh, I'm so sorry." He looked at her new look and asked, "But why did you cut your hair?" Teresa pointed to the notice board. "Fifth floor boss has been defeated." She asked, "Jin-hyuk, why has the boss for this week already been defeated? But we haven't seen the notification for the next floor." He pointed behind them and explained, "The condition to clear the fifth floor is simply to escape. We just need to walk through that door." He glanced down at Andrea and added, "But this place has something quite interesting too." The young girl looked at him, feeling confused. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the jar rolling on the ground and continued, "That is the position of the fifth floor boss, and it can be inherited." Teresa asked, "Inherited?" He quickly picked up the jar and said, "The condition to clear the fifth floor isn't to defeat the boss monster. Whoever holds this jar in their hands will become the new boss monster." Kang Jin-hyuk leaned down, smiled, and held the jar out toward the young girl, then continued, "And I feel that I should entrust this position to Andrea." The girl stood there, feet planted, staring at him. Teresa asked in a panic, "What? To Andrea?" She also seemed quite surprised. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled and said, "Andrea, I promise to help you live in a world where the cult leader no longer exists." With that, he pushed the jar toward her. Andrea didn't refuse, but reached out and took it. He encouraged her, "Go on. Live the life you want to live now. No one can ever oppress you again." The system reported, "Boss position has been inherited." She was growing rapidly due to receiving the power of the boss monster. Andrea's whole body was surrounded by a new source of energy. Her entire body seemed to have developed. Seeing what was happening, Teresa was incredibly astonished and called out, "Andrea, now." The girl had become an incredibly beautiful young woman. She looked at her hands, dazed. "I've grown up?" Andrea's whole body seemed to be overflowing with vitality. She quickly knelt to thank Kang Jin-hyuk. "My name is Andrea. I am the ruler of this desolate land. Every living creature here will submit to you through me." The system quickly provided an update. Andrea, the master of the 5th floor, has sworn allegiance to you. You are the first person to receive the allegiance of a boss monster. This achievement has been recorded in the Hall of Fame. Kang Jin-hyuk reached out. He gently patted her head and said, "From now on, please live happily." This made Andrea incredibly moved, and she burst into tears. Andrea looked up and squeezed one of his arms as if to silently convey her gratitude. Meanwhile, Teresa was still dazed, not understanding a thing. Suddenly, Andrea rushed over and hugged her tight. "Sister Teresa, you have to remember to come visit me often." Teresa also enthusiastically reciprocated the affection with a warm pat on the shoulder. Of course, the system also announced, the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials has opened. Time to clear the next floor. 89 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. Because of that, Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa quickly said goodbye to Andrea to head to the next floor. Everyone else received the notification. The president of every country must have sent congratulatory messages to Kang Jin-hyuk by now, right? MVP, baby. Why is it always Kang Jin-hyuk who wins? He really is an MVP. Some people were incredibly jealous. Look at the couple pictures of him and Teresa. Kang Jin-hyuk must die. A person with a very edgy name wrote that while sitting on the toilet. He said, "Look at him surpassing all the other players." Why? Gong Eon answered, "Well, his hands must be Kang Jin-hyuk's second life, I guess." So people looked at the information online and couldn't stop commenting. That unemployed trash should just go die. It's so disgusting, I can't believe it. In a situation like this, he still goes around scamming others. At a lavish banquet, everyone raised their glasses joyfully and said, "The boss said he's treating us to beer to celebrate clearing the 5th floor." Choi Ujin commented, "I'm one of the players who survived and made it back from the 5th floor. I thought that apart from dying in that hellhole there was no other possibility, but thanks to player Kang Jin-hyuk, I survived and returned." Meanwhile, in another room, someone was sitting in front of a computer screen, reading all the comments about Kang Jin-hyuk. He even zoomed in. "I am one of the players who survived and made it back from the 5th floor. I thought that apart from dying in that hellhole, there was no other possibility. But thanks to player Kang Jin-hyuk, I survived and returned. Sincerely, thank you." It turned out that person was Chun Do-sung. He looked incredibly annoyed. He placed a hand on his forehead, feeling a bit jealous, and thought to himself, "Kang Jin-hyuk, you did that on purpose so I could never catch up to you, didn't you?" Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. The person spoke, "Sorry to bother you," and immediately, the door was smashed to pieces. Chun Do-sung was startled, not understanding what was happening. Stepping in was a young man with blonde hair and a sword in his hand. Chun Do-sung angrily asked, "Who are you?" The young man tilted his head and introduced himself. "My name is Gawan," he said arrogantly. How surprising. If this is supposed to be the home of someone like Kang Jin-hyuk, it feels a bit small, doesn't it? I thought it would be a much more luxurious place. Chun Do-sung was confused and gritted his teeth. Kang Jin-hyuk? He immediately thought of the one person who had caused all of this. The protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk. Chun Do-sung was absolutely furious and screamed, "Kang Jin-hyuk, you son of a plash!" A huge explosion echoed from the room, making everyone below terrified. In another place, with high-rise buildings, Kang Jin-hyuk felt his ear itching. He wondered to himself, "What's this? Why are my ears itching so much?" In a luxury handbag store, a powerful hand waved lightly from top to bottom, saying, "From here to there," making the staff in the store terrified. Alice said loudly, "Wrap it all up." The staff was stunned and asked, "What? All of this?" Watching Alice spend money recklessly, Kang Jin-hyuk exclaimed, "Oh my God, you're going to cause hyperinflation. Look at this." But, she just replied nonchalantly, "Even if it's an AI, who cares?" As a reward for constantly training Andrea, I allowed Alice to enjoy life according to local customs, even though most of she's doing all this just to get back at me. The lifestyle of a monster boss, the posture of a monster boss, the daily routine of a monster boss. She's teaching Andrea all the basic qualities a leader needs to have. Basically, it's like a Boss 101 course. He was confident, thinking, for sure, there will come a time when that kid, Kang Jin-hyuk, stopped himself and quickly opened his status window. Name, Kang Jin-hyuk. Gender, male. Age, 27. Level, 32. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Stamina, 20. Firepower, 98. Range, 100. Luck, 100. Adaptability, 78. Stat points, 0. Coins, 283,288. Class. None. Unique ability. Combo. Swordgrave. Blessing of the Stars. Judgment. Skill level 5. Fire source. And many more details. Etc., etc. He smiled in satisfaction. I'm getting stronger faster than I thought. My adaptability has even reached 78 after clearing the 5th floor. Players who leveled up by joining guilds are probably around level 30 by now, but thanks to my range stat, there's no way anyone has higher stats than me. And the item I got after clearing the 5th floor, I still can't believe I actually got it. What a surprise. The system displayed a notification. Mirror of boundary. Type. Growth. Difficulty. Over the threshold. Description. Allows travel to any location the owner, Kang Jin-hyuk, desires from the 10th floor and below. Usage time. 90 days. Duration. 30 minutes. Locations above the 10th floor can also be accessed depending on the player's level. The duration may also vary, can bring one extra person along. Kang Jin-hyuk took his phone out of his pocket, extremely excited. Seems like there's a lot of prep work to do now. This also means the scene shifts elsewhere. Inside a high-rise building, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Kim Hyung happily picked up. Greetings, sir. What can I do for you today? Kang Jin-hyuk laughed and replied, I have a task for you. Is anything special happening right now? Kim Hyung said, Everything is going suspiciously well, sir. He looked down and continued his report. You are incredibly popular. There isn't a single TV channel that doesn't mention you. The number of people signing up to join has also skyrocketed. Thanks to you, there are so many that we're actually considering closing registration. Kang Jin-hyuk was surprised. That many people already? Kim Hyung lamented. Hundreds every day, sir. But is there anything I can help you with? Kang Jin-hyuk continued. I'm sending you a list. I want you to buy everything on that list. He was surprised. A list, sir? Kang Jin-hyuk confirmed. Yes. And he scheduled a meeting with the Dapu Guildmaster at a very luxurious cafe. Kang Jin-hyuk held a latte in his hand as he asked the person opposite him. You've finished resting and recovering, right? This person was the Dapu Guildmaster, Kim Ji-tae. He continued. I've been waiting for you to call. Player Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk sat back, leaning to one side, and tapped his finger. It's been a while, hasn't it? This is the first time we've met since that trial. The protagonist was very smug, thinking, having power in my hands really feels great. The hot-headed Kim Ji-tae. Seeing him sitting nervously in front of him, Kang Jin-hyuk was highly amused. So polite now? Kang Jin-hyuk smiled and continued. I'm very sorry about the ginseng incident. It's just that I was busy clearing the tower. Kim Ji-tae frowned. I understand. Why would I be angry? I'm already here, aren't I? Kang Jin-hyuk set his terms. I'm thinking of changing the terms of our contract. Since it feels a bit off, I heard your guild only has about 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor, right? The other guy suppressed his anger and said, Yes. Kang Jin-hyuk held up one finger and smiled. Then give me one. What do you think? Kim Ji-tae clenched his fist so hard his veins popped. So you mean instead of giving you 10 dungeons on the 1st floor, I should give you an A-rank dungeon on the 3rd floor? Kim Ji-tae pointed at his own face, looking very miserable and ugly. He said, You didn't even bother to give me the antidote formula you promised at the beginning, but now you're telling me I have to give you a bigger cut? Kang Jin-hyuk acted like a complete scoundrel. That's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. The argument was endless. Kim Ji-tae was furious. He questioned, Player Kang Jin-hyuk, on what basis are you making such a demand? Kang Jin-hyuk nonchalantly provided his analysis. The increase in inflation rates, the prices of raw materials, and labor costs. Kim Ji-tae became even angrier, gritting his teeth as he said, We are not a charity organization. I didn't come here to listen to your absurd demands. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration and stood up. It seems I've wasted my time. I will act as if this conversation never happened. After saying that, Kim Ji-tae quickly left, but suddenly he stopped and took off his glasses. Kang Jin-hyuk added, The 3rd floor Grey Temple maze that your guild owns, Kang Jin-hyuk, all of your attempts to conquer it have failed, right? Kim Ji-tae was stunned hearing that. How do you know about that? Kang Jin-hyuk said slowly, I'm a guild leader too, even if not officially. If I want to, I can get information like that too. I heard you've been repeatedly challenging the Grey Temple that you have exclusive rights to. But your reputation in the guild is a disaster because of your repeated failures. If this keeps up, your position as leader will be in danger, won't it? Seeing that the opponent knew his weakness, Kim Ji-tae became even angrier. Kang Jin-hyuk folded his arms calmly and made an offer. So, I will conquer that maze for you. Kim Ji-tae looked at him. full of doubt. In Austria, the capital of Vietnam, inside a very luxurious villa, a concert was taking place. After it finished, thunderous applause filled the air. Alice stood up with sparkling eyes. How admirable. That was a beautiful performance. I don't know what else to say. The notification popped up again. You have exalted a masterpiece that influenced an era. The system confirms the mission is complete. Attend a concert 7 times. Conditions met. You have successfully copied the F-rank skill, perfect pitch. You have successfully copied the F-rank skill, instrumental knowledge. Alice approaches and whispers something to Kang Jin-hyuk. Alice quickly walks over to a nearby table and calls out to the server, "Bring us 2 of your most expensive bottles of wine." Kang Jin-hyuk eats his fill, thinking, I should be able to finish everything today and head back to South Korea. Alice is beside him, incredibly excited, eating to her heart's content. The system pops up a notification. Dining at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. 7 out of 12 for observing a chef preparing food. 3 out of 5 for making different types of dishes. 25 out of 30. Alice curiously tilts her head and asks her contractor, "It's not that I don't like this, but why are we here just relaxing and having fun?" Kang Jin-hyuk replies while chewing his food, "It's all for one reason. Just enjoy yourself to the fullest while you still can." Alice beams with a bright smile. "I'm always ready." Floor 6 of the trial tower, the elf forest. The elf tribe guards this beautiful forest and is very cold toward outsiders. The next floor will open very simply. You just need to survive for 90 days on the 6th floor. Most players just mark their presence on the 6th floor and then go to other floors to level up. However, every floor has a specific purpose, as well as opportunities I can seize. I will be fully prepared before I head there. The system notifies, you have received a video call request. On the other end is Kim Ji-tae. He says, "Ready. Let's gather at the leveling hub on the 3rd floor of the trial tower." Kang Jin-hyuk tucks his hands into his pockets, satisfied. Teleportation magic is pretty convenient. The person next to him is also very happy. Ha, we're here. The leveling hub on the 3rd floor of the trial tower. This is the most famous development institution for a player's first-class advancement. Most people come here to meet the priestesses and change their class, without realizing that deep below this place lies a disgusting labyrinth. A voice rings out from behind Kang Jin-hyuk. "You're here. It's Kim Ji-tae." Kang Jin-hyuk looks up and replies, "You're just in time, Captain Kim." Of course, this is a very important matter. Kim Ji-tae introduces the people behind him. These are the members participating in today's conquest. A young man says enthusiastically, "It's an honor to meet you. I am the captain of Conquest Team 2, Lee Hyun-wook." He excitedly steps close to Kang Jin-hyuk and says, "I've watched all your YouTube videos." Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the person in front of him, with equal interest, thinking, Lee Hyun-wook is a fairly famous captain of the Valkyrie Guild. The other girls step up one by one. "I'm the secondary damage dealer, Ha Yun-soo. I'm a huge fan." Then the girl with curly hair and a bold voice introduces herself. "I'm the main healer of the Conquest team. Please give me an autograph." Kim Ji-tae looks at the crazed group in front of him, annoyed. "Hey, this isn't a fan meeting, for heaven's sake." He lets out a long sigh, thinking, even our guild's elite members are just fanboys and fangirls in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. Whatever, that's not important. Kim Ji-tae steps up to announce, "Lee Hyun-wook is the captain in name, but I will hand over full authority to this player, Kang Jin-hyuk. You can also take everything you find in the labyrinth." Kim Ji-tae clenched his fist in encouragement. "But I only ask for one thing, succeed in the conquest." Kang Jin-hyuk's face turns sly as he thinks, I was planning to stab him in the back if he tried anything funny, but it seems that won't be necessary. Thinking that, he quickly agrees. Fine. Once everything is settled, Kim Ji-tae tells everyone, "Let's meet at the entrance. We'll head in 30 minutes after finishing preparations." Kang Jin-hyuk walks along a long staircase. He stands before the priestess for his first-class advancement. She says, "You must choose a class, Kang Jin-hyuk, to become powerful." She is beautiful and reaches out her hand. "Which path do you pursue?" Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the classes the priestess offers and thinks to himself, I've tried all the popular classes with my sub-accounts. The path I want to pursue, huh? Finally, he settles on one. Sort them by the most unpopular ones. Then, Kang Jin-hyuk quickly presses his finger on the screen. "This one is unpopular and very difficult to play," he exclaims with satisfaction. "Perfect." Kang Jin-hyuk remembers the time at the museum and in the labyrinth. He's very proud of his formation master skills, isn't he? Then I have to crush him completely. He excitedly clenches the object in his hand. The system then notifies, "You have accepted the advancement quest, Master of Formations." Kang Jin-hyuk walks outside with a very confident demeanor. He looks down and sees a large group of people gathering, so he curiously asks, "What's wrong with them?" This group of people keeps stepping forward aggressively, shouting, "Is Kim Ji-tae from Valkyrie here? This is the Samurai Guild." The samurai team captain shouts out. Kim Ji-tae, annoyed, growls, "Why are you guys here again? I already told you, I won't let you participate in the Grey Shrine conquest." The captain of the Samurai Guild darkens his face, gritting his teeth. "Captain Kim, do you know how many people are disappointed in the Valkyrie Guild because of your consecutive failures?" He continues in a condescending tone. "Instead of occupying a labyrinth that is beyond your capability, why don't we conquer it together? For the sake of humanity." Kim Ji-tae is infuriated. Grr. The people around them whisper to each other, "Hey, look over there, that's insane." That's the Samurai Guild. They've been growing very fast lately. I heard they're getting insanely strong with their ability to coordinate as a group and gather information quickly. They can probably conquer the Grey Shrine, right? Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Kim Ji-tae grinds his teeth, thinking, damn, they even have public opinion on their side. This is too much. While Kim Ji-tae is lost in his thoughts, Kang Jin-hyuk walks up from behind and says, "You really are famous, Captain Kim." Just as things get tense, the crowd suddenly gasps. That man is South Korea's Kang Jin-hyuk. The samurai captain, upon hearing his name, freezes instantly. S-rank South Korean Kang Jin-hyuk? What kind of relationship does he have with Valkyrie? Kang Jin-hyuk calmly said to them, "I've been listening from the outside, and some things are starting to annoy me." The samurai leader spoke up. "What are you talking about?" Kang Jin-hyuk asked curiously. "You keep going on and on about how our power is lacking and how we're going to fail." His tone dripped with contempt as he added, "But from what I can see, your own forces aren't any better." The samurai leader's veins popped with rage upon hearing that, and another samurai cursed furiously. "You bastard! How dare you!" Their captain quickly stepped in to stop them. "Calm down, he's an S-rank." The other man stopped when restrained but kept growling. The samurai leader asked, "Are you saying we also lack strength, Kang Jin-hyuk?" Kang Jin-hyuk turned his back on him and waved his hand dismissively. He teased, "Not that you lack strength, but that you aren't even up to standard yet." Lee Hyun-wook was stunned to hear him say they weren't any different from them. "So, we're not up to standard either?" The samurai leader sneered. "Believe what you want, but we possess a power that you could never compare to." This caught Kang Jin-hyuk's attention. He asked, "Power, you say?" The leader laughed and replied, "We do." The samurai leader seemed very proud of this fact, a true veteran player who had climbed all the way to the 30th floor of the trial tower. Kang Jin-hyuk was slightly surprised. The 30th floor? The people around them gasped. "Did you hear that? Their group has someone who climbed all the way to the 30th floor. No wonder they're getting stronger so fast." The samurai leader struck a smug pose and continued, "We have tons of exclusive intel on the tower's floors. So, no matter what traps the tower sets or what strategies are needed to clear them, we're fully prepared." He sounded incredibly excited. Raising his arm in a show of determination, he declared, "We will use this knowledge to become the first heroes to save humanity from this trial tower. And, of course, if we happen to get a little rich in the process, that wouldn't be bad either." After hearing the samurai leader, Kang Jin-hyuk triggered a system notification. The eyes of greed activated, his gaze turning blood red. The result confirmed that the opponent was telling the truth. He thought to himself, so, at least to him, this is all true. With the eyes of greed still active, he just needed to find the person who had stuffed that nonsense into his head. With that thought, he quickly scanned the area with his eyes. In just a moment, he found him. Kang Jin-hyuk stared in that direction, surprised and delighted. "Found you." The person's profile popped up. Name: Takeshi Yamoto. Gender: male. Age: 25. Level: 27. Strength: 16. Agility: 26. Stamina: 23. Magic: 32. Available stat points: 0. Gold: 25,853. Class: Onmyoji. Unique ability: Semi-Foresight. Level 6. False Prophecy Level 5. Gluttony. Level 5. Apathy. Level 5. Immutable Yin-Yang, and so on. His semi-foresight ability was quite special, a talent for predicting half of an event, which could be used to see ahead to the upper floors. Depending on the user's level, it could be quite potent. Kang Jin-hyuk rubbed his forehead, thinking, things are getting interesting now. Flashback to the past. When the samurai group attacked the floors of the trial tower, Takeshi followed them and helped them with his precognition. "Oh my god, it's true," the samurai leader had exclaimed during a raid. The trap really didn't trigger. What that guy said was actually the real deal. But Takeshi knew best. No one knew that the unique ability he obtained was actually only guessing half the story. He had thought, if I hide that and pretend I can see everything, I'll probably get treated better. Takeshi immediately used his intuition to profit for himself. No, definitely was the right word. He was also confident in thinking furthermore, if no one knew it was a lie, how could it be considered a lie? Back to the present. The man had no idea that his insane secret had been seen through by Kang Jin-hyuk. At that moment, Takeshi noticed him, but he thought, why is he just staring at me? Kang Jin-hyuk continued to the samurai leader. I don't know who it is, but if you reach the 30th floor, you must be really tough, right? Isn't there absolutely zero info on floors above the 12th? The samurai leader laughed and cut him off. You know it too, information is the most powerful weapon these days, isn't it? Why don't you guys just obediently listen to us? Kim Ji-tae was furious, veins bulging as he clenched his fists. He retorted, you think I would believe that kind of rubbish? Before he could finish, Kang Jin-hyuk raised a commanding hand to cut him off. He turned to the samurai and said, you should have said that sooner. Why waste time talking? Let's just go in. Kim Ji-tae was shocked. Huh? He was just as surprised by his decision as the samurai leader was. Huh? But the leader quickly regained his composure and said in a provocative tone, finally, someone who knows how to listen. That's an S rank for you. He smugly brushed past Kim Ji-tae, challenging him. Stop scowling, Captain Kim. Anyway, if we clear this place out, your reputation will go up too. With that, they rushed inside. Let's go. Kim Ji-tae angrily turned to question Kang Jin-hyuk. What is the meaning of this? How could you let them go in with us? Kim Ji-tae kept complaining. If we just let them in like that, what was all our resistance for? Kang Jin-hyuk calmly asked, Captain Kim, if I didn't allow it, surely, you wouldn't have let them in, right? Kim Ji-tae was so angry he wanted to lunge at him, but a hand behind him stopped him. Of course, if it were just me, I would have used every means possible to stop them. Kang Jin-hyuk waved his finger and said, that wouldn't be fun. Look at how desperate they are to play hero. Shouldn't we at least give them a chance to experience whether it's hard or easy to play hero by stealing someone else's rice bowl? Having said that, Kang Jin-hyuk walked away with a cunning face and a twinkle in his eye, leaving Kim Ji-tae standing there, still bewildered. What exactly is this guy plotting now? Lee Hyun-wook turned back and asked, should we get going too? Captain Kim Ji-tae could only look on, frustrated, as everyone walked inside. The system also sent out a notification. You have entered the Grey Temple Labyrinth. Inside the labyrinth, filled with ancient architecture, dim lights flickered on, illuminating the path. They looked at the statues that had been turned to stone. The samurai guild members couldn't stop whispering, look at that. Those are the players who tried to clear this labyrinth before. Rows of statues lined the hall. Someone sighed. How pathetic. Is there really no way to turn them back to normal? Another replied, no way. If you happen to look into its eyes, you're as good as dead. Hearing this, the samurai captain confidently pulled out the shield of Perseus and reassured everyone, don't worry, I've already come up with a foolproof plan. Everyone was amazed that he had actually prepared everything. Kang Jin-hyuk eyed the luxury item and curled his lip. That probably cost them a fortune, but I wonder if they even know how to use it properly. While he was thinking, the system sent him a notification. Condition satisfied. Phase 2 of The First to Conquer the Tower has appeared. He excitedly pressed the button on the system interface. He thought to himself, phase 2 at a time like this? The second phase of The First to Conquer the Tower has arrived. Is this because I accepted the first-class advancement quest and entered this labyrinth? You have obtained Moon Crest. Information about the Moon Crest quickly appeared. Moon Crest. Rarity. Unmeasurable. Description. Reduces the duration of all barrier types by 25% and increases the effectiveness of all barriers by 30%. If you find all 7 inscriptions long buried within the tower, you will learn the Kang Jin-hyuk barrier. The locations to find these 7 inscriptions will be revealed during your first-class advancement quest. Kang Jin-hyuk wondered. 7 inscriptions? He remembered back when he was climbing the tower. He had seen them before, but never found a single clue about them. So, these were all rewards for being the first to conquer the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk grinned with genuine excitement, his eyes twisted, emitting a sharp glint. And to think there are still things about the tower I didn't know. Meanwhile, in the samurai team, Takeshi was using his ability to make predictions for his teammates. His eyes suddenly snapped open. His teammates waited in anticipation. A moment later, Takeshi shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Suddenly, a massive, giant red serpent appeared, blocking their path. Someone screamed in fear, "It's a giant serpent!" But the captain quickly calmed them down, keeping the formation steady. He was fired up. We're going to crush its armor. Primary damage dealers, attack. The whole team charged forward, holding out their hands to channel the light energy. Kang Jin-hyuk watched as the serpent was scorched on one side. It opened its massive mouth and roared into the air. A loud explosion echoed around it. The leading captain regained his composure and prepared himself. He soared high into the air, clearing the serpent's head. Then, he used his $1,000,000 shield to dive down and strike. With his power, he quickly shattered the serpent's skull. Everyone below kept cheering. Amazing. Lee Hyun-wook stood to the side, feeling dejected. They fought so well. There's nothing left for us to do. He sounded annoyed. Damn it. That's so pathetic. Seeing Lee Hyun-wook like that, Kang Jin-hyuk sighed. These people from the Dapu Guild are still just dead weight. We've still got a long way to go, and they've already lost their spirit. He calmly rested his chin on his hand, analyzing. As I see it, they wouldn't even last a minute against Alice. And that's being generous. Meanwhile, at the 5th floor of the tower, Alice was busy teaching Andrea. No, that's not it. How many times do I have to tell you that you're doing it wrong? She said patiently. I'll demonstrate one more time. Watch closely. But you have to keep your eyes cast downward, understand? Andrea listened very attentively. Alice was truly cool. She struck a cold pose and said, I order you to submit to me. Andrea stood by and applauded. It feels totally different. Alice, being complimented, grew incredibly arrogant. Of course, there's a fundamental difference between you and me. She taught sternly. If you understand now, then try it again. Andrea replied diligently. Yes, ma'am. Back in the Grey Temple, the group continued to venture deeper inside. They encountered many forks in the road. Someone asked, Captain, which way should we go? Everyone was hesitating. As they stood before the paths, not knowing where to go, the samurai captain turned to Takeshi and asked for his opinion. Takeshi started to get nervous, trying to divine the path. The path on the left looks bright and safe, while the right one gives the feeling that we could be ambushed at any moment. Takeshi was extremely anxious. His precognition wasn't showing him anything. What do I do? Takeshi hesitated and looked toward the path on the left. Left. But before he could even finish, Kang Jin-hyuk chimed in. So, it's the left path then. He even pretended to cheer him on. A veteran warrior indeed. Most people would have chosen the dangerous-looking path on the right, thinking it was some kind of psychological trick. Kang Jin-hyuk continued looking at Takeshi, giving him a thumbs up, and said, You know all too well that people who believe in those cheap psychological tricks end up walking straight into hell. In this labyrinth, though I don't know who you are, I completely trust you to lead our group. You are so wise. Takeshi, feeling more confident now, nodded at the captain. A loud cheer rang out. Head to the left. The group quickly lined up and continued their journey. Kang Jin-hyuk only had eyes for Takashi, he thought to himself. His precognition is even worse than I thought. He smirked, feeling disappointed. He actually chose the left path? Well, not that it matters anyway, because no matter which path they pick, it's a road to hell. Just then, someone noticed something unusual and shouted, What is that? Is that a laser? It's creeping toward us. The captain turned around, panicked, and asked Takashi. Takashi calmly replied, It's just a simple trap, isn't it? Don't be so worried. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the lasers attacked repeatedly. They swept wildly, heading straight for where everyone was standing. The group suddenly panicked, screaming and scrambling as they realized what was happening. Everyone quickly activated their barrier skills to pour mana into the shield, while the samurai guild members fell into total chaos. They braced themselves, shouting, Kang Jin-hyuk is coming, hurry up and get into position. But unexpectedly, one person was pierced by a laser, screaming in agony. The samurai captain broke into a cold sweat and cursed. Damn it. They're going straight through. Kang Jin-hyuk, pour more mana into the barrier. He didn't forget to protect Takeshi, turning around to warn him. Takeshi, get behind me. Takeshi, frustrated, thought to himself. Damn it. This is all that bastard Kang Jin-hyuk's fault. But even someone like him surely can't escape this situation unscathed, he muttered, glancing over. He looked at Kang Jin-hyuk to check his status, and saw him raising his hand, preparing a spell, beginning the quest. The first advancement test for a barrier master. Takeshi kept a close eye on Kang Jin-hyuk's actions from a distance. Very quickly, a blue orb condensed in front of his chest. The system notification popped up. Activating partial physical barrier. You have completed the first condition of the advancement quest. In an instant, his barrier was complete, enveloping his teammates inside the blue shield. Lee Hyun-wook saw it and exclaimed, What the hell? Ha Yeon-soo was also incredibly shocked, gasping. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. The lasers truly couldn't penetrate this barrier. He looked at the barrier he had created and thought, it seems that until I actually promote, this is all I can do. But that's fine. I've already finished the first advancement condition. Having activated a barrier, Kang Jin-hyuk told the other two, stay inside my barrier. Ha Yun-soo was stunned. Huh? Player Kang Jin-hyuk? Where are you going? He smiled and replied, there's an item I need to get. If I dodge these lasers 300 times, I'll get a piece of gear. Ha Yun-soo and Lee Hyun-wook were stunned, asking in unison, what? Kang Jin-hyuk calmly stepped out of the barrier and nonchalantly continued. If you guys want to complete this challenge with me, feel free to come along. It looks tough, but it's really not that hard. He closed his eyes, slowly sensing, just need to catch the rhythm. After saying that, he snapped his fingers to start the challenge. Lasers fired wildly, but Kang Jin-hyuk coolly dodged them. He moved gracefully and skillfully. Smiling brightly, he said, see? Not that hard, honestly. Lee Hyun-wook frowned in admiration. Unbelievable. The people from the Samurai Guild are screaming and falling apart. Yet this guy is actually smiling. Lee Hyun-wook awkwardly scratched his head and turned to ask Kim Ji-tae, Captain Kim, if we keep following Kang Jin-hyuk's orders like this, aren't we losing out on too much? Kim Ji-tae replied coldly, you're still too young to understand this, young one. There are times when you are forced to compromise with something, even if it brings only losses. Having said that, Kim Ji-tae gritted his teeth in frustration, stepping aside to avoid blocking others. It was also a clever strategy. If we can't be sure we can pass that challenge. Watching what Kang Jin-hyuk had done to clear the laser field, Lee Hyun-wook thought to himself, there must be a reason why the captain said that. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk had successfully passed. The system sent a notification. You have completed the hidden quest. He held the reward in his hand, extremely happy, and said, working hard and then getting a reward is the best feeling. You have received infernal fire. Suddenly, a scream from inside startled him, and he looked over to see that one of the Samurai Guild members had their arm severed. He was in agonizing pain, tears and mucus streaming down his face. My arm! My arm! Someone shouted. Irisita is dead. Where is the healer? The Samurai Guild captain struggled to speak. Everyone, get up, he ordered loudly. Go check the casualty count first. Kang Jin-hyuk stood to the side, watching, not holding back. Tisk! Tisk! There are quite a lot of injured people there. Oh my god. This barrier can only hold 30 people, so I can't let you guys take shelter here. The samurai captain's face turned red with anger, veins bulging. He approached Kang Jin-hyuk aggressively and roared, You're completely unhurt. You knew about this trap beforehand, didn't you? He replied honestly. Yes, I knew. Hearing that answer, the samurai captain was stunned. What do you mean? Is there a problem? Are you serious? People have died. Kang Jin-hyuk coldly retorted. I've endured you people causing trouble and even let you stay here, all because one of you was a veteran who made it to the 30th floor. What right do you have to be angry? Takeshi, standing behind, was shocked and terrified by this. He shouted back at the guy, I'm asking you to leave with us, you trash. The samurai captain was left speechless by this insult. He began to threaten, You bastard, do you think the Samurai Guild will let you get away with this? But Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't afraid at all. He smirked and replied, Are you joking? Is this really the time to be spouting such garbage? He pointed toward the flames erupting nearby. The system notified him. Special conditions completed. 1. Over 50% of the raid team died in the traps. 2. Obtained infernal fire. The guardian of the Grey Temple had awakened. The samurai captain and Takeshi looked in shock at what was about to appear. What the hell is that? It was the infernal fire serpent. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled, but his words were firm. Stand your ground. This is when things truly begin. His expression suddenly turned sinister, warning them. If you still want to argue, survive first, then talk. In front of everyone, a massive, gigantic infernal fire serpent appeared. It was extremely ferocious, opening its maw as if to swallow everyone present. Its status board quickly appeared. Infernal Fire Serpent, level 55. A pet deeply cherished by Medusa. Its entire body is made of fire, and physical attacks are completely ineffective against it. The samurai captain felt immense fear, backing away a few steps. That formation, we aren't even ready to use it yet. Kang Jin-hyuk stood to the side, perfectly calm, and said, If you've realized you're useless, why don't you just hand that thing over? The samurai captain asked in astonishment. What do you mean? What? Kang Jin-hyuk pointed eagerly at the shield he was holding. Quit playing dumb. That shield, you aren't using it properly anyway. Wouldn't it be better to just give it to me? The captain hid the shield behind his back, insisting on keeping it. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of crazy person would just hand over a divine artifact like that? Kang Jin-hyuk didn't want to argue with him, so he just replied, "Oh, is that so?" Over there, the fire snake was preparing to blast a huge stream of fire toward the group. Kang Jin-hyuk pretended to sigh and said, "Well, I have no choice then." Afterward, he activated ice shackles, creating a massive ice wall standing tall in front of them. He shielded himself from the roaring flames. Kang Jin-hyuk raised a finger, his face twisted into an incredibly smug expression. He glanced at the captain. "Let me pry it off your corpse, then," the samurai captain shouted in anger. "Wait!" But at that moment, the system announced. The fire snake was activating its rage skill. The fire it spat out engulfed the entire tunnel. Everyone panicked, shoving each other, running around, and screaming non-stop. "Run!" The samurai captain looked on helplessly as the fire swept through everything. "There's only one way in this tunnel. Where do you expect to hide, you idiot?" Even in this life-or-death situation, he didn't forget to protect Takashi. He yelled, "Takashi, stay behind me." Then he used the shield to cover them. Takashi obediently hid behind him, trembling and covering his head in fear. The fierce flames seemed intent on incinerating everything in their path. The samurai captain still foolishly shouted, "Takashi, no matter what happens, you must survive." A moment later, the flames faded. The samurai guild group had all been burned to death. The scene was utterly devastated and deadly, with bodies charred black as ink. The sizzling hot shield slowly dropped. The samurai captain hadn't escaped the fate of being burned to death either. Kang Jin-hyuk walked over slowly. He used his ice skill to cool down the shield. "Having just faced a sea of fire, I told you, that's not how you use it," he teased. "If the user doesn't know anything, even a divine artifact is useless, don't you think?" At this moment, Takashi was actually still alive. He was only slightly injured. Furthermore, the shield's stats quickly appeared. Shield of Perseus, difficulty level S, a divine object. Used by the hero Perseus from Greek mythology to deal with Medusa. The shield's ability increases in proportion to the potential of the user. Takashi endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and questioned Kang Jin-hyuk. "Who the hell are you? Why are you acting as if you already knew everything?" Kang Jin-hyuk turned his head back, glanced at him, and replied, "Why? Why don't you use that precognition you're so proud of to find the answer yourself?" Hearing that, Takashi was terrified. Sweat poured down his face as he collapsed to the ground in despair. He asked, "It can't be. You knew about my ability?" Takashi couldn't handle the shock and shouted, "Answer me. What exactly is your relationship with this tower? I didn't see even a single vision involving you." With that, he waited for an answer. Kang Jin-hyuk spoke arrogantly. Saying it out loud like that is pretty embarrassing." Behind him, the fire snake opened its huge mouth and lunged, spitting out an incredibly powerful flame once more, intent on burning him. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly activated ice shackles, creating a giant ice barrier to shield himself. Indeed, the fire snake's flames could not penetrate this ice layer. Kang Jin-hyuk scolded it for its rudeness. "How dare you roar while someone is talking?" He quickly used his unique skill. Kang Jin-hyuk shouted, "Ice prison." Instantly, the massive fire snake was trapped within the ice prison he created. Witnessing Kang Jin-hyuk's terrifying power with his own eyes, Takashi's jaw dropped in shock. Kang Jin-hyuk continued the conversation, answering blandly, "My relationship with this tower, you ask?" He turned on his bullshit mode and said, "Actually, I'm a god who was exiled from this place." Takashi was stunned. "A god?" He thought to himself. "The supreme beings who rule the highest floors of the tower? Is that why? Is that why his abilities far exceed those of a human?" Takashi believed him blindly. He quickly bowed his head to the ground, panicking and begging, "Please forgive my death-deserving insolence. I didn't recognize such a noble existence." Kang Jin-hyuk covered his mouth and chuckled. "A god. My foot. If I were actually a god, why would I have to climb floor by floor? I would have just installed some kind of elevator." Kang Jin-hyuk kept up his bluff. "The way I look now is only because I was exiled into a human body. It seems you might be quite useful in my journey to conquer higher floors later on." Takashi was surprised and pointed at himself, confirming, "Me? Sir?" After realizing it was him, he excitedly kowtowed repeatedly, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, my lord." Kang Jin-hyuk moved closer, crouched down, and offered, "So, do you want to join me in conquering this tower?" Takashi was startled, thinking to himself, "Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be chosen by a god?" After thinking for a moment, he immediately agreed. "I am indebted to you. It is such an honor. I will definitely try my best. Kang Jin-hyuk was very satisfied with this decision. He stood up and continued. Good. Since that's the case, I will bestow upon you a saint's mark as a sign of our cooperation. It's the same kind that was just burned to death. After saying that, he quickly deactivated the flames. It's not the right time yet, so you absolutely must not let this secret slip. Do you understand? Takashi obediently nodded. I understand. Then go and finish the tasks I've assigned you. On his face, a handprint left by Kang Jin-hyuk was now clearly visible. At that moment, Kang Jin-hyuk dispelled the partial physical barrier he had created earlier, looking at the debris scattered on the floor. Lee Hyun-wook exclaimed. He actually defeated the monster that wiped out the entire samurai guild all by himself. Lee Hyun-wook walked up to Kang Jin-hyuk and said respectfully, Thank you, player Kang Jin-hyuk. All of us who survived this ordeal owe it to you. He lowered his head sadly and continued. It's a bit pathetic to admit, but the truth is, we really couldn't help you at all. Not waiting for him to finish, Kang Jin-hyuk cut him off. While acknowledging the thanks, he turned his gaze toward the dark tunnel, saying with concern, But isn't it too early to say that? Is everything really over? Lee Hyun-wook was stunned. Huh? Kang Jin-hyuk added, She's not the type to stand idly by while her pet is killed. He began to scan the surroundings. A cold gust of wind blew, causing the nearby flames to flicker. He exclaimed, No way! A giant snake was silently approaching. Its massive green snake tail was visible at the bottom. Lee Hyun-wook immediately signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Warning. Remember, don't look at it. A young man in the squad was still confused. He asked, Huh? Don't look at what? What? Before he could finish his sentence, a pale, green hand grabbed his face and forced him to look at it. The monster's eyes were red as blood. He saw his own reflection and Kang Jin-hyuk's image in those red eyes. He only managed to gasp, You Medusa. But before he could say more, the young man was turned into stone. She slithered her body, crushing everything in her path. Medusa glared down at the group below and said furiously, You disgusting humans. Not only did you violate my temple, but you also dared to use those filthy hands to harm my child. Finally, her face was completely revealed. The temple boss, Medusa. She spoke while radiating a terrifying source of power. Everyone nearby struggled under the pressure. This mana, it's too strong. Lee Hyun-wook shouted loudly to reassure everyone again. Stay calm. We all gathered here for this very moment. A system notification appeared. Lee Hyun-wook was activating a party-wide leadership buff. Fueled with determination, he yelled, Attack. Everyone charged forward with their eyes closed. Fear resistance and debuff resistance for all team members increased by 20%. Ha-Ionsu also activated a lightning bolt, firing it forward. Medusa was furious and said with a mocking tone, How pathetic. Where are you even aiming? The situation is a total mess. You weaklings think you can just use petrification spells. With that, Medusa used her massive tail to swat away anyone approaching. Lee Hyun-wook took a direct hit and coughed up blood. Ha! Ionsu screamed in frustration. What was that? Did someone get hit? Damn it. She still kept her eyes tightly shut. Closing my eyes like this, I have no idea what's going on. Is everyone okay? While she was busy checking on her teammates, Medusa appeared from behind, ready to use her hand to finish her off. She lunged forward in a frenzy, but was blocked by Kang Jin-hyuk's shield. He slammed the shield right into her face, and she fell to the ground, caught completely off guard. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly said, That's enough. Everyone back off. I'll take this one. After the battle, the scene was a mess. As the others helped each other leave through the thick smoke, Medusa propped herself up against the wall, staring at the silhouette of a black-haired man. Medusa gritted her teeth in rage. The snakes on her head hissed. Why didn't you turn to stone after meeting my gaze? A system notification echoed, activating greedy eyes. Instantly, a vortex within his eyeballs began to complete itself. The next notification followed. You have become immune to petrification. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes turned red, and he smirked at Medusa. Isn't it because you're just too weak? Medusa snarled, baring her sharp fangs. You insolent human. A series of system notifications rang out one after another, activating Gorgon's domain. Attack speed and magic increased by 30%. Movement speed reduced by 15%. Medusa stretched, shouting in rage. I won't let you die quickly. I'll make you rot. Medusa shrieked at Kang Jin-hyuk. The snakes on her head lunged forward, spitting venom with vicious fangs. Kang Jin-hyuk sprinted forward, his shield in hand, nimbly dodging all the poison. At the same time, the system notified him. Activating acidic solution. Activating Demon King's sword. Level 1. Movement speed increased by 70%. He closed the distance to Medusa, giving her a provocative smile. With an attack speed that slow, like a turtle, you think you can hit us? Her sharp, clawed hand was just raised when another notification came, activating parry. She swung her long arm down from above, but it didn't hit Kang Jin-hyuk because he quickly blocked it with his shield. The system updated. Divine Artifact is responding to its master's call. Physical and magical defense increased by 300%. Unlike his joy, Medusa was extremely angry. Her claw missed, and she gnashed her teeth in fury. Even after using Gorgon's domain, my attack was still deflected. The small snakes on her head hissed in unison, also enraged. Kang Jin-hyuk frowned. He held his hand in front of his chest, pinching two fingers together to form a circle. Magic smoke appeared at his fingertips. He clenched his fist while Medusa wasn't looking, then pointed a finger directly at the center of her forehead and her side. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled, satisfied, looking at his finger glowing with magical energy. The system announced, activating Seal of the Winds. Final condition required to upgrade the Binder class met. Immediately after, Medusa let out a moan of pain. He clenched his fist, looking back at her with joy. Successfully caught a boss monster in the barrier. But before he could enjoy it for long, the game seemed to just be starting. Suddenly, Medusa angrily swung both hands, which were now bound by chains. She reared up like a glitchy film reel. "Do you think you can trap me with these chains?" she roared, and the chains shattered. Kang Jin-hyuk glared at her, his hand clenched tight in anger. As she prepared to strike, Medusa leaped into the air, her serpent tail coiling and snapping forward to attack. Kang Jin-hyuk dodged her strikes with lightning speed. Medusa grew frustrated watching him move like a blur, evading every one of her attacks. Suddenly, small flames erupted over his palms. Skill copied from Jung Do-hyun, the system notified. He activated Giant's Insight and felt the signal. He lunged forward, sparks of electricity crackling around his hands. He dug his fingers into the stone wall, ripped out two massive chunks of rock, and hurled them at Medusa. She dodged and shattered them with her bare hands. How brutal. She kicked a slab of stone back at him, teeth gritted, snarling. "Useless tricks like that won't work on me, so stop throwing this garbage my way." Ignoring her, he knew she was already starting to panic. He kept turning, gouging out more stone, and threw it forward with a smirk. She seemed to snap out of it, realizing something. "Wait, what's happening?" At a glance, it looked like he was just smashing stones into himself. "But I can't feel any killing intent from his attacks." Medusa gritted her teeth in confusion, but by the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. Medusa was trapped inside a glowing blue magic circle. Kang Jin-hyuk sat on the ground, looking up at her with a triumphant smile. "You realized a bit too late." Instantly, Medusa noticed the long, black, dusty trail beneath Kang Jin-hyuk's feet. Beside him lay a charred, blackened corpse. He had used the remains to draw runes. The system chimed, activating 3-star barrier, Seal. Medusa was locked down in an instant. She gnashed her teeth in pure hatred, glaring at Kang Jin-hyuk, then threw her head back and let out a furious scream. Her snake hair hissed and shrieked toward the sky as well. The system sent a notification. A powerful binding force is restraining the target. Kang Jin-hyuk stood up, nonchalantly tucking his hands into his pockets. "You aren't getting out of this barrier. It took me quite a bit of effort to set up." Inside, Medusa struggled violently, screaming. "Release me at once." He shot her a calm, dismissive glance and gestured for her to be quiet. "Stop wasting your energy and just stay still." He then looked at the system notification with a satisfied grin. "Quest, Barrier Master. Capture a boss monster in a barrier. You have completed the 3rd condition to advance." To Barrier Master. Because capturing a boss alive is so difficult, Medusa hung her head, on the verge of tears, her body completely shackled by the barrier. Most people just go for the goblin boss on the 1st floor. But what happens if you successfully capture a high-level one? Kang Jin-hyuk pondered, then tapped the screen. Confirmed. Once the information updated, the system chimed. You have successfully captured a high-level boss monster. Required for advancement. You have attained the high-rank class, Barrier Master and Rune Weaver. Kang Jin. Kang Jin-hyuk stared at the terms on the screen, stunned. Rune Weaver allows you to perceive the essence of runes, deconstruct them, and create unprecedented barriers. Barriers created by a Rune Weaver are twice as effective as those of an ordinary Barrier Master. Like a bolt from the blue, he jumped for joy. Awesome. I knew there would be a hidden class. He smiled, though a hint of worry remained. The harder the conditions I complete, the better the rewards. That means I can probably score even better loot later. Suddenly, blue lines of magical energy curled around his hands. He looked down, lifting his arms to see the crescent moon hidden trait. Reduces activation time for all barriers by 25% and increases their efficiency by 30%. He let out a sinister, greedy laugh. Not just that, there's a bonus too. Once I use this, plenty of people are going to be foaming at the mouth. Medusa, trapped in the barrier, her hands pinned down and her neck restrained, asked nervously, "What do you intend to do with me? Are you going to kill me?" Kang Jin-hyuk looked up at her, turned around, and acted all mysterious. "Maybe. I was thinking I might skin you for armor." Medusa trembled, tears welling up. "What?" Kang Jin-hyuk watched her in silence. She was whimpering, eyes brimming with tears. Normally, anyone would just kill a boss to get the experience points, rewards, and gear. He weighed the personal benefits of killing Medusa. Conversely, killing her would be worthless. Her head would lose its petrification ability once taken out of the shrine, and armor made from her skin would cause continuous poison damage to the wearer. In short, no real benefits, and it would only bring trouble. If that's the case, what if I keep her alive? An idea struck him. He stood before the system screen and clicked, reading the notification. "Welcome to the coin shop. Current balance, Kang Jin-hyuk, 2,004,592 coins. Purchased, goat blood, swamp grasshopper legs, lotus mantis." He spent 3,350 coins. Kang Jin-hyuk began to mix the grasshopper legs with a pink lotus and a viscous red solution, tossing them into a bowl. He was excited, stirring the mixture vigorously after grinding it all down. He used his finger to smear the dark red concoction into a circle. Immediately, the system notified him. A mysterious link has been established. Connection successful. At the same moment, the magic circle flared to life. His dark red ring erupted with a brilliant glow. From the light, Rick Hennessy gradually appeared, holding a book in his hand. Pointing toward Kang Jin-hyuk, he smiled. "Player Kang Jin-hyuk, how on earth did you come across this communication channel? I'm quite surprised." Having received the call exactly as he'd hoped, he stood there with one hand in his pocket, the other holding the concoction he'd just made, acting like a total boss. "I just bought some random items and mixed them together. But what is this? What a strange coincidence, isn't it?" He played it off as a chance encounter using cheap materials. Rick Hennessy smiled, his brow furrowing in the middle. "You can't fool me. I've never given this contact information to anyone, not even the gods know it. I have to know how you figured it out." He turned and pointed toward Medusa, who was trapped in the barrier, covering his mouth to whisper. "Well, now that I think about it, there's a monster here. Was he trying to distract him?" On the screen, Rick Hennessy tipped his hat, looking ahead, face full of confusion, then utter shock. A living Medusa? Medusa, imprisoned, had thought she was about to be skinned and killed, and was now looking frail, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Medusa, Rick Hennessy became ecstatic, pressing his face close to the screen, breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, watching him. "I knew he'd be interested. He's a fanatical collector of anything related to Greek mythology, after all. So he wouldn't just ignore this. He had hit on exactly what the old man feared. Oh my God, I was just about to dispose of it." Rick Hennessy flinched as his hand touched his sword. "If you're already here, why don't you watch?" He drew his sword in a flash, holding it firm, and smirked. "Here I go. System, activating sword grave." Rick Hennessy shouted in a panic. "Wait! You can't just kill something so precious." Hearing this, he stood still, staring at the screen with a look that spoke volumes. Rick Hennessy hurried. "Who cares? How did you even get my contact info?" "Of course," the old man replied with a friendly smile, despite his face being drenched in sweat. "I'll open a portal to this place for you. Let's talk face to face." Then, his expression darkened. Things are about to get very interesting. After this meeting, he used his hand to cast a spell, sheathing his sword, and stared silently at the screen. "What kind of smile is that?" he muttered. A bolt of magic like lightning opened a golden door right in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. "Go on in." He smiled with satisfaction and stepped through, only to realize where he was. Before his eyes stood a rat-headed statue guarding the ancient, weathered buildings inside the portal. Rick Hennessy walked over and bowed according to player etiquette. "Kang Jin-hyuk, welcome to the 42nd floor of the Trial Tower, the city of the ancient Egyptian gods." The old man looked up, his eyes grave and his face darkening. The white oasis. Kang Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I've actually set foot on the 42nd floor already, and it's my first time meeting a god in person, before even reaching level 100. Huh." He looked around and said nonchalantly, "I thought I was going to be teleported to the Great Library. Who would have thought it'd be a place like this? Are you on vacation or something?" Rick Hennessy laughed. I wish. I'm only here because I have business to attend to. This place is the home of the Egyptian gods, that you're so familiar with. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he said with an ambiguous tone, they've really been wanting to meet you. So, you could say my business here was a complete success. Kang Jin-hyuk flashed a cunning smile, thinking to himself, the way he's talking, he must have figured out I lied about being backed by the Egyptian gods. A moment later, the bird-headed man and the dog-headed man suddenly stopped him. When they saw the scene before them, everyone on the street started whispering, "Oh, look, a human!" I heard some humans had entered the tower, but I never expected them to make it all the way here. Suddenly, Rick Hennessy stopped walking. He pointed ahead and whispered, "Do you know what this is?" Kang Jin-hyuk? In front of them stood a giant, strange-looking boulder, surrounded by broken rubble. Rick Hennessy continued, "This was the original home of the Sphinx. Though now, it's just a giant crater," he said calmly. "It was created right after you used the name of Lord Anubis to pull off your scams." Kang Jin-hyuk knelt on one knee, picked up a stone, and said in a deep voice, "What a shame." Rick Hennessy asked suspiciously, "Are you not afraid? Jin-hyuk, aren't you afraid of the powerful entities ruling the higher floors of the tower?" He tossed the stone aside and said calmly, "I don't think so. What's there to be afraid of?" Kang Jin-hyuk brushed off his hands and smiled. "We're not even at the 50th floor yet, are we?" Rick Hennessy smiled at that but didn't say a word. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed out loud, laughing until he had tears in his eyes, right in front of the Egyptian palace. Rick Hennessy's calm voice echoed out, "How interesting. You truly didn't disappoint me, Kang Jin-hyuk." A moment later, elsewhere, a jet-black hand was trembling, clenching into a fist. An angry voice rang out, "Your shamelessness truly knows no bounds." Anubis, the god of death, shouted with a dark, furious expression, "How dare you stand before me after defiling my name like that?" Osiris, the giant god of the afterlife, sitting next to Anubis, saw this and mocked, "Look at how miserable you are, Anubis." Rick Hennessy bowed respectfully and said, "I, Rick Hennessy, pay my respects, my lords." Jin-hyuk pointed at him carelessly and said, "I didn't come because I missed you. It was all because this old man tricked me into coming here." Anubis seemed to have flown into a rage. He stomped his feet so hard the ground shook and debris flew everywhere, then roared, "Kang Jin-hyuk, you bastard!" He raised his foot to crush Jin-hyuk, but a purple protective circle blocked him. Rick Hennessy said calmly, "Kang Jin-hyuk is here as my guest." His eyes turned cold as he asked, "You wouldn't violate the rules of the tower, right in front of me, would you?" Anubis gritted his teeth and sat back down heavily, while Osiris next to him burst into loud laughter. Excitedly, he said, "Ha ha ha, you're quite funny today." Rick Hennessy glanced at Jin-hyuk behind him, thinking to himself, player Kang Jin-hyuk isn't showing a hint of worry or fear, as if he already knows all the rules of the tower. As for him, he furrowed his brows, thinking, such a prickly personality. Anubis began to reveal a sinister expression, his voice raspy as he said, "If I can't kill him directly, then I'll kill him according to the tower's regulations." A notification sound echoed, "God, Anubis, is summoning a warrior." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant coffin instantly appeared. Inside was a mummy with a large, muscular build, like the bull demon king. Its eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and its body was filled with resentment. It wore a large golden helmet and held a golden sickle. None other than the messenger of death. Rick Hennessy watched the figure in front of him carefully, thinking, the strongest warrior that can be summoned, to fight a level 6 player, yet he's using the messenger of death. He glanced over at him, worried, thinking, with Kang Jin-hyuk's current strength, he can't defeat him. Well, how will you resolve this situation? Anubis narrowed his eyes and made an enticing offer. Just survive for 5 seconds against my warrior, and I'll let you choose one item from the treasures of this temple. Kang Jin-hyuk stood before the notification screen. The text read, "Do you wish to accept the challenge of the god Anubis, ruler of the 42nd floor?" He smirked and asked, "Just survive 5 seconds, right?" Jin-hyuk stood opposite the giant Anubis, who was sitting arrogantly. The system screen continued to display notifications. "Welcome to the exchange shop. Current balance, 2,001,242 coins." In an instant, the system announced, "You have purchased royal blood." It's a small golden vial engraved with the image of an Egyptian king, surrounded by strange runes. You've spent 2 million coins. Your current balance is 1,242 coins. Kang Jin-hyuk lets out a confident smile and starts channeling power into the vial. activating the blessing of the stars to create the holy imperial blood. Kang Jin-hyuk lets out a confident smile and, without a moment's hesitation, taps the accept button. A system notification pops up. Challenge accepted. Activating Demon King's sword style. In a blur of speed, Kang Jin-hyuk teleports and slashes across the messenger of death, causing his head to explode like fireworks. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk has already moved to the other side, his eyes still flickering with terrifying demonic energy. The system alerts him to a sudden spike in his stats. It triggered a critical hit, increasing incoming damage by 1,500%. The messenger's head is now charred black and slowly fading away. The warrior of Anubis has been defeated, and the messenger of death has vanished into black smoke. Kang Jin-hyuk remains calm and collected, asking, "Was that a bit too long?" Osiris twitches his mouth in shock, muttering, "Impossible. A lowly human from the 6th floor actually defeated Anubis's warrior?" Anubis, sitting next to him, drops his jaw in disbelief. Seemingly unable to believe his eyes, Kang Jin-hyuk glances around and says cheerfully, "All right, now what should I pick from the treasury?" Anubis snaps, yelling, "That's enough of your rambling. You attacked immediately after accepting the challenge. That's not fair." Before he can even finish his sentence, a furious voice erupts. Anubis. The one who spoke is the sun god, Horus. He leans against a pillar, his voice deep as he warns, "That's a promise you made with your own mouth. You don't intend to break the rules of the tower, do you?" Anubis, hot-headed as ever, stomps his foot hard, causing the ground to crack and sink. Stones scatter everywhere as he curses. Damn it. He turns around, huffing in annoyance, leaving only one remark, "Fine, whatever." Horus watches Anubis's retreating figure in silence. He turns back and speaks in a gentle, composed tone. "My apologies. Let me lead you to the treasury. Follow me." The room is filled with shimmering gold and jewels, with chests overflowing with precious accessories. Shiny blades and swords line the walls, and on the other side sit scepters and a trident embedded with a glowing purple diamond. Everything is piled high in the room. Horus points toward it, saying in a low voice, "Choose." He speaks calmly. A promise made must be kept. Kang Jin-hyuk stands there, looking relaxed. He looks toward the treasure without answering, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, Horus speaks up. But first, Kang Jin-hyuk looks at him with a confused expression. Horus continues, "Surely, you'll be able to climb this far." He reaches out a hand toward Kang Jin-hyuk, suggesting in a soft voice, "How about this? Why don't you become a resident of this floor by choosing one of us?" Horus clenches his hand and continues, his voice deepening. "If you do, the power you receive will be worth far more than any treasure in this vault. Plus, you'll have us truly backing you." Rick and Nessie are shocked, thinking to themselves, the Lord Horus is making an offer to become a chosen apostle, something each god can only offer once. To a human only on the 6th floor? He strokes his beard, bowing his head to hide a smirk. So, in the end, he's actually got a god's backing. How interesting. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk's calm voice cuts through their thoughts. "I don't need anything like that." Rick and Nessie are taken aback by his words. Horus is equally surprised, asking suspiciously, "You don't need it?" Kang Jin-hyuk states firmly, "That's right. I don't." He continues confidently, "I'm going to climb much higher than this place, so there's no reason to. Need help from someone here, is there?" Kang Jin-hyuk points to the piles of gold and jewels, smirking as he speaks. "I'll just pick something from here." Being looked down upon like this makes Horus so angry that the veins in his face bulge. He grinds his teeth and says, "You really are a bold human." Sometime later, Horus storms out to the balcony, where Anubis is casually enjoying the view. Sensing someone approaching, he asks, "Is it done?" Horus replies calmly, "Yes, it's done. Your hot temper really is always your fatal flaw." Anubis, still fuming, asks irritably, "So, what did that wretched human pick?" Horus crosses his arms and says slowly, "He picked the black egg." Anubis asks, stunned, "That black egg? Does he even know what it really is?" Horus replies, "I'm wondering the same thing. Even if I can't be sure about that, I do know this." He imagines a city crumbling, thunder crashing down, and adds in a low voice, "Depending on what he does with that egg, humanity might have to face a catastrophic disaster." At the same time, in another place, Ataraxia is scrolling through Shopee looking at clothes. She whips her head around, shouting, "What did you ask?" The black. She stares intently at the strange-looking egg in front of her and warns him, "Why would you choose something like that? You should know. If it hatches the wrong way, it'll be a disaster." Kang Jin-hyuk asks, panicked, "Is that so?" Ataraxia pokes the egg, grumbling, "Even if you somehow manage to survive, If this thing explodes and destroys every city, where am I supposed to go shopping? No sooner had she finished her sentence than she was forced back into her original form, free-falling into another space. Ataraxia screams in anger, "I told you it's forbidden to summon me and then not say anything." Kang Jin-hyuk rolls up his sleeves and says in a low voice, "Just stay in there for a while." On the table, the black egg starts emitting an eerie power. Its shell begins to glow with shimmering purple light. Kang Jin-hyuk flashes a cunning smile. He reaches out, ready to absorb the spiritual energy from the black egg. He says with a cryptic tone, for the first time in a long while, his eyes, at that moment, turn blue. Kang Jin-hyuk's face darkens, and he growls, "I'm really going to put my heart into this." The moment he finishes speaking, the egg starts to shake violently, and purple mist begins to pour out in increasing amounts. He remembers the image of Fergus Dantalion holding a pen and a notebook, scribbling information in the past. Kang Jin-hyuk wears a confident smile, accompanied by a gaze that ignites with a blue flame. He eagerly placed his hand on the egg, thinking of the single sentence written by that brilliant explorer of the tower, Fergus. The method was simple. Mana had to be flowing perfectly. In a flash, the dark energy vanished, leaving only a warm glow enveloping the egg. A notification popped up, indicating that the fire element was now active. Not only that, but to prevent the egg from being scorched, the ice element had to be activated as well. They quickly merged, and at the same time, another notification appeared, confirming the ice-fire combination was active. Then, support skills followed. Notifications appeared one after another, activating True Heaven Glaze, Black Ancient Gallbladder, and absorbing mana. The area around the egg, which had been completely still, was now surrounded by so much elemental energy that the dragon egg quickly absorbed it all. Under Kang Jin-hyuk's golden touch, seeing his work nearing success, he wore a satisfied smile and asked, "Well, is that tasty enough for you?" After a long struggle with training, a faint purple light finally flickered, signaling that Kang Jin-hyuk's egg-taming process had reached a new turning point. The black ancient hatchling excitedly stepped out, happily gazing at this brand new world. Looking at Kang Jin-hyuk, who was panting from the effort of creating it, and then at the hatchling playfully spitting fire, he couldn't hide his joy. He beamed at the hatchling, thinking, "It finally hatched." Seeing it searching for the mana it had just absorbed, Kang Jin-hyuk became determined. He clenched his fist. Then, with a confident smile, he muttered to himself, "I just need to gather all the remaining mana in my body and condense it." He quickly opened his palm, concentrating all his remaining mana into a single orb. The orb automatically drew in the surrounding mana, growing larger by the second. Seeing such a mana-rich orb, the playful hatchling stepped forward. It sniffed the air a few times, its eyes lighting up with hunger. Kang Jin-hyuk chuckled and said, "This first snack is for you." Hearing that, the hatchling approached the mana orb, staring at it with a scrutinizing gaze before asking, "Is this food?" Finally, drooling with desire, it didn't hesitate for even a second. The hatchling gulped down the mana orb, savoring every bit of it. Once done, the little guy seemed much more energetic. Because it had such a delicious meal, its eyes shone brightly. It bared its teeth in a huge grin, its tail wagging as it fawned over Kang Jin-hyuk. At that moment, a notification appeared, holy mark being inscribed onto the hatchling. Major achievement. You are the first person to tame a black ancient hatchling. This will be recorded in the Hall of Fame. All residents of the tower are impressed by this achievement of yours, the system continued. After naming your pet, its loyalty to you will increase further. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk seriously rubbed his chin, looking at the playful hatchling wagging its tail in front of him, and muttered, "Naming it, huh?" He picked up the little black ancient hatchling, smiled, and said, "All right, since you're all black with golden eyes, I'll name you Goguma. Because Goguma in this kingdom sounds like sweet potato, the skin is dark on the outside, and the inside is golden orange. Just like your colors, Goguma." Watching the little one happily chirp at the name while grinning, Kang Jin-hyuk helplessly thought, "You're cute. All right, but I doubt my mana is enough to keep you satisfied for long." However, that atmosphere didn't last long before another notification appeared, making Kang Jin-hyuk's expression drop. He silently read each line of text. It said that Intermediate Administrator Rick Hennessy had subscribed to his channel. The commission fee had dropped from 90% to 80%. With a hint of surprise, he wondered, "Rick Hennessy subscribed?" The scene shifted to an SVKP high-rise building. Under the scorching July sun, someone asked, "What do you think?" It turned out that person was none other than the manager of the SVKP station. Kang Byung-chan wore an equally sinister smile, rubbing his hands together. and insisted, "You just need to show your face and do a simple interview. You know our program is the best in the industry, right?" With a viewership rating of 40% guaranteed, the person receiving the offer, hearing the manager, took a slurp of his drink. It turned out to be Kang Jin-hyuk. Holding the script in his hand, he suspiciously wondered why the dragon had come to the shrimp's house today, so he turned to the manager and asked, "Does the manager usually handle these things personally?" Seeing his suspicion, Kang Byung-chan hurriedly flattered him. "Oh, if it involves you, this is only normal. You just need to show up and share a bit about your tower conquest, that legendary quest. Everyone will go crazy for it." Recalling the show, with its massive audience causing a fan frenzy, Kang Jin-hyuk thought, "Tower conquest." The subconscious memory of that show flickered in his mind. If I remember correctly, isn't that the only TV show that has managed to maintain its popularity? Looking at the manager fawning over him, he questioned his sanity, thinking, "Is this guy blind or does he have a memory problem? He doesn't even recognize me." The manager looked at Kang Jin-hyuk, who was staring at him suspiciously, and flashed a fake smile, pointing to his own face, asking him, "Is there something on my face?" Kang Jin-hyuk simply replied, "No." After thinking it over from every angle, he finally accepted the offer, because he would be the one benefiting. Kang Jin-hyuk then said, "All right then, let's talk about my payment. I want it in the form of magic stones." Kang Byung-chan saw his offer being accepted and gave a satisfied smile, confirming, "Of course, that's fine. Nowadays, many players request payment in magic stones." Seeing that, Kang Jin-hyuk suggested the highest rate. He spoke up, "How much can you pay me? Naturally, I want to hear the maximum amount." Hearing that, the man agreed. He said, "Although we usually have to follow fixed rates for fees, for a superstar like you, I can offer you an unlimited deal," Kang Byung-jang promised confidently. Hearing such an enticing offer, Kang Jin-hyuk felt a bit suspicious. He frowned and asked back, "An unlimited deal?" Seeing this, Kang Byung-jang grinned sinisterly and replied, "There's someone who wants to appear on the show with you. If you agree to appear with this person, our station can pay you an unlimited amount of magic stones." Hearing that he would receive such a generous reward, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't hesitate and happily agreed. He smiled and replied, "Deal. So, who is this person?" After that, nobody knew what would happen. The scene shifted to the outside of the SVKP station. Everyone was gathered around a black car, screaming loudly. The person stepping out of the car was wearing luxury shoes. Seeing the crowd rushing to welcome him, he muttered happily, "My time has finally come, and no one can stop me now." And now his appearance was revealed. It was a man with platinum blonde hair, about 1.8 meters tall, looking very luxurious and elegant. At that moment, reporters surrounded the man and continuously asked, "Mr. Hong Deok-pyo, is it true that you will be a surprise guest on today's program? Has the relationship between the Black Cloud Guild and player Kang Jin-hyuk been restored?" However, before the person could finish his sentence, someone else stepped out of that black car. All the reporters there shouted in unison, "Someone else is here." Seeing the glamorous woman dressed in such magnificent clothing, everyone was stunned. Someone shouted, "It's S-rank player Manhwa from the Glory Guild." Beside her, another man appeared. Seeing that, someone else shouted in surprise, "An S-rank player COA too." With a cast like this, the program was sure to be a massive hit. Listening to the next remark, the person beside them was also overwhelmed. She said excitedly, "The viewer ratings for Kang Jin-hyuk must be astronomical." But before they could finish, another car stopped not far away. The person stepping out was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. Seeing that the program managed to invite such famous people, they all cheered in surprise. This time, it's player Kang Jin-hyuk. Oh my god. At the same time, Kang Jin-hyuk came face to face with Hong Deok-pyo. Meeting before the crowd, Kang Jin-hyuk flashed a piercing, social smile. He asked, "How have you been lately, Hong Deok-pyo?" Seeing that, Hong Deok-pyo replied with eyes shooting lightning, "I'm doing great. All thanks to you. I've been running around everywhere, desperately trying to rebuild my personal image that was ruined by those scandals." Seeing that he couldn't win the war of words, Kang Jin-hyuk poked at him. He looked at the two people behind him and asked, "Are you showing off your connections by bringing two more people?" Hearing this, Hong Deok-pyo didn't shy away. He fired back, "Since you're going to appear anyway, I figured I should at least do this much." Not bothering to continue, Kang Jin-hyuk just smiled scornfully. He asked, "Is that so?" At the same time, the redhead beside Hong Deok-pyo was also secretly observing the situation with a killer gaze. He thought to himself, "So that's Kang Jin-hyuk." The other guy wasn't falling behind either. He was also observing the situation. He silently thought, Our goal for today's program isn't just to be as lit as Free Fire, but to be absolutely scorching. Another mysterious character was about to appear. It was none other than the Saintess, Teresa. Not finished yet. To increase the heat for today, the production team even invited Jeon Do-yoon, the strongest martial artist in Korea. Hong Deok-pyo, witnessing the strongest martial artist in Korea being invited as well, was utterly shocked. His eyes went wide. He gritted his teeth in a panic. But that wasn't enough. Kang Jin-hyuk had also invited another notorious figure, the Sword Saint, Chun Do-sung. Seeing that, the reporters rushed to follow him. Someone asked, "Mr. Chun Do-sung, I heard you turned down all job offers from the guilds, so why did you accept the invitation from player Kang Jin-hyuk?" Another person asked, "Are you two comrades?" Hearing this, he lost his temper. With a hateful gaze, he looked straight at the two reporters and roared, "Absolutely not. He is a person I will defeat one day." The reporter beside him, seeing this angry state, turned pale with fear. He stammered, "Oh, I see." Back in the distance, all of Hong Deok-pyo's allies shared a thought. Jeon Do-yoon, who should have been dead long ago, the Saintess Teresa, and even Chun Do-sung are on Kang Jin-hyuk's side. At that moment, Seo-ae wore a sinister, ear-to-ear smile. Then, both Seo-ae and Manhwa simultaneously turned to leave. Realizing he was about to be abandoned, Hong Deok-pyo noticed the two helpers he had exhausted himself to bring were about to slip away, and screamed in terror, "Wait! Where are you two going? You promised to appear on the program with me." But in response, Manhwa just coldly said to him, "We've already fulfilled our promise. We have no obligation to meet any other conditions." Seeing that, he looked like a confused dog and asked back, "Huh? What promise?" Looking at him, it was clear he didn't understand. Why did he end up being betrayed like this? Kang Jin-hyuk turned back with a scornful, cold laugh and said, "If you're going to show off your connections, you should at least do it properly." Seeing the reporters chasing after Kang Jin-hyuk without paying him any mind, he panicked and grabbed the arm of a reporter in front, then screamed in fear, "Wait! Interview me instead!" While saying that, a fear he had never felt before rose in his heart. He thought he had tried so hard to create this opportunity, yet the reporter was so desperate that even if his pants fell off, he still had to run after Kang Jin-hyuk. Ignoring Hong Deok-pyo, who stood there looking like a lost puppy holding the guy's pants behind him, he shouted, "Hey, your pants!" Watching the reporter run with his pants down and not even glancing back, Hong Deok-pyo gritted his teeth in anger, muttering, "You would even take off your pants for him?" At the same time, inside, Kang Jin-hyuk wore a bright, amused smile. Seeing him like that, Chun Do-sung felt helpless. "You actually feel smug watching Hongdae suffer like that? You're honestly such trash." Hearing that, Kang Jin-hyuk makes a disgusted face. "I appreciate you coming here, but stay out of my private life." As soon as he heard that, Chun Do-sung angrily grabbed Kang by the collar. Chun Do-sung glared at Kang Jin-hyuk with lethal eyes and roared, "What did you say? Private life? My family was ruined because of you. And you call that private life?" Hearing this, the protagonist suddenly remembers that he is the culprit. He thinks helplessly, "Ah, right. It was because I told those demon kin. Since Chun Do-sung is nameless, and he's the one who caused the trouble, he needs to slip away fast." Kang Jin-hyuk brushes his hand off and dodges the question. "What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. I'm not even trying to dig up your crimes." Chun Do-sung, bitter, snaps back, "Stop playing dumb." Chun Do-sung then points right at Kang Jin-hyuk's face and screams furiously, "I've got 16 videos of you. One comparison is all it takes to prove you're Kang Jin-hyuk." Hearing that the stalker has 16 videos of him, Kang Jin-hyuk thinks anxiously and helplessly, what is this obsessive, perverted stalker's deal? Why is he so worked up? After a pointless, bottom-of-the-barrel argument, Kang Jin-hyuk finally speaks up first. He says, "If we drop that subject, what do you think?" Chun Do-sung immediately asks, "Think about what?" The protagonist wears a wicked smile and replies, "About the guy sent by the Demon-kin Alliance. You fought him, right? How did that feel?" Hearing that question, Chun Do-sung's face immediately shows clear anxiety. Sweat beads down his forehead as he falls into a memory. Chun Do-sung recounts that the person's name was Kwon. He was pretty strong. Chun Do-sung thinks back to those life-or-death moments. He continues, "But fighting him compared to fighting you? It was just plain dull." Then, Chun Do-sung stares blankly ahead with dark eyes and adds, "It's all over." Hearing this from afar, Kang Jin-hyuk lets out a laugh. On this side, Yu Chae-dong turns toward Teresa and asks suspiciously, "Hey girl, what's your relationship with Kang?" Hearing someone ask about this ambiguous connection, her eyes go hazy, her cheeks flush pink, and with a shaky smile, she replies, "He's a comrade, a partner I trust more than anyone, or maybe even something more than that, right?" Seeing her act all shy and ambiguous, Yu Chedong helplessly asks back, "Is that so?" At this point, he continues, "Hey kid, you've got some heavy competition." This leaves Teresa feeling a bit dazed. Then, the scene shifts to the interview. The reporter speaks up, "We're starting to roll. Today, we have some very special guests here for the Challenge Tower program." Kang Bae-young smiles friendlily. The reporter turns toward the protagonist, smiles affectionately, and says, "First, we have player Kang Jin-hyuk, who is currently the center of attention due to his incredibly fast tower clearing speed." She continues, "Tell us, do you have any special tips for clearing the tower so quickly, Kang Bae-young?" Meanwhile, on the production side, they hear Kang Jin-hyuk say, "Special tips? Ah, well, I do have one." He smiles brightly because this is the golden hook that will help his station get the highest viewership ratings ever. Below the stage, it's noisy. Kang Jin-hyuk points directly at the camera and says loudly, "Keep doing it until you get it right." The MC is left helpless and sweating buckets, but she forces a smile and says, "So that's it? That sounds obvious, doesn't it?" Not giving up, the program MC tries to dig deeper. "What about when you were on the third floor? How did you avoid getting trapped?" Our protagonist points straight at the camera and replies, "Simple, you just dodge everything." The MC hasn't given up yet and keeps pushing. "What about the fourth floor then?" But Kang Jin-hyuk just replies, "That floor? Same thing. Just dodge everything." His answers leave Teresa, Chun Do-sung, and Yu Chae-dong questioning their existence as they stand there like statues. Suddenly, the scene shifts to another room. Someone is fiddling with the TV while shouting, "What were you thinking, letting us broadcast something like this about Kang Jin-hyuk?" As it turns out, the person speaking is none other than Kang Bae-young. He covers his face, frustrated, and says, "Do you have any idea how much money we lost on that ruined recording? You completely wrecked the shoot and threw us into chaos. And yet, you have the nerve to come here and demand an appearance fee?" Before he can finish, Kang Jin-hyuk, while sipping a soft drink, raises his hand to signal the manager to stop. "Don't say another word." Kang Jin-hyuk counters, "I answered every single question asked of me. I followed the agreement to the letter, didn't I?" The manager hears this, points a finger right in his face, and bellows, "You call that arguing back?" Seeing him talk to him like that, Kang Jin-hyuk's expression shifts. His eyes turn much more aggressive. Kang Jin-hyuk growls, "Arguing back?" Without wasting another second, he lunges and grabs the manager by the collar, causing his face to turn pale. His eyes widen in visible terror. With a lethal gaze, Kang Jin-hyuk drags the manager close to him and snaps, "Lee Jong-soo, you still remember this guy, right?" Hearing that name, the man starts trembling uncontrollably. He shoves the terrified, innocent face of the manager into the frame. "The guy you're collaborating with," he continues. "Yes, it's that very Lee Jong-soo." He jerks him up by the collar and gives a malicious smile, recounting every single sin. "The CEO of the entertainment company, that streamer you coddled like a brother. You and Lee Jong-soo conspired together to squeeze every drop out of the streamers with slave contracts." Remembering those dark moments from the past, he adds, "There was a time when all those streamers came to this very office to protest. I was there too. You remember, don't you? That very moment, filled with darkness, carved, a wound in his heart that would never heal." Kang Jin-hyuk continues, "It was because of that story that I learned so much about this society. I learned exactly how to avoid becoming someone weak, someone who lets people lead them around by the nose." He tightens his grip on the lowlife's collar. With deep-seated loathing, he retorted, "You're the one who taught that lesson to the people you drained dry. With that trap of a contract, have you forgotten your own words, or are you playing dumb?" He recalled the past that wretched manager, Kang Byung-chan. Kang Byung-chan and his lackey, Lee Jong-soo, had blocked every path to survival for the victims, leaving them with only one cold line: "Everything is according to the contract. There's no issue here at all." Filled with even greater hatred, Kang Jin-hyuk glared with the eyes of a demon. He furiously demanded, still trying to argue, "You trash? Look at your crimes finally being laid bare like this." The manager broke into a cold sweat, eyes bulging, unable to utter a single word. The scene shifted back to the past. Manager Kang Byung-chan was using high-tech gear to hack the door. After a moment, the system chimed, confirming access was granted. The secret door swung open immediately, inviting him inside this, right after Kang Jin-hyuk had dragged every one of his past sins into the light. The trashy manager no longer held his haughty, superior air. He reverted to a cowering, wretched state. Pointing to the high-grade stones Kang Jin-hyuk had requested, he forced a stiff, fake smile. "This is our magical stone storage room." He held up 2 fingers, laughing, and added, "Just like the contract says, we'll give you full access to the stones in this room for the next 2 hours. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk stared back with a gaze full of malice. 2 hours? The manager broke into a sweat, stammering. That's what the contract says, right? He muttered something under his breath near the margins. In the end, he couldn't stop Kang Jin-hyuk from walking in. Watching him leave, he forced a grin and said, "Feel free to use the magic stones here for whatever you like. Also, we've installed anti-theft charms on them, so you won't be able to put them into your storage bags." Imagining Kang Jin-hyuk unable to haul the stash away, the sinister manager thought to himself, meaning the only thing he can do is absorb these stones. However, the average time required to absorb one low-grade magic stone is 5 minutes. As he spoke, the manager continued to scheme maliciously, thinking to himself, no matter how hard he tries, the amount he can absorb in 2 hours is just a pathetic number. "I'm so clever." He grinned from ear to ear, gesturing toward the employees. "If you need anything, just remember to ask these staff members." Regardless, access here was strictly limited. But there was one thing he didn't notice. One of the 2 employees was holding a phone, secretly recording Kang Jin-hyuk. She was a total fangirl, smiling as she whispered, "Oh my god, it's really Kang Jin-hyuk." Seeing the old Fox's employee pulling such a stunt, Kang Jin-hyuk smirked. "So, his goal is to ruin my reputation. If I try to use force to seize these stones?" To avoid falling into his trap, Kang Jin-hyuk turned around. Walking away, he said, "Fine, I'll try to use as many as I can within these 2 hours." On the other side, Kang Byung-chan heard this, rubbed his hands together with a sinister look, and replied with a bright, fake smile. What a wise decision. Without hesitation, he walked out the heavy door, held up 2 fingers again, and said with a hidden meaning, "See you in 2 hours. You too, take good care of Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, all right?" Thud. The door closed, leaving only the 2 employees and Kang Jin-hyuk inside. He stood there with a devilish smirk, turned to the 2 spies behind him, and asked, "Hey, you 2 want to see something truly magical?" Although the employees were on the Fox's side, they couldn't help but stare at him with curiosity. The scene shifted to the office of the director of SVKP Broadcasting. A soft voice murmured, "Lee Jong-soo, oh, Jong-soo, it's a pity you had to die so miserably." But as soon as he finished the sentence, he tossed the photo into the trash without a shred of regret. The one speaking was none other than that cunning old fox, glaring with hateful eyes. He muttered while walking, "The living have to keep living, don't they? Why won't you let me go even after you're dead?" This bastard walked down the office hallway, deep in thought, planning how to deal with Kang Jin-hyuk. "I've minimized the number of stones I have to cough up, but how do I finish him off? Should I send some journalists to create a scandal for him?" Scanning his eyes into the recognition system, he decided, "I'll resolve this first, then think about the rest." Walking into the room, the old man put on an incredibly fake smile. He laughed and said, "Player Kang Jin-hyuk, are you satisfied with?" But before he could finish, something choked the words in his throat. His face was genuinely panicked now. The moment he witnessed the scene before him, he froze, unable to utter a single word. The sight was this. Every single magic stone he had stored for so long had vanished into thin air. Not a single one remained, not even the ones on the high shelves. As for the 2 female employees, they were bewitched by something, their faces flushed red, petting something in their arms incessantly. It turned out what had them mesmerized was the fluffy, cute Goguma. Seeing the sinister manager approach, he smiled confidently and pointed at Goguma, gloating, "Oh, you're finally here, director? Do you have any more magic stones? My little darling here is quite the glutton." Hearing that, Goguma beamed and hopped forward happily, seeing his spy trap. After such a crushing defeat, that old fox couldn't even stand. He collapsed, his face pale with panic as if he'd just seen a ghost, his soul seemingly abandoning his body. Completely losing his composure, Kang Jin-hyuk smirked maliciously and said, "This is the price you pay for not knowing your place, even after I warned you. Don't you dare try anything else. From here on out, you won't be escaping me for the rest of your life." Suddenly, a status window for Goguma appeared, displaying, Name, Goguma, Species, Black-necked beast, Age, 1, Level, 98, Strength, 105. Along with a series of other stats that had all increased significantly. Goguma lay on the ground looking completely satisfied after such a filling meal. Another notification window popped up, detailing a special trait. When deploying the black-necked beast into battle, it will absorb mana from its master. Additionally, both the pet and the master will gain unique abilities after each battle. Watching Goguma playfully investigate items on the ground, Kang Jin-hyuk had his own thoughts. It was certainly strong, but his current mana was too low to send it into combat. His own mana stat was only 80. Looking at the notification board, Kang Jin-hyuk calculated for the future, thinking that if he and Goguma both used their powers at the same time, he probably wouldn't last more than 5 minutes. That settled it. He had to get stronger. And fast. As he had planned, a notification window popped up, showing someone talking to him. Kang Jin-hyuk asked the mysterious person, "Hey, are you busy with anything?" Then, the scene shifted to the SVK hotel, where Saha was training hard, drenched in sweat. Looking at the notification window, Seoha continued. "Target locked. I've already established an alliance with a few characters. Chapu has been selected." Hearing this, the mysterious person replied, "He really is building up his forces much faster than we anticipated." He continued, "I thought his relationship with Chun Do-sung was hostile." Hearing that, Soha replied, "He might look hostile, but since he obediently accepted his request, it's clear he's chosen to side with that Kang Jin-hyuk guy." The mysterious person on the other end pulled up a photo of Kang Jin-hyuk and added, "Well, there's no other choice then. Put them all on the blacklist. If they refuse to join, they are enemies of Jeonghwa." Then, the scene cut back to Chun Do-sung, who was looking annoyed at the mirror in his hand. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk asked, "How is it, holding the mirror?" A notification window appeared. Realm-severing mirror, advanced tier. Description: once used, it can travel to any location below floor 10. Cooldown: 90 days. Duration: 30 minutes. And the place they were standing in was the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Forest of Love. Chun Do-sung was losing his patience. He told Kang Jin-hyuk, "You said you'd teach me a training method to become stronger, remember? Is this it?" Kang Jin-hyuk took back those 13 freakish items, and Chun Do-sung asked, "Forget that. Why did you have to call me up to this floor? I think you're more than capable of handling things on your own." Kang Jin-hyuk froze upon hearing that. He flustered and made an excuse. "You know, it's all because I care about you so much. You have to get stronger to challenge me, right?" But even so, Chun Do-sung didn't fall for it. He was much smarter now after falling for his tricks so many times. Chun Do-sung asked annoyedly, "So, which floor are we going to now?" Immediately, the protagonist activated the realm-severing mirror. As a warm light appeared, Kang Jin-hyuk turned around, smiled, and answered, "We're going." Then, the notification window appeared again. The remaining usage time for the realm-severing mirror is 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Within a few seconds, both of them arrived at the 10th floor, the headquarters of the warriors. Looking at the monsters around them, Kang Jin-hyuk said, "There are about 21 guards protecting this boss monster." Looking over at Chun Do-sung, he smiled and asked, "Do you think you can handle them all?" Upon hearing this, Chun Do-sung narrowed his eyes and pointed straight ahead. It turned out he was pointing at the boss. Chun Do-sung continued, "I don't think it'll be a problem, as long as that thing doesn't wake up." And that was the 10th floor boss monster, the immortal stone golem. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk smiled back. He said, "Is that so? That's perfect. Then, let's do this," suggesting that if Chun Do-sung could defeat all those warriors and hold his own against the boss for 1 minute, he would fight Chun Do-sung seriously. Hearing this, Chun Do-sung's eyes gleamed as he turned back around. Drawing his sword, he shouted, "Deal. You'd better keep your promise." Chun Do-sung said this with a firm determination to fight our protagonist. For real. The stone statues then rose in unison, saying, "This is the land of the warriors' headquarters. Only those who are worthy." But before he could finish, Chun Do-sung slashed him and said, "Don't you dare get in my way." At the specialty hair shop, Song Chun-ha dropped his phone in shock. "Huh? Miss Teresa?" Realizing it was Teresa, Song Chun-ha smiled and took off his hat. "Oh, you're the captain of that ancient ruin expedition team, right?" Teresa was applying a hair restoration charm, so when the hat was removed, her shoulder-length hair instantly grew long. Her silky golden locks made everyone swoon. Even Song Chun-ha got a bit of the hair restoration charm, growing back his black buzz cut. Teresa stroked her long hair. "It's a bit expensive, but being able to restore hair to its original state instantly like this, it's amazing." Song Chun-ha also took the opportunity to mourn his handsome hair. "Oh, my hair. I missed you so much." But the curse on Song Chun-ha was still in effect. "All the hair on your body will be removed." His brand new hair vanished in a flash, turning back into a shiny, bald head. "Ah, wait, no way." Song Chun-ha collapsed in despair. his head completely bald. Teresa helplessly patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, Mr. Song Chun-ha. A person's value isn't defined just by their hair," Song Chun-hwa said, sounding deeply dejected. "Teresa, perhaps this curse is just retribution for the sins I committed in the past." Teresa looked puzzled. "Sins?" Song Chun-hwa gave a bitter, twisted smile. "I'm talking about the sins I committed back when I was a raid squad leader in that first-floor ruin. It was just a minor low-tier achievement in a first-floor ruin. Yet I was so greedy that I ended up getting so many people hurt. Losing my hair like this is probably a very light punishment." Hearing Song Chun-hwa pour his heart out, Teresa smiled kindly and comforted him. "If many people truly got hurt because of your greed, then you were indeed in the wrong." Teresa smiled so radiantly that she seemed to glow. "But finding something you want so badly that you'd be willing to bet your life on it, that's wonderful, too." Song Chun-hwa's eyes sparkled like stars when he heard that. He was so obsessed he couldn't close his mouth. As it turned out, Song Chun-hwa was the president of the Saintess Teresa fan club. His username was "bowing to the only saintess on earth." No wonder a single word from Teresa could make the bald-headed Song Chun-hwa so happy. Back to Chun Du-sung and Kang Jin-hoo. Chun Du-sung leaped up, activating his sword. "K.A.," he yelled, slashing at the giant monster. Chun Du-sung was covered in blood, panting heavily. He bowed his head, calculating silently. "Now, there's only one thing left to do. Hold out for 1 minute against that monster. If I can just endure for 1 minute, I can finally have a serious fight with him." The him here, Kang Jin-hoo, was standing behind him, not looking too serious, waving his hand. 1 minute, huh? Good luck with that." Chun Du-sung gripped his elemental sword tightly. "I will win against you. Defeating you is something I'll stake my life on, no matter what it takes." Chun Du-sung poured all his will and power into charging at the monster. Its eyes flashed red like lasers. Bang! He opened his eyes. Chun Du-sung, covered in bandages, woke up in a hospital. Chun Du-sung was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding. Bandages and IV drips were all over him. "Where am I?" The SVK hospital. Park Hana, who had been sitting by his side watching over him for a while, was peeling an apple. Chun Du-sung, just waking up, was still very dazed. "You must be his subordinate then?" Hana sighed. "Huh, I wish I were his subordinate. I'm more like his slave. The president ordered me to take you to the hospital, so that's how you got here. You were in critical condition back there." Park Hana searched her bag. "Oh, by the way, he told me to give you this when you woke up. Where is it?" "Ah, here." She took a black object out of her bag and handed it to Chun Du-sung. Chun Du-sung held the shimmering elemental stone in his hand, examining it. "What is this?" He gradually remembered everything. "Right, I was in the middle of a fight with the 10th floor boss. During the battle, the monster activated its ultimate skill, invincibility. The boss's main body couldn't take any damage. However, I absolutely couldn't hurt it, not even a little. Physical attacks and magical attacks were both useless. Even my elemental sword, for some unknown reason, suddenly snapped in two. And yet, that bastard Kang Jin-hoo had the nerve to say, 21 seconds? That's not looking good, is it?" Kang Jin-hoo laughed. "Trying to catch up to me? You've got a long way to go, burden." It was infuriatingly condescending. After that, Jin-hoo rushed in to face the monster. That guy activated his demon sword emperor style, dodging every single sword strike the monster rained down. Not one hit him. Kang Jin-hoo dodged all the attacks with terrifying precision. The monster, getting irritated, immediately activated Holy Ground. The gravity in the arena area increased to 500%. Chun Du-sung was pinned to the ground. "This pressure is insane. You won't be able to dodge this, Kang Jin-hoo. How are you going to handle this?" Just as he thought that even Kang Jin-hoo would be done for, he remained completely calm. "Took you long enough. You're seriously slow." Kang Jin-hoo immediately activated a 1-star barrier, Resident Barrier. It doubled the effectiveness of all spells on the field for every second that passed. Kang Jin-hoo said coldly, "It's about time you turned into stone." Then, he clenched his fist. The focal point of the Resident Barrier was the center of the battlefield. The ground glowed and shook violently. The monster felt the pressure from its own creation, doubling over and over, and felt its body changing drastically. It exploded instantly. Game notification windows popped up repeatedly. Damage nullified. Damage nullified due to invincibility. In the end, that massive body left behind only a small stone. Chun Du-sung was absolutely devastated. No way in the end, Kang Jin-hoo defeated that boss right in front of me. It was like he did it just to show off. That was the last thing he remembered. Game notification windows kept popping up, announcing that Kang Jin-hoo had ranked up. At the same time, it announced the time limit to conquer the next floor. 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The game board also provided info on the stone. Copy condition. Immortal Stone Man, Kang Jin-hoo. One of the ultimate skills, invincibility. If you defeat the opponent, you can copy this skill. Condition met. You have successfully copied invincibility. The duration of invincibility will be significantly reduced. Chun Du-sung stared at the Immortal Stone Man's stone in his hand. He clutched it tightly in his palm and bowed his head. Just like always, you humiliated me right up until the very last second. Kang Jin-hoo, meanwhile, was on the 6th floor in the Goblin Forest. Kang Jin-hoo was out farming for items. You have collected 10 Giants' armor-piercing greatswords. You have collected 10 Giants' shields for storage. This shocking achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame in 2 days. The recorder's name is Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hoo smirked, feeling satisfied. This high is exactly why I can't quit the Tower of Trials. Since it's been a long time since Kang Jin-hyuk uploaded a new video, I should be able to earn back a good amount of the coins I lost. The fight with Anubis was only possible because Chun Du-sung took out the small fry for me. I managed to use a rank 1 barrier. Ugh, the mana drain is killing me. Alice von Ataraxia materialized and warned him, "Contractor, we have a problem. Someone is tailing us. Surely you felt it, didn't you?" Kang Jin-hyuk glanced at a dark shadow in the trees nearby. "Oh, that guy? Of course I felt him." Alice was confused. "You knew? Yet you let them follow you just like that? That's not like you at all." Kang Jin-hyuk kept walking calmly. "The place I'm heading next doesn't welcome outsiders anyway, and we wouldn't gain anything by fighting them. Let them tag along for now." The stalker watching Kang Jin-hyuk reported to the AI on the other end. Kang Jin-hyuk is heading toward the elf forest on the 6th floor. Meanwhile, in Beijing, it was dusk. The S-rank Zhonghua Guild's Li Guang was kneeling on the ground. Along with 2 subordinates, he looked incredibly tense. A man was scolding them, saying, "Not only did you let him snatch the clear from under your noses before the 5th floor, but you even let him reach the 10th floor before you? What kind of pathetic work is this?" A slash landed near Li Guang's left ear, making him jump. He gritted his teeth as his ear was severed as punishment. Blood gushed from the wound. Li Guang didn't dare make a sound. He bit his lip, swallowing his pain and fury. The man coldly cursed. A bunch of useless trash who can't do anything right. The ruthless, cold-blooded man was Nam Gong-tian, the chairman of the S-rank Zhonghua Guild. He ground his teeth, gripping his bloodied sword as he muttered, "I always have to do everything myself to see any progress." Seeing a nurse rush in to treat Li Guang, Nam Gong-tian shouted, "Leave him be." Nam Gong-tian sheathed his sword, looked at Li Guang, and warned him, "Next time, it won't just be an ear. Every time you see that scar, remember this moment." Li Guang bowed submissively. "Yes, sir." Nam Gong-tian turned away, dropping his sword, and ordered, "I don't know why Kang Jin-hyuk is still lingering on the 6th floor, but this works in our favor. Go to the 6th floor and meet up with Seihua and Tencha." Nam Gong-tian turned back to look at Li Guang, his teeth grinding. "And burn that entire forest to the ground along with that guy, Kang Jin-hyuk. If there are any witnesses, eliminate them too." Meanwhile, on the 6th floor in the elf forest, Seihua was reporting the situation through a communication screen. Nam Gong-tian said, "Continue tracking the target." Seihua quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Then, Seihua went back to monitoring Kang Jin-hyuk's every move. Suddenly, an elf with orange hair and glowing eyes set her sights on Seihua, who was busy with her mission. The 6th floor of the trial tower was the elf forest. It was one of the tower's most luxurious resorts. Since the 7th floor would open automatically after 90 days, those who wanted to travel and relax usually gathered here. At that moment, a curly-haired man spotted a chubby rabbit with a small, adorable horn. He was about to sneak after it, but a blonde woman in his group shouted to stop him. "Hey, don't go over there. That's elf territory. It's dangerous." The curly-haired man sighed. "But there's an adorable one-horned rabbit there." The blonde woman was furious. She rushed over, pinched his ear, and barked, "You know damn well how much elves hate outsiders. If you don't want to be turned into a pincushion, get over here now." Amidst the commotion, the one-horned rabbit quickly scurried into a nearby bush. But as soon as it entered the brush, it froze. Standing right in front of it were 2 pairs of feet, or rather, 2 people. One was the orange-haired elf waiting in ambush, and the other was Seihua, who was knocked out cold. The orange-haired elf jumped back onto a tree branch to continue tracking Kang Jin-hyuk, watching his back. The elf wondered curiously, "Why is he being followed by others?" She pondered, "He doesn't seem to have anything special or rare. On him. Is he lost? But without certain techniques, no one could navigate this forest. You'd never make it out alive. While the elf was lost in a sea of theories, Kang Jin-hyuk just focused on sniffing the air. After catching a scent, Kang Jin-hyuk happily exclaimed, "Left," and bounced joyfully in that direction. The female elf was stunned by Kang Jin-hyuk's path. That route even we can only distinguish the path by scent, after living in this forest for a long time. How could a human possibly know this method? Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk about to step into the barrier she had rigged, the elf thought calmly, well, it doesn't matter. It's a good thing he's walking straight into the illusion barrier. Once he's caught in it, he'll just walk in circles until he exhausts himself. She reassured herself with a nod. I'll keep following him, and once he passes out, I'll drag him out. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk's voice rang out. Hey, this isn't right. He tapped on the barrier's seal and lamented. You should use passive skills for this. Setting it to active mode like this is cutting the barrier's efficiency in half. As he dispelled the barrier, Kang Jin-hyuk sighed deeply. Kids these days. I don't know who wrote this, but they really shouldn't have fallen asleep in literature class. The writer was the orange-haired elf. Hearing Kang Jin-hyuk's criticisms, they were so furious they gritted their teeth, clenching their fists while thinking, who the hell is this AI guy? Kang Jin-hyuk just chuckled to himself, watching the shadow following him, thinking, another naive young elf trying to tail me this time. All right, it's about time, Kang Jin-hyuk said, stretching and yawning loudly. Ugh, I'm starving. Time to whip up something to eat. Activating the boundary-crossing restaurant, Kang Jin-hyuk began showing off his masterful cooking skills, his knife sliding through the vegetables with lightning speed. He stood tall, tossing the wok with professional flair, the aroma of the food spreading so far that the blonde elf, she drooled with longing, muttering, wow, this human might actually be a decent cook. Suddenly, the elf's gaze shifted. She immediately grabbed her bow and jumped down, glaring at Kang Jin-hyuk's back as she coldly demanded, how dare you hunt animals in this sacred elven forest? The orange-haired elf quickly knocked an arrow, aimed her bow straight at Kang Jin-hyuk, and interrogated him. How dare you defile this forest like this? Kang Jin-hyuk, who was busy searing 3 patties, heard her voice and thought, the fish has taken the bait. He flashed a cunning smirk, then immediately put on an innocent, annoyed expression, turned around, and shouted, what are you talking about? This isn't meat. It's a vegan patty made from soybeans, okay? Kang Jin-hyuk held the plate of fried soy patties up in front of the elf. He added, if you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk getting closer, the elf frowned and stated firmly, don't try to fool me. It clearly looks exactly like. She trailed off as the delicious, savory aroma of the meat hit her. The orange-haired elf leaned in, sniffing the plate intensely. Her eyes went wide with shock as she exclaimed, huh? No way. It really does smell like soybeans. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the orange-haired elf in front of him. He thought to himself, elves in the trial tower are absolutely obsessed with cooking and music. However, cooking animal meat is considered a blasphemy to them. What if I gave them a chance to eat something that tastes like meat but isn't? Kang Jin-hyuk smirked and held up the plate, saying, do you want to try some? It's one of my signature dishes. Inside, he was 100% certain. They won't be able to resist their curiosity. Sure enough, the orange-haired elf's eyes sparkled as she stared at the succulent, fragrant soy patty. In the very next second, the elf picked up a fork, skewered a huge chunk of the meat, and popped it into her mouth to savor it. Still, this elf was quite suspicious. Before swallowing, she whipped her head toward Kang Jin-hyuk with a skeptical glare and asked, are you sure this isn't meat? Kang Jin-hyuk immediately dropped his face, his entire expression radiating sincerity and conviction as he clenched his fist. He declared, don't you dare insult my love and dedication to cooking. How could I ever use food to deceive or play tricks on anyone? The orange-haired elf still glared at Kang Jin-hyuk with a, I don't really believe you look, but her hand was already swiftly moving another succulent piece to her mouth. After the first bite, her eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help but exclaim, this is so delicious. I could swallow my own tongue. Oh my god, how could anything taste this good? And just as Kang Jin-hyuk predicted, the orange-haired elf dove in and started binge-eating the delicious meal. She polished off every last crumb. After eating her fill, the elf let out a satisfied burp and said, I didn't realize you were such an honored guest. Thank you for introducing such a wonderful dish to us. The orange-haired elf bowed respectfully and introduced herself. I am Sylvia, a sentry of the Elven Forest. I sincerely apologize for my misunderstanding. With meat crumbs still around her mouth, Sylvia asked anxiously, is there anything I can do to make up for my mistake? Kang Jin-hyuk smiled and said, How about you let me visit the elven village? Sylvia gasped in surprise. What? Our village? Before long, both of them had arrived at the main plaza of the elven forest. Kang Jin-hyuk, with a dark, annoyed look on his face, said, I am Kang Jin-hyuk, village chief of the elven forest. Penem sat on his throne and laughed. Welcome, I am Penem, the village chief of this elven forest. Kang Jin-hyuk stood with his hands in his pockets. He looked at the 10 arrows, pointed straight at him and grumbled, But am I really welcome? Just then, a silver-haired elf suddenly shouted, Why would we welcome an outsider? Who knows where a person like you came from? The silver-haired elf raised his bow, aiming an arrow directly at Kang Jin-hyuk's head, threatening, You humans have no right to set foot in this sacred forest. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately used his copy eye to read the information. The silver-haired elf was named Tesla. The condition for copying his skill stated that this person was an extremely proud sentry. To copy a skill from Tesla, who took more pride in his archery than anyone else, one had to successfully land a shot with perfect accuracy. Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself, He's still the same as he always was, extremely wary of humans, even back when we were in the game. Well, it's partly my fault for causing such a scene, Kang Jin-hyuk thought, then cleared his throat and said, I was invited here by Sylvia. Right then, Tesla's arrow whistled through the air, destined to pierce Kang Jin-hyuk's skull, but the arrow was swatted away. With his own skills, Kang Jin-hyuk had easily blocked the arrow. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes flared with rage as he stared at Tesla. He said, Your attitude really needs to be corrected. Then, Kang Jin-hyuk erupted in anger, pointed his sword at Tesla, and demanded, Or should I have brought a gift or something? Tesla couldn't contain his fury either. He pulled his bow, gritting his teeth as he said, For a lowly human, your reaction speed isn't bad, but this next arrow will definitely go straight through your head. Just as the tension between the two reached a breaking point, Sylvia jumped in front of Kang Jin-hyuk and said to Tesla, Lord Tesla, please wait. This person is a guest I invited here to make amends. Tesla was still stubborn, aiming his bow at Kang Jin-hyuk and barking, Shut your mouth. Sylvia, how could you bring an outsider into the village like this? After I deal with this scumbag, it'll be your turn to face judgment. Sylvia hurriedly explained, I didn't just bring him here for no reason. He's an amazing cook. At the mention of this, Sylvia's cheeks flushed pink. She couldn't help but drool, and after wiping it away, she continued, Plus, he can make dishes that we have never tasted before. Hearing this, both village chief Penem and Tesla were stunned. Never tasted before? Tesla, though drool was involuntarily streaming down, struggled to keep his composure, shakily raising his bow as he stuttered, do you think that? Just by saying that, wait, you're actually letting me go? Seriously? Just then, Elder Penem raised his hand and shouted, All right, Tesla. It turns out this gluttonous habit of yours. The whole elf village was like that, and the elder was no exception. His mouth was already watering. He said sternly, There's no need to chase him away just yet. At the very least, we should verify that for ourselves first. Tesla was stunned and cried out, Elder, Elder, but Kang Jin-hyuk grinned to himself, satisfied. The fruits grown in the elf village were truly extraordinary. Their magical energy content was equivalent to that of a magic stone. So, just by eating them, one could boost their own magical energy. On the harvest day of these fruits, the elves would gather to send their thanks to the forest, calling the occasion the Moonlight Festival. And today was exactly that day. All the elves in the village gathered to sing, dance, and, of course, feast. After getting approval from Elder Penem, Kang Jin-hyuk quickly activated his otherworld restaurant. His hands moved swiftly, cooking nonstop. Seeing the rows of fragrant, savory meat dishes being displayed, the elves cheered with joy, unable to hold back as their mouths began to water, creating a giant puddle. After finishing the cooking, Kang Jin-hyuk started laying out the napkins and displaying the succulent pieces of meat on the plates. Kang Jin-hyuk held a big plate of meat in one hand while pointing to the delicious feast behind him with the other. He smiled and said, Everyone, please enjoy. This isn't actually meat, it's plant-based meat made from soybeans. Right after Kang Jin-hyuk's invitation, all the elves began skewering the meat and bringing it to their mouths. The moment they took a bite, everyone's eyes lit up. They couldn't help but shout, Oh my God, this is too good. Just then, Tesla glanced left and right, his hand sneakily reaching out to snatch a piece of meat from the plate to steal it. But no matter how much Tesla groped around, he couldn't find the plate. Startled, he turned around, only to see the plate had already been snatched away. And it was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk held the plate of meat while frowning and scowling. Do you have any self-respect at all, you jerk? You've been targeting me, haven't you? Want to eat? Don't even think about it. Tesla stood there, petrified, mouth agape, then could only tremble in regret, standing in a corner watching everyone chew on the delicious plant-based meat. After finishing the meal, Elder Penham wiped his mouth in satisfaction and said, "The flavor of this dish is truly exceptional." Then, Elder Penham laughed heartily, tossed his napkin aside, and shouted, "Who would have thought an outsider could bring me such great happiness? I have a very good feeling about this year's Moonlight Festival." Elder Penham raised his hands respectfully and proclaimed, "We give our thanks to the Great Mother Forest. The Moonlight Festival is officially open." As soon as Elder Penham finished, the entire elf village cheered excitedly. The elves began bringing out their instruments to play, sing, and dance. They performed a ritual of gratitude, hoping for the blessings of the Great Forest to remain with them forever. Outside the village, those who heard the loud noise coming from within asked each other curiously, "It seems like the elves are hosting something?" The blonde youth replied, "That's right, it's so noisy." The white-haired girl said regretfully, "If they weren't so hostile toward us, we could have run over to see what's going on." The blonde youth retorted impatiently, "Just give up on that thought. You know how bad their attitude is. If we get anywhere near them, they'll go crazy and fire arrows in every direction." But while this guy was talking, his teammates behind were dragged into the bushes by a masked man in black. The blonde youth was still smiling, happily saying, "This isn't even elf territory yet. It's pretty great, isn't it?" But when the blonde guy turned around, he was met with the sight of his teammates lying lifeless in pools of blood. A dozen masked men in black, with bloodshot eyes and murderous intent, were staring at him like he was a small piece of prey. The blonde guy was terrified, his eyes widening as he screamed, "Who are you?" before he could finish. A man in black appeared behind him with a blade against his throat. In a flash, blood sprayed out, ending his life. The group in black, led by Lich Kwang, aggressively shouldered their weapons and said, "Remember, leave no witnesses behind." Returning to the elf village, where the Moonlight Festival was taking place, the elves were holding an archery contest, something every elf was extremely skilled at. Kang Jin-hyuk sat with Elder Penham to watch and laughed, saying, "As the saying goes, fame is not just a name. Elves are truly born with." Kang Jin-hyuk practiced archery. Elder Penham was praised and laughed heartily, replying, "Right? It's so natural that we don't even pay attention to it anymore." Elder Penham suddenly asked, "What do you think about your first time at the Moonlight Festival? It's very rare for a human to participate in our festivals. Our fruits are becoming known to the outside world, and more people are trying to intrude on our territory, which makes us hide even more. But I'm still confident that we elves are second to none when it comes to appreciating food and music, and I know for sure that our kind loves peace more than any other creature." Kang Jin-hyuk smiled and replied, "Elf culture is truly impressive." Suddenly, Tesla's angry voice rang out from behind. "Who do you think you are to judge us?" Kang Jin-hyuk saw that Tesla was coming to provoke him again, so he smirked at Tesla and teased, "What is it? Sulking because I didn't let you eat with us?" That made Tesla twitch and look away. Tesla grumbled and started shouting, "Even if you can cook divinely, at the end of the day, you're just a human. Your existence in this forest is already disgusting." Kang Jin-hyuk immediately flared up and said mockingly, "Your face is even more disgusting, you jerk." Seeing himself being cursed like that, Tesla gritted his teeth and replied, "Tired of living, huh? Human?" That made Elder Penham break out into a cold sweat in fear. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk reached out his hand and pulled an arrow from Tesla's quiver and said, "It's best not to ruin the festive atmosphere. How about this then?" His eyes grew sly. Kang Jin-hyuk cast a sly look at the arrow in his hand and chuckled wickedly. "Let's have an archery contest," he declared, "and the loser has to get lost." Everyone knew archery was Tesla's specialty. That Kang Jin-hyuk dared to challenge him made the fans cackle with delight. "Ha ha, a lowlife like you thinks he can bet against me using archery." Tesla pointed at Kang Jin-hyuk and shouted, "Fine, name your target." Right after Tesla finished, the eyes of every elf in the village lit up. They didn't even care about their food anymore. They all rushed toward Kang Jin-hyuk and Tesla with extreme excitement. Everyone cheered loudly. "Whoa! Archery match! Let's watch! Drop everything! Let's go watch!" At this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk and Tesla stood in the middle of the arena, amidst the cheering of the elf villagers who were mostly rooting for Tesla, yelling, "Go die, Kang Jin-hyuk." Kang Jin-hyuk gave a cold smile, glanced at Tesla, and sneered. "A bit boring, isn't it? No one is cheering for me. Unbelievable." Tesla frowned and replied, "Humph, you're just an outsider. Why on earth would anyone cheer for someone like you?" Kang Jin-hyuk sighed and said, "Then I guess I should bring my own cheerleader, shouldn't I?" Kang Jin-hyuk reached into his inventory and immediately pulled out Goguma. The cute creature squeaked, "Mogi." Once released, Goguma wagged its tail happily and nuzzled into Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk hugged Goguma and said happily, there, that's my adorable pet for you." Tesla watched and whispered to himself, "What a bizarre summon." Tesla called out to Kang Jin-hyuk, pointed at a tree in the distance, and said, "Your cheerleader is cute, sure, but if you're done, shoot first. You just need to hit the target on that tree." Kang Jin-hyuk replied coolly, "Sure thing." Then, Kang Jin-hyuk quickly drew his bow. Without aiming for long, he casually fired, and the arrow pierced the third ring of the target on the tree. Tesla saw this and scoffed. "Ha, not bad for a human, but if you think you can defeat me, you've got a long way to go." With that, Tesla drew his bow, aiming straight at the target. Suddenly, a small black creature darted forward just before Tesla released his shot. Goguma had lunged forward, opening its mouth wide and shrieking. Fear was immediately triggered, and Tesla was struck by the status effect. He fell into a state of panic for 3 seconds. Tesla's face turned pale and dizzy, and before he knew it, the arrow in his hand slipped away. The elf villagers who were eating popcorn and watching the match were also hit by the fear. They were so panicked, they started foaming at the mouth. And the mastermind behind it all, Kang Jin-hyuk, stood to the side, laughing gleefully. In the blink of an eye, all the elves around Kang Jin-hyuk had collapsed to the ground. Tesla trembled as he looked at Kang Jin-hyuk and asked, "What on earth did you just do?" Because of the fear effect, Tesla's arrow also missed its target and landed miserably on the ground. By now, Kang Jin-hyuk had taken off his earplugs and chuckled, "Tisk, tisk." So naive and innocent. Both Kang Jin-hyuk and Goguma wore demonic grins, provoking him. Isn't it normal to do whatever it takes to win? At the same time, Kang Jin-hyuk's copy system notification popped up. Condition met. Tesla heard this and couldn't believe the level of pettiness and shamelessness of Kang Jin-hyuk. Filled with resentment, he thought, "This crazy human." Goguma suddenly sat down and whimpered sulkily, "Mogi." Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk hurriedly knelt on one knee and scolded firmly, "Goguma, be careful. This is very important." It whimpered sulkily again, "Mogi." Kang Jin-hyuk quickly picked Goguma up, frowned, and continued, "Don't ever do that again from now on. Being cute isn't everything, you know?" It didn't seem to pay any attention to his words, focused entirely on biting something. Tesla clutched his head, slowly stood up, and shouted, "Damn human, you brought that dragon out just to act like a coward? Do you have no shame?" Kang Jin-hyuk calmly confirmed, "No, I don't." The system suddenly appeared and gave a notification. "You have obtained absolute swordsmanship." Kang Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes at his opponent, grinned craftily, and said, "Because I'm a dirty human, after all." The system appeared again, displaying the description of the absolute swordsmanship technique. Difficulty, S. Description: increases mastery of bows, arrows, and similar weapons by 90%. After 5 seconds of concentration, accuracy increases to 100%. Tesla clenched his fists and said furiously, "I don't care if you're dirty or not. I will never recognize a victory won this way." Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hand and replied with a bored frown, Fine. Let's just call that a warm-up. If you want, you can shoot again." Holding his bow, Tesla threatened, "If you try to cheat again, I won't let it slide." Kang Jin-hyuk replied, Sure. Tesla sighed slightly and said, "This has dragged on for too long." Just as he raised his bow and prepared to aim, the system appeared and notified, activating absolute swordsmanship. After the system notification, Tesla's arrow was released and hit dead center in the bullseye. The crowd couldn't help but marvel and praise him. "Perfect." Someone else followed up. "Oh, as expected of Lord Tesla." Sylvia puffed out her chest and advised, "Mr. Kang, it's not too late yet. Why don't you beg Lord Tesla for forgiveness?" She continued in a serious tone. "Lord Tesla is the best marksman among us. A human could never beat him at archery." While reaching out and exerting his strength, Kang Jin-hyuk sneered arrogantly. "The best in the elf world, huh? Or even better than that?" The system suddenly appeared and announced, activating ice binding. Right then, near the target, a block of ice suddenly rose from the ground. It then pierced straight through the center of the target, creating a whirlwind that swept away all the targets. The crowd was utterly shocked and screamed, "The target! He blew it away?" Tesla was both shocked and furious when he saw this. He turned to Kang Jin-hyuk and shouted, "You bastard! What are you doing?" He sneered and asked back, "What do you mean?" Then, Kang Jin-hyuk raised his bow and replied with a sly smile. I'm just adjusting the difficulty to match my own ability. The system suddenly appeared and announced, combining Blood Demon Arts and Absolute Swordsmanship, you have obtained Chain Demon Shot. A system notification quickly popped up, introducing the skill. Absolute Swordsmanship, difficulty level, AA. The skill description amplifies accuracy and destructive power of bow techniques to a terrifying degree. By using blackening, a 2.5-second concentration increases accuracy up to 100%, and knowledge of bows, arrows, and similar weapons increases up to 145%. Teslin couldn't help but gape, his eyes widening. He thought to himself, in that single moment, something changed. Just as Kang Jin-hyuk fired the arrow, the system announced, activating Chain Demon Shot. The targets were still spinning wildly, but even so, his arrow easily locked onto the one Teslin had fired earlier, piercing it and shattering it into 2 pieces. Due to the immense power of the arrow, the targets were also smashed into halves. Teslin was so shocked by this sight that his jaw dropped. The crowd was equally stunned by the scene. Someone suddenly shouted, "No way! That target was made of ironwood. There's no way it should have shattered like that." Another person chimed in loudly. He split the arrow Teslin had stuck in the bullseye in 2 and destroyed the target. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at his opponent and asked with a smug grin, "How does it feel to lose to a dirty little human?" Teslin suddenly lowered his bow, answering in disappointment. "I couldn't even preserve a shred of my honor." Turning to leave, he continued, "Since I lost, I will leave this village immediately and never return. As a guard of the elf forest, I, Teslin, always keep my promises." He added, "Though I guess I'm not a guard anymore." A villager called out dejectedly, "Master Teslin!" Kang Jin-hyuk saw this, quickly reached out, and shouted to stop him. "Hey, wait a minute!" He sighed softly and asked, "What's the problem?" "I said I was leaving. Do you two want to mock me even more?" He scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "I understand your whole honor thing, but you know, it's festival season right now. If you just leave like that, it'll really kill the vibe." He smiled and proposed, "So, how about we change the conditions, Teslin?" Hearing that, he turned to look at him, confused. After a moment, not understanding why, he scrunched his face up like someone eating a chili pepper and shouted, "I'd rather leave." 2 people saw something and bit their lips to hold back their laughter. Kang Jin-hyuk folded his arms and chuckled, saying, "Don't be like that. Where I'm from, only the strongest people are allowed to wear that outfit." He continued with a teasing tone, "We call that the industry professional look." It turned out the thing that made Teslin choose to leave rather than stay, and made the 2 villagers hold back their laughter, was the slightly revealing butterfly fairy costume he was wearing. On top of that, he had a ridiculous rabbit bow on his head and a staff that looked like it belonged to cardcaptor Sakura. The red-haired guy suddenly shouted, "Who dares laugh at Master Teslin?" He hadn't even been serious for 2 seconds before he burst out laughing, spitting out his drink, his eyes welling up with tears. Seeing this, Teslin, infuriated, gave the guy a hard kick in the stomach. Benham laughed loudly. "Ha ha, your hobbies are quite sadistic, aren't they?" I didn't think Teslin would accept the condition that calmly. Kang Jin-hyuk glanced at him and asked jokingly, "Is this a bit too much?" Watching Teslin struggle to deal with the guys who were laughing at him, he thought to himself, "Wow, the strongest guard in town is being made into a laughingstock. Maybe I should let him off the hook in a bit." Benham smiled and replied, "No, it's fine. In the end, he needs to taste the bitterness of defeat. I think his obsession with protecting the elf forest is actually holding him back. So, I'm glad we met you." Kang Jin-hyuk glanced at him, smiled, and thought, "This elder is better than I expected." Then, he smirked with a dark intention. "Well, I think I can be a bit more wicked." Then, Benham laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Teach him a lesson. It's not often we get an opportunity like this." Suddenly, someone appeared, panting heavily. The blonde guy ran up and shouted, "Elder!" The elder's face suddenly darkened, his mouth hanging open in horror at whatever he saw. It turned out to be the blonde guy kneeling before him, missing an arm. He asked anxiously, "You are Lucian, one of the guards at the outer perimeter?" "What happened?" Lucian hesitated and replied, "Infiltrators, there are infiltrators." He began to recount the events. A group of masked men suddenly appeared and started swinging their swords at anything in their path. The guards at the outer perimeter couldn't handle them. They are very strong. Even the high-level guards couldn't defeat them. As he said this, he suddenly spat out blood. Sylvia saw this and ran over, worriedly saying, "Master Lucian, you don't need to say any more. Your condition is not good at all." The crowd saw this and shouted in unison. Elder Benham gave a loud order. Prepare for battle. Open the armory. The infiltrators must have surrounded the forest by now. Fight with your lives to protect the Teslan elf forest. Teslan immediately changed his outfit and shouted, "Gather the emergency response troops. High-level guards, with me." While everyone was busy preparing armor and weapons to go to battle, Kang Jin-hyuk stood perfectly still. He suddenly gritted his teeth, and Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed with intensity, looking as if he was extremely angry in the dark forest. A group of youths sprint frantically, struggling to catch their breath. One of them groans, I can't run anymore." The girl leading the pack snaps, "You idiots! What the hell are those AI? Move it!" The guy groans and turns back. He yells at the group chasing them, trying to reason. "Hold on, listen, we're just normal players." The person running beside him goes berserk. He screams, "You morons!" A ninja-clad figure holding a spear streaks past them, followed by a massive explosion that shakes the earth. The group of youths is blown away by the blast. Everyone is bloodied and battered. The ninja leader, Lich Kwang, looks on with dead, emotionless eyes. He tells his army, "Leave no one alive. Everything in this elf forest must be erased." With that, the cold-blooded ninjas begin slaughtering all the villagers. The agonizing screams of the unfortunate victims echo everywhere. The forest reeks of blood. A faint, desperate cry rises. Help! It's hopeless. The poor victim is suddenly impaled by two ninjas, their blades mercilessly driven home. One ninja takes 2 arrows to the chest and gut. The other spots the attacker and immediately reports, "We have incoming hostiles." Before he can finish, an arrow pierces his head. A silver-haired man holding a bow leaps down from a tree. It's Benham. He's stunned. He stares at the tragic scene and mutters, How could they do this?" The other elves land behind him one by one. At his feet, a female elf lies dead, her eyes wide open. Dried tears still streak her face, and her stomach has been brutally torn apart. Benham kneels, his voice heavy with sorrow. Mothers protecting their children slaughtered like this. He cradles the cold body, his eyes dark with rage, his entire body trembling as he whispers, "I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you." Benham chokes out these words to the small form in his arms. The archers beside him bow their heads in silence. Teslan grits his teeth, his blood boiling. He orders sternly, "Listen up. If you find any villagers still alive, evacuate them to the village center immediately. Our main force is there, so it should be safe. And if you spot the enemy, kill them on sight." The other elves' eyes burn with hatred. Their eyes are wet, but they listen in silence. Teslan bellows, his face twisted in fury. "We must take revenge for our fallen kin. In the name of the great mother forest." Everyone nearby shouts in unison, "Understood." Suddenly, a voice rings out from the crowd. "Revenge, you say? Perfect. I've got a plan." Teslan glances over and asks, "A plan?" High up in the branches, the ninja squad moves at blinding speed. A notification pops up. B-16 cleanup squad, 2 members disconnected. A ninja approaches Shuehua to discuss. "Shuehua, I think the elves have started fighting back." She replies calmly, faster than anticipated. Shuehua shouts, "Everyone, listen closely. Our top priority is to eliminate Kang Jin-hyuk." She gloats to her troops. The elf forest is covered in a barrier that jams connections. Kang Jin-hyuk won't be able to call for reinforcements. Shuehua starts an online meeting and gives the order, "Hold the encirclement. Tighten the net toward the center of the village until we find our target." Squad C. Understood. The red-haired captain, Ten Chao, acknowledges the order. One of his hands doesn't forget to crush the head of an unfortunate elf. Squad A. Understood. The white-haired captain, Lich Kwang, replies. As he darts away, he answers, "Shuehua. Calculating our S-rankers, we have 150 elites in total. We'll tighten the perimeter around the forest and close in. Whichever squad finds Kang Jin-hyuk first, keep him busy. The rest of you must get there immediately. Then we attack together." She likens Kang Jin-hyuk to a giant T-Rex being swarmed and attacked by smaller dinosaurs. Shuehua imagines the giant dinosaur being swarmed and torn apart by the smaller ones. She is ecstatic. No matter how strong the target is, he can't take on 3 S-rankers at once. Leaping through the forest, Shuehua revels in the thought, "You will quietly disappear from this world. Just like this Dong Yu Zhonghua guild wants, Kang Jin-hyuk." Suddenly, a pair of hands reaches for her face before she even realizes it. Shuehua's eyes widen in shock. Huh? A brutal, painful strike to her face. Shuehua loses her balance and slips from the branch. A stylish figure flashes past her. Shuehua crashes and rolls onto the ground in complete humiliation. She immediately sits up and strikes a pose. pretending she landed on purpose to cover up the embarrassment. A man in a suit appears. He calmly puts his hands in his pockets, holding the face mask he took from her in the other hand. He speaks with arrogance. I was wondering who the hell was coming. So, it was you. Shuehua rubs her face, looking up at the man. He sneers. Those pathetic little Dung Yu Zhonghua rats crawling around the TV station entrance. So, that was you. Kang Jin-hyuk. He tosses Shuehua's face mask from above, looking down with a defiant expression. He says proudly, I hope you're ready to pay the price for bothering me. Shuehua shakes with rage, laughing helplessly as she laments, Ha! I never imagined that I would be the one to fall into this trap. Tenchao's Squad C marches with high morale. A notification appears. Squad B has located Kang Jin-hyuk. Tenchao stays calm and says, Squad C. Understood. He turns to his subordinates and barks, Move out to Squad B's location, now. Hurry, hurry. Before he can finish, he senses something flying toward him. He glances up. Tenchao swiftly swings his blades with immense power to cut the incoming arrows. But unfortunately, one of his subordinates still gets hit. Teslan and the other elves, their eyes are filled with pure rage. Looking down from high in the branches, Teslan calls out, Where do you think you're going, you outsiders? Your opponents are us. Tenchao's veins bulge, and he growls, Those filthy natives. Over at Squad B's position, a ninja is impaled in the chest and screams in pain. The system keeps announcing, Swordgrave activated. Kang Jin-hyuk moves with eerie sword strikes. He charges forward, his face unmoved, claiming lives with every step. Shuehua screams in a panic, Stay together, spread out. Squad B leaps into the trees, fleeing in total chaos from the monster, Kang Jin-hyuk. The system announces, Ice shackles activated. With a swift spin, Kang Jin-hyuk fired 3 ice arrows, his signature move, sending Suhua scrambling to hide behind a tree. Seeing her subordinates frozen one by one, she broke into a cold sweat and gritted her teeth in terror. He's much stronger than the intel suggested, she thought. If this keeps up, we'll all be dead before the other teams even get here. Her mind raced, frantic for a solution. I have to find a way to stall him, Suhua called out. Kang Jin-hyuk, stop. Kang Jin-hyuk paused and glanced back. Suhua put on a fake, inquisitive smile. I don't know why you're here, but I'm guessing you're after something, aren't you? Kang Jin-hyuk smirked coldly. What business is that of yours? Get over here, so we don't waste any more time. Suhua bluffed. My men are currently tearing everything apart. They're closing in on your position, and while you're here, others are heading straight for the village center, she threatened. Once that village is destroyed, whatever it is you're after will be destroyed along with it. Kang Jin-hyuk bowed his head, his voice dropping low. Destroy the village? Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk acting so stubborn, Suhua thought joyfully. If there really is something he wants in that village, he'll leave right now to protect it. She felt smug, thinking she had bought enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. But contrary to Suhua's assumptions, Kang Jin-hyuk just stood there, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Suhua stared blankly at his bizarre reaction. She screamed, Are you not even concerned if that village gets destroyed? Kang Jin-hyuk smirked and shook his head. No. Of course, I don't want that to happen. I understand what you're actually trying to do. But to me, it's just laughable. Kang Jin-hyuk mocked. Just then, Team A had arrived at the Goblin Village, looking up in sheer panic. They stared at the ruin and destruction. Lich Wang looked up and stammered. What is this? This is impossible. How could she be here? Slender legs and black stockings dangled in the air, accompanied by a cold, sharp voice. Honestly, I couldn't care less what happens to these goblins. Alice von Ataraxia appeared, her face dark with fury. However, you lot dared to stand in the way of my contractor. The system chimed, activating Blood Spear. In the sky, blood coalesced into jagged spears. Alice von Ataraxia declared, That alone is enough reason to slaughter you all. Lich Wang was trembling like a leaf, whimpering, We can't survive this monster. Get lost. Alice von Ataraxia dropped her hand. The blood spears rained down, red as her eyes. Lich Wang stood frozen, unable to react as the spears engulfed him. A massive, deafening explosion rocked the earth. On the other end of the line, Team B's radio crackled. The user you are trying to reach does not exist. Suhua's eyes widened in horror. What? After Ataraxia's bloody purge, every member of Team A had been wiped out by the blood spears. Lich Wang, barely clinging to life, struggled to call the other teams. Reinforcements, Central Village. He slumped over, his final ounce of strength gone. Ataraxia stood high above, cold and beautiful under the moonlight. Sneering. Boring. Not even a shred of excitement. Ataraxia landed softly. Hearing a noise, she cast a glance over. A goblin family was peeking at her. Ataraxia didn't react, maintaining her haughty expression, waiting for them to speak. Sensing they were too terrified to approach, she grew impatient. She asked loftily, "Do goblins know how to brew alcohol?" The family just stared at her blankly. Back at Team B, Suhua stared at the notification. "The user you are trying to reach does not exist." Her heart sank. "Our strongest team wiped out already? That bastard, what did he do?" Suhua looked at Kang Jin-hyuk with pure hatred. She was hiding behind a boulder, while Kang Jin-hyuk approached with overwhelming pressure. Realizing he was getting close, Suhua gave the order, "Everyone, blood magic formation. Activate." Kang Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes, scanning the ninjas surrounding him. Ninja figures burst from the shadows, attacking from all four sides, turning the sky into a steel web. Suhua began weaving her magic. The system notified, activating neurotoxin. She exhaled a strange cloud of black smoke. The system notified Kang Jin-hyuk, "Due to the neurotoxin, you have gained immunity to fear." However, the ninjas were not so lucky. Once the toxin spread, the ninjas who inhaled it changed. Their eyes glowed red like fire, veins bulged on their foreheads, and they descended into madness. Screaming, they lunged at Kang Jin-hyuk like wild beasts. Kang Jin-hyuk remained calm, weaving through their attacks. Kang Jin-hyuk countered with lightning-fast kicks when a ninja tried to strike his head from behind. He dodged with surgical precision and slashed the ninja's chest. "You guys are really insane, aren't you?" To thin out the herd, Kang Jin-hyuk created a thick ice wall, splitting the battlefield. Still, the ninjas kept charging. Kang Jin-hyuk parried their blows with ease. He inflicted heavy casualties. A ring of ice erupted, blasting the ninjas away. Not a single one could get close to him. Seeing her formation easily dismantled, Suhua was furious. She thought anxiously, "Ten Chao, where the hell are you? Get here already!" At Team C, a fierce battle raged between the ninjas and the goblins. Tesland activated sure-hit archery, firing arrows. Ten Chao quickly used his massive blade to deflect the incoming shots. Sylvia activated Forest of Obstacles, and roots erupted from the ground, surging forward. Ten Chao was bound by the vines. Tesland, eyes full of hatred, gritted his teeth and drew his bow at Ten Chao. "I won't let any of you escape." Ten Chao trembled, seeing the threat. "Pay for your sins." Tesland fired 3 arrows at Ten Chao. Ten Chao strained to break free from the vines, activating Defense Aura. Defense increased by 50%. The arrows shattered upon impact. The system chimed with a message from Team B. "Ten Chao, hurry up. Kang Jin-hyuk is here." Ten Chao glanced at the sender's name in shock. "Suhua." Ten Chao sinisterly said, "So that's the plan? You're trying to hold me here?" He was covered in vines, even more tightly than before. With bloodshot eyes, Ten Chao roared, "But you won't succeed." He shattered the vines and broke free, a raging whirlwind swirling around him. Sylvia had to shield herself from the powerful gust. The system announced, "Activating Sword Aura." Ten Chao lunged forward with his blade, and Sylvia watched in terror as it drew closer. She thought she was done for, but a deafening explosion echoed. Dust filled the air, the forest was sliced in half, and a long gash was carved into the ground. Luckily, Tesla had swooped in and grabbed Sylvia just in time. She gasped, "Thank you, Tesla." Tesla looked stunned. Watching Ten Chao unleash such a terrifying move, he sternly warned, "Don't ever let your guard down again, Sylvia." Ten Chao stood alone in the shadows, radiating a dark, eerie aura. His eyes were hollow and filled with madness, and he held 5 massive blades in his hands. Tesla coolly assessed, "This guy is actually pretty strong." In Team B's area, a ninja was sliced in 2 by Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't have a single speck of dust on him as he stepped over the bodies of the ninjas, his sword still dripping with blood. He coldly called out, "Sohua, there's no one left. Why don't you come out?" Sohua, hiding behind a rock, lowered her head in despair. The whole squad is wiped out while the other teams hadn't even arrived to reinforce them yet. She looked up, accepting her fate. "I guess you're right. There's no point in hiding anymore." She stepped out from behind the stone. Kang Jin-hyuk's system panel displayed her information. Name, Sohua. Gender, female. Age, 25. Level, 28. Strength, 16. Agility, 28. Stamina, 25. Magic, 33. Experience, 57. Currently remaining stats, NA, Gold, 51,558. Class, Poison Master. Skills, Level 9. Bone Poison. Level 8. Divine Poison. Level 8. Intermediate Memory. Level 8. Poison Dispersion. The system announced another crucial point. To copy Sohua's skills, you must be a player possessing Kang Jin-hyuk knew she used highly potent toxins. If you can suppress her while you are infected by her poison, you can copy one of her skills. Kang Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth and thought, while infected? That's risky. No wonder the conditions for copying these poison-related skills are so different. It's always such a headache, he muttered. Sohua calmly spoke. I know you're very strong. But she activated her divine poison and lunged forward. Kang Jin-hyuk shouted, if you get hit by my poison, you won't survive either. Her hands exuded a faint green smoke, and she tossed a poison bomb. Kang Jin-hyuk easily dodged it. The bomb hit a tree, which immediately began to corrode and rot. Externally, Kang Jin-hyuk remained stone-faced, but internally he thought, that must hurt. Still, I really want to get at least one of those skills. He repeatedly dodged Sohua's attacks. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Sohua by the neck. Her eyes went wide with shock. As she struggled to break free, Kang Jin-hyuk annoyingly warned her. Sohua jumped, forcing Kang Jin-hyuk to jump as well. Sohua activated her defense. Defense increased by 50%. Kang Jin-hyuk kicked her in the stomach. She thought to herself with a serious expression, with this skill, I should be able to block most physical attacks. But when Kang Jin-hyuk kicked her, the impact was so strong her body felt like it was breaking in two. Sohua was left speechless, her mind filled with confusion. No way I used that skill, so how could the damage be this severe? Kang Jin-hyuk tossed her to the ground like a rag doll. He turned and snapped, I'm trying to think here. Shut your mouth for a second. Sohua still wouldn't give up. I must hold out until Tenchao gets here. She tried to stand, running at Kang Jin-hyuk with another poison bomb in her hand. She encouraged herself. I have to wound him. In the blink of an eye, Kang Jin-hyuk was right in front of her. Her whole body was overcome with fear. You really are deaf, aren't you? Kang Jin-hyuk grumbled, tossing her high into the air. He felt a stinging sensation. Kang Jin-hyuk looked down. A poison needle had pierced his finger. Sohua was exhausted, her whole body trembling, but she couldn't hide the smile in her voice. Kang Jin-hyuk, did you really think I would be stupid enough to just charge in? From inside her mouth, another poison needle was spat out. Sohua playfully said, Gotcha. The system announced, you have been poisoned. The nerves in Kang Jin-hyuk's hand swelled up and turned purple. The system continued to warn, your health is being drained. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at his hand with a dark expression. The system chimed again. You have been infected with 100 divine poison. Kang Jin-hyuk stared in shock at his veiny, discolored arm. Suddenly, a danger signal blared. Your meridians are beginning to sustain damage. Sohua looked at his poisoned arm and triumphantly said, My 100 divine poison will cause your mana to scatter through your meridians, eventually destroying all your internal organs. This type of poison will permeate directly into your mana, meaning creating an antidote is impossible. She burst out laughing. You're done for. A slow, painful death. Kang Jin-hyuk desperately squeezed his wrist to stop the poison from spreading. The system chimed. You have activated. Pressure point technique. Mana recovery speed increased by 30%. He frantically exerted all his strength to squeeze his wrist, and the poison needle popped out. Kang Jin-hyuk laughed, intrigued. An antidote, you say? He looked like a madman, wearing a savage grin as he looked at his opponent. Do I look like I need that? Isn't it enough to just suppress the mana and use brute force? That should do it. Sohua, frustrated, quickly summoned her sword to defend herself, gritting her teeth and muttering, Damn it, looks like I can't escape death. Saying that, Kang Jin-hyuk dashed toward her with incredible speed. A powerful, decisive blow slammed straight into Sohua's cheek, causing her to spit out blood. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Mountain Heaven's sword aura has been activated. In the distance, a hooded man in black ran toward them like a madman. Sohua, on her end, was struggling to dodge Kang Jin-hyuk's relentless attacks. Just then, a flash of white light streaked past. Jin-hyuk managed to block all the attacks for Sohua just in time. She collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The hooded man in black screamed in a panic. Kang Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, he smugly swung his sword, intending to deal a lethal blow to his opponent. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes just as Kang Jin-hyuk's system displayed a notification that the Heavenly Mountain Sword Chi had been activated. Suddenly, a figure in black lunged out at him. A blast rocked the area, the surrounding trees toppling from the shockwave of the battle. The man in black stood firm, shielding Sua. He spoke softly. "Are you all right, Sua? Can you still stand?" The man was known as Teslan, a male, 35 years old, level 29, strength 31, agility 24, stamina 25, and mana 33. He had 55 key points. His current stats were hidden, but he had 17,463 points. His class was Commander, and his skills included level 10, Heavenly Mountain Sword Chi. He also possessed level 9 Amplification Technique, level 9 Blood Hand Soul Art, level 8 Heavenly Mountain Footwork, and level 7 Exterminate. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the person in front of him in shock, thinking, "This guy is here? Does that mean the Tesla team has been defeated?" Just then, the system displayed a notification. Copy condition. Ten Chao often uses the friendship persona to launch counterattacks against enemies. To keep her safe, if you can suppress Ten Chao without sustaining any injuries, you can choose to copy one of his skills. Kang Jin-hyuk glanced at his opponent, thinking, "I don't need that mountain sword chi. It's just a weaker version of my soul-chasing sword technique. But that root and branch skill might actually come in handy." Jin-hyuk suddenly sniffed the air, curious. "Wait, what the hell is this system anyway? How does it even know what people are feeling? This is terrifying." Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Jin-hyuk began to hallucinate. His head was spinning. Noticing something was wrong with his opponent, Ten Chao hurriedly helped his companion up and patted her back. "It looks like something happened to him. This is our chance. Wake up, Shuehua. We're running out of time," he whispered to the others. "How is it, Ten Chao?" She replied in a weak voice. "I think we're the only ones left alive." Shuehua smiled bitterly and said, "Then listen carefully. After trading a few blows with him, I realized one thing." She clutched her injured arm, glancing toward Jin-hyuk. "I can say for sure, even if Lee Ki-kwang came here personally, he wouldn't be able to defeat him." Ten Chao asked fearfully, "Is he that strong?" Shuehua nodded in agreement. "Anyway, the mission has already failed. There's no point in going back." With that, she reached out and pulled down Ten Chao's mask. She whispered, "The only thing we can do now is to fight until the end for this mission." As soon as she finished speaking, Shuehua leaned in and gave Ten Chao a passionate kiss. He opened his eyes wide in shock, staring at the woman before him. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk was still struggling to break free from the hallucinations. As his vision cleared, he looked at the mushy scene in front of him with a look of pure disgust. "What the hell? What are you two doing?" Looking at that is annoying. After a long while, Shuehua broke the kiss, her mouth exhaling a black, energetic mist. Ten Chao did the same. His mouth was also filled with that toxic mist. The system chimed again, activating neural toxin infection. Thanks to the effects of the neural toxin, you have achieved immunity to fear. Thanks to that steamy kiss, Ten Chao seemed to gain 100% more power, crazily charging toward Kang Jin-hyuk. He laughed wildly, as if he had no regrets about dying. Kang Jin-hyuk finally lowered his voice, drew his weapon, and smirked coldly. "Looks like you two are getting serious, huh? Well, I guess I'll get serious too." At the same time, the system displayed, "Sword Tomb activated. Your sword sense has increased by 500%. Ten Chao and Shuehua charged forward together. Ten Chao yelled excitedly, "Let's do this!" Shuehua wielded her Great Mountain Sword, second form. The first great slash was aimed straight at Kang Jin-hyuk. Shuehua wasn't far behind. She gripped her Poison Serpent sword tightly and lunged, shouting, "Let's finish this with a grand finale." Kang Jin-hyuk combined his dual swords and summoned his ultimate technique, Soul-Chasing Sword Technique, 8th form, Black Spirit Body. By now, the signal jamming barrier had been dismantled. Ten Chao's Great Mountain Sword, 2nd form, was sliced in two. He collapsed, covered in blood, crawling along the ground. Ten Chao struggled to reach out his bloodied hands, clawing at the air for a long moment, before finally running out of strength. Kang Jin-hyuk's system chimed. Copied 100 God Poison, and Root and Branch. 100 God Poison difficulty, AA. Description: you can mix 1,000 types of poison together. Your knowledge of poisons has increased significantly. Additionally, you will be equipped with poison resistance. 100 Poison's ultimate technique, Root and Branch. Difficulty, BB. Description: if a specific target is within a radius of 10 kilometers around you, the target will appear on a map. You can view and predict the target's movement trajectory. The copied skills were being recorded into the memory of the world. Jin-hyuk looked contentedly at his completely healed palm. He smirked slightly and turned his back, leaving the two opponents lying defeated on the ground. I knew it. The 8th form is not easy to use. My muscle pain tomorrow is definitely going to be something else. Ten Chao and Shuehua, covered in blood, struggled to reach out and hold each other's hands. Jin-hyuk's silhouette faded into the distance, leaving only the sound of his voice. Now, how should I deal with this Chinese guild? Ten Chao reached out, touched Xuehua's hand, and slumped over. In his final moments, he still tried to hold on to the girl he loved. It was a beautiful love, but it's a pity they chose the wrong faction to be loyal to, and that was the end of the Zhongwu Guild's campaign against me. After the battle, 14 goblin forests were burned down, and the goblin species suffered heavy casualties. Teslan was seriously injured after losing the fight against Ten Chao, but thanks to Sylvia, he managed to keep his life. Teslan wheezed. "Thank you so much for stopping the attack." Kang Jin-hyuk replied with a smirk. "Enough with the dramatics. Just rest." After the battle, Elder Fenahim must have been shocked, as they only saw him giving orders, but never saw his shadow anywhere. After winning, Alice became an idol to the goblin children. Suddenly, for some reason, drinking wine became a new cultural trend. As for me, the root cause of all this, I couldn't care less about those trivial things. All Kang Jin-hyuk cared about was protecting his territory. After the war, Jin-hyuk returned to focus on training and learned how to reopen the barrier. After many attempts, the 8-star Grand Army Defense Barrier was finally activated. It wasn't just one. Kang Jin-hyuk performed several other ultimate techniques simultaneously. The system sounded continuous notifications. 3-star Barrier Decimation activated. 3-star Mystical Gate Maneuver activated. He looked coldly at the barrier circles he had just opened. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. From now on, those Chinese guys won't be able to invade this place so easily." With that, he turned and headed home, his tone slightly irritable. "I hate it when people touch my stuff." And, on another note, at the Zonghua Guild headquarters, during a post-battle meeting, a staff member reported that their 150-man strike force, which included 3 S-rank powerhouses, had been completely wiped out. The Zonghua Guild's vice president, S-rank player Liu Ziyu, heard this and gritted his teeth in frustration. He wearily clutched his head and roared in a raspy voice, "Tell me, is that Kang Jin-hyuk really that strong?" One of the subordinates boldly replied, "Sir, both Li Keqiang and Su Hua had over 10,000 combat points, but even so, they could only be considered upper mid-tier." Among the players in our guild, another person seriously analyzed the situation. Because the player association's ranking system is still not perfect, anyone with over 10,000 combat points is automatically classified as S rank. She added softly, "Just because Kang Jin-hyuk is ranked as an S rank, it doesn't mean we should treat him as equal to all other S ranks." Then, A Hyung-cho spoke up. "Why don't we just send an assassin with over 20,000 combat points from a certain guild to take him out?" A bald man wearing glasses retorted, "Send an assassin to kill a foreign S-rank powerhouse? Are you crazy? What if that's considered an act of war? What would you do then? So what? Are you all scared of going to war?" "I'm not scared. I mean, it wouldn't bring us any benefits." The two began to argue heatedly. Liu Ziyu sat there blankly, terrified. Damn it, surely Lord Namgong-chun won't sit idly by. After hearing this news, he might tear me to shreds. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Liu Ziyu's train of thought. "You still don't understand your current situation, do you?" An old man with a long beard walked in. He was a resident of the 21st floor of the Murim world, Grand Elder Moi Ong-su. Upon seeing the old man, everyone immediately said in unison, "Lord Moi Ong-su." Everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. The elder sat down slowly and said, "Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy is the foundation of battle strategy. At this point, if you don't even know that basic fact, it's clear as day that you will lose again next time." Liu Ziyu, standing beside him, bowed his head submissively. "Please forgive us, Grand Elder." The old man lowered his voice and continued, "Leave the task of dealing with Kang Jin-hyuk to us. I will go there myself to talk to Nam Gong-hyun-chun." Liu Ziyu responded with a bit of fear, "But how could we dare to trouble the Grand Elder personally?" Moi Ong-su angrily cut him off. "Enough!" He glared at Liu Ziyu and shouted, "Do you still not understand? None of you are capable of handling that guy." The technique he used in the final seconds of the footage sent to us was definitely the 8th form of the soul-chasing sword technique. The elder raised his voice, adding, "Even in the Murim, few people know of the soul-chasing sword technique, yet an outsider has learned up to the 8th form." His eyes darkened, filled with resentment, and he muttered, "It seems we might still have a chance." In the forest, everyone was focused on their work. Some were carrying firewood, others were selecting trees. Suddenly, something appeared that made a few people stop what they were doing. A young man gasped, tears quickly welling up in his eyes. Gradually, the others also gathered together. Some were excited and thrilled, but most were so surprised they couldn't find the words to speak. And the thing that caused such a reaction was the arrival of Benham. Although he smiled kindly as a greeting, he couldn't hide the wrinkles and exhaustion on his face, clearly visible from months of battle. The villagers shouted to alert each other, "Chief Benham is here, follow the chief." Several people accompanied the chief. Returning to a familiar hideout, Benham couldn't suppress his emotions. He stepped onto the podium with firm, light steps. When Benham stood on the podium, he looked down at all the people who trusted him. They had quickly moved and paused all their work to come here, hoping to see and hear Benham speak. He began, "Because of this raid, we have suffered many great losses, and although the soldiers fought to the death, many of our fellow countrymen have fallen. As a leader, the chief was well aware that the morale of the people had a crucial impact on the success or failure of any endeavor. Thus, Benham chose to face the bleeding pain honestly. The next moment, with many beloved faces still carrying heavy pain. Looking up, Benham continued his speech. Even so, we must let go of this past and move forward into the future to rebuild the great forest, so that the children of the mother forest can thrive once again. Benham raised his voice, showing his determination. He raised a jar of wine high and proclaimed, "Therefore, let the Moonlight Festival continue. We will hold a feast to remember those who have passed away, to wash away all the current sorrows." Responding to the call to live for the present and the future, the villagers really held a feast that very day. Everyone raised their glasses to toast, to good things, and to remember those who had fallen. By the large bonfire that stood taller than a man, they gathered together, all chanting in unison. "For those like Kang Jin-hyuk who have returned to the arms of the mother forest. For our Kang Jin-hyuk." Meanwhile, someone was busy cooking, serving the great feast with extreme proficiency. That person was activating the World Boundary Restaurant. It was just cooking, but Kang Jin-hyuk displayed an incredibly passionate expression. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was obsessed with this work. He focused on the food, every movement very skillful. Sylvia and Benham were nearby, watching Kang Jin-hyuk's cooking process without blinking for even a second. Sylvia clicked her tongue. Who would have guessed that an outsider we happened to meet in the forest would help us so much? Benham smiled kindly, agreeing with her. Indeed, that is true. Kang Jin-hyuk wore a playful smile as he handed plates of food to everyone. He joked, "Don't you dare waste even a single bite." The child, with tired, dark-circled eyes, received the food and still obediently smiled, not forgetting to thank him. "Yes, thank you." Turning to another table, he happily brought over a plate of luxurious food. But then, Kang Jin-hyuk caught sight of a little boy who was listlessly stirring his food without eating a single bite. His face was full of sorrow. He realized that a race known for being gluttonous could actually lose their appetite. It seemed they had just gone through too much. Suddenly, a pair of legs wearing purple high heels and fishnet stockings landed on the ground with a thud, catching the eyes of Kang Jin-hyuk and those nearby. 1 second, everyone was sad. The next second, everyone started breaking out in a cold sweat. Suwa stood there with eyes wide and mouth agape, stammering, unable to even say the name of the person who had appeared. Teslin, with his muscular build, was wearing an outfit that could only be described as hideous. Kang Jin-hyuk stared at the pair of rabbit ears on his head, the large butterfly wings attached to his back, and the skin-tight outfit. Yet, above that, he still had that same masculine, angular face. Finally, someone gasped. "Lord Teslin." Of course, Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't surprised at all. He teasingly remarked, Oh, you must really love that outfit, huh? You're still wearing it even now, Teslin." Teslin's eyes widened, his cheeks puffed up, and he turned red, arguing, "I do not." Blink fast. Teslin did a complete turn in attitude. He became composed, tossing a fruit into the air, and began to explain, "I have always believed that any outsider was a threat to our forest. That everyone who came here only wanted to invade the forest to plunder these mana-filled fruits." He closed his eyes, remembering the moment of his own helplessness. Having fallen to his knees, unable to do a thing, Teslin continued, "But in truth, the recent raid by those outsiders was nothing more than a massacre. And I was certainly not the one who successfully stopped that massacre." He looked straight into the eyes of the person wearing the apron standing across from him and gently admitted, "It was you who did that." Teslin crossed his tiny, tacky-looking staff over his shoulder, performed a formal royal bow, and said solemnly, "While it is true I am wearing this because I lost a bet, from this moment on, I will continue to wear it as a testament to my pride and my promise to you, Kang." Kang Jin-hyuk crossed his arms, feeling annoyed. If he actually wants to wear it, then this isn't even fun anymore. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter broke the solemn atmosphere. Teslin felt like crawling into a hole, his face turning bright red as he gritted his teeth, threatening, "Who dares to mock me? But before he could finish his sentence, Alice von Ataraxia burst into uncontrollable laughter. She pointed at Teslin, mocking him. "What on earth are you wearing? I've lived this long, and I've never seen an outfit stupider than that." Hearing those words, Teslin was, of course, both furious and embarrassed. He just stood there in the same pose, gritting his teeth as he endured the waves of laughter Alice hurled at him. She wouldn't let him off, rolling on the ground with laughter. Turns out, elves have a side job as comedians? I never knew that. Even the people nearby who had been feeling dejected started to look up at the person laughing so freely. The child who had shown no energy earlier suddenly let out a giggle. The laughter came naturally, like a person dying of thirst finally finding water. At the corners of their eyes, salty tears were ready to fall. Thanks to that, a whole group of people started holding their bellies, laughing until they cried. Even Sylvia and Teslin couldn't help but smile, gently wiping away their own tears. Their pain was truly soothed and understood to some extent. Perhaps the party had finally truly begun. Seeing everyone freely express their emotions, Kang Jin-hyuk felt more at ease himself. He gave a relieved smile. Behind him, the village chief suddenly spoke. "Kang Jin-hyuk, could we have a word?" Night had fallen. The village chief took Kang Jin-hyuk to a place quite separate from the others, discreet, secret, and absolutely deserted. Before them stood a sturdy structure encased by ancient trees. Massive roots wrapped around the house as if protecting it absolutely. Benham reached out to touch the gate. A blue light radiated from his hand. Immediately, the gate acknowledged the command. Identity confirmed. Security barrier level 2 unlocked. They entered. Kang Jin-hyuk observed his surroundings. It was very archaic, with tree roots everywhere. Continued. Kang Jin-hyuk observed his surroundings. It was very archaic, with tree roots everywhere. Benham smiled and introduced. "This is the ancient treasury, where all our village's treasures are kept. Unless I permit it, no one is allowed to enter." Hearing that, and after the village chief's flowery introduction, he smirked to himself. Oh, I didn't expect that. Seeing this is quite interesting." Suddenly, the village chief raised a harp with reverence and approached him. He smiled kindly and handed the harp to him, saying, "This is an instrument we call dakaton. Just playing it alone will increase the effects of the skills you wield." Then, Benham bowed respectfully, offering it to Kang Jin-hyuk. The village chief said, "It is a symbol of our gratitude for you saving this forest. We will never forget you." Without a hint of hesitation for the man's feelings, Kang Jin-hyuk flatly refused. "I'm not really interested in a harp. If you really want to give me a gift," he smirked slyly and pointed elsewhere. "How about giving me that instead?" Kang Jin-hyuk's finger pointed toward the items he wanted to get his hands on, a broadsword and something that looked like a bow, both of which were being very well preserved. Benham held the rejected Dekatan harp and said, "Ah, you want the mana bone, and the fang bone of Pentagrid?" The village chief took the opportunity to summarize the history of these items for the benefactor beside him. "These items have been passed down through the tribe since the time of our ancestors. My ancestors received them after healing a deity." Finishing his sentence, he sighed and tossed the harp to Kang Jin-hyuk, as if he had accepted the gift, explaining wearily, "I would love to give them to you, but even as the village chief, I don't have the authority to give them away." Though he didn't like the Dekatan, it was a gift, so naturally, he had to show respect. While he was hugging the harp and obsessively admiring the other two treasures, Benham suddenly revealed, "But according to the prophecy, there will come a time when they find their true master." Kang Jin-hyuk replied pensively, Is that so?" However, hidden beneath his deep gaze were a few small schemes. He clicked his tongue. "I didn't know they were kept here. What a pity." The village chief of the forest maintained his expression. Yu Junhua, already satisfied that she had pleased the talented young man beside her, relaxed and returned to the festival. Alice was still loudly raising her glass. "Cheers, everyone. Fill your cups. I really love this forest of yours." Her face red as a ripe tomato. Her eyes struggled to stay open. She was clearly tipsy. While everyone was distracted by the alcohol and Alice's humor and her carefree nature, someone grabbed a purple vial, its purpose unknown, and approached the wine jar. Alice kept on rambling. She laughed loudly, boldly declaring, "If I ever take over this forest, I'll be sure to let you all live." Her voice stretched and trailed off at times. It was like a festive melody, and the residents were all too happy to join in, raising their glasses and cheering for the village's savior. Thanks to Alice, Kang Jin-hyuk was able to pour the thick purple liquid into the barrel without ever alerting the AI. Not a single AI suspected a thing about the wine they were drinking. They just kept refilling their glasses, over and over, while he calmly chose a corner to observe the crowd. Though he held a cup in his hand, he wasn't about to drink it. But from his vantage point, peering through the throngs of dancing people, he saw Braham. He was smiling toward him. He could see the village chief clearly, gesturing as if offering a drink, his face still holding that same gentle, inscrutable smile. He raised his glass and downed it in one go. To play along, Kang Jin-hyuk raised his own, but he felt a sense of weary confusion. What's going on? Sensing the time was ripe, Kang Jin-hyuk set his drink on the table. He decided to grab the two items and beat a hasty retreat. He made his way to the ancient vault, guided by his memory. Kang Jin-hyuk muttered to himself, "The defensive barrier here, it looks like it's a 2-star. Following Bram's example, he lightly placed his hand on the door, but strangely, no blue light appeared. Nothing happened. A bit wary, Kang Jin-hyuk stepped back, wondering there was no barrier. Every single person at the banquet had passed out cold, completely oblivious to the world. Alice had fallen asleep with her unfinished drink, and Bram's ring instantly summoned her sealed soul back. She was pulled neatly into the pendant hanging on Kang Jin-hyuk's chest. He quickly swiped the magic bone and the fang bone of Pentagrid, grinning triumphantly. He added under his breath, "Thanks for the gift, village chief." Bram was busy sleeping, drooling down his chin. Even then, that gentle smile remained. At the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, in the Church of Hatred, the atmosphere was grim, with thick fog enshrouding the towering, dark church. Behind its heavily fortified gates, a large conference was taking place. On the podium, Lancelot, "We can't let the Nameless One reach the 10th floor. If we do, we'll miss out on all the sacred items limited to the 10 days after the floor opens." He gritted his teeth, resting his chin on his hand, looking visibly exhausted and annoyed. Dealing with Kang Jin-hyuk was exhausting enough, and now this Kang Jin-hyuk one too? It's hard to believe that just 2 people could ruin everything like this. In the seats below, a girl with orange hair stood up, looking a bit wary. Lancelot stopped the discussion and asked immediately, "Melina, where do you think you're going?" She didn't even turn back, replying curtly, "To clear my head." As she walked out the door past the 2 guards, Melina, she cursed those idiots internally. They couldn't even guess that Kang Jin-hyuk was the Kang Jin-hyuk one. She felt irritated, the handprint still clearly visible on her face, and she couldn't help but feel helpless. Melina had to hold back. Just thinking about it made the brand on her skin burn like fire. If that were ever exposed, she'd be dead for sure. Movement ahead quickly caught her wary eyes. 2 figures in black cloaks appeared in the blink of an eye. Even though their faces were hidden, they radiated an unusual, confident demeanor. Unafraid, they kept advancing. Melina ordered, "Halt," and quickly tightened her grip on her dagger. With 2 guards standing behind her to block the church entrance, Melina frowned and asked, "Who are you? And how dare you enter here?" 2 blood-red eyes locked onto Melina. They broke into a cruel, calculating grin. The 2 hooded figures only revealed those grins. Then a large bloodstain was carved onto the main door, followed by a miserable scream. They struck, and with their overwhelming sword skills and strength, the 3 guards protecting the Church of Hatred were certainly no match. The 2 guards had completely collapsed into a pool of blood. Melina tried to step back, avoiding further injury, though the chance of escape was slim. One of them removed his hood, revealing platinum hair. It was Leota Bertian. He calmly tasted the blood still lingering on his blade, revealing 2 sharp fangs. A second later, he frowned. He spat out the bit of blood he had just tasted, mixed with saliva, and muttered dismissively, "Their blood tastes as cheap as their lives." The girl with him didn't care at all about Melina, who was writhing in agony just inches away. She teased her partner, "You should really break that habit of eating everything you see. It's hard to find humans with tasty blood." Bruised all over, her arm wounded and bleeding profusely, Melina panicked. "Those bastards are too fast. I can't keep up with their moves at all. What on earth are they?" Her eyes widened to their limit, revealing utter confusion and dread in their depths. Like a deer exhausted by a pack of tigers, left with only helplessness and fear, Leota Bertian grinned wickedly, pointed his sword straight at Melina, and mocked, "Well then, let's see how her blood tastes." However, a plume of thick black smoke appeared, successfully grabbing his attention. For a moment, Leota Bertian followed the smoke to his side. Right after that, a dark figure emerged alongside the smoke, standing between Melina and the other 2. Melina was moved to tears and stammered out his name. Lancelot maintained an incredibly polished demeanor. Lancelot bowed politely to them before he spoke. "Please forgive my appearance, O noble nobles of the night. How may I be of service to you?" The girl finally looked satisfied and smiled brightly. She took off her hood. Those crimson eyes and that oppressive aura could not be mistaken. Ophelia mocked, "Finally, someone who understands." It had been 90 days since the 6th floor, the elf forest, was opened. In that massive tower, the number 7 appeared. Kang Jin-hyuk had finally unlocked the 7th floor automatically. Because of that, people everywhere were stirring, making small moves to prepare for the next step of their plans. Sitting in the school stadium, watching, the world shifting before her eyes in different forms, Lee Yuri felt a bit contemplative. With a lollipop in her mouth and a distant look in her eyes, she sighed. There's only 1 year left. I have to at least graduate by then. But I'm afraid that by the time that happens, this world will already be doomed. Suddenly, a notification board gradually appeared right before her eyes, shifting her attention toward it, a bit confused. It was very concise. It was sent to her. A message as follows. The highly anticipated shareholders meeting of the veteran group is about to begin. All shareholders are requested to gather at Moonlight Lake, on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials, today at 1400 hours. If you are absent or late, we will send someone to come find you. As soon as the final announcement ended, she was so devastated that she dropped the candy from her mouth. She clutched her head, stopped caring about anything else, and just stood in the middle of the schoolyard, screaming bitterly. Will you stop bossing people around, you piece of trash, Kang Jin-hyuk? Meanwhile, on the 1st floor of the trial tower, Moon Lake, a peaceful scene unfolded with the moon, trees, mountains, hills, and a calm stream flowing by. In the profound silence, Kang Jin-hyuk was already sitting on a flat rock by the lake, waiting. Seeing his colleagues approach, he smiled brightly and said, "Everyone is right on time." 4 gloomy and exhausted faces stared back at him. Lee Yuri spoke up first. "We've been up all night making those chess pieces for you. Can you let us off the hook?" Min Jung-gu chimed in. "She's right. Put an end to this child and elder abuse immediately." Kang Jin-hyuk calmly replied to the complaints. "If you want to take a break, you're free to quit." The group's eyes lit up like stars. They excitedly asked, "Are you serious? I want to quit." "Me too," he responded. "Sure thing." A second later, acting mysterious, Kang Jin-hyuk stroked his chin while holding a sharp knife and said, "However, if you happen to die halfway through, by law, you'll have to pay compensation. Can I have your account information, please?" Realizing what he meant, everyone immediately changed their attitude. Min Jung-gu stood straight and said seriously, "What are you talking about? In this day and age, it's hard to find a job. We are truly grateful that you hired us." Next to him, Lee Yuri was even more enthusiastic. She smiled brightly and made a heart sign directed at him. Job hunting is, of course, a top priority. And so, the atmosphere returned to the quiet state it was in at the beginning. Kang Jin-hyuk concluded, "In that case, it seems no one wants to quit. Let's get straight to the point." As more people arrived, Kang Jin-hyuk sat in the middle and said leisurely, "We'll go around and do a quick introduction first, then each of you will report on what has happened during this time." With that, he clapped his hands. "Start." One by one, they stepped up to introduce themselves according to their unique personalities. First was Kim Hyung with his signature sunglasses. He struck a pose. "Greetings. I am Kim Hyung, chairman of the Black Crow Guild." Looking a bit more shy and lethargic, Hana introduced herself. "I am Park Hana, specializing in running errands for Kang Jin-hyuk." Kim Hyung quickly reported the intelligence. "I just received word that the 2nd squad of the Dangun Guild has just entered the 7th floor. According to the source, they seem to be looking for some kind of feather. On the 7th floor of the trial tower, the tundra, wind and snow blew relentlessly. The whole sky was white and freezing cold. In this extreme weather, the mechanics of this floor dictate that you only need to survive the journey from the starting point to the finish line to unlock the next level. However, the 7th floor is notorious for requiring a lot of time and effort in preparation due to the harsh nature of the local ecosystem. Thus, it's no surprise that a series of graves have sprung up like mushrooms along the way. The number of people who couldn't endure it kept increasing. Processing the information, Kang Jin-hyuk quickly identified. A feather? It must be the phoenix feather. Well, having the blessing of fire will be a huge advantage when crossing this floor. Park Hana smiled. She happily reported, "Chun Du-sung has fully recovered and has been discharged from the hospital. Also, he asked me to pass a message to you. He will definitely kill you." Kang Jin-hyuk laughed comfortably. Sounds like he really has recovered. The next person was quite impressive, wearing a blue Japanese traditional outfit. The man bowed low to the ground in an ancient greeting. Raising his head with a bright, excited face, he introduced himself. "I am Takeshi of the Samurai Guild. It is an honor to meet you again." Kang Jin-hyuk nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, Takeshi carefully presented a sword, bowing respectfully. I have stolen what you needed from the Medusa temple. I bet those people there are going crazy, screaming when they see their national treasure gone. Looking at the sword, Kang Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue. Oh, good job. Well done. Holding the heaven-piercing sword in his hand, Kang Jin-hyuk examined it closer, thinking to himself, it looks pretty ordinary. Well, even though I have the bone fang now, I don't really need this, but maybe I can trade it for something later. Kang Jin-hyuk gestured, signaling for the next person. A girl with purple hair and big, round purple eyes appeared. The calm energy she brought was very distinct. She gently said, "Greetings, everyone. I am Andrea, in charge of managing the 5th floor." A second later, she excitedly continued, "The management system on the 5th floor has been completely established. Although there are currently almost no players reaching the 5th floor, I have still reinforced the guards there as a precaution." Lee Yuri and the group that wanted to quit earlier felt quite confused. Something seemed off, she commented. Wait a second. In charge of managing the 5th floor? What does that mean? Kang Jin-hyuk walked over to Andrea. He looked at her with trust, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, "Andrea is the boss monster of the 5th floor. Managing an entire floor must be tiring, right? You've done a great job." Receiving the praise, Andrea just nodded gently as a thank you. The Lee Yuri group finally realized, boss monster? Immediately the whole group was terrified and screamed loudly, "Why is there a boss here? You, what have you done?" The group ran in all directions. Andrea was still smiling kindly. Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself, Andrea has truly matured a lot. Is it thanks to her tutoring with Alice? He rotated his index finger in the air and said to everyone, "There's nothing to be afraid of." Next he directed his attention to the orange-haired girl who was standing with her arms crossed, looking annoyed. Introducing Melina from the Devil's Union. The Yuri group hadn't recovered from their shock before they were stunned again, mouths agape. The Devil's Union? Kang Jin-hyuk looked at Melina, who still hadn't made a move. He urged, "Don't stall, report already." Melina got annoyed and replied, I know. Just recently, a very serious matter occurred." Immediately, Kang Jin-hyuk focused intently as she continued. "An organization from a higher floor contacted us." He asked, "A higher floor?" Recalling that moment, the long, white, slender fingers of Ophelia pointed to the gem embedded in the middle of her outfit, near her collar. "A special mark," she said proudly. "We are a branch of the Dekesu family. Thor Amulam Leota Bertine," she continued. "As long as you shake hands with us, we will give you anything you want. I heard you need a holy relic from the 11th floor, right?" Lancelot didn't agree immediately. He rubbed his chin and said, "How interesting. So, what do you want from us?" Leota Burton sneered. "A prisoner that we had locked up in a first-floor ruin just escaped." Ophelia finalized the condition. "You just need to help us catch that fugitive, and that's all." It was impossible not to be suspicious. Melina frowned. "An escaped prisoner?" Following that train of thought, Kang Jin-hyuk asked, "And in return, they will give you the Apostle's bracelet from the 11th floor?" Melina admitted that the item was something the high ranks had always desperately wanted. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to glow. The ring shook violently, as if trying to break free. Kang Jin-hyuk felt confused. Why was Alice reacting like this? In the blink of an eye, a massive impact occurred. A nearby stone pillar exploded into pieces. Alice was seething with rage, her eyes glaring, teeth clenched tight. She hissed, "Those bastards, those are some of the very bastards who betrayed me." Alice had practically turned into a bloodthirsty beast, baring her fangs. She screamed, "I will definitely find them and tear every single one of them apart." She immediately turned to look at Kang Jin-hyuk beside her, eagerly saying, "That's right. Weren't you the one who promised me that you would take revenge for me?" She kept rambling. "This is our chance, right? You'll help me, won't you? Won't you?" Faced with her excitement, he lowered his gaze, his heart heavy with thoughts. He spoke gently. "The promise to take revenge on those who betrayed you, I will certainly keep it, no matter the cost. You don't need to worry." He paused for a few seconds and continued. "However, for now, we still need to proceed with extreme caution." Hearing this, the corners of Alice's mouth could no longer hold their smile. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly explained, "I don't have enough mana yet to fully restore your power. If we reveal ourselves to them now, we'll be the ones in danger, and you'll also have to restrict yourself from leaving the necklace in the coming time." She immediately bristled, ready to argue back, but Kang Jin-hyuk cut her off with a firm, confident smile. "Alice, trust me." Understanding the intent, Alice didn't bicker anymore. She lowered her head, looking dejected. Kang Jin-hyuk stepped closer to coax her. He said tenderly, "The chicken leg today. Fine, you can have it all." Looking up at the distant full moon, he thought to himself, finally got her to calm down, but regardless, I should prepare in advance. Now, at the 7th floor of the Challenge Tower, the frozen tundra, the blizzard was still raging everywhere, a vast, blinding landscape of white. Someone spoke up. So, the eastern sea route is blocked too. A group of people was helping each other overcome obstacles. Someone replied, yes, there are too many icebergs submerged underwater. We can't pass through there. Another added, the low temperature and high humidity make it impossible to light a fire. This army was well equipped, but it seemed some were beginning to collapse from exhaustion. Those in front shouted to encourage those behind. Another person continued to report. Furthermore, the support line is also completely covered due to the blizzard. The captain of the 2nd platoon of the Dangun Guild, Kang Un-sok, was grinding his teeth in frustration inside the tent. The sentry continued. If things keep going like this, it's not looking good, sir. Kang Un-sok flew into a rage. He turned and lashed out at the soldier. Stop complaining. Think of a solution. This time, we absolutely must clear the 7th floor, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside to report. Captain, come take a look at this. Before the tent, a firm footprint had appeared in the blizzard. Kang Un-sok hesitated. Who was this? Standing before him was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk, with eyes burning with determination. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk show up uninvited, Kang Un-sok sneered. Player Kang Jin-hyuk, what wind blew you here? In the swirling white snow, Kang Jin-hyuk walked forward, calmly speaking. I'm here to clear this floor. Of course. Standing in the freezing air, he shivered and blew on his hands for warmth, continuing, no wonder you guys are struggling so much. Hearing that, Kang Un-sok was infuriated, his eyes looking as if they wanted to incinerate him. He snapped. Listen to me. We don't need anyone's help. We're perfectly capable of handling it ourselves. Seeing him fly into a tantrum, Kang Jin-hyuk indifferently thought, what is his deal? But on the surface, he calmly said, huh? When did I say I would help you? Then he brushed past Kang Un-sok, half smiling. Stop being delusional. I'm just interested in that phoenix feather, and you guys happen to be standing in my way. Kang Un-sok was livid. His voice turned sharp. This is our specialized route. Are you saying you intend to trespass on our territory? Kang Jin-hyuk acted as if he had just heard a joke. He curled his lip in mockery. Trespassing? That's quite a funny thing to say. If any outsiders were listening, they might think the 7th floor was the private property of the Dangun Guild or something. Kang Un-sok couldn't take it anymore and shouted, this is an act of aggression. Surprised by Kang Un-sok's shout, he calmly countered, actually, fair competition would be more accurate. With that, he walked away unhurriedly. If you want, you can still try to stop me, Captain. Kang Un-sok could only blink as he watched him walk away, trying to suppress the rage exploding within him. Kang Jin-hyuk pulled aside the curtain and entered a new space. It was a forest covered in white snow. Warden Dae-ho and Owen Yang were standing by a fire to warm themselves. Seeing him approach, Warden Dae-ho trembled and warned, stop, this place is off limits. Speaking to this point, Warden Dae-ho suddenly started in surprise and whispered in disbelief. Player Kang Jin-hyuk? Having met his idol, Warden Dae-ho beamed. Oh, I'm your biggest fan. Why did you come to this freezing place? Kang Jin-hyuk replied, I have some business to take care of in this forest. Hearing this, Warden Dae-ho anxiously tried to stop him. That's not allowed. This forest is dangerous. It's not for nothing that we're standing guard here. But Kang Jin-hyuk didn't pay much mind to the warning. He continued to walk deep into the forest. As he walked, he said, thanks for your concern, but don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Not knowing when it happened, Kang Jin-hyuk had already passed them. Warden Dae-ho turned to speak to Owen Yang. I didn't even realize when he walked past me, and he's just walking on the snow like it's nothing. Watching the silhouette of Kang Jin-hyuk gradually fade behind the white screen of snow, Warden Dae-ho couldn't help but think, it seems these S-rankers move differently than ordinary people like us. Then he told himself, but I still have to report this. Kang Un-sok's stern face appeared on the virtual screen. He ordered coldly, assemble a platoon and go after him right now. Warden Dae-ho panicked and said, sir, go after him? Jang Un-so explained. Player Kang Jin-hyuk is here to get the phoenix feathers. That means if we follow him, we can take this chance to get some feathers for ourselves too. Her voice dropped, emphasizing, follow him and see how he gets them. That's the captain's order. On the way, Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly noticed something lying in the snow. He bent down to pick it up, staring intently at the object in his hand, lost in thought. Traces left by someone from the Dangun Guild, but there's no body in sight. Looking up, Kang Jin-hyuk glanced at the giant rock in front of him, frowning in suspicion. This is definitely. Just then, a crunching sound echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw the group of Won-dae, Yo-ho, and their companions trudging through the deep snow. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following me? You're the one who said this place was dangerous." "Enduring the cold," Won-dae boasted. "We couldn't just leave you in a place like this. I figured you'd at least need a guide." Seeing them shivering from the extreme cold, Kang Jin-hyuk looked down at them and said, "Let's see who's guiding whom." Suddenly, Won-dae sneezed, exclaiming, "Ugh, it's so cold." Kang Jin-hyuk activated his ice bracelet and flame source. An igloo appeared amidst the biting cold. Everyone quickly went inside and sat around the fire to warm up. Won-dae looked around with admiration, unable to hide his excitement. "Being able to go with an S-rank player is just amazing. I'm so happy." He then introduced himself. "My name is Won-dae." Kang Jin-hyuk silently activated his greedy eye. The status boards of the three of them appeared before his eyes one by one. The person sitting on the left, named EO Union, age 22, level 21, agility 46, stamina 26, magic 45, available stat points 0, skills, level 5, accuracy boost, level 4, multi-target, level 3, headshot, level 3, rapid shot. Scrolling down to see more, the person sitting in the middle, named Cha Hyun-gu, male, age 25, level 20, agility 40, stamina 27, magic 20, available stat points 0, skills, level 4, smoke bomb, level 2, pickpocket, level 2, weak point hit. Scrolling down to see more, the last one, named Won-dae, age 33, level 22, strength 30, agility 40, stamina 33, magic 40, available stat points 0, skills, level 5, village raid, level 3, flame fist, level 2, investigation, level 3, berserk. Scrolling down to see more. Seeing that, looking over their status boards, Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself, "The status window is honestly too boring to read." Kang Jin-hyuk spoke calmly. "No need to be so polite. Jang Un-seo told you guys to follow me, right?" As soon as the words left his lips, their faces immediately froze, especially Won-dae, who was flustered and stammering. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Seeing them still trying to pretend, Kang Jin-hyuk exposed them without mercy. "If you can't lie well, then don't lie at all. She told you guys to follow me to see how I'd get the phoenix feathers, didn't she? This place is already this dangerous, yet you still came. That must be the only reason." His words were sharp, causing the atmosphere to fall into an awkward silence. Kang Jin-hyuk was quiet for a moment before continuing. "Look, I'm not here to yell at you guys. It's just that right now, besides those phoenix feathers, there's a more troublesome problem." His words shocked all three of them. Stuttering, "What?" he continued. "Did you guys see that huge stone monument out there?" They replied, "Yeah, we saw it. The one with the strange patterns, right?" he said in a more serious tone. "That's the mark of a frost spirit." Hearing this, Cha Hyun-gu said anxiously, "We've heard of them. They are the strongest type of mid-tier monster on the 7th floor." Remembering the marks on the stone, Kang Jin-hyuk mused. "And that sign belongs to the Frostblade tribe, the strongest of the frost spirits." Won-dae immediately asked, "You mean this is their territory?" Kang Jin-hyuk answered, "No. The frost spirit's territory is to the west of this floor, not here. That's why I said this is troublesome. Their appearance here is completely abnormal." Kang Jin-hyuk was lost in his own thoughts, silently concluding that this situation was becoming more complex than he'd thought. And to make matters worse, this was the only route leading to the island with the phoenix feathers. Frost spirits are already resistant to the cold, and they still want to find the phoenix feathers? Something is wrong. A sound from outside suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. The sharp sound of arrows piercing through the air made the atmosphere even more tense. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately became alert. His face clearly showed concern. Sharp arrows continuously flew toward the igloo, but he didn't flinch at all. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately activated his ice bracelet. A jagged wall of ice rose from the ground. The arrows collided with the ice, creating a piercing noise. Meanwhile, Won-dae and his two teammates quickly realized the situation and scrambled outside. As he ran, Won-dae yelled in a panic, "Run!" Hiding behind a tree, Won-dae panted heavily and asked anxiously, "Where are they attacking us from?" Union and Cha Hyun-gu, hiding right next to him, also looked tense and replied, "I can't see anything at all." Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk still calmly walked through the chaos, showing no fear or hesitation. He moved forward leisurely. Seeing this, Won-dae shouted in a panic, "Hyuk, Player Kang Jin-hyuk, hurry up and find cover. But Kang Jin-hyuk didn't care, and kept moving forward calmly. His sharp eyes looked toward the brilliant red light. When two beams of light sliced through the wind, hurtling toward him, he nimbly dodged them and spoke coldly. By now, you should know this trick won't work, right? After that, he raised his voice. Show yourself. Immediately, Lyota, Berthian, and Ophelia appeared, their figures flickering on the cliffside. You must know by now that this trick won't work, right? He growled, and immediately, Lyota, Berthian, and Ophelia appeared, their figures flickering on the cliffside. Lyota Berthian asked with a stern expression. So, you're the one named Kang Jin-hyuk? Meanwhile, Ophelia squatted nearby, resting her chin on her hands. She spoke in a detached, teasing tone. Kind of cute, isn't he? Suddenly, the necklace around Kang Jin-hyuk's neck began to glow with a brilliant red light. He lightly pressed the item hidden beneath his clothes, whispering to himself, "Stay calm, Alice." Then, he activated his gluttony eye. Instantly, Lyota Berthian's status window appeared. Name: Lyota Berthian. Gender: male. Age: 1082. Level: 108. Strength: 32. Agility: 36. Stamina: 33. Magic: 45. Black Fighting Spirit: 50. Available stat points: 0 skills. Level 16 Blood Suffocation. Level 16 Blood Dry. Level 16 Blood Implant. Level 14 Mana Devour. As he scrolled down to see more, seeing the information, Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but furrow his brow, clutching his head as he thought. The level gap is so massive that just viewing his status window through the gluttony eye consumes this much mana. These conditions for copying are incredibly difficult too. Just then, a worried voice called out, "Watchdog, Aho." Hearing his name, Kang Jin-hyuk smirked and called out, "Watchdog Aho, you and your squad need to get out of here right now. Run out of this forest and call for reinforcements for the nation." Aho was confused and asked, "But what about you? Are you planning to fight that whole bunch all by yourself?" Kang Jin-hyuk gripped his blade tightly and replied, "I'll be fine." After that, he turned his back and offered a smile to Aho. "Just remember, once you're done here and make it back, you owe me a round of drinks." "It's a promise, Watchdog Aho." Aho's eyes welled up with tears, and he started to move forward, but Union and Cha Huigu held him back and said, "We have to go now." Aho's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted in desperation. His hand reached out, but he only touched the air. Despite the calls, Kang Jin-hyuk kept walking without looking back. Copy condition: survive after 4 times, saying the line's characters usually say before they die. If successful, you can copy one of the opponent's skills. Each sentence will temporarily lock one of your current skills. You have achieved the first last words, 1 out of 4. 100 poisons has been locked. Suddenly, a strike grazed Kang Jin-hyuk's face, but he managed to dodge it just in time. The very next second, Kang Jin-hyuk spun around and launched a counterattack against his opponent. At that same moment, high above, 2 people were leisurely observing the battle. Ophelia whispered, Watching him calmly launch a counterattack against the monsters, she muttered, "Kang Jin-hyuk, what kind of blood is that? It smells so good." Ophelia sat down and smiled happily. "Truly, you're getting more and more interesting to me." While Kang Jin-hyuk was facing 3 monsters at once, one person stepped forward and spoke, "That's enough." Hearing the voice, Kang Jin-hyuk turned his head to look behind him. The person continued, walking step by step toward him. "I've heard the demons talk about you quite a bit. I must say, for a human, you're pretty strong." Then, the 2 of them happily introduced themselves. The tall, burly man bared his teeth and spoke first. "My name is Lyota Berthian, from the Dixis clan." The girl who walked ahead also introduced herself. "I am Ophelia, and I also come from the same clan as him." Kang Jin-hyuk asked sternly, "Was all of this your doing? The frost crystal monster incident, and the kidnappings?" Ophelia teased. Straight to the point. Are we? You don't seem surprised to see us, do you?" Then she did a complete 180 and continued, "But that's right, you could say it's a trap we set up." Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but wonder, a trap? Seeing that, Ophelia explained clearly, a trap to catch those skilled enough to notice the unusual events occurring in the tundra. Standing amidst the cold blizzard, Ophelia explained slowly, "The demons gave us a few names, the survivors who made it out of the fallen land on the 1st floor." She pointed out the names one by one. Teresa, Zelucia, a man of unknown identity, a nobody, Chundusung, and someone who initially looked like an errand boy, but turned out to have real power, that is you, Kang Jin-hyuk. Ophelia spoke of her deduction. We're certain that among those survivors, one of them must have helped Alice von Ataraxia escape, and by coincidence, you were the first to arrive here. Faced with those words, Kang Jin-hyuk maintained a guarded attitude. Ophelia playfully licked her lips and asked, "Why is that?" Leota Berchian quickly interjected, "Hey, I'm telling you, don't count on those humans outside this forest to come and help you." At that moment, a ferocious beast stood on a cliff overlooking the camp area. On its back was a person full of cruelty. Following behind were 500 subordinates. Leota Berchian continued, "The demons are probably already there to wipe them out." At this, Ophelia bared her teeth and said, "My turn to ask a question then, right? Where is Alice?" Kang Jin-hyuk looked confused. "Alice?" Then he affirmed, "I don't know who that is at all." Having said that, Kang Jin-hyuk raised his weapon and got into a stance, ready to fight. Seeing this, Leota Berchian scoffed, "Well, if you're going to play dumb, we have no choice, do we?" He took off his cloak and threw it into the icy snow. Leota Berchian ferociously drew his sharp weapon, staring intently at Kang Jin-hyuk, and whispered, "I'll have to force you to remember." With that, Leota Berchian stomped his foot to gain momentum and lunged forward. Kang Jin-hyuk also flexibly tracked every movement of his opponent. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, activating Black Fighting Spirit. Leota Berchian bared his teeth and charged in to attack. His strike carried an extremely powerful purple-colored aura. Kang Jin-hyuk, down below, calmly blocked the attack. Ophelia, behind him, excitedly warned, "Berchian, don't kill him. We need him alive." Leota Berchian, while executing his move, shouted, "I know that." "Ophelia," he thought anxiously, "I know." But, looking at Kang Jin-hyuk, who was smiling mockingly, Leota Berchian realized and judged that this human was stronger than he had anticipated. Then, he decided to accumulate energy, with the vibrant crimson color of blood into his palm. System notification. Berchian is activating Blood Barrier. His skill caused Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes to be obscured. Information continued to appear. The opponent's vision will be locked for 30 seconds. Kang Jin-hyuk grunted in confusion. That bright red blood continued to creep in and cover his eyes. Standing in the middle of this incredibly difficult battle, Kang Jin-hyuk was momentarily caught off guard. Taking the opportunity, Leota Berchian launched an attack. System notification. Activating Blood Sense. The crimson cells began to connect with each other, forming a sharp shape. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk flashed a confident smile, as if he had everything already in the palm of his hand. He gently brushed away the blood, then activated Fire Origin. A roaring blaze flared up behind him. Leota Berchian scoffed, "It won't work on me." Witnessing the scene, Ophelia's eyes widened in shock. I had heard that he was quite strong for a human, but to hold his own against Berchian like this? She furrowed her brows in worry. Is he really the one who helped Alice escape? The two sides stared at each other amidst the white snow. Leota Berchian sneered. "For a rat caught in a trap, you're not bad." Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but laugh. "A rat in a trap, you say?" Then he calmly spoke up. "If you've told me such an interesting truth, let me tell you one too. I knew exactly when you'd come for me." Hearing that, Leota Berchian frowned, looking confused. At that moment, a red-haired girl came riding a snow wolf at lightning speed. Kang Jin-hyuk added, "I have plenty of information." Melina turned stern, facing forward. Kang Un-sok shouted his orders. "We're under attack. Get into defensive formation." They hissed in worry. "Damn it, the demon kind are attacking us," Cha Hyun-gu warned everyone. "No time to waste. Hurry up." They didn't notice that 3 strangers were standing right beside them, silently observing the situation. One of them slowly removed their fur hood, revealing flowing golden hair. Then, she raised her sword to the sky. Immediately, sunbeams began to shine down. The system displayed a notification, activating Holy Blessing. Your divine power has increased by 20%. Teresa Zhu Lawrence. Zhu Lawrence declared heroically, "Let me cover the rear. Get into position." Seeing her presence, Kang Un-sok couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Saintess Teresa Zhu Lawrence? Lee Taiman and Yu Jonhua Hoa are here too? At the same time, the black-clad figures riding snow wolves charged ferociously toward the members, screaming, "Kill them all." Suddenly, a strike flashed through the air. The blade revealed 2 kanji characters of immense power before being sheathed in an instant. The ground shook violently, and a blue wave of energy swept everything away. Chun Du-sung grumbled, thinking it was a waste to use this sword on a bunch of trash. At the same time, Leota Berchian and Ophelia could only stare in shock after realizing the situation. Kang Jin-hyuk shouted, "I also prepared a little something to welcome you." Then he aimed his weapon straight at them, his eyes burning with killing intent. Well, do you like it? Back at the campsite, everyone was engaged in an intense battle. Immediately, the system displayed a notification, activating Mechanical Monarch. Everyone shouted, "Fire the cannons!" A barrage of powerful cannonballs struck with explosive force, sending the monsters flying in all directions. They howled in pain. Ugh. One person glided over the water like a wave. No, glided through the air, whizzing by with ultra-modern high-tech equipment. The system notified, activating mana enhancement. Melina leaped high, ready to unleash her kick. Then, she executed the Wind God technique with eyes burning with killing intent. The attack created a massive, gargantuan blizzard that swept away everything in its path. On the other side, someone shouted, "Teresa Zhu Lawrence, grant everyone the divine attribute. Their defense is very weak against this attribute." She held her sword high, drawing mana from the universe to transfer to her allies. Standing on the high cliff monitoring the situation, the subordinate worriedly said, "Lord Lancelot, perhaps we should retreat and regroup first." Lancelot gritted his teeth in anger. Under Teresa Zhu Lawrence's power, the gloomy clouds began to disperse, revealing beams of light full of energy, revitalizing everyone. Ophelia, witnessing this, was shocked. This creepy feeling, divine power. She frowned, extremely annoyed, whispering to herself, "So irritating." Ophelia called out from behind, "Bershin." He was currently busy fighting Kang Jin-hyuk. Hearing the cry, Leota Bertian shouted back, "I feel it too, Ophelia." The system notified, activating Blood Will. Kang Jin-hyuk, meanwhile, remained calm, parrying the blood-red attacks from his opponent. Leota Bertian's technique suddenly condensed into a glowing blood sphere. Ophelia screamed in worry, "Divine power. It's the variable we didn't account for in the plan." Leota Bertian. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Retreat. The plan has changed. We'll talk later." At this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk's flames were gradually consuming Bertian's technique. The system notified, activating Fire Origin. He glared with eyes burning with killing intent, constantly unleashing attacks to clear out the fodder. Kang Jin-hyuk growled, "I'm pretty sure I told you guys these tricks wouldn't work, didn't I?" Taking advantage of his distraction, Ophelia and Leota Bertian took off. Bertian didn't forget to hiss a few words. "Kang Jin-hyuk, I will kill you with my own hands." Before he could finish, he stared in shock at the horrifying scene. Below, Kang Jin-hyuk slowly reached his hand toward them. In front of him, a blast of intense blue energy flared up. The system notified, activating Sunflare. He just absorbed everything into his palm. Kang Jin-hyuk sneered, "How's that? What's the matter? Keep talking." Immediately, a powerful strike slammed down, causing the earth and sky to shake violently. A moment later, only the howling wind and the bone-chilling cold of the snow remained. The area from before had been decimated, creating a wide path right through the middle of the jungle. Kang Jin-hyuk let out a breath. Phew. He couldn't believe his own eyes, so I actually killed them. At the same time, the system notified, "You have completed the second testament. Current progress, 2 out of 4. Besides that, the Fire Origin skill had been locked." Kang Jin-hyuk muttered, "The most ridiculous testament turns out to be the most effective, huh? Fire Origin is locked now, should I try to unlock it?" Suddenly, he felt his necklace shaking violently. Kang Jin-hyuk whispered, "Cool down, Alice. It's not time yet." At the same time, at the Dan Gun Guild campsite, dust and smoke mingled with the freezing air. Everyone thanked Teresa Zhu Lawrence. "Thank you so much." They bowed repeatedly, making her extremely embarrassed. Someone spoke up, "If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have survived today." Teresa Zhu Lawrence waved her hand. "It's nothing. As long as you all are okay, that's fine." At this moment, Kang Un-suk looked sternly at something under his feet, a brownish gold insignia. Seeing this, Teresa approached Captain Jiang Un-suk and said, "This loss of yours is no small matter, Captain. Those demons will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to push their luck." She then seized the moment to suggest an idea. "Let's get out of this tower, the two of us. As for guarding the path while we move, leave that to me and Jin-hyuk." At the sound of this name, Jiang Ying's expression darkened. The CEO's face grew somber. Kang Jin-hyuk? Him again? Suddenly, Teresa turned her head and realized something. "Ah," she waved happily. "Jin-hyuk, over here." The other members ran over excitedly. "Brother, brother," Kang Jin-hyuk said softly. "I guess this was a bit sudden. Thank you all for coming all this way." Lee Taemin chuckled. "You've always been like that, haven't you?" Yu Jonhua gave a thumbs up and added, "It's nothing. I needed to hunt for some items nearby anyway, so this is perfect." Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk looked toward the person behind them. He then said, I didn't know you were coming too. Chun Du-sung stood there silently with his arms crossed, not bothering to glance at Kang Jin-hyuk. Teresa spoke up, reminding everyone. Even though we managed to stop those fiends this time, we still don't know who the mastermind is. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Lee Taemin wondered aloud. Those fiends dared to raid such a large guild. What exactly is going on, Kang? Jin-hyuk calmly explained. Those fiends are working with a vampire family from the upper floors of the tower. I think they have some sort of scheme involving the tundra. Everyone was shocked. What? He continued. Based on the clues I've gathered, what our enemy wants is an uprising. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise at what Kang Jin-hyuk just said. They couldn't believe it. An uprising? Kang Jin-hyuk explained further. Those frost spirits are clearly guarding the phoenix feather. Even though they are naturally resistant to the cold, the phoenix feather is known by almost everyone for its cold-resistant properties. Of course, if combined correctly, it could create a portal. Chun Du-sung asked, confused. What does that have to do with an uprising? Kang Jin-hyuk. Then he added a jab. Don't you think you're overthinking it? Kang Jin-hyuk calmly added. Let's look at the current situation. Members of the Deegan Guild have been kidnapped, and not just a few. There are many. I think they plan to combine the people with the phoenix feather to open a portal and escape the tower. Teresa trembled, raising her hands in confusion as she cried out. No, she said fearfully. If they succeed, that uprising would be as massive as the one in Amsterdam. Suddenly, a hand gently placed itself on her shoulder. Chun Du-sung spoke up to reassure her. Don't worry, that won't happen. He must have had a plan if he was bringing up such things. Then he looked at Kang Jin-hyuk and said bluntly, if you have a plan, spit it out. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked and teased. You know me too well, don't you? Is that from following me around all day? At the same time, in a cave made of many layers of rock deep within the snowy mountains, a low voice rang out. Ophelia, Bershin, winter has come. He swirled the wineglass in his hand and asked, is that human, Kang Jin-hyuk, really that strong? Velos said irritably, his expression dark. The prey already fell into the trap, and you still couldn't bring him back? I'm so disappointed. Then he sneered. With this, how do you expect to catch that runaway? Bershion trembled and said, my apologies. There was an unexpected variable. Before he could finish, Ophelia interrupted. That human, Kang Jin-hyuk, wasn't surprised at all when he met us. He replied, the skills Bershin used to attack him were also very clean and calm. Hearing this, Velos asked uncomfortably, he can actually counter our skills? Ophelia replied calmly. And there is one thing I can say for sure. Although he is very weak, when he fought Bertien, she paused, then added, I sensed the energy of Alice von Ataraxia. Velos stiffened and asked, really? In reality, the liquid thought to be wine in his glass was actually blood dripping from the mouths of the fiends hanging above, Velos said in a low voice. So we found her sooner than expected. Then he laughed with interest, revealing two sharp fangs. Velos's eyes burned with murderous intent as he continued, I'm feeling a bit better now. At this moment, the members began using drones to scout the snowy forest area. Lee Taemin and Yu Junhua would stand guard in the forest. Kang Jin-hyuk assigned the tasks clearly, and we will use remote-controlled flying devices to draw the attention of the fiends. Teresa and the stalker would split from the group to complete their own mission. Seeing the annoying brat call him that, Chun Du-sung shouted angrily, Stalker? Is that the only pathetic plan you could come up with? However, Kang Jin-hyuk said with amusement, you don't have the right to be picky. Do as I say, Chun Du-sung. He grumbled as he walked off with Teresa, muttering to himself. Always me, Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself. One day, I will definitely kill that guy with my own hands. I really don't get why he complains so much every time. In the end, he still has to listen to me, doesn't he? After receiving their assignments, Wakta Eho also stepped up to lead. The Deegan Guild would flee the camp and evacuate to the outskirts of the tower, except for one person who, from start to finish, stubbornly refused to listen. Jiang Ying-sok stood alone, arms crossed, facing the cold, biting wind. Kang Jin-hyuk was speechless at his stubbornness. He lost patience and said, I don't care whether you want to go or stay. Kang Jin-hyuk asked the person shivering and trailing behind him, But what's the deal with you following me around? Jiang Ying-sok asked back. Don't you really know? He kept sitting down and dragging himself, creating a huge trench in the snow. Jiang Ying-sok said, This is the property of the Deegan Guild, and I am the leader here. And where are we going anyway? Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk just clicked his tongue and replied, We are going to a freshwater lake. Jiang Ying-sok asked in surprise. A freshwater lake? That lake is where the mana is most densely concentrated on this 7th floor. The surface of the lake rippled with incredibly powerful currents of energy. Whenever something bad happens to the tribe, the chief of the Frost Spirit tribe comes here to recharge mana, especially when they want to turn the tide. Beneath the thick snow, Jiang Yingsok was a bit worried. Before him, now, was the Frost Spirit tribe carrying firewood, each with 2 sharp fangs. Besides that, there was also a female, Frost Spirit, with a fierce expression, staring straight ahead. The oblivious Jiang Yingsok was holding a white flag, waving it mindlessly as he walked past the Frost Spirits. He asked curiously, "But why do I have to hold this?" Kang Jin-hyuk replied simply, "This is the job assignment for the leader. You just said you were the leader, didn't you?" Jiang Yingsok looked around, bewildered. Just as he said, those Frost Spirits didn't attack Kang Jin-hyuk, he explained. "Frost Spirits aren't that bloodthirsty. They value honor extremely highly," he added. "And furthermore, they value family more than anything else. So, you just need to raise the white flag, and they won't attack." Despite his fierce appearance, Tran Tin Tuyet was actually quite reasonable. Jiang Eun-sok muttered to himself, "Honor? What the hell kind of honor is that? They aren't just some mindless beasts." He didn't have enough courage to finish his sentence. A while later, the 2 of them arrived at the lair of the Tran Tin. The clan leader glared at them and declared, "I have heard so much about you. You used your bare hands to defeat our race." The Tran Tin clan leader, Kalakol, stood there. He sat proudly on his throne, his massive frame towering over them, with a red fox hide draped over his head. He asked with curiosity, "You look pretty strong, so why did you surrender so easily?" Jiang Eun-sok was shaking so hard he could only stare in wide-eyed shock. He panicked, thinking to himself, "Is that really Frost Giant? Why does he look so lame?" Kang Jin-hyuk held up the white flag, then casually tossed it onto the ground with an arrogant smirk. "Who said I was actually surrendering? I just faked it so I could get here without having to fight those minions." Kang Eun-sok was stunned by his words. Meanwhile, the Frost Giant chief flared up with murderous intent. "Kill him! Did you just admit you lied to me?" he roared. "You're a warrior. Do you have no sense of honor?" The underlings lunged forward aggressively. Behind the 2 of them, Kalako chimed in with a sneer. "How can you stand there so shamelessly after pulling such a cowardly stunt?" Kang Eun-sok was terrified, but Kang Jin-hyuk remained calm. The Frost Giant chief raised his sharp weapon. He stood up, looking like a towering mountain, and growled, "Wash away your cowardice with your own blood. By the ancient traditions, I, Kalako, chief of the Frost Giant tribe, challenge you to a one-on-one duel." His underlings stomped their feet, chanting in rhythm. Kang Jin-hyuk still had time to tease his teammate. "How about it? Still want to stand at the front?" Kang Eun-sok shook his head violently. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly waved his hand, gathering energy with a badass expression, and said, "All right then, just stand back and watch." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Hua Guild, the building stood tall under the dark sky. A loud crash echoed from inside, followed by someone shouting in a rage, "What kind of garbage situation is this?" Namgong Hyun-tian couldn't believe his eyes. All 3 S-rank members were dead in the Goblin Forest. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with fury. Moyong turned around and muttered, "I didn't think Kang Jin-hyuk was someone you could beat." Namgong Hyun-tian pleaded, "No sir, just give me one more chance." But Moyong looked annoyed. "How many more times do you need to get slapped in the face before you learn your lesson?" He raised his voice, warning him, "Stop meddling in his affairs." By now, Namgong Hyun-tian was burning with rage. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Namgong Hyun-tian let out a crazed scream that echoed through the entire Dragon Hua headquarters. "That bastard Kang Jin-hyuk! I have to kill him!" Stepping out of the city, Namgong Hyun-tian still couldn't calm down. He gnashed his teeth. He swore to himself, "I will kill you if it's the last thing I do." Namgong Hyun-tian exuded such killing intent that even passers-by were terrified. He looked up and growled, "Kang Jin-hyuk, I'll kill you with my own hands." At the same moment, the Frost Giant chief's weapon whistled through the air as he launched a furious attack straight at Kang Jin-hyuk. Kalako, the Frost Giant chief, bared his sharp teeth. The system notification popped up. Chief's roar activated. He let out a deafening roar that shook the earth. Kang Jin-hyuk raised his hand, casting a move. The system notified. 2. Star barrier activated. Jamming field. The field disrupted the incoming attack. Kang Jin-hyuk fired a skill back at his opponent. His energy created a powerful red sonic wave. He calmly thought, "I feel like I say this every time, but he really is strong for a frost giant." Kang Jin-hyuk glared as the system displayed a notification. Ice chains activated. Instantly, a barrage of sharp ice shards flew straight at the frost giant chief, Kalako. In the blink of an eye, Kang Jin-hyuk's attack slammed into him. He let out a pained grunt. Seizing the moment before his opponent could recover, Kang Jin-hyuk drew his dual swords and charged, his eyes burning with intensity. The system notified. Sword Grave activated. Kang Jin-hyuk slashed cleanly, like a master sushi chef, trailing a powerful purple aura behind him. The frost giant chief screamed in agony, spitting blood. He collapsed with a thud that shook the ground. His underlings and Kang Un-sok watched in total shock, their mouths hung open. No way did he really beat that thing in just 5 minutes? The frost giant chief lay sprawled on the ground, murmuring, "I admit defeat, human. You are strong. I've lost. Please let me die with honor." Kang Jin-hyuk didn't strike the fatal blow. He simply stepped forward, sat down next to the chief, and said, "I don't know much about honor, but I know quite a bit about frost giant traditions." Kang Jin-hyuk added, "Obeying the victor after a one-on-one duel is an absolute and sacred law." He asked softly, "And you know what I was thinking while we fought? I thought you were more than strong enough to wipe out those demons and those mosquitoes. So why are you taking orders from them?" Hearing this, the frost giant chief was momentarily speechless. He tilted his head and replied, "I assume you mean Ophelia and Burton." Kalako continued, "I take orders from them, not because I lost to them. I lost to someone far stronger than they could ever be. That's why I listen to them." At that moment, the image of a figure with wings flashed through Kalako's mind. With white hair flowing in the snowy wind, the frost giant chief added, "His name is Michael, a high-ranking member of the Decarabia family." Kalako believed that as long as Michael was around, even if he led his entire tribe to fight, they wouldn't stand a chance. Lying at Kang Jin-hyuk's feet, the chief accepted his fate. "I know my tribe has no future left, so please, let me die with honor." Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself, "A high-ranking vampire from the Decarabia family? So that's their game." Then, Kang Jin-hyuk stood tall. "Kalako, right? Forget about that D with honor stuff. I have something I want you to do. In exchange, I'll ensure your tribe has a way to survive." He added, "Besides, you have to listen to me anyway, don't you?" The frost giant chief suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Kang Jin-hyuk pointed at Kang Un-sok. "I'll hand him over to you as collateral." Kang Un-sok turned around, realizing he was being used as a hostage, and his eyes went wide with shock. The system displayed a notification. Dark trajectory activated. Lancelot looked at the mysterious dark purple energy and asked, "Doesn't it seem strange to you? All those drones we used for reconnaissance were detected." He wondered, "Isn't reconnaissance usually handled much more discreetly? What do you think, Lord Michael?" Michael smirked. "For a human, you're quite clever." He then turned and called out. Ophelia quickly replied, "Yes, my lord." Michael ordered, "Head to the freshwater lake." He figured it had been a while. "We haven't heard anything about the Iceblade clan, but I suspect Kang Jin-hyuk is over there, convincing them to join his side. As for those machines, I'm sure they're just a distraction to keep our attention occupied." Michael added, "If you see anything suspicious, kill them all." Ophelia replied in a low voice, "As you command, my lord, my lord." Michael turned away and ordered, "Get the ship ready and prepare that thing." He immediately obeyed. "Understood." Then, Michael turned and walked away, revealing his wings flapping in the blinding snow. Looking down, Michael spoke up. "While waiting, I'll go take care of those annoying reconnaissance drones." Lancelot smiled at this. "Thank you, Lord Michael." At that moment, Michael's eyes glowed, and a red aura enveloped his body. System notification. Weather manipulation has been activated. The weather has been changed to the worst possible conditions. Immediately, a whirlwind swept in. It added to the bone-chilling winter cold. Furthermore, the scouts deployed by the members were blown away by the whirlwind. Over here, Lee Taman saw the notification that the signal was lost and said anxiously, "Sis, those drones have all been destroyed. It seems they've figured it out." System notification. Tython Yu Junhua Long. Illusion technique has been activated. Yu Junhua tensed up, gathering energy, and whispered, "It's time. They'll probably be rushing over here soon. Get ready, Taman." Lee Taman immediately operated the equipment. Understood. A series of screens appeared before his eyes. System notification. Army defense has been activated. Lee Taman smiled with satisfaction, accompanied by a powerful mechanical legion behind him. A snow wolf howled in the freezing air, signaling that a battle was about to begin. Lancelot raised his hand to signal. After observing the situation, he shouted, "Prepare to attack." At the same time, Ophelia was riding a sword alone to carry out the mission Michael had assigned her. She furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, He's trying to persuade the Starry Snow tribe to get the Phoenix Feather? Looks like he's no pushover. With that, Ophelia sped forward. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. Kang Jin-hyuk and the Starry Snow tribe chief were acting like absolute BFFs, hanging out together. Ophelia couldn't believe her eyes. They were actually on the same side now. She immediately began channeling her power, focusing the energy into her palm. Ophelia hissed angrily, "You arrogant scum! There's a reason we set up our camp right in the canyon next to the freshwater lake." System notification. Divine Storm has been activated. The energy inside Ophelia's body grew stronger. She shouted excitedly, "Just wait and see. I'll take all of you down. It won't even take much effort to finish you off." Standing on high ground, Ophelia used her hand to control her attack, instantly slamming it down onto the ground and creating an explosion. The sound echoed, and rocks and debris flew everywhere. Ophelia landed gracefully and gloated. "What a shame. His blood smells so good." At this point, the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the mountains. Yu Junhua jumped, realizing that such a loud noise was coming from Jin Hyuk's direction. Lee Taemin asked anxiously, "Is he going to be okay?" Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk quietly placed his hand on Taemin's shoulder from out of nowhere and whispered, "Yeah, he's fine, because he's right here." Lee Taemin was so startled he was scared out of his wits. Yu Junhua shouted, "What the hell? When did you get here?" Lee Taemin had already collapsed to the ground. "Don't sneak up behind people like that. You scared the hell out of me," Yu Junhua asked in surprise. "Wait, if you're here, then who's the one at the lake?" Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk flashed a cunning smile. At the same time, Ophelia's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene in front of her. What is this? The image of the Starry Snow Tribe chief and Kang Jin Hyuk was blurring like an old TV. System notification. Illusion Barrier 2 has been. Illusion Barrier has been dispelled. Ophelia stared in bewilderment as they vanished right before her eyes. She thought, an illusion? But why place an illusion here? Suddenly, Ophelia jumped and turned around. System notification. Blessing of the Stars has been activated. Teresa had been standing there all along. She brought with her a golden aura and spoke in a low voice. Just as Jin Hyuk predicted, Teresa said sternly, "If you surrender now, I'll spare your life. Give it up." Ophelia sneered, walked right into a trap. How lucky for me. She then angrily unleashed her technique, hissing, "I hate this divine power so much." On the other side, Yu Junhua sat down in a ready stance like a professional athlete. "Let's get started, shall we?" Then, she darted off at lightning speed, heading straight for the enemy. Lancelot saw Yu Junhua's silhouette from afar and shouted, "Enemy! We have an enemy, coming at us all by herself." Then, he ordered, "Even if it's just one, don't let your guard down. Everyone, attack." System notification. Dark Trajectory has been activated. They mounted their snow wolves and aggressively charged forward with a purple aura. Yu Junhua nimbly dodged each attack, repeatedly closing in on the enemy with eyes burning with murderous intent. Yu Junhua gritted her teeth, determined to tear the bunch in front of her to shreds. Behind her, Lee Taemin shouted, "Run faster, sis." System notification. Mana Shield has been activated. At the same time, powerful explosions occurred repeatedly. Lancelot worriedly thought, they've got some nerve. They're outnumbered, yet they dare to attack first. By now, the black clouds had gradually dispersed, revealing the deep blue sky. Yu Junhua vaulted into the air, then swung her attack toward the opponent with a loud shout. At the same time, on the other side, Teresa also gritted her teeth, ready for a showdown. A brilliant, glowing strike landed directly, shattering the rocks into tiny pieces that flew everywhere. Teresa took a stance, her eyes burning with intensity, her entire body wrapped in a golden aura. Seeing this, Ophelia became annoyed, hissing, "This divine power is so annoying." The Starry Snow tribe also began to join the battle. The tribe chief said, "We don't have time to just stand here and watch. Everyone, hurry up. We still have a long way to go." He held the unfortunate giant eagle in his palm and shouted, "It seems it has begun. A total war that cannot be stopped." On this side, Teresa was locked in a fierce battle with Ophelia. She was gritting her teeth, putting everything into her charge. Teresa swung her sword at Ophelia. Ophelia was sent flying, far away, creating a loud explosion. The surrounding ground crumbled under the impact. Ophelia struggled to peek her face out from behind a rock, cursing angrily. "Damn, this damn Saintess bitch is so annoying." Teresa slowly stepped toward her with an incredibly powerful aura, while the Saintess wiped sweat from her face. Then, she smirked provocatively. "Do you know that while we're fighting like this, the Demonkin are attacking your teammates?" She smugly added, They're probably on their knees begging for mercy right now. Teresa froze for a moment after those taunts, but she quickly regained her composure. She replied confidently, "That's impossible." Teresa pointed her sword at Ophelia and replied proudly, "There's no way my teammates are that weak." Elsewhere, some guy was getting his hair pulled and his teeth knocked out, screaming, "Ah, help me." Yu Jonhua didn't even let him get another word in. She slammed a blow into his side. The battlefield behind them was total chaos and incredibly intense. Lancelot stood to the side, watching, and couldn't help but think to himself, Yu Jonhua, she's basically a monster, fighting our whole group single-handedly without losing any ground. But Teresa was nowhere to be seen. He secretly rejoiced, thinking his side would definitely win this. Lancelot ordered his subordinates to surround her. Yu Jonhua didn't back down and fought back. She gritted her teeth, thinking, if only Teresa and that enhancement magic were here, things would be much easier. I'm starting to have a hard time. Faced with the relentless attacks, Yu Jonhua's strength began to wane. She shouted, "Lee Taemin!" Just then, a series of flying discs appeared in the sky. They stopped fighting and looked up in surprise at the strange objects filling the air. Lancelot looked up in astonishment. The system popped up a notification, activating mana-resistant landmines. With the control panels ready before them, the spots where those objects appeared all exploded. The force of the explosions created deafening noises. The enemy couldn't react in time and suffered countless casualties. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Jonhua quickly ran from the spot. Lancelot, nearby, noticed and was frantic. He shouted at his subordinates, "Yu Jonhua is running away. Don't let her get away." Now, Lancelot chased after her relentlessly, not forgetting to curse. "That cowardly bitch. Catch her!" Someone spoke up, cursing Lancelot. "You idiot! This is a trap." Only then did he stop his men. He quickly put his fingers to his mouth and whistled to signal everyone. He ordered, "Stop the pursuit." The subordinates received the order and stopped. Lee Taemin, standing in a cave, peered outside to look at them. Those bastards actually stopped. Yu Jonhua was panting heavily after escaping, asking, "What? Why? What do we do now?" Someone answered in a very firm tone, "We must make them go through here." The protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk, thought to himself, did they realize it's a trap? He assessed the current situation. Are these landmines of ours going to be wasted like this? His eyes flashed as if he had realized something. He quickly informed everyone, "Retreat toward the foot of the mountain." The system then displayed a notification. Activating. Black gravity explosion. The purple vortexes exploded everything around them. Lancelot's men kept chasing after them, while the purple vortexes blocked their path. The sound of footsteps from Kang Jin-hyuk's group running forward was quickly detected by Lancelot. Someone shouted, "Over there! They're running out of the forest." The three people quickly ran away from the explosion, out of the forest. With no place left to hide, the three of them were quickly spotted, and were chased down. The others also rushed out of the forest to pursue them. Just a little more, Lancelot thought. Running away from those starving wolves in this snowy weather. What a bunch of fools, he thought. The three in Kang Jin-hyuk's team were struggling to escape. It was true. Their speed was quite slow. Lee Taemin took heavy steps and complained, "Ugh, the snow is so deep, it's hard to run." There was no time for them to rest. Yu Jonhua urged him, "Lee Taemin, hurry up, they're about to catch up." They were running until they were exhausted. Meanwhile, Lancelot's men were riding wolves, so their speed was naturally faster. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw the person in front, stunned, and said, "You." Kang Jin-hyuk's group ran toward Kang Jin-hyuk. He stood there like a lifeline for the three of them. Lancelot was startled. "Kang Jin-hyuk?" Kang Jin-hyuk stepped forward to ask Kang Jin-hyuk for help. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, a security guard at the door was surprised by someone's sudden appearance. "Who are you?" The sword on that person's body was quickly and slightly drawn. The security guard here quickly took out his phone to report on that person. Another guard, after hearing it, rushed inside to report, "Mr. Namgongtian, it's bad." Before he could finish his sentence, an explosion suddenly occurred. Everything outside was in total chaos. Namgongtian was startled, looking forward. He looked out the door and saw a man holding a sword walking toward him. He guessed, "Kang Jin-hyuk?" Kang Jin-hyuk didn't say two words and immediately pulled a piece of paper from his chest. Then, Kang Jin-hyuk coldly declared, "Listen here, you weaklings of the Namgong Guild." He started reading the paper he had just pulled out. "Is this trashy guild really the strongest in China? I think you guys should go open a Chinese restaurant instead. That would be better." Namgong Tian was confused, not understanding what was happening. "Huh? What? What did you say?" Namgong Tian stood there, bewildered, asking, "Huh? What? What are you saying?" Kang Jin-hyuk didn't care and continued reading the message. I'm taking this Namgong Guild sign. If you value your lives, don't ever appear in front of me again. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk didn't answer him, Nam Gong-tian became annoyed and raised his hand to stop him from reading further. Wait a minute. Stop interrupting me. What on earth are you talking about? Once again, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't listen to his questioning and continued his business. If you're angry, then come to the 7th floor of the trial tower right now, Nam Gong-tian continued to ask. No, I understand now, so please listen to me, Nam Gong was still very polite. But Kang Jin-hyuk remained focused on his main task and continued reading the content on the paper. You will be fighting not only me but also Kang Jin-hyuk, the strongest warrior on earth. He pointed his sword at Nam Gong-tian, continuing to read in a challenging tone, and we will beat you until you have to crawl on the ground. This time, Nam Gong-tian could no longer keep his initial polite demeanor, having been interrupted many times and challenged. He was furious, asking, "What is this? Getting a bit too arrogant, aren't you?" After delivering the letter, Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hand and coldly said, "Well, see you later then." In just a moment, the headquarters exploded again. Kang Jin-hyuk had come to provoke Nam Gong-tian and then destroyed Nam Gong-tian's property. He gritted his teeth in anger, having no place to vent. Back at the snowy mountain, Nam Gong-tian appeared with Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk saw them arrive and flashed a wicked smile. Lancelot looked at the strangers approaching, inwardly furious, wondering who they were. He hadn't received any information about Vodan teaming up with AIs. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted, "Sir, we've been surrounded by Kang Jin-hyuk's troops, and we can sense a dozen other powerful auras as well." Kang Jin-hyuk, looking effortlessly cool with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked toward Vodan and Nam Gong-tian. Nam Gong-tian gnashed his teeth and aggressively questioned Vodan. "Kang Jin-hyuk, I thought you were supposed to be alone. How did you end up bringing an entire guard unit with you?" Vodan also stepped toward Kang Jin-hyuk's group. Angrily, he challenged the protagonist. "How dare you make me read such childish garbage? You're going to pay for this." Before Vodan could finish, Kang Jin-hyuk smiled and said, Yeah, sure. Let's just settle this first." With those words, he lunged toward Nam Gong-tian. Vodan quickly attacked from the other side. Nam Gong-tian screamed orders to his subordinates. "Kill them all." Lancelot wasn't just standing around either. He took command of the assault. Thanks to Kang Jin-hyuk's twisted scheme, these small misunderstandings had caused the demons and the Younghua Guild to suddenly start fighting each other without knowing why. That was enough to turn the tide of battle. Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself and chuckled. Ha. The clash between the two factions turned incredibly fierce. Amidst the chaos, Lancelot frantically activated his knight's vow. Lancelot continued to fight while barking orders at his subordinates. "Finish this mess quickly so we can take down Vodan." The system notification popped up, activating sword energy. Nam Gong-tian was also busy throwing out skills, shouting, "Hurry up and defeat Kang Jin-hyuk." The battle raged like a storm in the blinding blizzard. Kang Jin-hyuk's group was calmly observing from the sidelines. Someone even teased, "Looks like they're having a real blast, huh?" Kang Jin-hyuk, who was working hard to escape, looked back and laughed triumphantly. "If you're having fun, keep fighting." He left the chaotic battlefield behind with his allies. Very quickly, Kang Jin-hyuk's group reached the northern valley. Kang Jin-hyuk took the opportunity to brag to everyone. "This is a mysterious place only I know about. Why don't we sit here, warm up a bit, and discuss our strategy?" Kang Jin-hyuk introduced their resting spot. Yu Jonhua and Lee Taemin were stunned and opened their mouths in surprise. Suddenly, a terrifying voice boomed from in front of them. "You've arrived, have you? I've been waiting for you all for a long time. You got here so early?" Kang Jin-hyuk walked forward, extending his hand with a warm greeting, while the other two were a mix of emotions, looking like they were ready to bolt. Lee Taemin shouted in a panic. "Ah, why are the star spirits here?" Kang Jin-hyuk turned back to reassure everyone. "It's nothing. Before, they were just being manipulated by those vampires. Now they've switched to working with us to regain their freedom." This was Vodan. When he took off his mask, it was none other than Chun Du-sung. Chun Du-sung stepped forward with an angry expression. "I have to admit, you're really good at pulling people into your schemes, Kang Jin-hyuk." He then drew his sword. Chun Du-sung only just noticed the person curled up in the corner. "Jang Un-seok is here too?" Kang Jin-hyuk replied indifferently. "Him? Just a hostage. Just pretend he's not even there." Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly spotted some young star spirits bandaging Teresa, who was injured. Seeing him look in their direction, she said shyly, "I'm sorry, Jin-hyuk. I lost to Ophelia." Kang Jin-hyuk smiled to comfort her. Capturing her alive is probably too difficult, but you did a great job anyway, Teresa. Everyone spoke up together. What do you plan to do now? It's clear that things have gone beyond our original calculations. Kang Jin-hyuk remained calm and analyzed the situation. The enemy will likely continue marching toward the island with the Phoenix Feather to escape the tower. Thankfully, in that regard, we are in a much better strategic position than them. We have a lot of things to prepare before they get here. Yu Junhua and Lee Taemin asked in unison. Prepare what? He gave a cunning smile and replied, prepare as much as possible. On Lee Yuri's side, there was a squad walking through the stormy weather. Lee Yuri led the way, commenting, it's freezing out here. A large star spirit handed him a red fireball. This is an energy core I prepared to fight that guy, Michael. It's a spirit core that allows the user to tap into stored mana for 2 hours. He felt very assured as he placed the spirit core into Kang Jin-hyuk's hand. This is a precious treasure. We had to take a huge risk setting up camp near the lake to get it. Me giving this to you is proof that I have completely placed my trust in you. He held the spirit core in his hand and stared at it intently. This was the core offering ritual, usually only used when they were preparing to wipe out another tribe, but this time, it was the best they could do. The large star spirit was moved, patting his chest, and said, I decided to trust you completely after seeing you fight for us. Kang Jin-hyuk skeptically thought, I think he misunderstood something, didn't he? Kalako grabbed his hammer and shouted heroically, let's do our best to ensure we have no regrets in this battle. He affirmed, we will not succumb to being slaves. Hearing that, Kang Jin-hyuk wore an amused smile. He found it interesting. Reclaiming freedom. That sounds fun. Kang Jin-hyuk and the others returned to the snowy forest. Let's fight. Kang Jin-hyuk left footprints on the cold snow. Many footprints formed a circle with an X shape in the middle. A mocking sound rang out. How bold of you. He looked toward the source of the sound, gripping the dagger in his hand tightly. Michael flew in the air, probing the area, and ended up revealing his own position. Michael landed and walked slowly toward Kang Jin-hyuk. I heard you baited the demons into fighting another group. You're quite clever, he praised, then gave a mocking laugh. So why are you doing something so stupid now? The system notification popped up. Using Spirit Core. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't answer him, but silently activated the Spirit Core. Magic power temporarily increased from 113 to 320 points. Duration: 1 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The system updated his current ability info. Name: Kang Jin-hyuk. Gender: male. Age: 27. Level: 42. Strength: 22. Agility: 22. Stamina: 231. Magic power: 320. Resilience: 100. Luck: 10. Adaptability: 78. No stat points available. Current wealth: 251,558. Class: Yu Junhua's translator. Skill: Fusion, level 5. No stat points are appearing. Wait, there are 251,558. Occupation: Yu Jun, translator. Skill: Fusion, level 5. Level 5. Blessing of the Stars. Level 5. Judgment. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly activated his gluttonous eye, fuming at this man named Michael. The system notified him. Due to the massive level gap, this skill cannot be used. Even after using a spirit core, the power gap between them was still that huge. This was going to be tough. Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly asked for his identity. You must be Michael, right? I suppose you're planning to use the Phoenix Feather to escape the tower, aren't you? Michael smirked, sarcastically adding, Oh? So you figured it out? Impressive. No wonder you were able to help Alice escape. But Kang Jin-hyuk feigned ignorance, Alice? I have no idea who you're talking about. Hearing that, Michael delivered a stinging remark. Playing dumb won't help. We know for a fact that you're the one who helped Alice escape. Cutting to the chase, he asked, Where is she? Tell me, and I'll let you live. He threatened, Ophelia is starving for blood, you know. Kang Jin-hyuk was speechless, thinking to himself, These guys, everyone wants a piece of me. Annoyed, he refused. No thanks. He waved his hand and continued, But I still don't understand why you're all so desperate to get out of this tower. Michael sneered. Why, you ask? Suddenly, the ground beneath Kang Jin-hyuk shook, startling him. His eyes widened as he saw something emerging, a series of strange symbols that made the snowy forest tremble. They were linking together. Their power was so intense, it sent birds flying away in a panic. A moment later, those symbols transformed into a circle called the Bloodline. Michael stood there, slowly explaining, The bloodline is a ritual that uses human blood as a sacrifice to summon other creatures. Finding sacrifices is easy, you all just walked right into the trap. We call these mindless beings. Ghouls. A swarm of ghouls appeared, screeching. He taunted, "What do you think? Are they cute? We need the phoenix feather to send these ghouls outside the tower, to harvest even more human blood." Kang Jin-hyuk watched the ghouls warily. Michael spoke as if he had lost his mind, revealing his ambition. "We will keep using human blood to create these monsters until we have an army strong enough to conquer the entire tower." Kang Jin-hyuk frowned, thinking, "I've never encountered this plotline before. Could the appearance of people outside the tower have created a variable?" Michael regained his composure and ordered the newly summoned ghouls, "Bring me the phoenix feather." The ghouls immediately scurried off to find it. Kang Jin-hyuk spoke to Michael coolly. "That little stunt of yours is actually quite annoying." Suddenly, his ghouls froze. He continued calmly, "But it doesn't matter." Suddenly, the ghouls were struck by something and disintegrated. It turned out his teammates had their weapons ready to fight. He declared, "There's no way I'm letting you get your hands on that phoenix feather." Michael looked toward the deep forest, asking, "What are you hiding in the woods?" With that, Michael quickly focused his power. The system notified, activating solar flare. A source of blue energy, just like a vortex, appeared. He lunged forward with his blade. "Stay focused on me, will you?" Kang Jin-hyuk agilely parried his strike. Michael quickly summoned a massive, ferocious-looking demonic hand to attack Kang Jin-hyuk. He let out a sinister laugh, declaring, "I will beat you until you crawl and beg for death." Meanwhile, amidst the freezing snowstorm, Kim Hyung was sweating bullets. He was exhausted, panting heavily. Facing the horde of ghouls chasing behind them, Kim Hyung carried Lee Yuri on his back, breathing hard. He activated persistence to rid himself of the sensation of fatigue for 20 minutes. The ghouls behind them didn't stop, closing in. Both of them tried desperately not to get caught. Kim Hyung yelled to boost his spirits, "Ugh!" One was just steps away from him. He nimbly dodged all its attacks. Lee Yuri complained irritably, "Ugh, why are there so many of them? How come no one mentioned anything about this in the briefing?" She immediately contacted Mr. Min Jung-gu, asking, "Sir, how are things on your end?" The old man was in high spirits, preparing fire-based attacks. Min Jung-gu replied excitedly, "It's been ages since I've had a proper fight like this. Feels like I'm back in my prime. Ha ha." After laughing heartily, the old man hurled fire attacks at the ghouls, relentlessly, burning them. Park Hana chimed in. "Even though he's fighting hard, since their attributes are quite the opposite of his, it will probably take at least another 20 minutes to finish." Lee Yuri hung up, then angrily and anxiously shouted, "Old man, can't you go any faster?" "On my own. I'm afraid I can't hold them off much longer," Kim Hyung yelled. "This is dangerous," he added. "Old man, it's going to take me a while to draw this entire formation with my footsteps, so please, just hold on a little longer." Lee Yuri screamed in frustration. "Why is it always me? Why? Why do I always have to do the heavy lifting?" Meanwhile, on Teresa's side, Kang Jin-hyuk, things weren't looking any better. The ghouls surrounding her were growing in number. They kept lunging to attack. Teresa struggled to defend herself with her sword. Facing the beast-like ghouls as they pounced and bit her, Teresa gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on. Her eyes suddenly flashed, turning a brilliant gold. Teresa activated Holy Archer. A blinding golden light erupted, and instantly, the entire horde of ghouls was slashed to pieces. Teresa was exhausted. She knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. She thought to herself that everyone was giving their all, because if they lost, a horrific riot would surely ensue. Thinking this, she quickly drew her sword. Then Teresa stood up, bravely facing the herd of ghouls that were swarming in. How could I let that happen? On this side, Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't idle either. He was rushing toward Michael. Michael immediately activated Blood Hand. Thousands of bloody fists flew toward Kang Jin-hyuk, but he nimbly dodged left and right, avoiding them all. Suddenly, those fists snapped back, spreading out into giant hands to grab Kang Jin-hyuk. The massive, demonic hands surrounded him, then converged, trapping him in the middle. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the palms of their hands. It turned out he had activated Blessing of the Stars. Even those massive hands pinning him down were shattered. Michael, standing to the side, couldn't help but exclaim, "So, you can even use holy attribute skills?" After landing safely, Kang Jin-hyuk quickly accelerated, striking that annoying Michael with lightning speed. Wait, the previous line ended with Michael, resyncing for flow. However, he dodged it nimbly. Michael continued, "But that won't." Suddenly, Michael froze. He realized something was wrong. Michael spoke up. I see. You really aren't an ordinary human, are you? My attacks have no effect, yet you look so amused. At this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk showed obvious excitement, flashing a devious smile while gripping his sharp dagger tightly. Just then, two people approached and bowed respectfully to Michael. My lord, we have everything prepared. He replied with great satisfaction. Good. Draw your swords now. Let's attack together. Leota, Bertian, and Ophelia exchanged glances. Then, they quickly drew their swords. Yes. My lord. Kang Jin-hyuk remained calm and spoke. 3 against 1? That's pretty mean. Michael, unbothered, he laughed and said, You say that, but deep down, you seem quite satisfied. He threatened him once more. This is your last chance to reveal Alice's whereabouts. Tell me, and I'll spare your life. But Kang Jin-hyuk still played dumb. I told you, I don't know. No sooner had he finished speaking than Michael retorted liar. He attacked him with a blood hand, but Kang Jin-hyuk parried it easily. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Leota and Bertwin had relentlessly stabbed him multiple times. Leota and Bertwin screamed frantically, Where is Alice? Kang Jin-hyuk kept dodging their attacks and indifferently replied, I already told you, I don't know anything. At the same time, Ophelia swung her sword at Kang Jin-hyuk, but luckily, he dodged it easily and said in annoyance, How many times? Do I have to tell you people? Suddenly, he froze again. It turned out he had been hit by a technique from the others, which sent him flying backward. Kang Jin-hyuk coolly regained his stance. The two glared at each other for a long moment. Michael then said, If that's the case, I guess I'll have to beat you a bit more. No sooner had he finished than all three rushed toward Kang Jin-hyuk. By now, his body was covered in injuries. On the other side, Park Han-na was panting, and Lee Juji was using her skill. Lee Yuri exclaimed excitedly, Done! Instantly, the surroundings were enveloped in a vast purple aura. Leota and Bertine panicked. What is this? The system displayed. Activating 4. Star boundary. World binding. They were surprised and demanded, Where did you find the time to create such a massive barrier? Facing their astonishment, Kang Jin-hyuk smugly replied, You keep yapping about Alice this, Alice that. Do you miss her that much? As he spoke, Kang Jin-hyuk took out Braham's ring and channeled mana into it. He added, She misses you guys a lot, too. At that same moment, a pair of beautiful legs in black heels stepped out. Michael's group was completely bewildered. Kang Jin-hyuk continued, I hope you all can settle things nicely with each other. Suddenly, Alice appeared. It made the group gasp in shock. Michael said with interest, Oh, you've finally fully revealed yourself. Alice looked at her own hands. The system announced, The tower's limit has been weakened. Maximum usable power increased by 20%. Alice clenched her fist. Immediately, she screamed in rage. A massive burst of energy radiated from her, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter into pieces. Seeing the magnificent scene before him, Michael exclaimed, How could she still have so much power after staying in those ruins for so long? Alice opened her mouth and declared, I, Alice von Ataraxia, have lost too much. During the time I was exiled into the void. You will pay for everything you have done, you pathetic traitors. She angrily pointed her finger at Michael's group. Kalako, still covered in snow, was running for his life. The system displayed a notification. You have received a video call request. The caller, Kang Jin-hyuk. The screen lit up, and he said, Commander Jang Un-suk, the time has come for your uselessness to serve a purpose. Hearing him say that, Jang Un-seok was furious. What did you just say? Kang Jin-hyuk replied, Just kidding. I really do need your help here. Kang Jin-hyuk then continued, Find and destroy the mana stone, acting as the anchor for the curse placed on Calico. You have to be quick. I don't know how long we can hold them off here. Suddenly, Calico appeared behind Jang Un-suk. Calico seemed to realize something. Its eyes seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, Calico yelled, Let's go! Then it rushed toward the red monsters charging at them. The system displayed a new notification. White Beast Mode activated. Current weapon equipped with transparency effect. Attack power increased by 15%. Attack speed increased by 15%. Now, Calico was seen swinging its transparent weapon with all its might. Calico lunged, delivering powerful blows that sent the monsters flying into the air. Watching the wounded monsters screaming as they rushed to attack, someone's voice rang out. That can't be. There's no way these kinds of monsters would proactively protect that mana stone. Calico spoke. There are a few spots I think are likely to hide the stone. Let's find it together. Jang Eun-sok's face was flushed red from the cold. He thought uncomfortably, why do I have to scour every corner with this savage thing? As the captain of the second team of the Dangun Guild, Calico seemed to sense something. It said, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Calico supported Jang Eun-sok. Both of them were stunned, trying hard to find the stone. Jang Eun-sok fell into deep thought for a long time. Calico seemed to have other thoughts right now. How can I let the only means of contacting Kang Jin-hyuk be lost? Then it walked away. With a hammer in one hand and supporting Eun-sok with the other, the red monsters shrieked. They gathered together, turning the area into a sea of red. Alice von Ataraxia flew up from the mass of monsters. Their eyes followed her. She hovered in midair, looking down at the sea of red from above. At that moment, the system chimed. Blood field activated. Alice von Ataraxia's face was extremely sharp and majestic. Then, she waved her hand to open a formation. The entire sky turned red from her magic. From Alice von Ataraxia's formation, a giant dagger appeared, as if it would plummet straight to the ground. The red monsters below were shrieking in absolute terror. Boom! That massive object crashed down, creating a sea of smoke and dust. The strong wind from the explosion spread throughout the forest. The blinding light created a magnificent scene. Suddenly, someone's voice screamed, "What the hell is happening?" Aigen, Yu Junhua, struggled against the gale, shouting, "We're going to get blown away!" Kang Jin-hyuk gripped his sword tightly, straining to hold his ground against the powerful winds. Everyone around them was being swept away, though some still clung desperately to whatever they could find. Teresa Zhu Lawrence fought to stand against the fierce gusts, thinking to herself, that's the direction where Kang Jin-hyuk is fighting them. Teresa Zhu Lawrence wore a look of terror, her breath visible as a cold mist, and she thought, I wonder how his battle is going. Snow began to fall, heavier and heavier, blanketing the entire area. Suddenly, Michael spoke up from somewhere nearby. Who would have thought she could wipe out over half the demons in a single blow? The rocky landscape was left with nothing but trails of blood. Michael stepped forward toward the crimson monsters. He raised a hand and said, "Quite energetic, aren't you?" Two others stood behind him. Kang Jin-hyuk gathered magic in his hands and called out, "Alice, you two seem to have a lot to discuss. Why don't you take on Michael? I'll handle these small fries and come back to help you later." Alice landed on the ground. She retorted, "Are you implying that I couldn't take them all on by myself?" Kang Jin-hyuk quickly replied, "No, I just didn't want you to have to deal with all the hassle alone. Aren't we allies?" His words caught her off guard. Kang Jin-hyuk turned away and said, "Oh, and Alice?" Alice replied, Kang Jin-hyuk seemed to be struggling with something on his mind. He remained silent for a moment. Then suddenly, a smirk appeared on his lips. He turned to walk away, adding, "Never mind. When I finish clearing all this up, I'll tell you later." Alice chuckled, saying, "What was that all about? How boring." The system notification chimed again. Third testament complete. Invincible for 1 second has been sealed. Hyun-wook stood before the enemy. Pointing directly at his opponent, he shouted, "Your opponent, all you small fries, is me." Michael just smirked, then turned to look at the two people standing before Alice and Kang Jin-hyuk. Michael showed no signs of fear. Instead, he greeted them friendly. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? The former head of the Ataraxia family. How have you been lately?"